It was an ordinary, clear day. The city was living its life, and nothing portended the coming events. Standing at a crosswalk and waiting for an opportunity to cross the road, Park Soo-ho heard a message signal and pulled out his phone. Dad reminded him to come to Junho's birthday party, or at least buy a present since he couldn't be at the dinner because he was meeting a friend. When the traffic light turned green, the guy walked along with everyone else without taking his eyes off the screen of his phone. The new message was from a friend that everyone was already at the club, but Park Soo-ho had to apologize and reply that he wouldn't be coming this time. Suddenly, in the middle of a crosswalk, the guy ran into a man engrossed in a phone conversation. The man yelled that you should watch where you're going, and Park Soo-ho guiltily turned around and apologized. They separated, but the mood, which had not been rosy before, fell finally from the sudden collision and rudeness. I also had to think about what Junho likes and what I could get him. A sudden strange loud sound rattled the people around them. Everyone immediately took their heads off their gadgets and tried to figure out if it was an earthquake. A dazzling bolt of lightning from the instantly gathered clouds cut through the heavens, and a charge of incredible force hit the ground right in the middle of the city. People stood in horror and shock at the incomprehensible phenomenon, unable to believe their eyes. A powerful explosion rang out on a busy thoroughfare filled with traffic. The explosion blew away the nearest cars, and people were screaming, leaving their cars and fleeing for their lives before they were hit too. The next bright and powerful lightning discharge hit the roof of the skyscraper. Immediately, several upper floors exploded with a deafening rumble. Stone shards sprinkled on the ground, causing people to scatter in panic. Stone blocks hit people's cars, causing accidents and injuries. Further discharges became much more, provoking more destruction. The heavens themselves seemed to rain fire with the frequency of lightning strikes around them. Explosions blew out cars, smashed through asphalt, turned everything upside down. People blown away by the blast waves were flying in different directions before they even realized what had happened. Those more fortunate had to dodge rocks and debris, beware of cars catching fire, and panicked crowds. Most were not even aware of what was happening. Many were just screaming in terror and running for their lives. A girl who came up from the subway crossing was screaming for help out of fear and rushed in with her eyes squeezed shut. Wanting to help, Park Soo-ho called out to her. He hoped she would get to him safely, but as she ran out into the road, she was hit by an out-of-control ambulance. The guy running in front of her barely dodged falling forward. Stunned and confused, Park Soo-ho could only run away without realizing what was happening, hoping that everything going on around him was just a dream. At one point, he ran out into the roadway, and a huge truck was speeding towards him. The guy froze in terror, and could only stare at the approaching truck with widened eyes. He shrank back in a hopeless attempt to close, and was ready to be hit in a moment, and the truck would have demolished him at full speed. But there was no impact. Park Soo-ho cautiously opened his eyes to find out the reason, and immediately opened them wider in incomprehension and surprise at what was happening. Reality seemed to mix. He was spun around against all resistance, and all surrounding reality sank into a blinding white light. And somewhere else entirely in the world or reality, a flash of lightning flashed. The lightning seemed to carry him along with it, without harming his body or the world around him. Park Soo-ho opened his eyes wide, trying to realize what it was. He was completely unclothed and lying on the soft grass. It was all not completely out of his mind. He tried to figure out where he was now, because the last thing he remembered was being hit by a truck. The young man rolled over onto his back to get a better look at his surroundings, and stared dumbfounded at the sky, amazed at the picture that had opened up to him. 2 multicolored and multi-sized moons shone in the sky, and several griffins hovered just above him. What he saw was unbelievable. Park Soo-ho thought it was only possible if he went crazy. Looking up at the sky, he tried to comprehend the new reality that had suddenly appeared around him. He couldn't believe it was real. All around was an unfamiliar gloomy forest with ugly bulky trees instead of the familiar city. Night instead of day. A loud roar was heard nearby, and Park Soo-ho quickly got up to look around and see what was going on around him. And then he froze once again in mute horror. Sweat dripped down his face, and he couldn't even move. Not far from him stood a huge bear roaring menacingly. His bloodshot eyes stared with hatred. Park Soo-ho was paralyzed, and the bear was already rushing towards him. Suddenly, the bear was surrounded by wolves that had come from nowhere. The animals fiercely attacked the furry monster. It was even more strange and incomprehensible. It was hard to understand what was happening next to him, how it was possible, and what he should do. The doctor in the chair opposite had been silently making notes on his clipboard while he listened to his patient's story. Now he decided to clarify whether he had understood correctly about the awakening on another planet, 2 moons' forest of monsters, and the battle between a huge bear and a wolf. The patient, who was Park Soo-ho, nodded grimly in confirmation of what he had said earlier. Then the doctor, in order to push the story further, asked how it was possible to survive in that hostile world and come back. And Park Soo-ho went back to his memories of that time and the events happening to him back then. He stopped at the moment when the wolves attacked an incredibly huge and vicious bear and began to fight it fiercely. The bear resisted with all his might, but under the blows and bites from all sides, he was soon defeated and collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, more beasts rushed in. The beasts, with their snouts grinning, pounced on the defeated giant and began to tear at him. Park Soo-ho watched the battle unfold in front of him from behind the pile of rocks he was hiding behind and hoped that none of the combatants would notice him. Suddenly, another suspicious sound came from behind him. He had to turn around to see what danger he was in this time. It turned out to be a snow-white wolf cub with big eyes. He just stood there, staring at the man in front of him without blinking. The young man didn't know what to expect from this strange creature and only painfully exhaled a curse through his teeth, and afterward broke into a run in an effort to escape from all the shocks of danger and trouble as far away as possible. He was carrying giant leaps at a speed beyond his limits through the night forest of an unknown world. Somewhere high above the crowns of the giant trees, dawn was breaking and the sky was turning beautiful light colors. But Park Soo-ho could only run as fast as he could. He ran and ran, hoping that it would help him survive. His breathing was short. Sweat was pouring down in hailstones, but he kept on running. Suddenly, a sign flashed before his gaze, notifying him of an increase in strength by units. It startled him. Out of surprise, the guy didn't notice the rock beneath his feet and tripped over it. Unable to keep his balance, he tumbled over his head and hit the ground with all his might. Then he was tumbled down the slope along with the rocks that had been thrown up along the road. All I could do was scream. I had to go down the cliff and into a thick thicket of bushes and reeds. I was hit from above by the rocks that flew after. Park Soo-ho spat and tried to catch his breath as he climbed out of the water he had fallen into. Suddenly, he thought he heard a strange sound, but he wasn't sure if it was an auditory hallucination. He stood still for a while, gazing intently into the reeds opposite. He could not decide whether he had seen it or not. And then I saw some unusual red fruits on the ground near me. There were many of them lying around. The rumbling in his stomach reminded Park Soo-ho of something he hadn't eaten in a long time. He wondered if these strange fruits were edible and not dangerous to eat. After a short observation, it became noticeable that some fruits were covered with ants. Extremely surprised to see something familiar, the boy watched a little longer as the ants covered the fruit almost completely. But there was nothing wrong with the insects. They were satisfied with their life and actively gnawed into the fruit pulp, and nothing terrible happened to them. Park Soo-ho, who was overjoyed, rushed to the nearest growing fruit and grabbed the first one. But as soon as he took a bite of the fruit, a sudden suspicious rustle alerted him again, making him wonder what it could be this time. And it seemed to be quiet and still. The trees and even the grass barely stirred, giving away any intruders present. But Park Soo-ho still froze and listened intently to every rustle and creak around him, until, in the thick grass nearby, the sound that had alerted him earlier came again. Afraid to move and make even a single sound, the young man opened his eyes wide and waited for the next monster to appear this time. Suddenly, a huge orange eye with a vertical pupil opened right in front of his face among the reeds. The unimaginable horror again made one numb in place and stand motionless. And from the thicket, a terrible snake of gigantic size, capable of swallowing a man without effort, jumped out of the thicket with a lightning-fast rush. All Park Soo-ho could do was only stare at the approach of the enormous mouth and imposing fangs. Suddenly, a toad of even more incredible size clawed at the snake with a mouth full of sharp teeth. The clutching reptile swept over the stunned guy's head without even hitting him, and fell into a nearby maelstrom, raising clouds of spray and leaving no trace of their presence. Park Soo-ho, stunned by what he saw, only had to swallow the piece of fruit he had bitten off earlier. He suddenly felt quite sick from all the abnormal things he had seen and experienced in the last rather short time. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground. His last thought was that he had just lost his mind. Heavy, gloomy clouds gathered over the forest. It was raining heavily, but the thick, dense cover of the trees still held back the water. From time to time, water would accumulate on the leaves and then run down. Park Soo-ho lazily caught such jets of cool moisture plucked from the leaves with his mouth. There was nothing else to do in the rain anyway. We had to wait out the weather sitting in a tree. It had been 67 days since he had entered this forest and been stuck in it with no way out. The wolf pack that had defeated the huge bear on his first day in the forest continued to stalk him. The wolves were always somewhere nearby. The boy was worried that sooner or later, the day would come when he wouldn't be able to hide from them and the pack would catch up with him. In addition, there were an incredible number of other dangers in this forest that you had to run and hide from. A safer place was needed. It's been a year since Park Soo-ho was moved to this inhospitable world and forest full of monsters and aggressive beasts. He had quite adapted to life in this forest as far as it was possible to do in such inhospitable condition. I've learned how to get my own food. The huge bananas in this world are delicious enough to pick one. The main thing is to hold this huge and incredibly heavy fruit so that it does not fly to the ground. But every achievement in this forest was habitually marked with virtual plaques. For holding a banana, muscle strength increased by 1. Settling down with a banana the size of his own, Park Soo-ho thought about the fact that he had been here for so long and survived. And when he got through the thick skin to the tasty pulp, he also thought that he had adapted perfectly to the existing realities. A rustle of footsteps under the tree caught his attention. A white wolf cub was standing there, tail following him. Park Soo-ho had gotten so used to him over time that it was sad when he wasn't around. Eating a banana was suddenly interrupted when something strange spilled on his back. The boy looked up in surprise to see what had prevented him from eating in peace. And when he saw him, he could only curse angrily, realizing that this intruder wouldn't get away from him so easily. Above him in the same tree sat a huge gorilla. The banana had made him drool on his back. Realizing that she was spotted, the gorilla let out a loud and angry roar and rushed to attack the obstacle on the way to the coveted banana. Park Soo-ho responded with a muffled growl through his teeth and instantly tensed up in preparation to move out of the line of attack. When the gorilla landed his massive body on the branch, he was no longer there. He grabbed the vine and jumped down from the branch, remembering to take the banana with him. The gorilla, not yet realizing what was happening, looked around. The guy clucked his tongue and feigned chagrin when he heard the distinctive crunch of wood where the gorilla had hit the tree. When, with the help of a liana, he returned to the base of the broken branch, the gorilla was no longer there. One could, however, watch the huge beast fly to the ground with fierce cries. Down below the tree was the same wolf cub that Park Soo-ho had run away from on the first day, and that had been chasing him relentlessly all year. The wolf cub, who was watching the madness, tensed when he saw the gorilla's carcass falling from above. And she fell out of the tree with a thud. The impact was so powerful that the ground shook. The poor wolf cub was violently dragged along the ground by the shockwave. The poor thing flipped several times in flight. Park Soo-ho, who had noticed what was happening downstairs, immediately tensed up. He waited to see what would happen next, without rushing down or taking any other action. The gorilla rolled over from his back to his belly and put his front paws up. But at that moment, she noticed the wolf cub, and even froze in bewilderment. The wolf cub also managed to jump to his feet and regain his footing. Unfortunately, a sharp piece of wood cut his hind leg while dragging him on the ground. But that didn't stop him from spreading his paws wide, ducking to the ground, and growling menacingly in defense or threat. This behavior made the gorilla furious again, and she jumped up sharply, rising, and immediately attacked the small wolf cub, taking her own rage out on him now. The wolf cub managed to deflect, but the blow was of such tremendous force that he was thrown aside again. At this moment, Park Soo-ho decided to intervene and jumped down from the tree, releasing a liana on the unsuspecting and oblivious gorilla. Landing on her back, he wasted no time and stabbed her in the eye with force. The gorilla yelped deafeningly and roared in pain, unable to pull the knife out. Nevertheless, she managed to grope the one who had harmed her on her back and grabbed him. Immediately, she snatched the man who had attacked her from her scruff and hurled him away from her with force. It threw it straight at a tree nearby, and while Park Soo-ho was recovering, the gorilla pulled the foreign object out of his eye socket. Park Soo-ho, who had recovered from the impact with the tree, exhaled noisily, resting his hand on the ground. He realized that he had to prepare for the beast's further attack, and the attack was not long in coming. The gorilla was coming at him at breakneck speed. Watching the gorilla approach, Park Soo-ho could only think that he was crazy to dare to do such a thing and attack this giant. The attending doctor interrupted the story and excitedly asked why he had done such a thing, if he thought it could only be done if he was crazy. The patient admitted that it wasn't easy to avoid fighting for territory in a forest full of monsters, and there was no more running away from this problem. The doctor was surprised at this answer from a young man who had grown up in the city, but he was even more surprised by the next word. Almost with mad joy, the patient said that wherever he came to, the territory would have its own ruler. The huge gorilla was coming at full speed towards Park Soo-ho, who was tensely frozen by the tree, with the intention of tearing his opponent apart. She had already let out a loud roar and swung for a blow that should have left no trace of the man. But at that moment, a white wolf swooped down on her, one of the pack that had attacked the bear a year ago. Park Soo-ho could not believe his eyes, and wondered if salvation had come. The gorilla was attacked by other wolves from the pack, and it was no longer a man, and he thought that now he was definitely finished and lost consciousness. But the pack defeated the gorilla and didn't touch the man. Then he thought it was because they thought he'd saved that white wolf cub. The wolf cub that chased him for a long time and injured his paw in the battle turned out to be the son of the leader of a pack of red wolves. Park Soo-ho spent long, dark nights with a pack of red wolves led by a white wolf. They allowed him to stay close to them and be involved in their lives, often had to run at full speed with the pack, sometimes because circumstances forced it. I had to keep up with the strong endurance animals to keep up and not get lost, and not to be mistaken for a weakling. It was not easy at times. The body was not used to such loads and stresses, even after a long time in this world. But strangely enough, the friendship and support of the wolf cub and the rest of the pack helped, and it got better as time went on. Sometimes a human already helped the wolf cub, and during long passages or in times of great danger, took him in his arms and ran with him. Finally, the moment came when Park Soo-ho was able to evolve to the point where he could run alongside the leader of the Red Wolf Pack. It had been 2 years since he had entered this strange and scary world. The pack continued to live its life by day guarding the territory, and by night telling the sky and the 2 moons of this world about its life with wolf song. By now, it seemed to Park Soo-ho that the wolves had finally and unconditionally accepted him into their pack. It had been 31 years since Park Soo-ho had been in this world. It was already really like he was stuck here. During this time, he had not gone anywhere, and was still in the same unfortunate forest full of various but invariably bloodthirsty monsters. Well, he just never got out. But he did learn how to fight all those monsters. No human being could be found anywhere in the vicinity either. He had never even seen a trace of another person, but he had fully assimilated into the current reality, learned to survive and defend himself, and became a full-fledged member of the wolf pack that had taken him in. For the sake of its survival and well-being, he had to engage in a struggle for territories and supremacy over them, and sometimes they just hunted for food. Either way, there was a lot of fighting. The battles allowed Park Soo-ho to develop his body to a higher level, to become braver, more enduring, and stronger. Often they had to fight with ordinary animals, albeit much larger than their familiar Earth counterparts. Sometimes he had to defeat them alone without the support of the rest of the pack, but it also made him stronger. 120 years have passed. Life in this world has not been diverse. Park Soo-ho felt like he had explored the entire planet, but he couldn't find any people on it. He was the only one here. In the fierce struggle for survival, he not only made new furry friends, but also unfortunately lost them. Years flew by. He had long ago lost track of the days. Hundreds of years had passed, but he was still alive, and didn't understand why it was so. The doctor summarized that another 500 years had passed, but no trace of civilization had been found, and then asked how Park Soo-ho had managed to return. And Park Soo-ho revealed that the battle for supremacy over Moon Hill had begun with a rebellious guerrilla town. The pack was forced to come together in full force to defend their territory. The guerrillas, on the other hand, were determined to reign over the new lands at all costs. Park Soo-ho participated in the battle alongside his fellow members and attacked the guerrillas with them. The battle was fierce. Neither side was ready to surrender and retreat. Once an ordinary man, now Park Soo-ho, and in no way inferior to the wolves from whom he had learned much over the centuries, he rushed to attack one of the huge gorillas that got in his way. It seemed that everything will be as always, and the strike is inevitable, and the strike will be followed by a logical victory. But in the middle of the attack, reality suddenly froze. Suddenly, everything around him was flooded with blinding white light. With widened eyes, Park Soo-ho watched the repetition of what had already happened once before. And then reality began to mix, and he began to be pulled into the portal. He couldn't affect anything. He couldn't move or resist the unexpected and unwelcome phenomena. Until finally, an explosion of energy released at the portal site stopped the battle. In the place where a man had fiercely fought for his territory not long ago, only his sword remained. Another day in Seoul was in full swing. From the outside, it looked like everyone was calm, but a team from the control room had to rush out to check the strange sensor readings. Captain Choi Soo-young confidently led the group through the city streets of the abandoned part of the city. Orienting herself on the signal of the device she held in her hands, she thought she had found the place. The device was literally going crazy and beeping non-stop, causing alarm. The captain hurriedly notified her entourage that the spatial energy readings were out of normal range. One of the group commanded to relay their coordinates to the portal control team. The soldier immediately marked their location on his phone and sent the coordinates. After that, he reported back. And then something began to happen. The bright light that flooded the area suggested that a portal was opening in front of them. Realizing that anything could come out of the portal, they decided to retreat. One of the soldiers complained that he had had a bad dream for a reason. The opening of the portal was accompanied by a strong explosion that scattered rocks and details of objects nearby. The shock wave from the explosion blew away the people who couldn't hold on, and then they were horrified to see that the portal had finally opened and prepared for something to come out of it. One of the soldiers tried to crawl away in a panic. unable to get to his feet and screaming that he didn't want to die. Captain Choi Soo-young was the only one on her feet and prepared for a possible fight no matter what monster appeared. She turned to the team and shouted for them to run away while she bided her time and tried to hold off the monster. The other members of the group crawled away from the portal. One of them called the control and asked for emergency assistance to be sent to their location. The captain stood in front of the portal at full power and was ready to repel any attack. She was confident in her powers and threatened to rip to shreds anyone who was about to come out of there. Suddenly, someone began to emerge from the portal. Silhouette wasn't big or strange. The girl was prepared for a lot of things, but the one who appeared from the portal made her very much surprised. The young man with the burning gaze was nothing like the monsters she was used to dealing with most of the time. She couldn't believe that she was really seeing just a man in front of her, because that's impossible. I also didn't understand what was happening to him. Something was wrong with his body. And then the man screamed shrilly, tearing his throat out. He seemed to be in unimaginable agony. Captain Choi Soo-young was confused for a while, not knowing what to do with this portal alien. Preparing herself for a possible attack, she strained to see the portal open and the figure emerging from it. The man who appeared in reality looked like a creature of darkness. His powerful body was shrouded in sparks and discharges, and his eyes blazed with fire. The captain didn't know what to think, but as long as the alien didn't attack, she didn't seek to attack either, and waited. But she was ready for anything, and her hands clenched tensely on the hilt of her blade. And yet, there was something about the stranger that made her uneasy. Suddenly, everything changed at once. The portal began to fade, and the alien seemed to lose all his strength and began to slump as if he couldn't keep up, until he finally collapsed unconscious on the portal-torn asphalt. Choi Soo-yeon looked at the naked man lying in front of her expectantly. She was in no hurry to relax, but he didn't show any signs of life. Finally, the other members of the group pulled themselves together and looked at the person who had appeared from the portal. They were surprised that it was a man. As they ran closer, the captain tried to sort out her sensations and figure out what that energy was. Looking at the outwardly ordinary-looking stranger, she thought about the fact that she had not experienced such psychological pressure, even in dungeons with monsters, and wondered if he was really just a man and who he might be. Meanwhile, behind her back, the situation was safely reported resolved and an ambulance was called. Dr. Kim Jong-kook pressed the end button on the recorder after the patient finished his story. He was pleased with everything he heard and praised the young man he was listening to, promised to share all collected testimony and health information with the awakening management, and promised a speedy discharge. Park Soo-ho called out to the doctor who was about to leave, once again calling him bald. Dr. Kim Jong-kook turned around on the threshold with a questioning glance over his shoulder at his patient. A joyful smile lit up the boy's face, and he expressed gratitude for the opportunity to share with someone for the first time in 1,000 years. The doctor squinted slyly and replied that it was he who should be thanked for recounting the experience. As he walked out the door of the room, the doctor thought about his entertaining patient. Such a detailed story stirred his imagination, and he could have been a writer. At the same time, at the awakening department, the paperwork on the recent portal and the man who came out of it was ready. Choi Soo-young walked into the supervisor's office to clarify if the data was correct and if it was strange. The warden didn't understand what she was talking about. As far as he could remember, everything was in perfect order. The girl was surprised and asked if he was sure that the documents should indicate Class F. The boss confirmed that the unusual patient was only an F class. He regretfully added that if it had been an E class, he would have been entitled to a pension. Looking at the ID card that Choi Soo-young continued to hold in her hands, she thoughtfully stretched out that Class F denoted an ordinary person. She insisted that there must be some mistake, because a normal F-class person can't go through the portal. The chief took another look at the data on his tablet, but found nothing suspicious and suggested that the guy might have just gotten lucky. He then handed the captain a clipboard and offered to look at the report that had just arrived from this patient's attending physician. Taking the clipboard, Choi Soo-yeon read the lines of the medical report that listed the most common symptoms of F-class repatriates. But at the mention of wolf-like behavior, she suddenly remembered how she had seen this man at the portal exit. It couldn't have seemed to her that he didn't look like a normal person at all. The captain suddenly took the package from the table and asked if it was Park Soo-ho's documents. The captain confirmed that they had to follow the instructions anyway. Looking thoughtfully at the paper bag in Choi Soo-young's hands, she resolutely stated that she would hand over the documents to the patient herself. The boss stared at the girl in surprise, not understanding why she was doing it, and why she was doing it. Turning to leave, she muttered that she needed to see for herself again. The boss only gave the girl a confused look until the office door closed behind her. In the hospital, Park Soo-ho thought about the fact that he had spent 1,000 years in that strange, complex, and dangerous world, and it had been 2 weeks since he had returned to Earth. Lying on the hospital bed, he couldn't escape the feeling that no matter how much he wanted to return, everything seemed unfamiliar. He looked at the ceiling with an unseeing gaze and couldn't figure out how to live now. At that moment, a nurse entered the room with a tray in hand and announced that it was time to eat. Park Soo-ho glanced at her without even making an attempt to move. The nurse placed a full tray of food on a special table by the bed. A loud rumbling in his stomach made it clear that he was quite hungry. Therefore, Park Soo-ho prudently postponed all matters and decided to fill his stomach first. At that moment, Captain Choi Soo-young knocked briefly on the door. Without waiting for an answer, she immediately went into the room and clarified whether she was in the right room. But when she stopped to look at her patient, she saw him squatting animal-like over the tray and quickly devouring the food with his hands. The captain staggered through the doorway, batting her eyelashes in confusion. This was not the picture she had expected to see. Park Soo-ho only glanced questioningly at the girl who had entered, but immediately went back to his work. Choi Soo-yeon pulled herself together and walked into the room, closing the door behind her, and said hello and introduced herself. Feeling a suddenly familiar scent, Park Soo-ho got up from the bed and moved closer to the girl. Squatting beside the blonde, he sniffed and pondered. Then he asked if they'd met before. Looking down at the guy, Choi Soo-young explained that she was the first person he saw when he came out of the portal. And in that moment, she remembered her sensation of who had appeared in front of her. It was a strong aura, as if she were facing a dangerous predator. But now, looking at the ordinary-looking man finishing his food from the tray, it began to seem to her that she had a perception problem. Finished with his lunch, Park Soo-ho was glad it was good, and finally sat up on the bed normally. Then he asked what the department was doing. The girl who sat down immediately became indignant as to why he was talking so informally. Park Soo-ho raised his eyebrows in surprise and reminded that he was over 1,000 years old. The captain sighed frustratedly, remembering who she was really dealing with. Gathering herself, she immediately handed him the necessary documents and a pen, and explained what governance was and offered to review the materials. She asked me to read everything carefully and sign on each page, which would signify consent to the processing of personal data. Holding an ordinary ballpoint pen, Park Soo-ho looked at it with such genuine surprise. He even sniffed it while muttering that he hadn't seen one of these in a long time, wondering if it had been 1,000 years and they were still being used. Then he started scribbling on one of the sheets. Choi Soo-yeon resented him for not doodling, but for signing. At Park Soo-ho's remark that he last held a pen 1,000 years ago, she venomously asked if he was a caveman, and thought he was a fool. Trying to pull herself together, the captain exhaled and made another attempt to call the patient. Park Soo-ho absent-mindedly hummed to show that he was listening and continued his occupation without raising his head. Looking at how realistic the wolf's grinning face was, Choi Soo-young wondered if he had learned how to draw, but he had learned how to draw before. She asked again, venomously, if he had learned anything else. If he'd learned magic or martial arts, for example. Surprised by the question, Park Soo-ho pulled himself away from his study and replied that he didn't live in the forest. He wanted to explain what he had learned to survive there, but the girl interrupted him, jumping to the conclusion that all he had been able to do for 10 years was run away. Park Soo-ho's skepticism in her gaze was almost palpable, but the captain didn't notice anything. She explained that in order to pass through the portal and become awakened, one must kill the monsters and take their spatial energy. The assumption that he had spent 10 years in a safe world and only accidentally stumbled into the portal was surprising. Park Soo-ho tried to clarify the time period, but Choi Soo-yeon was already extremely annoyed by his persistence, and through her teeth, she once again corrected him that it was not 1,000 years, but only 10 years. Park Soo-ho also irritatedly asked sarcastically if it was exactly 10 years. The girl sharply jabbed her finger at the documents and explained that he disappeared in 2015 and returned by portal in 2025. That's when the guy got a kick out of it. He immediately grabbed the papers and looked at the protocol with such amazement. It had really only been 10 years according to the documents. Choi Soo-young then handed him an ID card and explained that it was the ID card of an awakened person. Park Soo-ho stared at the rectangular piece of plastic in his hand confusedly, not understanding what kind of card it was. The captain explained that it can also be used to pay part of the medical expenses, so it is not advisable to lose it, and the rest is in the paperwork. Then she opened the door and advised me to return to my family after her full recovery, and walked out. The young man could only stare at her confusedly. Looking down at the papers in front of him again, he hesitantly asked the void about his family, and then he was struck by the incredible realization that his family might still be alive. Living century after century, he had long ago mentally said goodbye to all his loved ones, and even if he managed to return, he would never find anyone alive. And after returning to Earth, he had to come to terms with the loss of his forest family, with whom he had spent 1,000 years, and it seemed that only loneliness lay ahead. But now Park Soo-ho was scrutinizing the dry lines of the protocol, looking for information about his relatives. Only 10 years had passed since that day. Finally found the parents' identities, and unfortunately, neither survived the dungeon rift. With a sense of collapsed hope, Park Soo-ho stared disbelievingly at the data of his parents' departure. And then I saw that his brother, Jun-ho, was alive. It struck me to the core. Park Soo-ho jumped out of bed and ran out into the hallway, still barefoot. All he could think about was that Jun-ho was alive. He raced through the hospital corridors, shouting that he had to see the bald doctor. Not even a nurse's shout could stop him. She tried to stop him, but he squeezed the doorknob with force, turned it, and swung the door open. Running into the office, Park Soo-ho loudly called out to the bald doctor. The nurse behind me insisted that you can't just barge into a doctor's office like that. The doctor stared questioningly at the patient who had entered. Kim Jong-kook then asked quite kindly what was wrong. The young man jumped up to the table and stated uncompromisingly that he needed help. The doctor readily clarified exactly what his help was needed with. Then Park Soo-ho shouted that his brother was alive and he needed to find him immediately and demanded that he be released from the hospital immediately. The doctor thoughtfully complained that it was too early for him to return to society and suggested that he should find out everything and wait until his brother came to visit. But the guy's stiff expression said that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Park Soo-ho sneered that he didn't come for permission. Dr. Kim Jong-kook chuckled conciliatingly in response to such a statement. Tapping his finger thoughtfully on his knee, he finally agreed to let go. But he immediately said he was willing to discharge early on one condition. After calming down, Park Soo-ho slightly surprisedly asked about the condition. Already sitting in the back of the cab, Park Soo-ho thanked the doctor and promised that he owed him a favor. Dr. Kim Jong-kook graciously replied that they would call again. He then leaned over to the driver's window and asked him to make sure to drive the patient home, as he was not yet fully recovered. The cab car pulled away, and the doctor and nurse saw her off with glances. After a moment's silence, the nurse remarked in surprise that the doctor had paid the medical bill for clothes and even a cab. And I asked why, because usually F-class returnees are given to the awakening department. And besides, the patient had the nerve to call the doctor bald. The doctor headed towards the hospital and replied with a chuckle that he didn't know. And then he turned to the skeptical nurse and suggested that he might have just enjoyed listening to the guy's stories. Here the girl was greatly surprised because the patient was talking the most perfect nonsense in her opinion. Already in the office, the doctor asked her to find someone to fix the broken doorknob. The nurse said she had already called the master and looked at the mangled handle, wondering what had happened to it. And the doctor remembered how his unusual patient had burst into the office with a noise. Kim Jong-kook leisurely sat down in his desk chair and thought. He was interested in this patient. It was the second time the pen had broken. So the doctor was sure that he finally smelled the aroma of something unusual that hadn't happened in a long time. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho was riding in a cab through the crowded streets of a busy part of Seoul, and then the radio broadcasted an emergency message that, in Gangwon-do province, due to a miscalculation in the timing of the opening of the portal, a flood of monsters came out of it. The small screen on the receiver showed a huge monster climbing out of the portal. Against the backdrop of an ugly monster with a monster-like tongue, continued to report that even tank and airplane divisions were involved. And then they showed helicopters and tanks bombarding the monster, and said that after 50 minutes, the situation was stabilized. However, it was not without casualties and went on to list all the damage on the human side. And then the commercials for the S-Class World Superheroes Supernatural Fighting Championship began. The driver was excited, and Park Soo-ho was surprised to hear that the fight would take place between the 34th and 48th places in the world rankings, and then showed the participants of the fight and said that the winner will be able to fight for the title with the one who is now #1 in the world rankings. After listening to the commercial, Park Soo-ho thought puzzledly about how different the world was now. The doctor also talked about the world changing. He said that after the Great Catastrophe, the world had become a completely different place. Now a propaganda ad played on the radio, attracting the attention of the mercenaries. They were offered the best hunting dividends in guild history and invited to join a guild that ranked 4th in Korea. To this, the driver remarked that if he were awakened, he would definitely quit his job and hunt in the field to earn a lot of money. When asked by Park Soo-ho about the availability of a hunting area in Seoul, the driver thought the guy had seriously hurt his head. Then he asked if the passenger really didn't know anything. When asked to tell him, he agreed, because it was boring to drive in silence anyway. And then he began to talk about what happened 10 years ago, and not only in Korea. At that time, a gateway to another world opened around the world. It was called the Day of the Great Catastrophe. And then the worlds united and monsters from other universes began to infiltrate Earth. 10% of the population was killed in a catastrophe of destruction and monster attacks. Since then, monsters have been popping up everywhere, but neither the police nor the military could stop them. And where the army was almost wiped out, mercenaries were used to destroy the monsters. They were people who disappeared during the disaster and then came back. They became awakened, got licenses, and began to hunt and earn money. Park Soo-ho queried about the mercenary license and clarified how to become one. The driver thought that the guy was strange and too serious and assured that a normal person couldn't do it. To do this, you must first awaken and then pass the mercenary license exam at the Awaken department. The young man repeated thoughtfully about the mercenary license exam and concluded that it was quite difficult. The sun was slipping towards sunset, coloring the sky over Seoul with stunningly beautiful tones. The cab drove down a narrow street densely built up with small houses and finally pulled up at the address the doctor gave. The driver pointed to a 2-story red brick house and said that was the address he had been given. After getting out of the cab, the young man said goodbye to the driver, and the driver wished him a good time with his brother. Park Soo-ho easily found the right red brick house with only 2 floors. He stepped closer, not quite sure what he should do under the circumstances. A window on the 2nd floor was open. The old woman was just washing it and looked suspiciously at the strange guy. When she noticed that he had stopped and was in no hurry to leave, she called out to him and asked him who he was. Park Soo-ho, not too friendly, but loudly asked to call out to Jun-ho. At this, the old woman in the window shifted her eyebrows sternly and gazed at him carefully. He was a little confused, not understanding this strange reaction of the older woman, and she clucked her tongue and began to grumble that he had milk on his lips, and he was already poking the older one. Park Soo-ho only hummed patiently, expecting that the old lady would grumble and call for Jun-ho, but she suddenly shouted sharply that there was no Jun-ho and to get lost. And then, with a deafening crack, slammed the window shut, without giving me a chance to clarify where to find my brother then. Deciding that this was not the place he needed, Park Soo-ho was going to leave this place. But at that moment, from behind the same window, grumbling Granny was heard. She was complaining that the moneylenders wouldn't leave her alone. And then a child's voice shudderingly asked if those scary uncles had come again. Intuition said it wasn't that simple, and Park Soo-ho turned back to the house and walked to the door. At this time, Suk-cha's grandmother lamented that the poor child's father was working around the clock, but his debts were only growing. Looking at the mailbox, Park Soo-ho noticed a pile of envelopes with notices. Reaching out, he carefully pulled out one of the envelopes without disturbing the rest of the stack. The guy looked at the envelope. The recipient's name was Jun-ho. Also, they were really notices demanding payment of a debt. After returning the envelope to its place, Park Soo-ho stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked away thoughtful. He was thinking that in the wilderness everything is clear, but on Earth, the law is very different and difficult to understand. He was trying to figure out what in his once home world could be the power to alleviate many difficulties. And then he looked up, realizing the answer to this question is quite simple, and it has always been money. The Awakening Authority was a huge complex. As the cab driver explained, mercenaries get paid a lot of money for monsters, and that's why Park Soo-ho headed there. He decided to get a mercenary license so he could hunt monsters and get paid for them. But the girl behind the counter said that the application to take the exam for a mercenary license had been rejected due to insufficient qualifications. This really surprised someone who had survived and fought monsters for 1,000 years. Plus, he was kind of an F-class awakening. The girl confirmed the correct classification, but said that he was 4 points short of the awakened level. This angered Park Soo-ho, and he asked how this could be if he had come to Earth through a portal 2 weeks before. The girl grinned and remarked that for a normal person, going through the portal would end in being torn to pieces. Trying to explain that something like this was exactly what he felt, Park Soo-ho was interrupted by the military girl, who sternly advised him to fantasize at home. And then she suggested enrolling in the Awakening Academy, or earning points in the field. She advised me to wake up first and then come back. Park Soo-ho had to leave, complaining that the system was incomprehensible. And on his way out, he came across an announcement. He was interested in the reward for the goblins that appeared on the Suwon field. Deciding it was a good chance, he set off across town to the right spot. While riding in a cab, I noticed the wall surrounding the city and asked the driver about it. He explained that it goes around the center of Seoul. It can be seen on the map app. Seoul is divided into 12 districts, and there are over 100 inner and several outer gates leading to the field. Due to the lack of a phone, Park Soo-ho didn't understand too well what he was talking about, but decided that he urgently needed to buy a phone. Finally, the car pulled up to the gate of Suwon 27 and stopped. The young man resolutely got out of the cab and thanked the driver. The wall and the gate were quite impressive. Park Soo-ho scrutinized them as the car drove away. Not quite understanding how things worked here, he assumed that if he went through the gate, there would be a hunting area called a field. There was no point in standing and watching, so he staggered toward the gate. A little away from the gate was a checkpoint where 2 military men were on duty. One of them immediately asked what the purpose of the visit to the gate was. Park Soo-ho briefly replied that he had come to hunt, hoping to be released. But the military looked at him perplexed and disapproving, and it didn't look like they were going to let him through the gate. The military man who started the conversation demanded to see his mercenary license. Park Soo-ho had to exhale frustratedly and admit that he didn't have one. Then the second military man immediately objected that ordinary people could not go inside the field, but he did not have time to say anything. From the direction of the gate, loud sounds could be heard as the 2 panicked soldiers and Park Soo-ho turned around without realizing what was going on. The few military men guarding the gate itself prepared to attack. There were commands to close the exit and panicked shouts. A military SUV came out of the gate, tearing down the barrier at full speed. As he drove by, it became apparent that not only the driver was inside, but also the monster that had attacked him. The car that lost control crashed into a concrete wall and flipped over. One of the military men was repeating the call to the rescue squad into the radio. The others began to move closer, waiting for the goblin in the car to attack. There were sharp commands. Once they surrounded the vehicle, they prepared to shoot. And then the car window was smashed from the inside by a powerful clawed paw. The goblin quickly got out of the car through the broken window and prepared to attack the people who had gotten close to him. But the military immediately opened fire on the monster without giving it that opportunity. The dense barrage of gunfire did not immediately incapacitate the monster that had penetrated behind the wall, but against the garrison's concerted attack, he didn't stand a chance. Finally, the commander ordered a ceasefire, and the area became quiet. On the damaged vehicle lay the defeated monster. In the wake of this, radio reports of the stabilization of the situation and requests to call an ambulance were heard. And then the military remembered a guy left unattended who was considered crazy for wanting to go out into the field to hunt. The 2 who were on duty at the checkpoint and chatting with the guy who had arrived by cab turned around. The tables where they had left him were empty. With a chuckle, the military suggested that he was just scared and ran away. Park Soo-ho, on the other hand, took advantage of the general commotion and simply walked quietly through the gate that had been left unattended. He looked around, alert and trying to figure out where he was. This was supposed to be the field. What he felt here was familiar, and the sounds and smells around him were unsettling and reminded him of the past. He climbed a tall building nearby and glimpsed the thought of buying a car. Standing in the edge of a dilapidated building, Park Soo-ho looked around at the abandoned part of the city lying before him in the sunset rays. He wondered if other cities had also changed since the Great Catastrophe. The sun's disk continued to dip below the horizon, highlighting the devastation and desolation. At last, the city was plunged into the darkness of night. There was not a single glimmer of light anywhere. Still looking at the city from above, Park Soo-ho suddenly felt the familiar emanations of darkness, and immediately took a step into the void from the edge of the building without any hesitation. The flight down stirred the blood and made me cover my eyes with a joy I hadn't felt in a long time. He was anticipating what he had been missing since his return to this world. It was time to hunt. The landing was noisy. The shockwaves scattered the damaged sections of asphalt to the sides. After evaluating his own form, Park Soo-ho tried to figure out what was wrong with his body and assumed that it was too heavy. But there was no time to think about it for a long time. It was necessary to act. So he allowed himself only a brief hiccup before further action. And then he broke off into a run in the direction where he saw something suspicious. He was rushing at the tremendous speed he had developed in the other world. And when a tall building appeared in the way, Park Soo-ho simply jumped up as high as he could. The jump took a lot of effort on his part and didn't come easily, but he still managed to cling to the edge of the last surviving floor to pull himself up and climb in one piece. But here it took longer to catch his breath. I could only assume that the lack of strength was a side effect of going through the portal. After panting, Park Soo-ho stood on the edge of another building and looked around the surroundings again. He froze with his eyes closed and listened to his senses and the sounds around him, hoping to find what had alerted him earlier. He thought he felt something suspicious on one side again. Turning in the right direction, he hesitated for a while, wondering if he should start there, but then abruptly took off precisely in a suspicious direction. Park Soo-ho didn't run long or far. Soon, he had to slow down to see where to go next. In the silence of the abandoned city, strange sounds became clearly audible, and Park Soo-ho turned around and went exactly there, navigating by the wheezing and growling. As soon as they turned the corner of the house, it became apparent that several ugly goblins had cornered the wounded wolf. The goblins snarled, their mouths full of sharp teeth, saliva dripping from them, and their eyes burning with anger. The once snow-white wolf did not yield to them and did not give up. He also grinned menacingly and kept his unblinking gaze on his opponents. Park Soo-ho silently crept closer, trying not to alert the goblins early, and having come as close as possible, he asked the wolf snidely if he needed help. The wolf's gaze flickered for a moment to the new protagonist, not knowing what to expect from him, and then all the goblins with war cries simultaneously rushed to attack the wolf. But Park Soo-ho didn't plan to stay on the sidelines and just watch what would happen in front of him. With an unpleasant and not at all kind grin, he declared that they were now his game and lunged at the goblins. In a few blows, he swept away all the monsters. They didn't even have time to be surprised, not even to defend themselves. After the goblins were finished with, an information table appeared in front of Park Soo-ho where the class was being searched. A couple of moments and dozens of different signs appeared in front of the perplexed guy, except these weren't the usual standard messages notifying you of a 1 strength increase or anything like that. In front of a Park Soo-ho who didn't understand what was going on, there were signs dangling with a system error message. He waved his hands, dispelling the annoyingly flickering notification. And just in time, as he was just at that moment attacked by several more goblins. The goblins yelled and cackled furiously, hoping to intimidate the enemy, but none of them even managed to swing at such a weak and defenseless-looking man. Park Soo-ho's punches were fast, accurate, and strong, leaving the monsters no chance. He was not going to treat them with ceremony or pity, but methodically and cold-bloodedly got rid of them. One of the monsters tried to escape in fear of being massacred. He started to climb the nearest building, hoping it would help, since normally people aren't accessible. But the goblin couldn't run far, and at some point he realized that he couldn't crawl further. Something was in his way. And Park Soo-ho finished dealing with the rest of the monsters that attacked him and saw the last one who decided to escape. He had no trouble catching up to the monster, even on the wall of the building, and throwing it down with a strong jerk. A goblin, already finally defeated by a human, fell to the pavement. Park Soo-ho jumped down next, softly landing aside another defeated monster. And then another system window appeared in front of him. It notified him of the victory, but again displayed an error. For some reason, the system signaled a fatal error and wrote that it failed to acquire the class ability. The initial bewilderment was quickly replaced by understanding. Park Soo-ho remembered how he had been receiving such notifications of stat boosts since the very first day. But when he developed his body to its fullest potential, such signs practically stopped popping up. He assumed the error was due to a decline in abilities on Earth. And then there was a message about the opening of the achievement store. He had never seen such a message before. Opening this achievement store, Park Soo-ho assumed that he had finally managed to awaken. When the store opened, there were 7 glasses and 2 items. There was nothing else there. With only 7 points, Park Soo-ho was unpleasantly surprised, but he decided to try to purchase the items available in the store. As soon as he chose each of them, a bottle of clean water and a tasty pie immediately materialized in front of him. He was about to leave, but then he noticed a sad whimper. Near the exhausted and wounded wolf, a small snow-white puppy howled and petted pitifully. Park Soo-ho immediately turned around and headed towards the animals. As he came closer, he crouched down beside the brave wolf and his cub. Gently stroking the wolf and looking into its eyes, Park Soo-ho realized that it was dying, but the reasons were not clear, although he assumed it was poison. The exhausted wolf could only sigh and whimper weakly. A surprised Park Soo-ho asked him if he understood about the cub correctly. The wolf whimpered once more, and Park Soo-ho was incredulous as to how he could ask to take care of the cub. But the big wolf had no more strength left. The little cub whimpered again and looked up at the man with sad eyes. Park Soo-ho asked not to look at him like that, but he sighed and muttered that it was also fate. Having resigned himself to the inevitable, he first of all went into the pockets of his jacket, where he had previously stowed the achievements he had received from the store, and he handed the puppy a bun, offering to give him a refreshment and strength. And while the puppy was selflessly chewing on what he had given away, Park Soo-ho returned to the goblins that had been defeated earlier. When he stopped, he counted all the monsters and counted only 7. It wasn't too many, but it wasn't too convenient. because they had to be delivered somehow. Looking up into the dark sky at the clouds floating on it, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Park Soo-ho philosophically stated that he urgently needed a car. The sun was rising over the city. The contrast between the awakening of a new day and the atmosphere of ruin and desolation was strong. But Park Soo-ho was enjoying the peacefulness of the morning and calmly looked at the sun's disk floating out from behind the horizon. He spent the rest of the night seeing off the fallen wolf with honors to gather the goblins in a pile and get some rest. But a new day had arrived. She and the pup had taken a break, and it was time for them to move out. There was the usual excitement of the morning at gate number 27. The military handed out the usual instructions, while impatient drivers shamelessly swore and argued. But suddenly everyone around us started looking out of car windows, trying to figure out what was going on back there. Even the military officer on duty on the roadway was shocked. He stared incredulously at the picture before him. Park Soo-ho was walking past the column of cars wishing to pass through the gate, loaded like a backpack with goblin. A white puppy was loping along beside him. The goblins were carelessly tied together in one compact pile. The drivers marveled at the way the monsters were tied up, and how the guy had managed to catch them alone. Even the military man looked at the calmly walking guy with widened eyes, and wasn't sure if the man in front of him was human. After handing over the loot, Park Soo-ho walked to the administration building and approached the window. The uniformed girl at the computer was busily calculating how much he was due for goblin heliotropes and how much to deduct for care for the puppy. From what she said, Park Soo-ho was interested in a word he didn't know before and asked about heliotropes. In response, the girl showed him a bright, small, gem-like stone and explained that they were taken out of goblin. The price of heliotrope can vary, depending on how much energy is stored inside. You can get about 200,000 won for a demonstrated one. She then paid in cash since he didn't have an account open, and offered to sign up as a mercenary to get more bonuses. Returning from a long trip, Jun-ho stopped by on his way home and said hello to the salesman. The salesman was happy to see him and began to ask why he had not been seen for a long time. Jun-ho told him that he had found a job in delivery. The salesman began to lament how hard Jun-ho worked for money, but he was happy for him. The boy was happy too, despite the dangers of working in the fields. After some small talk, the vendor held out Gongwoo's favorite chocolate bar, and Jun-ho asked for a bottle of soju as well. Back in his truck, Jun-ho got behind the wheel, buckled up, and drove toward home. Joyfully anticipating the imminent meeting with his son, he was singing along contentedly to a musical composition from the radio, and he didn't notice the cab pulling away from the store and following him. Parking the car outside Jun-ho's house, he was already mentally in the apartment. He hurriedly strode towards the house, clutching the shopping bag tightly in his hand, and kept humming something joyfully. Just as suddenly, someone called out loudly to him from behind, and he turned around, frowning his eyebrows. He was immediately punched by one of the big guys behind him before he could even react. The battered man tapped his open palm with a rubber truncheon and mockingly greeted him, and then claimed he thought he had run away and abandoned his son. Park Jun-ho looked at the bandits who had caught him by surprise and tried to crawl away. But these ambos are not spared. The sound of more blows echoed throughout the neighborhood. The leader finally calmed down and sat down on the concrete steps, noticing that Jun-ho had gotten noticeably better looking since they had not seen each other, and then suddenly yelled, accusing him of having to come here several times for nothing in search of a debtor. Jun-ho began to frantically apologize, explaining about work, and pulled out the current month's money from his pocket with interest for late fees. The insolent ringleader mockingly counted the selected bills, brazenly adding travel expenses and dry cleaning to the debt and interest. And in the end, he came to the conclusion that it wasn't enough. I even sadly bemoaned the fact that it wasn't. Park Jun-ho only clenched his fists forcefully in impotent rage, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was cry and apologize. He tried to promise that in 3 days he would get the rest by all means. But the thug suddenly put his baton down on the shoulder of the guy in front of him and yelled about how much interest would accrue in 3 more days. Nodding fearfully, Jun-ho confirmed that he knew everything. The bandit wanted to take a swing and explain what would happen if he was being bullshitted again. But then someone called out loudly to Park Jun-ho. The leader frowned and looked at the one who had interrupted him, and Jun-ho wondered who would be looking for him. A young boy appeared from around the corner, accompanied by a clumsy little puppy with white fur. The bandit who was in charge grinned skeptically, not understanding what kind of jerk had interfered with his showdown with the debtor. But Jun-ho stared at the new actor with such astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost in front of him. or the monster that Park Soo-ho, with his eyes burning with rage and clearly not happy with what he saw, was quite similar to at this moment. Jun-ho shockingly called the man, who appeared as his brother. The bandit frowned and asked again about his brother. Unhurriedly and completely calmly, Park Soo-ho moved closer and crouched down in front of the stunned brother. All three of the bandits also remained still for the time being and watched amazed at the guy's insolence. But Park Soo-ho didn't care about everyone else. He only smiled happily and asked if he was sure that Jun-ho was in front of him. And Jun-ho could not believe that before him, his older brother who disappeared 10 years ago, and did not expect such joy in his eyes. During his school days, he was often bullied and harassed by other kids at school. They demanded his pocket money and would not take his word for it if he said he had nothing, preferring to see for themselves. Usually there was no one to ask for help, because the guys attacked at once as a group and in some secluded place. But several times the older brother happened to be nearby, and it was clearly visible that he noticed the ugly scene and his brother's pitiful situation. When Jun-ho's older brother passed by the dumpsters and asked for help, he didn't react in any way. Park Soo-ho just calmly walked to the bins under the surprised looks of everyone gathered and threw out the trash. And then he turned around and walked back indifferently, ignoring the repeated shouts of the younger man. At that moment, he did not understand the situation and thought that the little one had lost all fear and did not want to help his friend who was in trouble. And Jun-ho had no choice but to beg for her brother's help. Even the bullies were impressed by the warm notes in Jun-ho's voice and his brother's indifference. They even asked if it was his brother. Alas, it was really the older brother, who had never helped him once in his life. And then came the great disaster, which began with a small report of an explosion. Jun-ho was already at home when the news began to broadcast increasingly frightening images of first explosions and then the appearance of monsters. When the doorbell rang, he was very frightened and hoped it was his family returning. He rushed to the front door to open it as quickly as possible. Expecting to see his parents, he jerked open the door and called out to his mom. But behind the threshold stood an anxious aunt and uncle, quite relieved that he was home and well. Jun-ho was alarmed by the worried faces of his aunt and uncle. They were literally in a panic. His aunt said they couldn't reach his parents and asked where his brother was, and his uncle sent him packing. But no one had time to say or do anything else. There was a deafening explosion, and Jun-ho was thrown back into the apartment. He drove with force across the floor and suffered a sprinkling of rocks in his wake. And in the gap left by the corridor and the part of the house behind it were the ugly heads of a strange monster. The bewildered, disoriented, and hurt Jun-ho could only scream in fear when he saw this picture. Attracted by the noise, the monster peered through the breach. It was so huge that only one eye was visible in a hole halfway down the wall. And then a strange light covered the entire street, and the monsters were distracted. Jun-ho survived that day only by some miracle, the only one of the entire family he thought he had. Park Soo-ho looked at his brother and shamefully thought about how indifferent he was to him at that time, because even if his brother disappeared, he wouldn't care. But at that moment, he smiled happily at his living brother, and couldn't help but notice that he had grown up noticeably. Jun-ho looked at his older brother with confusion, still unable to believe he was seeing him. He thought his brother was dead. And suddenly, the touching scene was interrupted by the gang leader, who decided that the meeting had made his debtor completely crazy. Leaning toward Jun-ho, he pointed his baton at Soo-ho, and clarified whether the little guy was really the big brother. Park Soo-ho, who had lost his good mood, was not willing to tolerate such a cavalier attitude. He grabbed the insolent man and hurled him away with all available force without concern for safety. Not expecting the attack, the bandit flipped over himself, hit his head, and flew away. Jun-ho didn't expect this either, and instantly jumped to his feet. He was almost more shocked than his brother. With a clatter, the bandit's body flew into the wooden barrier, knocking it completely off, and finally it fell down, motionless and frozen. The wooden planks and bars of the collapsed fence fell down on top of it. The stunned underlings were shocked at what had happened to their youngnim. Park Soo-ho calmly turned to his brother and asked if he was hurt. He replied that he was fine. Deciding that it was just from surprise and he could handle the insolent Hyungnim's handmaiden, he asked to attack. With a loud yell, he sprang at the not-too-strong-looking guy and kicked him. Park Soo-ho didn't even try to dodge the blow, only turned his head slightly and looked questioningly at the bandit. And the bandit after a moment felt a great pain and wailed now because of it. Everyone except the calm Park Soo-ho looked at the bandit sobbing about his injured leg with bewilderment and shock. The second Hyungnim's second-in-command was dousing himself with sweat and horror, and wondering if this strange fellow could be an awakened man by chance. Unimpressed by the hit-and-run attack, Park Soo-ho demanded that the third bandit come closer. He immediately shook his head negatively, and started to prove that he had nothing to do with it, that he did not hit anyone, and told others not to hit. Then Park Soo-ho simply took out a wad of banknotes from his pocket and put it on the pavement and told him to come and get the money. The only uninjured bandit was confused. He thought he would be maimed too, but certainly not handed the money. Annoyed by the big guy's slowness, Park Soo-ho shouted at him to move and take the data and get out. The bandit jumped up to pick up the money and began to bow and thank him, but Park Soo-ho and the puppy, followed by Jun-ho, were already leaving the alley. It was dark when they reached the house where Jun-ho lived. There were lights in the windows. They were met by an old lady who had yelled at Park Soo-ho the day before when he was trying to find his brother. She looked both boys over carefully in no hurry to let them into the house. Then she asked skeptically if this rude young man was really Jun-ho's brother. He laughingly clarified that it was his older brother. Park Soo-ho, in an attempt to smooth out his first impression, handed his grandmother a bag of beef as a gift. They managed to stop by the store again on the way home. Granny Suk-cha was surprised to see a piece of beef in the bag. She turned around and started to walk up the stairs, grumbling about how she could have said family members sooner. Then she called them to come up too. In the apartment, the first thing the puppy did was run up to the boy sleeping in one of the rooms. He was lying there with his arms spread out funny and sleeping sweetly, not realizing that they had guests. The men sat down next to the baby. Park Soo-ho quietly asked who it was. Jun-ho replied that it was his only treasure and his son's name was Gong-woo. A surprised Park Soo-ho asked what happened to his mother and heard that she had left them as a burden and decided to start a new life. Trailing off, Jun-ho guiltily admitted that it was also his fault because he had absolutely no ability. Wanting to cheer up his brother, Park Soo-ho offered to have a drink and talk. They took out of the refrigerator what they had to eat, poured drinks into shot glasses, and sat down at the table. There was silence for a while, but then Jun-ho excitedly summarized that the brother who had long disappeared without a trace had returned without aging and even awakened. But Park Soo-ho was not in the mood for long conversations, so he drank the contents of his glass and asked how much his brother owed. Jun-ho replied that it was 50 million won, but he nonchalantly waved his hand and said that it was okay. He had found a job and would be able to pay off the debt. My older brother immediately asked what kind of job it was. Jun-ho proudly answered about logistics transportation and talked about how long-distance transportation between cities is dangerous and therefore pays well. Park Soo-ho asked his brother in surprise if the truck was his brother's. He answered honestly that it belonged to the grandmother's son and that he was just borrowing it. The older man immediately wondered if the truck belonged to the old woman's son, then what he was doing now. Jun-ho replied that he died in the Great Disaster and suggested that maybe that's why Grandma is so nice to Gong-woo. At that time, a puppy playing near Gong-woo woke him up. The boy sat up on the bed and was surprised to find the puppy beside him. And then he noticed voices clearly coming from the kitchen. Picking up the puppy, the boy looked out of the room with a loud cry and then ran up to his father. Jun-ho was overjoyed with his son and hugged the little boy tightly, pulling him close to him. Already out of his father's embrace, Gong-woo asked who the man was. He said hello to the uncle introduced to him and asked if he could play with the puppy. Happy to see his nephew, Park Soo-ho immediately allowed them to play. The boy and puppy were pleased with each other's company and immediately began fiddling on the floor. Jun-ho was also happy to see his son laughing. He explained that Gun-woo had been asking for a dog for a long time. After watching the children's fun for a bit longer, Park Soo-ho returned to the interrupted topic and suggested that they work together. Jun-ho also became serious and looked at his brother perplexed, not knowing what he meant. Then Park Soo-ho explained that he would take care of all the work and all Jun-ho would need was a truck. A classy proposal that somehow left a sense of unease, and Jun-ho asked what they would do. With joyful anticipation, Park Soo-ho announced that a monster hunt awaited them. Jun-ho was stunned by this suicidal suggestion in his opinion, and could only exclaim loudly in response. The next day, Park Soo-ho immediately went to the awakening department to register as a mercenary. The same girl behind the counter as the day before was amazed that he had managed to raise his stats in just a day, and congratulated him on his awakening registration. She gave him a card that said he was an F-class druid, and told him he could use it to open an account and make credit transactions. After all the paperwork was done, she handed him a box with a brand new phone, and explained that it was a gift in honor of the registration. She also recommended downloading the Awaken Management app, so that the mercenary exam schedule and hunting information would be available. The girl also explained to him that if he accumulated spatial energy, he could rise to E-class and then get a pension and other benefits. At the end of the briefing, she clarified if he knew how to open the status bar since a recent system bug had changed part of the interface. After listening to Park Soo-ho's explanation, he immediately opened the very mentioned status bar and scrutinized the information provided. The graphs of the stats alarmed him. Most of the stats were at a good level, but a few stood out as very low. At that time, Jun-ho was at work. He was driving his truck on another trip, The phone rang from an unfamiliar contact, but it was his brother. He was very excited that he had a cell phone. He assumed that he had registered for the awakening and congratulated him. Then Jun-ho reported that he too would be on the spot soon. He only had one last delivery to make, and then he would come straight over. Excited by his brother's progress, he tried to return to the previous topic and asked about the mercenary exam. Park Soo-ho said sternly that the debt must be paid first and everything else later. Jun-ho also became serious and thought about the fact that if his brother still had F-class, it would be a bit hard to deal with monsters for now. But Park Soo-ho didn't even listen to the end of it and hung up. Jun-ho's bewilderment was great. He could not believe that it was really his brother, so much so that his character had changed. And Park Soo-ho logged into the app and saw a notification for a reward on the monsters near Namyaju Gate, and decided that it wasn't a bad place to start either. There was a jam of cars at gate number 77. The drivers were shouting loudly to hurry each other, and the military at the entrance. Many saw the information about the award, and rushed to get to the game before anyone else to get it. Among them was Guild Leader Sala's car with his assistant and recruits. While standing in traffic in front of the gate, all 3 young recruits were shaking in the back seat of the car and praying. The assistant leader Han Sang-jin looked at the pale boys and asked them why they were trembling. He reminded them that if they passed this mission in the dungeon, they would become official members of the Scylla Guild's strike force. The assistant, satisfied that the boys had promised to do their best and had cheered up a little, looked at the leader, but he didn't say a word. He frowned, thinking about the fact that there was no use for brats who were incapable of anything but wanted a pension and hid behind their parents' backs. The military officer at the checkpoint shouted to the next person who wanted to pass. A young boy stood in front of him. The military man raised his head from the monitor out of surprise and did not immediately think of what to ask. In plain clothes and without any equipment or gear, Pa Soo-ho looked unusual against the background of the vehicles loaded with equipment and people. The military man even asked if he had come alone, just in case. But then he pulled himself together in order to put the card to the reader. Park Soo-ho immediately did as told and took out a card and attached it to the data reader. The military officer immediately double-checked the given one and asked if the Class F materialization ability and Park Soo-ho's name were correct. Already releasing the strange guy, he reminded of the restrictions on entering the field and the categorical prohibition to enter the dungeons. Supervisor Kang Min-hyuk watched from the car window as a young boy walked alone into the gate. The boy walked calmly, confident and free. He had nothing on him at all, and he walked through the tunnel at a measured pace. The military men were also looking at the guy, forgetting their duties. They were surprised that the guy was going into the field alone and without any uniform. Someone in the military suddenly remembered that, according to the description, it was this guy who had single-handedly caught 7 goblins outside the 27th gate the previous day. Kang Min-hyuk continued to frown at the strange guy, wondering who it was. Now his assistant noticed something wrong. Han Sang-jin's jaw literally dropped as he realized how fucked up that guy was for going out into the field without any equipment or weapon. Here, the military personnel died down, and one of them approached them, apologizing for the delay. As soon as they were allowed to pass, Kang Min-hyuk suddenly ordered them to go. Not immediately realizing what the matter was, Han Sang-jin was rewarded with his one loud command to drive after the guy. But then he got his bearings and finally accelerated, hoping to catch up with the boy. He was already coming out of the tunnel. The car sped off and instantly sped through the tunnel under the wall. At the end of the tunnel, I had to make a sharp turn following the guy who had turned there. The leader frowned, perplexed. Han Sang-jin was confused, and the recruits were terrified now from the abrupt maneuvers. Thinking that they should have caught up with the strange guy by now, they looked out of the windows of the stopped car. There was not a soul around. Han Sang-jin even opened the window and looked down, wondering where the guy could have gone. And only the leader Kang Min-hyuk suddenly became extremely happy, assuming that he had found a very large fish. Park Soo-ho, unaware of the interest that his person had aroused, just immediately broke into a run as soon as he came out of the tunnel and turned aside. Running was one of the first skills he took to a high level in that strange world. It was useful from every angle, no matter how you looked at it. That's why he decided to test himself and carried on at all possible speed. But something was obviously wrong. He was exhausted pretty quickly, and soon he had to stop to catch his breath. The condition of the body left a lot to be desired, and it was very strange and alarming. With a slight puff of breath, Park Soo-ho called up the status bar and looked at the characteristics again. I had to grudgingly state that he needed to train again. And then, through the rumbling of a heart that still hadn't calmed down, voices were heard in my ears. Somewhere nearby, someone was cursing angrily and offering to attack. Park Soo-ho straightened up warily and listened. It looked like a stabbing was going on nearby. As he listened to hear the voices, he heard more threats. The echoes made it hard to pinpoint the exact side, but he had lived in the forest for 1,000 years and knew how to navigate it. After figuring out which way the scuffle was going, Park Soo-ho smirked anticipatively. A grim triumph was written all over his face. He wasn't going to miss the fight with the awakened beasts, but with the awakened one. But first we had to scout and assess the situations, little who was for whom, and what was really going on. To do so, Park Soo-ho climbed onto the roof of the nearest building to see all the participants in the conflict. Bloody swords in their hands, soiled clothes, and angry shouts left no doubt that the conflict was no joke. The three sword-wielding men were surrounded by nearly a dozen elements of an obviously banditic appearance. They waved their swords around, cursing and threatening those in the center. After watching for a while, Park Soo-ho realized that despite the loud shouts, the bandits were not eager to fight the obviously more experienced opponents. And then another thug of enormous size began to get out of a blue SUV parked off to the side. Slowly leaving the interior of the car, he quietly reasoned aloud about what he should do with these losers. Everyone involved in the fight froze. The bandits were waiting for orders, while their opponents were trying to figure out who the new protagonist was. The huge-as-a-rock bandit inevitably came closer and grudgingly reprimanded his subordinates that it was not worth it to mess around with just three. Suddenly, the leader of the group surrounded by bandits recognized the leader of the bandits and identified him as Choi Gu-shik, for whom a prize was awarded. Park Soo-ho, who had decided that there was nothing of interest to him, turned around and was about to leave. But the exclamation he heard about the prize for the bandit made him stop and listen again to what was going on down at the gas station. And there, surrounded by bandits, the guys who had been calmly repelling the attacks suddenly started to panic. One of them screamed that it was a C-class robbery runner. Emboldened by the leader's appearance, the bandits began to threaten again. Some were outraged that their Youngnim's name had been spoken so unceremoniously. Overjoyed by his own fame, Choi Gu-shik smugly announced that it was really him, and they were giving him a prize. At the suggestion of catching him, the mercenaries tried to gather themselves to give up their lives. One of them only grumbled in annoyance. Their chief suddenly, in a last hope, asked loudly if they would be released if they laid down their weapon. Choi Gu-shik happily stated that it wouldn't be as much fun then and rushed to attack. Jang Jae-shik tried to say something else about how it wouldn't be necessary if they lowered their weapon. But then one of the surviving panes of glass of the covered part of the parking lot shattered, and Park Soo-ho jumped down. He carefully landed on his feet without taking his hands out of his pockets right in front of the mercenaries and blocked Choi Gu-shik's path. He stopped in bewilderment and looked around at the obstacle in front of him. The mercenaries frowned in bewilderment, having no idea what to expect now, but they were in no hurry to relax. But the other bandits were shocked and confused. They didn't want any more trouble. Park Soo-ho calmly stood up after landing and stepped towards Choi Gu-shik. The notorious robber looked disdainfully at the unremarkable kid in front of him and asked where he had come from. But the guy ignored the question and smiled creepily and then asked about the bonus. Choi Gu-shik was even taken aback by such insolence and asked who he even was. But Park Soo-ho again ignored the question and didn't introduce himself. He just called himself a guy who needed money. The bandits around him backed away a little, surprised by the guy's behavior. They began to wonder if he had lost his mind, or if he was just fed up with life. And Choi Gu-shik suddenly burst into loud laughter, thinking it was a good joke. Even the chief in the mercenary group had his face stretched out in surprise. Choi Gu-shik laughed and satisfied that the guy didn't look like someone who could be from the awakening department. Park Soo-ho looked at the bandit questioningly, but he did not explain. Instead, he advised to go on his way, and suddenly his pupil glowed with a red light. It was worth looking into the robber's strange eyes a little longer, and Park Soo-ho's entire body stiffened. He couldn't move a single limb, as if his body were frozen. The mercenaries from Jang Jae-shik's team looked at what was happening with widened eyes and realized that the same thing was waiting for them. And Choi Gu-shik came close to pointing his finger at his eyes and claimed that he had just stared into his eyes for longer than 5 seconds. His eyes lit up again, followed by an explanation that he would no longer be able to move. This explanation made Park Soo-ho frown, as he had never encountered such a thing before. Meanwhile, Choi Gu-shik turned to his subordinates and shouted at them not to stand around and grab the mercenaries. Those satisfied with the way their leader had dealt with the insolent boy enthusiastically rushed to the attack. The 3 mercenaries from the awakening department gathered again and prepared to fight. Park Soo-ho's fist slammed into the jaw of Choi Gu-shik, who was still turned back to his thug. Everyone froze. The robbers stumbled in the middle of the attack and were ready to scatter. The mercenaries almost recoiled and could not understand how it was possible that the guy could move. Choi Gu-shik, who had been hit very hard, didn't realize it either. He looked into the guy's eyes again and was sure he couldn't even move a finger. Park Park Soo-ho smiled widely and snidely suggested that it might be all about magic. The robber had lost all his bravado and nonchalance. He was no longer so confident in his abilities and his invincibility, and Park Soo-ho mockingly asked if he was having fun and swung his fist again. Without having time to deviate, Choi Gu-shik opened his eyes wide, trying to put all his abilities into his gaze. He shouted out an attack, putting maximum strength into the mental shackle strike, and Park Soo-ho froze once again, restrained by someone else's magic and just a little bit short of finishing his punch. With an imperceptible exhale, Choi Gu-shik quickly pulled himself together and sneeringly remarked that the insolent guy was a very unusual type. But he was not going to wait for trouble, or even pity the young man who had meddled in the wrong business, and pulled out a knife from his belt. Immediately attacking the so far defenseless enemy, he declared that on seeing the enemy, one must attack. But he was struck in the face by a knee and recoiled at Park Soo-ho's snide comment about whether the bandit had anything other than mental shackles. Swinging and striking again, he asked if Choi Gu-shik could use something else. The one tried to shout his attack again, but didn't have time to finish again, getting hit in the jaw with a fist. And then followed another hail of blows that did not allow the robber not only to open his mouth, but even to think about something. Park Soo-ho calmly disarmed the huge bandit without any pity, and when he realized he couldn't fight back, he grabbed him by the jacket and threw the one over himself, no longer wanting to get his hands dirty on. Not very strong in appearance, he tossed the seemingly unliftable carcass away. Choi Gu-shik flew straight into the window of a storefront, demolishing it with his body. There was a clink of glass. The shop window shattered in a hail of splinters, and the robber's body disappeared into the depths of the room. Not the slightest bit out of breath, Park Soo-ho contemptuously called the weighty defeated bandit a lowlife. The mercenaries, who were watching with their mouths open, were shocked by the ease with which the guy defeated Choi Gu-shik. Park Soo-ho turned around after dealing with the ringleader, as the other bandits surrounded him uncertain. He looked around at the crowd and asked if they wanted to fight too. The bandits shook their heads in the negative, struggling to hold their weapons. Park Soo-ho commanded them to stand near the column, and they all dropped their weapons and rushed to the location. And he turned to the mercenaries and asked if any of them had a cable. Commander Jang Jae-shik didn't immediately understand, but then he realized the point and immediately offered his help. Standing over the kneeling bandits of the robbery gang, Park Soo-ho looked at them with a glance, considering what to do with them. He asked what the bonus was for them, but everyone began to assure him that they were not getting anything like that and were being threatened. Hearing that he alone would be enough to make them rich and that they had nothing to do with it, Choi Gu-shik, who was already tied up, panted indignantly. Observing such a blatant betrayal, he hardly shed tears and could only swear, and then caustically suggested that they should also say that he dragged them by force and forced them to rob and profit. Hearing the last line, Park Soo-ho turned around and was surprised that the bandit was already awake, and the cowardly subordinates of the robbery gang hysterically shouted for Choi Gu-shik to shut up and that he should be in jail. Park Soo-ho thoughtfully looked at the rabble in front of him and said that he didn't need them then. The bandits nodded enthusiastically. Tired of watching this idiocy, the commander of the mercenary squad hurriedly intervened and assured that all of them were criminals and each of them was entitled to a bonus. Everyone in the gang of bandits tried in a panic to convince the guy that it wasn't like that at all, and they were just a useless rabble. Smirking, Choi Gu-shik asked if he was discouraged by the laws of the city. At this remark, Park Soo-ho turned around again and gave the big guy a displeased look. The gang leader took this as an interest and tried to build on the success by telling them that here, outside the city, there is real freedom. Without fully listening to the offer to let go and then live as a king, Park Soo-ho indifferently kicked the bandit in the face, suggesting that he sleep. One kick was enough to leave the perpetrator unconscious again. With that, he turned to the rest of the gang again and looked them over, then checked with Jang Jae-shik, and he confirmed that most of them are also criminals and they get a bonus for them. Disappointed that their play had failed and the deception had failed, the bandits sank down. Only there were a lot of them, and Park Soo-ho wondered how he would be able to take them all, so the group commander suggested loading the whole company into their car. The young man methodically led the gang out of the formation, despite their cries. After loading everyone into the car, they drove towards the city. It was already evening when they got on the highway. The trunk was tightly packed with the bound bandits along with their ringleader. In the car, a conversation ensued, and Commander Jang Jae-shik thanked Park Soo-ho for his help. He politely replied that he had just happened to be in the neighborhood. The other members of the group sitting in the back immediately joined in the thanks, and insisted that they had survived solely because of his intervention. Park Soo-ho indifferently agreed to let it be, but he was thinking of something else. After a bit of silence, he asked what superpowers Jang Jae-shik had, and he listed that he possessed the sword arts of chasing and scouting. 3 skills at once surprised Park Soo-ho, The mercenary explained that one skill was his as an awakened, and the other two he had acquired from the skill book. This news that magic can be learned with a skill book got me thinking. The mercenary looked at his interlocutor in surprise, amazed that he didn't know about the skill book. And Park Soo-ho suddenly remembered Choi Gu-shik's attack with his mental shackles, and thought that at least one magic combat technique should be mastered. And then something strange caught his attention outside the car window. In the midst of the ruins of the city against the sunset sky, an unusual glow spilled out in a hemisphere. The car was just coming out from behind the trees, and the phenomenon became clearly visible. Park Soo-ho immediately checked with his more experienced companions to see if it was a portal. The mercenary commander confirmed that this is indeed a portal. It leads to a low-level dungeon of rank 1. That's where they were originally going. Looking at the picture before him, Park Soo-ho regretted that they were going to the wrong place now, and said that they would have to visit when the license was available. Jang Jae-shik couldn't believe his ears, and asked if he didn't already have it. Park Soo-ho indifferently shrugged and confirmed that not yet. The squad leader's eyes wide open with shock had to be seen. He thought about the fact that when the portal opens, the first to attack are the military units, after which only small monsters remain in the field. To get into low-level dungeons of the first rank, experience points must reach E-class, and with the help of monster hunting, you can increase your level. And for this, you need to go to the second rank dungeon, where the monsters are stronger, and you can absorb more spatial energy. But in this case, if a newcomer has not even passed these levels and has not been in a dungeon of the first rank, he could not defeat a C-class ranker. Seeing the shock on the mercenary's face, Park Soo-ho interrogated the reason for this surprise. The mercenary at first hesitated, but then apologized and clarified what class he had. Park Soo-ho replied indifferently that he had an F class. The three mercenaries shrieked in surprise, and the one driving the car almost lost control. Park Soo-ho chuckled at this surprise, but he decided to take the opportunity to voice his request. Jang Jae-shik didn't know what to expect from this strange guy, but he still looked at him questioningly, and the portal was bustling with activity. Military equipment and some troops were standing around. Suddenly, the outline of a dark human-like figure appeared in the light of the portal, and out came the unharmed head of the Skulla Mercenary Guild, Kang Min-hyuk, and 4 injured members of his group followed him out. The older man supported and comforted one of the newcomers. Here whimpered in pain, unable to endure the agony of the damage he had received. Coming out of the portal, Han Sang-jin immediately started calling for the military doctor. Watching the hustle and bustle around him, Kang Min-hyuk began to complain about the fact that they were giving out mercenary licenses to everyone. Han Sang-jin tried to calm the leader by reminding him that the current situation in the guild was not the best. But such excuses only made Kang Min-hyuk even more angry, causing him to grit his teeth and swear. He really knew very well that the kids of rich parents preferred to pay a broker who would get a live monster and let them carve it up. And after taking a bus of mercenaries with whom they brazenly went on a mission in the dungeons to raise their level. In the end, team members simply became cannon fodder, and such rich majors officially joined guild. All this damn corruption was pissing Kang Min-hyuk off. Han Sang-jin tried to distract his superiors and suggested going out for a soju, but Kang Min-hyuk ignored him, and instead looked around and wondered why the surroundings of the dungeon that would soon disappear were in such a mess. Seeing the familiar capital, he headed in his direction and called out to the man. Kang Min-hyuk came closer and asked what had happened. Captain Jang said that they had caught 10 bandits, and boasted that there was even a C-class ranker named Choi Gu-shik among them that everyone has probably heard of. Chief Kang Min-hyuk was quite surprised that such a notorious gangster was caught. He assumed there was a high-class rancher in the field, but the captain laughed and said that the one caught by the F-class guy didn't even have a mercenary's license. Such a thing was unthinkable and almost impossible, so Leader Kang immediately decided to clarify the detail. Captain Jang explained that according to eyewitnesses, he just caught him, and he listed all the injuries Choi Gu-shik had been brought in with in detail. The astonished Kang Min-hyuk immediately thought of the strange guy he had seen at the gate this morning for some reason. He immediately demanded to know where the guy was. Capital mumbled confusedly that he had just entered the portal. Kang Min-hyuk turned around, and without explaining anything, he ran towards the portal. His assistant remained in place trying to figure out what had happened and where the leader had run to. And Kang Min-hyuk wanted to see the results of the clash with his own eyes and thought that if he was right, he had never met such a high level before. He ran toward one of the military vans where the observation post was supposed to be located and called out to the dispatcher. He was in such a hurry and shouting so loudly that it caused bewilderment to the surrounding military. The dispatcher was also quite surprised by the haste of the head of Khan and said hello and clarified what the matter was. And Kang Min-hyuk started asking if the guy who caught Choi Gu-shik had entered the portal now and what the door number was. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho and his new partner were looking around where the portal had taken him. He was extremely pleased that this time there were no painful sensations and that the equipment he had been given temporarily was still with him. The mercenary said it was impossible to go through the portal with ordinary items. This one is made of materials from the dungeon, and although it looks simple, it is expensive. Park Soo-ho noticed the glow behind him and turned around questioningly. Where they had just come from, the rectangle-shaped portal continued to glow evenly. Jang Jae-shik immediately explained that it was called a door, in an analogy everyone could understand. The portal they entered contained such doors leading to 38 dungeons. They entered dungeon number 24, and then there was an incomprehensible swirl in place of the portal, and then the door began to disappear, until the entrance to the dungeon disappeared altogether. The mercenary immediately reassured me by explaining that after the dungeon was cleared, the door would open again. Park Soo-ho thoughtfully asked if clearing the area meant just killing everyone here. His partner replied that it was enough to catch the strongest. Satisfied with the prospect of a proper hunt, Park Soo-ho stretched a little and asked him to wait at the spot while he raced back and forth. Jang Jae-shik didn't understand what the phrase that he should just wait meant and wanted to clarify. But Park Soo-ho wouldn't even listen to anything, and had already run off to hunt. He took off from the place with such speed that the mercenary, who was not expecting a trick, was almost blown away by the airway. He was incredibly amazed, but thought the request to stay was a joke. On the other hand, as he reasoned, the guy had managed to catch Choi Gu-shik, who had a C grade, so he would be able to clear this rank 1 dungeon as well. But then Jang Jae-shik remembered that this strange guy didn't even have any skills, including the intelligence skill. He felt sick to his stomach at the thought that even if he cleared everything, how would he be able to find the location of the door? And that's why the mercenary immediately took off after the guy who ran away. If he was imprisoned in the dungeon, he would disappear with the portal. At the same time, the dispatcher in the observation room was notified that door number 24 had closed. He immediately told Kang Min-hyuk about it, not knowing what to expect from it, and Leader Kang frowned and swore foully through his teeth. The forest might even seem peaceful and beautiful, despite the gloomy atmosphere, but the pack of goblins roaming around here was not a place to relax and enjoy nature. Suddenly, something alerted the goblins, and they grinned and looked around questioningly. But one of the goblins suddenly received a strong blow before he even realized what had happened. The other 2 monsters were still just trying to deal with the situation as the swift blows got to them as well. One of them flew to one side from a sharp jolt and then fell silent. Another was spun at high speed and thrown into a completely different one. Park Soo-ho picked up a short sword that had been dropped by one of the goblins and examined the weapon, which was of good quality. Even he had to check every goblin and get all the heliotropes he could find. The smell from the goblins was not the most pleasant, and the job was not very clean, but there was nowhere to go. In the end, Park Soo-ho found a rather large heliotrope gleaming beautifully in the dim light. Unfortunately, only one of them had a heliotrope. But it was not too frustrating, because we had already managed to make a decent profit thanks to the prize. Right now, it was important to raise your level and stats first and foremost. The mercenary who was chasing Park Soo-ho picked up his trail and came to the scene of the fight with the monsters. The entire clearing was littered with defeated goblins and their weapons. Carefully making his way between the defeated monsters, the mercenary could not believe that one man could defeat so many goblins. Applying the intelligence skill, he tried to track down where Park Soo-ho was now. Having decided on the direction of his search, he darted off in the right direction. And Park Soo-ho was studying the menu of his achievements after fighting another pack of monsters. With the 102 points he had, he could acquire 2 sills. The only thing left to do was to choose between taming the beast and summoning the tree spirit. Already about to choose to tame the beast, he suddenly felt an attack from above. Calmly, he turned around and assessed the 2 more goblins that had attacked unexpectedly. It didn't take long to get off the offensive line and in turn attack. A few blows, and both monsters defeated scattered in different directions, just like the ones that tried to attack the first 2. Not all the goblins had been neutralized yet, but the information boards with the number of achievement points were already flashing in front of my eyes. And with the last defeated monster came a notification of a level up, except that another virtual pop-up appeared next. It was again an annoying fatal error, and also something about extra synchronization. Only then was it possible to open the status bar and see information about his own level and characteristics. Park Soo-ho was very pleased that for the most part the scores went up noticeably. After studying the offered assortment once more, he decided to first purchase the wood spirit skill for 100 points. After selecting the right tree spirit summon, he waited to see what would happen next. A ball of bright eye-cutting glow immediately formed in front of him, and then turned into a small tree fairy with wings made of leaves. And Park Suho recognized her. When he first saw her in the jungle, he thought she was just an unusual firefly, and it turned out to be a tree spirit, and now he could use her help. So he immediately asked to find the remaining goblins in the dungeon. The tree fairy immediately rushed away deep into the forest to fulfill the task. With a glowing ball, she scoured and scanned the area and relayed the information to Park Suho. But the way and speed with which the spirit read and transmitted the memory of trees and herbs did not please him. It seemed to be because he was low level. Calling up the status bar again, Park Suho went to skills. He familiarized himself with the entire list and acquired the scouting and tracking skills with the remaining points. The acquired abilities had to be put to the test immediately. So he crouched down, put his palm on the ground, and tried to focus. Afterward, he summoned the skill of exploration and listened to his senses. The information he received wasn't quite clear, and he decided to check the area again. The tracking skill I had just acquired came in handy for that. After figuring out how it worked, he saw information about the goblins that had already died, and then something else not quite understood yet due to lack of experience with the new ability. Turning toward the incomprehensible sensations, he listened to himself again. Finally, Park Suho realized that it was a goblin, which immediately caused an anticipatory smile. He tore through the forest toward where he sensed the goblin's presence. Anticipation drove the race forward, and the run was fast, but quite short. Running out to a pile of rocks, Park Suho carefully climbed them to look around. The picture before him was not quite what he had expected to see. At the foot of the rocks, his temporary partner, Chang Jae-shik, was pounced upon and tried to kill by a goblin different from the rest of his brethren. Squatting on top of Park Suho, watched for a while, and then asked what the mercenary was doing. He was glad to see him, and even smiled as he continued to hold the goblin's blade to his face. Park Suho immediately reprimanded him, and clarified that he had warned him that he would hunt alone. Chang Jae-shik confusedly remarked that he was the one being hunted, not him. With a chuckle, Park Suho interrogated if that was really the case, and didn't even think to change his relaxed posture or move from his seat. The goblin increased the pressure, and the mercenary had no time to fight to keep the weapon away from it. Realizing that his strength was exhausted and he couldn't cope on his own, Chang Jae-shik called for help. Hearing a suspicious noise or sensing danger, the goblin turned around. He even had time to react and insert the shield that was hovering before, which the attacking Park Suho landed on. But a heavy blow knocked the goblin off the mercenary and tossed him aside. The monster managed to slow its movement to its feet and pick up the shield it had released. He prepared to attack, but he was unable to repel Park Suho's attack, and from the impact of his knees, he flew into the stone wall, losing both his blade and shield. Clutching the short sword he had picked up after the first clash with the goblins, Park Suho attacked again. The monster tried to cough and get out of the dent in the wall it had hit, but his opponent was already close by. Park Suho pushed off and flew up and forcefully delivered a final blow with the clenched trophy blade. At this point, a pop-up box appeared with a message about another level up. And then he received another notification that he had received 120 achievement points. Park Suho even marveled at what a storehouse of points he had gotten. The mercenary who was observing this literal lightning battle could not find words. Satisfied with the hunt, Park Suho glanced at Chang Jae-shik and snidely asked if the door would open now. He had already come to his senses and was smiling enthusiastically. When he realized what had been asked, he immediately confirmed that the door would have to open. Finished with clearing the dungeon, they returned to the starting point, and indeed found an open portal there. Their appearance surprised the military personnel there as they passed by. The dispatcher and one of the military men looked at each other and asked if this was the guy who had caught Choi Gu-shik and whom Chief Kang was looking for. Dispatch recalled that the supervisor had asked to be notified if this guy showed up. The trooper couldn't figure out why. Curious, the dispatcher sat down at the control panel and looked at the dungeon's occupancy data. He was struck by the time of the sweep. After leaving the portal, Chang Jae-shik hurriedly excused himself to join the other members of his team, but promised to keep in touch. Park Suho praised him and told him that he would leave the borrowed equipment in the storage room. It didn't take long to find the vault and change, and he was quickly free. But coming out of the storage room, all Park Suho could think about was how hungry he was for the day. And then he looked up and noticed a stranger standing in front of him. He said hello as if they had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time Park Suho had seen him. The stranger introduced himself as the leader of the 27th Strike Unit of the Sila Guild and asked for a moment to talk to him. They went to a small cafe in the same building and ordered coffee and sat down by the window. Supervisor Kang held out his business card, showing his place of employment. He immediately offered to join their guild, and as an attraction, he mentioned the possibility of getting into a better environment for development. But Park Soo-ho put aside his business card, indifferently sipped from his cup of coffee and refused. Kang Min-hyuk frowned perplexedly. He definitely didn't expect to hear a rejection from a simple young man. He thought it was nonsense because he couldn't just reject the guild's offer right away. And then he thought he was just trying to get his money's worth. Pulling himself together, Leader Kang tried again, and suggested that if he was already a member of some guild, they would send him an official invitation. Park Soo-ho, still calmly sipping his coffee, replied that he was not a member of anything. Kang Min-hyuk boasted that their guild was ranked 4th in the top, although he added that the ranking between the leading guilds was almost meaningless. Under the offer to provide better conditions, regardless of whether he had already received invitations or not, Park Soo-ho put down the glass on the table with a clatter. And afterwards he explained that there were no invitations. He just doesn't like to be under anyone's leadership. Kang Min-hyuk's bewilderment and surprise was visible to the naked eye. After finishing his meaningless conversation, Park Soo-ho went home. When he returned and went inside, there was no Jun-ho or Gong-woo in the house. But just in case, he checked with the old lady hostess to see if they had returned. He didn't want to sit inside in such nice weather, so he settled on the roof and wondered what a good time father and son must be having. Granny Suk-cha, who was passing by with a basin of laundry, asked him why he was lying here. In response, Park Soo-ho cheerfully suggested that she try to lie down too, since the weather was perfect for a nap. Granny Suk-cha grumpily said that she had no time to do it. Can't he see she's hanging laundry? Park Soo-ho stood up and went over to help her. The grandmother immediately grumbled and told him to straighten what he was hanging. After being quiet for a while, Grandma Suk-cha suddenly decided to inquire curiously if he was really Gong-woo's dad's older brother, and Park Soo-ho admitted that he is, and he is really, his brother. Then the grandmother grinned and clarified whether his old age was going in the opposite direction. Park Soo-ho made a serious face and sighed, and grudgingly remarked that he had aged a lot over time. Granny snorted in response. Park Soo-ho smiled and said that it was true. The old lady then admitted that if there was so much confusion around, why not? Granny Suk-cha suddenly and sadly advised him to live a life where his family would no longer worry about him, not to be frivolous, and to take care of his health. Park Soo-ho looked at the old woman, who was worried about those she cared about. When he was done with the laundry, he assured his grandmother that everything would be fine, and he wasn't going to die easily. She snorted, thinking he was an arrogant asshole. At that moment, Jun-ho and Gong-woo approached the house. The man immediately asked where his brother was. Grandma Suk-cha was very happy with them and advised them to go up to the roof. Father and son took her advice and climbed the stairs to the top of the stairs where Park Soo-ho was found. Once everyone had said hello to each other, and Jun-ho sat down next to him, Park Soo-ho placed an envelope between them. Jun-ho, with incomprehension, immediately clarified what it was and why. In response, Park Soo-ho said, "There's 50 million won and asked to pay the debt." Listening to his brother, Jun-ho couldn't believe his ears and looked at the speaker with all his eyes. When he picked up the envelope with the money, he was speechless. He had no idea that such a large amount of money could be raised so quickly. But Park Soo-ho wouldn't listen and told him to leave so that he could return quickly and they could all eat dinner together. A distraught Jun-ho didn't know how he could repay his brother for his help. Park Soo-ho was watching his nephews fiddling with the puppy at this moment and advised him to talk less and walk faster. The younger brother stood up and actually went to the exit, furtively wiping away the tears that had come to his eyes with his sleeve. Then Park Soo-ho cheerfully called out to his brother while he was still on the roof. Jun-ho turned around expectantly, not knowing what else to expect from the unpredictable elder. And the man smiled cheerfully and asked if he still had money left for meat and soju. Laughing happily, Jun-ho nodded and confirmed that they were staying. He promised to come back quickly and asked him to keep an eye on Gong-woo in the meantime. When Jun-ho left, Park Soo-ho watched Gong-woo and the puppy frolicking for a while and decided to see what the status bar had to say about the puppy. And it said that the object follows the user and a name was suggested. Park Soo-ho immediately asked thoughtfully what to name the puppy. When he stopped in front of Uncle Gong-woo, he immediately suggested that he name him Snowball. Park Soo-ho really liked the name and agreed to name the puppy that. The puppy sitting in front of him and wagging its tail became named in the system as Snowball. Satisfied with his pet's nickname, Gong-woo threw a ball and told Snowball to fetch it, marveling at how fast he was. And when the puppy returned, the ball praised him and began teaching him other commands as well. The sun was almost hidden behind the horizon and Jun-ho still hadn't returned. Gongwoo had long since gotten tired of playing. Now he was lying there with his arms spread and whimpering about how hungry he was, wondering why Daddy was gone for so long. Park Soo-ho also thought that his brother had been gone too long, but suddenly there was the sound of a truck pulling up. Indeed, when looking down from the roof, a parked truck once belonging to the landlady's son was visible, and some uncertain and unsteady footsteps were heard in the courtyard. Park Soo-ho and Gong-woo came down the outside stairs from the roof to the courtyard. The boy was overjoyed at his father's return and ran with all his legs to meet him. But Jun-ho, who had appeared from the shadows, was holding himself upright from the last of his strength and was all battered. The boy was very much afraid for his father and hesitantly froze before he reached him. Jun-ho faintly called his son's name and fell down unconscious. Little Gong-woo immediately ran towards his daddy, lying on the pavement. Park Soo-ho stood still for a moment, clenching his teeth angrily so as not to tear the place apart and scare the boy. It was dark all around. There were almost no lights burning in the windows of the apartment building. Only the windows of the instant loan office glowed brightly from inside. In the office itself, the boss and his assistant were discussing some business at the desk. The guards were playing cards in their armchairs. Supervisor Kim Jong-soo asked the employee how things were going this week, and the employee scrupulously reported everything he thought was important. Then they discussed next week's upcoming competition, and the assistant admitted that the guys at the cafe were obsessed with one of the contestants. The boss once again clarified that there would be no problems like the ones that had occurred the last time he had watched the match. And then there was a noise, and something crashed loudly into the closed front doors. All the people present stopped what they were doing and became alarmed. Kim Jong-soo's boss immediately yelled, asking what the sounds were coming from outside, and commanded the guards to quickly check it out. The head of the guards immediately followed his commands. But before the guards could do anything, the doors slowly creaked open. In the doorway appeared the figure of one of the guards who were on duty in the lobby of the office. Everyone frowned incomprehensibly and froze, scrutinizing. When the guard came into the light, it was obvious that he was wounded. He barely mumbled something about them being in trouble. Then another silhouette became visible in the darkness behind him. A hand grabbed the man's hair and pulled him back. At the same moment, the guard with a shriek disappeared again. In the darkness, only shoes and flashed. All the guards inside were stunned. No one could figure out what the hell that was all about. And then it slowly dawned on them that they were under attack. In a rage, some of them rushed to the door to deal with, but no one made it. Suddenly, the body of their comrade flew back, knocking down those who were running for the exit. All together, they collapsed backwards, knocking over each other's pedestal tables and other things in the office. Those who had managed to bounce away, or who were standing still, immediately grabbed their weapons and stared threateningly toward the doorway. There was an unpleasant pressurized silence outside the door, and in the lighted part of the office everyone froze. Only the breathing and fumbling of the injured could be heard. A couple more tense moments, and then glowing eyes showed in the darkness of the doorway, and into the light pouring from the room, someone began to leisurely step out. At the same time, the unknown man's hand effortlessly crumpled the metal of the cabinet standing next to the entrance, and fully entered the room. Park Soo-ho lifted the heavy metal cabinet above his head with one hand. Everyone present froze, stunned. Cussing was heard. And then the cabinet flew sharply into the cluster of guards, scattering them like skittles. No one had time to bounce. Some of the guards got a rain of glass from the windows, shattered by some object bouncing into them. The glass table around which the chairs stood, and where the stunned guards and the cabinet had fallen, had also shattered and injured some. Those who were not immediately swept away and were able to stand on their feet were hit by Park Soo-ho's blows. He didn't think of restraining himself by pre-sentencing anyone who harmed his brother. One of the guys in the suits was unlucky, and his body grazed one of the still intact windows. After pacifying the last fluttering guard, Park Soo-ho leisurely looked around. Director Kim Jong-soo was dousing himself with sweat and watching the unfamiliar young man's actions with great apprehension. Park Soo-ho slowly walked over to the table where the chief and his assistant were sitting. Those out of fear hadn't even taken any action earlier and weren't even going to twitch now. Watching the guy approach Kim Jong-soo through his teeth, quietly asked the subordinate if he knew him. He tentatively suggested that the boy looked like an awakened man. He remembered something and tried to explain, but didn't have time. Park Soo-ho, who had come closer, shoved the heavy table with his foot, pushing it close to the racks along the wall. Both men immediately squealed. Crushed by the table, the guy's leg continued to hold. Some things and appliances fell off the table. The monitor crashed and went out when the wire was unplugged. Letting go of the table, Park Soo-ho jumped up and landed squatting right on top of the freed subordinate cowered in the corner, howling in pain. And Park Soo-ho clarified who he was talking to. The boss responded by confirming that he was indeed Kim Jong-soo, and then he suddenly got brave and in turn asked who the guy was. Park Soo-ho didn't introduce himself. He took out an envelope of money from his pocket, threw it on the table, and said that he was the one who was paying off Park Joon-ho's debt. The mention of Joon-ho made Kim Jong-soo angry, and he finally dared him to grimace and call him a lowlife. And then he tried to push and asked if an awakened man could beat up a good citizen, and added that he would never get away with it. Park Soo-ho remained silent in response, and simply looked at the man in front of him. The man was perplexed by this reaction. Suddenly, Park Soo-ho slapped Kim Jong-soo's face and asked him how he dared to treat the guy who came to return the debt like that. The next spanking was followed by a reminder that Kim Jong-soo was to be thanked for coming back, long and quietly bid farewell. A few more slaps, and the greedy collector lost all the impudence he had gathered in his fist. He was ready to whimper and tried to call for help, at least someone. Before another slap, Park Soo-ho stopped his hand mid-swing and clarified whether the money issue was closed or whether he needed to continue persuading. Convinced by the power of such arguments, Kim Jong-soo stammered through tears and said that he would close everything down. After that, all the waking up subordinates led by their boss, Park Soo-ho, kneeled down in front of him and sat on the table. All together, they loudly promised that from now on, Mr. Park Joon-ho's accounts payable are paid off. Wanting to teach them a lesson, Park Soo-ho growled that he couldn't hear, and one should repeat louder. Then the defeated again shouted that, from now on, Mr. Park Joon-ho's accounts payable have been repaid. In response, Park Soo-ho harshly promised them unpleasant consequences if he saw them again, and advised them to avoid it as much as possible. Everyone pledged their promises to do just that and bowed their heads. They froze as Park Soo-ho looked around them and leisurely left the room. Kim Jong-soo bowed as well, listening intently to the footsteps receding and fading into the distance. But as soon as he took his eyes off the floor and lifted his head, it was clear that he harbored hatred for such humiliation. Only when the echo of the footsteps of the crazy guy who had turned the place upside down had died down in the distance did one of the guards risk stating the fact that he had left. But Kim Jong-soo was in no hurry to get up, cherishing the hatred inside and anticipating how he would deal with this guy and Joon-ho because he had a patron. In the tall Sela Guild building across the street, lights were burning in many windows. The head of one of her strike units was racing down the corridor toward the personnel management office. Running inside the office with the door banging against the wall with a thud, Kang Min-hyuk called out to the deputy manager from the doorstep and said that it was important. He was not happy about the visit and said he was tired, but Kang Min-hyuk enthusiastically offered to look at something and tapped on the keyboard. In the database, he quickly found a file on Park Soo-ho, turned the monitor around, and said that he had discovered this newcomer just recently. Deputy Park read the lines. He was surprised that the guy was only F-class, and yet he had only registered as an awakened person today. Supervisor Khan enthusiastically confirmed that therefore such a thing is even more amazing, and then asked to discover the history of this guy's activity. Deputy Pak ostentatiously complained, but went into the story. However, all files were classified and access was denied. Both of them stared at the monitor in surprise, not expecting that access to information about a simple, though strange guy could be forbidden. Deputy Park stared at the inscription and scowled, asking who this guy was. Kang Min-hyuk asked if he could bypass the system. Puck's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard in an attempt to penetrate the hidden files. It didn't take too much time, and everything was successfully opened. Kang Min-hyuk and the deputy manager immediately leaned closer to the screen and read through the files that opened. After familiarizing himself with the materials, Deputy Park exhaled in amazement, wondering aloud at the guy's history of activity, and clarified whether he was definitely F-rank, and then suddenly wondered why the personal history was closed in the first place. After all, this guy isn't even a member of any guild. Kang Min-hyuk also thought about it. They assumed that there must be something else about him. Supervisor Kang Min-hyuk suggested testing the skills of an awakened person, but checking this information only added more questions. The skills included materialization, and the available items were only water and bread. Kang Min-hyuk frowned as he glared at the stingy lines of the file, unable to find an explanation. Deputy Manager Park noticed that it looked like the guy had only beaten Choi Gu-shik with water bottles and buns. Manager Kang envisioned Park Soo-ho pelting poor crying Choi Gu-shik with water bottles and buns and asking him to stop. The picture was unrealistic, of course. Deputy Park went over the file again and noted that the guy had gone missing 10 years ago, and then it dawned on him that this could be a special agent bred by the state. Kang Min-hyuk cursed and said that he couldn't understand how the guy had such skills, but he turned out to be a government special agent. Deputy Superintendent Park folded his arms across his chest and said that if that was really the case, he should just give up and leave the guy alone. And then he mockingly said that Kang Min-hyuk had only made so much noise for nothing. But he ignored him, still digesting the hunch. Exhaling, Kang Min-hyuk suggested that they go get a cup of coffee. As he left the office, he thought again. He wondered why a special agent would want to clear the first-level dungeon, and then asked Deputy Park to keep an eye on the latest news if it touched this guy. He was extremely unhappy with this request, and tried to excuse himself by being busy, but failed. After a while, Park Soo-ho came to the hospital, where his injured brother was brought. He knocked and entered the room at once. The younger brother was standing at the window. Satisfied that he felt well enough to get up, Park Soo-ho called out to him. Junyo turned around and was glad that his brother had come to see him. As they settled on the hospital bed and treats were laid out on the table, Junho wondered why so many were packed. Park Soo-ho looked at the food and noticed that his brother had to eat a lot to get better. Then he asked if he was feeling better. Junho enthusiastically started eating and said that the bandage would be removed the next day, and in turn asked about the upcoming mercenary license exam tomorrow. After that, he dreamed that his brother would successfully pass it and could join a guild. Park Soo-ho thought about how many years he had lived as the king of the forest, and after that, he was not ready to suddenly work under someone else's leadership. Snapping out of his thoughts, he shook his head negatively as he slowly chewed on a chicken leg. To this, Junho was quite surprised and asked if he would like to take a good place in a cool guild. Park Soo-ho shook his head once more and said that he wasn't interested. Then he cheerfully said that he would start his own guild. Junho frowned and asked again if he really intended to start his own guild instead of joining one of the existing ones. It was the end of a normal workday in the Wake Management Building. Captain Choi Soo-young was calmly walking down the corridor, already anticipating rest. Suddenly, the door behind her opened and the principal looked out of the office and called out to her. She reluctantly looked back at her boss with a premonition that he wasn't going to say anything good to her. The director immediately asked if she had any problems lately. I had to answer that she didn't seem to have any. Then he immediately shouted, asking why. Then there was a breach twice in the area, reporting to her, and if the bridge portal opened, there would be a disaster. Choi Soo-yeon exhaled sadly and asked if there was any way to handle it without her. The director immediately howled, grabbing his head, and started begging for help so that he wouldn't be harassed by the portal control department every morning. The girl immediately suggested that she could resign. The director wailed about how poor his head was, and then he tried to press his conscience and said he was very curious as to why she wasn't using her talent. Captain Choi Soo-yeon responded by apologizing for not being able to concentrate lately. Without listening to her excuses, the principal handed her a folded piece of paper and told her to take it. Having familiarized herself with the contents of the order, the girl irritatedly howled why she was being sent somewhere again, because she had expected to have a rest. The warden objected that she's not the only one. In fact, he wondered what was wrong with her if it was not her first time. Choi Soo-young mumbled that nothing was wrong with her, and turned around and walked forward with a wide stride. The indignant director threatened her not to refuse the newcomers to take the exam again, just because she was in a bad mood, because they needed new staff. Without turning around, the girl angrily argued that if they recruited only fools, they would immediately die on the battlefield. The headmaster growled at her stubbornness. The morning of the day the mercenary license exam was scheduled was sunny. In the special hall of the Awakening Department, an impressive crowd of those who wanted to take it had gathered. Everyone was anxious, and some of them had already taken it for more than one time. One of the applicants broadcast live right in the middle of the crowd and told where he was and why. Then he offered to support him and wish him successful results. Looking into his phone's camera, he promised to add the long-awaited hunting content as soon as he got his mercenary license. Sitting on the floor of the hall, he made a heart with his free hand and thanked the subscriber for the big donation, and he thought that he would get rich on such donations. And then the inspectors who would take the exam began to enter the hall in a slim line. Han Dong-soo immediately said this on camera and added that filming is not allowed here, so he is ending the broadcast. And that's when he noticed a strange guy standing behind his shoulder, looking at his phone in surprise. Such unceremoniousness infuriated him, and he irritably inquired if this was the first time he was seeing the stream. Park Soo-ho, who was excited by the question, immediately rushed over to ask who Han Dong-soo was talking to. He sent him to walk past him. Park Soo-ho was not offended in the slightest. He straightened up and called him an interesting kid, but Han Dong-soo didn't have time to express his annoyance. Major Kim Yong-soo took the podium. He introduced himself and said that he would be supervising the recruits for the 3 days of the exam. The 21 inspectors lined up in front of the stage will spend the whole time with them side by side, and then decide whether they pass the exam or not. The crowd of recruits became excited. Some wanted to get in line as soon as possible. Others shared rumors and information about the inspectors they knew. Meanwhile, Major Kim Yong-soo explained that everyone received a number at the entrance. They would draw lots and assign them to teams. He will read out the number and name, and the named participant must go to the inspector in charge of him and line up. Next, the major began to call out numbers, and the recruits rushed to their assigned inspectors. At number 45, Han Dong-soo was assigned to the 15th inspector. This made him very upset. Park Soo-ho was also assigned to the same 15th inspector, number 46. He looked around the row of inspectors standing straight and found the one who was at the right number. A blonde woman he already knew stood by the plate with number 15, her eyebrows shifting sternly. Park Soo-ho was as happy as if she were his own, and thought that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Hearing Choi Soo-young's familiar name, she began to look around at the row of recruits in front of her, and quickly ran her gaze over the strange guy who was so interested in her, who had come through the portal as a normal human being. Now he stood calm and collected without a shadow of fear among dozens of panicked and worried recruits. Her eyes widened. It was really him, except a little more confident than she'd seen him in the hospital. Having finished assigning the recruits to their teams, Major Kim Yong-soo told everyone to move to their quarters and stay there until further notice. The whole crowd poured out into the corridor and started climbing the stairs. Many were discussing with each other their first impressions and who had gotten to which inspector. On the right floor, everyone began to organize themselves into the rooms assigned to their team. A few of the guys had found the training room and were now discussing it. Han Dong-soo struggled to drag his feet, moving along with everyone else. He lamented about why he got to the witch and thought that he shouldn't have pretended to be cool in front of his subscribers since he would soon be out. There were numbers hanging above the recruits' locker rooms, so finding the room designated for team number 15 was not difficult. A lot of people were already inside. They were changing clothes, laying out their things, looking around. Already in his uniform, Park Soo-ho finished laying out his clothes and glanced at the groaning boy he had noticed in the hall. After he finished with his things and put on the sneakers, he asked the guy why he was so sad, because not so long ago, he was still laughing. The sullen Han Dong-soo raised his head and looked back questioningly. He looked at the calm and even satisfied Park Soo-ho for a while, and then he resented the fact that he shouldn't be happy about it, and irritatedly threw that Park Soo-ho doesn't know the blonde's character, because she's called a witch for a reason. He frowned, not understanding what he was talking about, and asked why he was a witch. At that time, Han Dong-soo emotionally revealed that it's not a big deal for her to kick out a contestant when she's in a bad mood. It won't refund the participation money. To this outrage, Park Soo-ho boredly remarked that one could only fly out in the first place because of one's weak abilities, and it had nothing to do with the inspectors. Han Dong-soo was now starting to get annoyed at his strange interlocutor. It seemed to him that the one frankly neglected him, and even at the first communication, he behaved like a jerk. Park Soo-ho watched with bewilderment as the guy across from him literally boiled with anger. And finally, that one erupted in indignation at the informal treatment if he was older. With a satisfied smile, Park Soo-ho offered to come out to talk if there was something he didn't like. The entire group present broke away from their business and looked at the disputants. Han Dong-soo continued to swear and suggested that Park Soo-ho was either crazy or he was taking him for a simpleton. Thoth nodded achidically at this, teasing the ready-to-explode kid. With a natural howl, Han Dong-soo was already ready to go crazy from this. He jumped up and told me to follow him, and walked away, taking off his sports jacket as he went. When Choi Soo-young looked into the locker room of the rookies assigned to her, there was suddenly no one there. She looked around the empty room, perplexed, still hoping she was imagining things. Then she snorted irritably, wondering where the little thing had gone. At this time, all the recruits of the 15th team were excitedly looking at the gym and marveling at the fight cage. Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo were already standing in front of each other. There were a lot of people around them cheering them on, some advising them to start quickly before anyone was expelled. The annoyed Han Dong-soo was already showing off his developed musculature without a sweatshirt and mockingly rebuked his opponent's poor choice of opponent. Crunching his knuckles, he told me that he was a member of the Explosive TV fraternity and was a knockout boxer, and therefore had high hopes for him. Park Soo-ho puzzledly asked what a no-tuber was and what it was eaten with. Then Han Dong-soo thought it was a joke, and his rude rival had no manners at all. The other recruits on the team cheered and cheered and cheered. Han Dong-soo shook his fists in the air, promising to fix his brain, and then he sighed that he could make a nice profit from this kind of content. All this boasting only amused Park Soo-ho and made him smile. A furious Han Dong-soo yelled that there was no need to whine afterward that he didn't warn, and rushed straight into the attack, advising him to grit his teeth tightly for safety. A strong fist punch almost reached its intended target, but then a menacing growl was heard from behind them, and everyone turned around. Choi Soo-young was standing in the gym, and her look didn't bode well for anyone. After waiting for everyone in the room to realize the fun was over, She loudly barked for everyone to return immediately. The recruits were carried out of the gym in a flash. They ran toward the locker room and lamented that it was all over now. When everyone else had run away, Choi Soo-young walked over to the cage and checked with Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo how badly they wanted to fly out. While Park Soo-ho stood still and remained silent, Han Dong-soo hurriedly excused himself and explained what they had just done. But the inspector didn't care. She interrupted the uncertain babbling and said that the rules were that she had to expel one of the participants in the fight. Han Dong-soo immediately froze, hoping that he had heard it and no one was being kicked out. Only Choi Soo-young was extremely happy with her idea and smirked and warned that the loser would be eliminated, and then told them to start. The guys had very different reactions to this suggestion to decide who was dropping out. Han Dong-soo was confused and thought that the inspector was definitely insane to suggest such a thing. Park Soo-ho, on the other hand, got into a more comfortable position. He wasn't upset by the idea at all. Han Dong-soo turned around, noticing the movement out of the corner of his eye. He decided that if this guy wanted to leave so badly, then let him. His opponent stood ready to attack, but he looked completely calm and relaxed. Then he stood again and asked not to be angry with him, since no one here minded fighting. With a smile, Park Soo-ho offered to simply apologize for his behavior. This simple phrase, said without even a sneer, made Han Dong-soo angry again, and he lashed out, telling him to shut up and go pack his bag. But Park Soo-ho took a lightning-fast light step to the side, and without swinging, he briefly struck his fist at his jaw. After leaving the line of attack, he didn't make a single unnecessary movement, and Han Dong-soo simply fell to the floor. He just stayed there, lying there motionless, showing no signs of life. Captain Choi Soo-young had been watching this entire brief skirmish intently, and now opened her eyes in astonishment. Park Soo-ho stood in the same place, his lips curved into a slight smile of joy. But the inspector frowned, thinking that it seemed to be all because of him. Ever since their first meeting, she had been haunted by an unpleasant sensation that had kept her on her toes, and now she finally realized it was the smell of irregulars. Surprised by the girl who froze thoughtfully, Park Soo-ho asked her why she froze. When Choi Soo-young came out of her thoughts, she frowned her eyebrows sternly, not understanding how he dared to talk to her like that. And Park Soo-ho just cheerfully suggested she go up to him if she wanted to fight. This suggestion angered the girl, who was not used to such a panegyric communication with others. Not stopping there, Park Soo-ho also smilingly gave her a condition that if he defeated her, she would bring the loser back. Choi Soo-young was suddenly even kind of embarrassed by such naive nonsense. But deciding to take the opportunity to probe the newcomer, she unhooked her katana from her belt, left it on the floor of the hall, and stepped into the cage. Moving Han Dong-soo outside the ring, the guy and girl stood opposite each other. While relaxedly looking at the unexpected opponent, Choi Soo-young tilted her head to the side and clarified if he was an irregular. The unfamiliar word caused Park Soo-ho to raise his eyebrows in surprise and clarify what it was. Then Choi Soo-young threw him what she would say if he stayed alive and rushed to attack. The girl's swift attack staggered and forced her to pull herself together. But from the blow, Park Soo-ho easily dodged the attacking arm to the side. He effortlessly blocked the next blow with his other hand, without allowing himself to be reached. The ensuing series of punches then crashed through the calm guy's defenses again. Choi Soo-young tried to get him with a deceptive maneuver and a knee strike. But again, she met a deafening block and the blows failed to reach their target. And then Park Soo-ho sensed something wrong and prepared for the unexpected. The inspector suddenly squatted down, with her whole body taut, and Riley dropped a promise to grant him another wish if he won. And then in a sharp leap, she flung the new recruit away with a powerful kick of her foot. The one didn't make a sound or even try to block the blow or defend himself. While still in a somersault, Choi Soo-young was watching her opponent with a sidelong glance. His reaction was strange, and she felt like something was wrong. She completed the movement and landed on her feet, remaining wary. It was hard to know at what point what to expect from this strange man. But what she saw when she looked at her opponent surprised her. Park Soo-ho, who should have been on the floor after the hit, was instead sitting on the net near the edge of the net. He grinned happily and praised her, saying she was stronger than he expected. This simultaneously made Choi Soo-young angry, and at the same time, she couldn't understand how he managed to withstand her blow. She swung again, ready to continue this unusual sparring, and even cheerfully warned me that she wouldn't hold back. And then, with a sharp and precise swing of her foot, she hit the netting surrounding the cage. Park Soo-ho couldn't resist a punch and fell on his back off the net into the ring with a noise. Choi Soo-yeon used the force of inertia to push herself off the net and somersaulted upwards. And when she landed, she wanted to throw another punch, killing the man on the floor. But Park Soo-ho had time to roll to the side and the strong punch was wasted. They both jumped to their feet, and the inspector again unleashed a hail of blows without letting the man exhale. But he easily managed to block all her attacks, and not a single blow reached its target or harmed him. Particularly tricky strikes didn't bring the much desired result either. Park Soo-ho had time to evade the attack, or block the blow dodged, and defended himself. And then at some point smirked, stopped only defending himself, and attacked on his own. Choi Soo-yeon had time to notice the first blow, and scowled as she tried to dodge. She formed a shield in front of her with a practiced gesture, dodging the blow with a somersault. The impact struck the glowing surface of the shield, and it shimmered. A few more blows against the blue barrier, and the shield shattered into small shards that immediately melted away. And Choi Soo-young was unable to stay on her feet, and was violently thrown away by the recoil. Regaining her balance, she tried to catch her breath while the remnants of the energy traces from the shield dissipated into the air. She was amazed that Park Soo-ho was able to penetrate and break her shield, and the one still smiling contentedly declared that it was his turn and rushed to the attack. The captain watched him and could only marvel at how crazy he was. He had a big smile on his satisfied face and was childishly happy about how much fun he was having. When Choi Soo-young analyzed his actions, she decided that her gut was right and recognized that he was indeed an irregular. Puzzled by her behavior, Park Soo-ho nevertheless wanted to take the blow to its logical conclusion and continue the fun. But suddenly, he had to stop right in the middle of traffic. The inspector held out her palm in front of him, silently commanding him to stop. And then, in a serious tone, he immediately announced that he was surrendering. Park Soo-ho asked frustratedly why, so if all the fun had just begun. In response, Choi Soo-young explained that this arena was too small to use her skills, and suggested that next time they meet in a larger place. Her rival sighed regretfully, but didn't look particularly upset. Then Choi Soo-yeon demanded to voice her wish. If that's the case, a dispute is a dispute. Park Soo-ho asked her if there were many girls on Earth as strong as her. The captain said proudly that there weren't many, and Park Soo-ho literally glowed and said he was happy about it and chose her, and ended by saying that they would make cubs with her. Choi Soo-young was discouraged by what she heard and even opened her mouth, until her opponent in a recent sparring match concretized the voiced offer to spar. The girl couldn't bear the insolence and slapped Park Soo-ho with a boil. Han Dong-soo, who woke up at this moment, opened his eyes wide in shock at what he saw. He couldn't understand what had happened, what the recruit and the inspector were doing in the ring, why the blonde had slapped him, and why he was lying on the floor. While he was on his feet, Choi Soo-young flew out of the ring, picked up her weapon from the floor, and ran towards the exit, cursing through her teeth. Han Dong-soo dazedly watched the girl who flew past him, and then he rubbed his aching cheekbone, where the bruise was growing, and remembered that he had fallen after one blow. Then he realized that he was out of the exam at once. He groaned out loud because he had just paid the money, and didn't even have time to take the exam. As he fell to his knees, he howled in shame, realizing the situation. And then he raised his head and stared accusingly at Park Soo-ho, who was watching him, and then wailed to him reproachfully about whether he was happy now that Han Dong-soo had been expelled. Park Soo-ho happily announced that he hadn't been eliminated yet. Han Dong-soo frowned and asked again. He thought he had heard the word, and the camera in the corner of the training room was recording everything that was going on. And through this camera, anyone with the proper access could watch. Major Kim Yong-soo had such access and was monitoring the entire situation from his office. He was staring disbelievingly at the monitor, trying to digest the information that Choi Soo-young had lost. Ignoring the wailing feather, Park Soo-ho left the cage and walked towards the exit of the hall. Jumping to his feet, Han Dong-soo asked why he wasn't eliminated if the blonde had said that the loser was eliminated. Park Soo-ho's answer that he had asked her to do so surprised him. He lurched behind, grabbing his jacket, and continued his questioning, wondering why the inspector had slapped her. This time, Park Soo-ho didn't answer, and mumbled that it didn't matter. But Han Dong-soo still thought about the reason for the angry inspector's behavior. He remembered the moment with the slap and thought that it was because of him that the captain, instead of kicking him out, hit Park Soo-ho and turned a blind eye to their misbehavior. Han Dong-soo was incredibly moved with gratitude. Tears even came to his eyes. He looked at the figure of the man in front of him and thought with delight that he was just a real man. Han Dong-soo was filled with gratitude and cried, but when he realized that he was frozen, he shouted for Park Soo-ho to wait for him and rushed to catch up with him. At that moment, an announcement came over the loudspeakers that examinee number 46 should go up to the inspector's office immediately. After listening to the announcement that caught them in the middle of the corridor, Han Dong-soo clarified that it seemed like his comrade had been summoned. Park Soo-ho had to go in search of the inspector's office mentioned in the ad. There, at Major Kim Yoon-soo's invitation, he took a seat in the chair opposite. After a while of silence, Park Soo-ho asked what the major wanted to tell him. He interrupted him and spoke first of all, warning him that the whole conversation would be recorded. After agreeing to be recorded, Kim Yoon-soo explained that he had just watched a fight with Inspector Choi Soo-young, who has a B grade and was impressed. When asked if he was an irregular by any chance, Park Soo-ho confusedly replied that he had been asked about it before, but didn't know what it was. The major thought about it, looking at the guy in front of him, but judging by his feelings, he really wasn't lying. Then he concluded that Park Soo-ho still didn't know much about bridge portals and began to tell him. It turns out that so-called bridges connect Earth to 3 other planets. The planet Aruka is home to elves and dwarves. They are a friendly people with whom Earth has cultural and trade exchanges. Those Earthlings who have been there and mastered magic artifacts and new abilities now spread and develop them on Earth. The planet Kuchon, on the other hand, is warlike. In this world, Mammons and martial artists are constantly fighting for supremacy. If the bridge opens in the territory of the Masters of Battle, you can cooperate with them. But if the portal opens in the lands of the Mammon, a battle is guaranteed. The final planet Midval is the most horrible and dangerous for anyone who goes there. It is inhabited by warlike orcs and many other terrible monsters, and it is worth opening a portal from this planet as monsters immediately go on the attack. People who lived on these planets and adopted the techniques of their peoples returned, but it was difficult to categorize them, so they were called irregulars. While listening to the impromptu lecture, Park Soo-ho sat with a fist on his cheek. When the story was over, he noticed that it was a bit complicated, and then he straightened up and immediately indicated that he hadn't been to any of those planets. Major Kim Yong-soo gazed intently at the boy, again pondering. But if Park Soo-ho wasn't on those planets, then the major assumed he was a repatriate of the underground. But in that case, he wouldn't be able to defeat Choi Soo-young. Stopping guessing, he voiced his question about where the guy was then. With a sigh, Park Soo-ho replied that he had already told that bald doctor everything, and repeated for the 100th time that he had lived with wolves for 1,000 years. Major Kim Yong-soo froze, shocked by the hunch he had after saying that. When he had had enough of the silence, Park Soo-ho asked if they were finished. The major woke up from his thoughts, thanked him for sharing the information with him, and allowed him to return to his room. The door behind the recruit slammed shut, and Kim Yoon-soo continued to sit motionless again, back to thinking. He turned the thought in his head this way and that, but it was hard to believe in the truth of the theory. Sergeant Kim Sang-shik knocked and entered the room. After saluting and standing at attention, he asked if he had been summoned. Major Kim Yoon-soo turned to the entrant and asked to replace the 15th inspector. The sergeant was surprised and asked if Choi Soo-young was in that position. Kim Yong-soo frustratedly tisked, looked at his subordinate over his glasses, and noticed that the captain had escaped. That really baffled the sergeant. He couldn't figure out what it meant to run away. But Major Kim shook his head and remarked that it didn't matter. He ordered Park Soo-ho to keep a close eye on Park Soo-ho until the end of the exam, and submit a detailed report. A new announcement came from the wall speakers. All examiners were told to change into their sports uniforms and gather at the stadium. The contestants from the 15th team were harmoniously changing clothes. Some of them whimpered anguishedly that the torment had begun. At the stadium, just as earlier in the hall, the inspector stood next to the team numbers. The new recruits were told to line up in columns according to their team. There was an unfamiliar instructor standing by number 15 instead of Choi Soo-young. Han Dong-soo, with his cheek already cupped, noticed that their instructor had been replaced. Another member of their team was happy to realize that the blonde had been fired. Staff Sergeant Kim Sang-shik introduced himself and announced that he would be the inspector of the 15th team from now on. Walking along the column of recruits, he outlined the minimum acceptable values for assessing physical strength, and at the end, snidely remarked that it was easy to do the same. Comments were heard among the team that this was bullying and everyone's waking skills were different. But this did not bother the inspectors, and if someone was not able to fulfill the specified standards, they threw out all those who did not pass without exception. And the main convincing argument for everyone was that the monsters to get into position and run slower, for no one will not. Finally, it was the turn of the 15th team, and number 45 was called. Han Dong-soo immediately stepped forward enthusiastically and went to the starting line. Rubbing his shoulders along the way, he chuckled and said that 9 seconds was nothing to him. But some of the other participants started to worry. Already at the start, Han Dong-soo turned around with a wink and asked me to wish him luck. Park Soo-ho looked at him approvingly, without worrying a bit himself. At the inspector's whistle, Han Dong-soo rushed off the start with all the speed he could muster, and in 8 seconds he overcame the standard 100 meters, which means he passed on. Next, the inspector called Park Soo-ho at number 46. He calmly walked to the starting line and prepared for the race. and began to wait nonchalantly and concentratedly for the inspector's signal to start. Han Dong-soo, who was left at the finish line, jumped in place and started shouting encouragement. Inspector Kim Sang-shik fixed his sunglasses and signaled the start. At the same moment, Park Soo-ho abruptly took off without a hitch, gaining tremendous speed. Before anyone knew it, he was past the finish line. Han Dong-soo froze with his eyes wide open, once again amazed by what he saw. Inspector Kim Sang-shik was also shocked, even after all of the major's warnings, not expecting something like this. Not to mention the shock of their team members and other witnesses to what happened. Major Kim Yong-soo was working on his computer in his office when the phone rang. He picked up the phone and introduced himself as the head of communications from the inspector's office. And further dumbfounded, listened to the report of the senior sergeant put by the 15th inspector about the striking results of the physical fitness test. He also said that he had already sent the video and that journalists were present on the spot. The inspector looked once again at the rows of bleachers surrounding the stadium, where the said journalists were seated. Those dusters were excited to the extreme by what they had managed to see, and Kim Sang-shik sighingly admitted to the major that they were very excited. Major Kim Yong-soo ended the conversation and in turn dialed the director of the repatriate office. Director Kim Mi-zo immediately picked up the phone and habitually introduced herself to the caller. Major Kim Yoon-soo briefly described the situation to her and said that he had sent her some videos of Park Soo-ho, recommending that she read them immediately. The news came as a huge surprise to director Kim Mi-seo, who was not expecting to hear such a thing. Instead of with her aide, she reviewed all the videos that had been sent. It was hard to believe what she saw, as well as the major's conclusion. But the major knows how to recognize lies. Then Kim Mi-seo came to the conclusion that the interview with Dr. Kim Jong-guk was true and his report was correct. If the F-class person is actually an irregular and all the readings are correct, then there is a possibility that Park Soo-ho was on the 4th planet. Realizing the implications, director Kim Mi-seo immediately ordered that reporters be barred from entering the exam field. But glancing at the screen of his cell phone, Supervisor Park annoyingly stated that it was too late and showed her an article on one of the news portals where the news about Park Soo-ho's records and even had his photo. Director Kim Mi-seo angrily ordered that the articles be dealt with immediately and that such publications be banned. At that moment, the reporters crowded in front of the dining room where Han Dong-soo and Park Soo-ho were going. They asked for a moment of their time in hopes of getting at least a short interview. Park Soo-ho turned to them for just a moment and then indifferently continued on his way. Director Kim, on the other hand, was reflecting on the fact that although Park Soo-ho is an F-ranked person and went through the portal without protective equipment, he remained normal. Looking at it from the cameras, she speculated that perhaps that was the reason for the error in the status bar system. If he really is a repatriate from the 4th planet, that would explain a lot. Management security just got to the journalists and started blocking their access. Kim Mi-seo couldn't help but fear that if Park Soo-ho had mastered the 4th planet and become its leader, he might do the same to Korea. The guards set up a cordon around the entrance and pushed back the crowd of journalists. But they still wouldn't quiet down and kept asking questions. The whole dining room was buzzing. Some people didn't understand who the journalists were outside, but those who didn't know were quickly told what they were about. Park Soo-ho piled a mountain of food on his tray and quickly consumed it without looking around or paying attention to anything. Han Dong-soo, on the other hand, sat across from him, barely touching what he had taken for lunch. He watched his new friend's strange behavior with delight and thought about the fact that, of course, he couldn't faint from hitting a mere human being. He felt sorry he couldn't publicize it and boost the ratings. When Park Soo-ho took his eyes off the food and looked up, he was surprised to see Han Dong-soo looking at him. The shy one suddenly jumped up and ran away from the table on the pretext of buying water. Park Soo-ho shrugged and immediately went back to eating his lunch. Han Dong-soo continued to analyze his behavior and decided that he would surely become a great man. When lunch was finished, everyone went to their assigned rooms. Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo were the only ones in their locker room. Dong-soo immediately noticed that no one's personal belongings were in the room. This meant that many people had already checked out. And Park Soo-ho just settled down comfortably and covered his eyes, enjoying the moment of relaxation. But Han Dong-soo couldn't stop suffering and whined that the lack of people might be a problem. This interested Park Soo-ho, and he turned towards his interlocutor, opening his eyes. Han Dong-soo then explained that the next stage would be to take over the dungeon, and it was good to have many people participating at once. Suho closed his eyes again and disdainfully explained that it was not a problem. The dungeon can be taken over alone, and his new acquaintance looked at him dumbfounded by such unwavering confidence. Then he suddenly staggered and mumbled that he knew the strength of his brother, but the conditions in the dungeon were different, and it was always easier with a team. Park Suho nodded in agreement and turned the conversation over. He remembered that the first time they met, Dong-su was looking at his phone and talking, and asked what it was. He asked in surprise how he didn't know what notebook was. Park Suho even stood up in interest. The baffled streamer raised his eyebrows and noted that it wasn't like living in the mountains to be ignorant of such things. Park Suho laughed that almost. Han Dong-su frowned while pondering what kind of perceptions a person should have, and then he grabbed his phone and rushed to show a notebook and talk about it. Going into the statistics, he showed the current number of subscribers and explained that these are the people who watch his broadcasts, although there used to be more. Park Suho was enthusiastic about the mukbangs and surfed the net on YouTube until he came across the millionth mukbang. Dong-su explained that mukbangs are very popular, and in the video, a young girl was self-consciously trying to devour the huge mountain of food in front of her. While Park Suho was looking at this, Han Dong-su remembered that there were many more ordinary people. He suddenly said that he had a lot of fellow Notubers that he could team up with later, if Notube was suddenly of interest, and allowed myself to be caught promising to let myself eat a kissing mountain of food, like in the video. In response, Park Suho looked away from the phone for a moment and suddenly smiled openly and said that Dong-su was a good guy. He returned to his previous thought. It had already occurred to him that Suho had all the parameters necessary for a newbie and was already all over the news. Showing off during the dungeon takeover and getting into a known guild was still a matter of time, and the idea of spending airs with this brother was entertaining. Park Suho took his eyes off the phone again and said that he liked Dong-su and offered to join his clan. It was a very unexpected proposal. Han Dong-su was even confused and didn't know how to react. They sat like that for a while, staring at each other intently. Then Han Dong-su was still careful to clarify if he understood correctly that Suho was going to form his own guild and wasn't going to join anywhere else. The one nodded readily, confirming his previous statement. Han Dong-su tensely froze, pondering the prospects of such a move. He suddenly liked the idea of making a video about the protagonist of this mercenary exam, who will create his own clan, and about taking over the dungeon. He once tried to deal with the effects of a terribly difficult childhood through boxing, but time after time he fell and lost most of those battles. For a long time, Han Dong-su could not get a professional license, but did not lose hope. The great catastrophe made me forget about my dream, and now money could only be earned by being awakened, or as a mercenary, or in competition. Then he decided that he could make money if he did a good job on NoTube. But not everything was so simple, and a lot depended on good content. And this was the awesome content he'd been looking for so long, which meant spring had sprung in his life. Finally, Han Dong-su regained his voice, and emotionally concluded that he was willing to do anything. Park Suho laughed and reiterated that he really liked the guy. Then he only asked him to keep his promise about mukbang. Han Dong-su was finally moved by the prospects and pleasant words. Park Suho was even surprised that he cried so suddenly and had to pull himself together. But then Han Dong-su seriously frowned and reminded that in order to create a mercenary clan, you need at least 3 people. Park Suho had to think. If 3 people are needed, then the third person must be found somewhere. And then, as if by order, the door opened and a new actor appeared in the locker room. Both interlocutors turned toward the entrance, curious as to who had come. It turned out to be a very real monk in their traditional robes. Han Dong-su brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and scrutinized the intruder into their territory. Then he asked, surprised or indignant, what a monk could be doing here. He immediately introduced himself as Myungjin number 85 and said that he had been assigned to the 15th team. Han Dong-su's surprise was unbounded. In his worldview, monks were not very associated with the desire to become a mercenary. Silence reigned in the room. Myungjin wasn't too happy about this reaction. Han Dong-su was trying to digest the New World Order. Park Suho just kept silent. And then the loudspeaker on the wall came to life with another announcement. The order for the examiners to change into combat gear and gather on the 3rd floor in the briefing room in 30 minutes puzzled everyone. Han Dong-su frowned at the thought of changing into battle gear this late in the day and having everyone gather somewhere Trano. And Park Suho thoughtfully recalled that the dungeon's capture was promised for tomorrow, and only the monk had managed to get somewhere, and was now sharing information that the dungeon was going to be invaded at night without warning. The thing that angered Han Dong-soo the most was the fact that it would be taken without that very warning. When all the remaining recruits had gathered in the briefing room, Major Kim Yong-soo stepped up to the screen in front of them. He immediately indicated that they would be instructed to take over the dungeon today. The one they need is located in Seoul District Number 5 under the Phoenix Guild and consists of 250 doors. Park Soo-ho was immediately curious about the Phoenix Guild. Han Dong-soo explained that it wasn't a top 12 guild, but it was still famous for something. Park Soo-ho then clarified what the phrase about the guild-run district meant. Han Dong-soo was confused as to what kind of world he had to live in to not know such basic things. I had to tell him that when the portals appeared, the state became difficult. Then Seoul was divided into 12 districts and assigned a clan to protect it. Such clans of mercenaries who signed a contract of protection called guilds. Each manages the dungeons in its district and collects profits from them. Park Soo-ho's speech about the economy was briefly paraphrased. It made more sense to him to think of it as a hunting zone, where the government allowed people to make money. He missed the times when he lived and hunted with the wolves, and that's why he wanted to create his own clan. But the thought that it was possible to take possession of entire territories here also gave him a devilishly anticipatory grin. With a glance at Soo-ho Han Dong-soo, Dong-soo also added that it would be nice to have a private dungeon, because otherwise one would have to pay to enter every time. In the end, Park Soo-ho was quite happy about this system, and voiced that their goal was to form a guild then. Han Dong-soo tried to bring him down to earth, with a remark about having to pass the mercenary exam first. At this, Park Soo-ho only looked at him perplexedly without seeing any difficulty. Meanwhile, Major Kim Yoon-soo continued the briefing and showed how the first level dungeon looked like 15 days after the rupture. He explained that among the dungeons, this one has the lowest difficulty level and is shaped like a labyrinth, but the weaker monsters are outnumbered. Kim Yong-soo then proceeded to give a brief summary of the dungeon they would have to capture on their own. Han Dong-soo frantically began to recall that if it was a maze, the problem was not the monsters, but the possibility of getting trapped and getting lost. And realizing that capturing the dungeon was the foundation of the basics, immediately became upset that he didn't have the exploration skill. Park Soo-ho glanced at the wailing guy again, wondering what was bothering him, and then pointed at himself and said he had the right skill. Han Dong-soo was extremely happy about this news. This solved one of the most important problems. Except that it was still early in the mercenary exam, and there was nowhere to learn skills, yet except to purchase an incredibly expensive skill book. And then he realized that Park Soo-ho was from the rich and powerful, and was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Looking at the monk sitting a little further away, Han Dong-soo wondered if he had any useful skills as well. Therefore, he dared to cautiously clarify if that one happened to have an awareness skill. Monk Myung-jin frowned slightly as he glanced at his co-commanders. And then he lowered his head and stared absent-mindedly at the floor, realizing that the question was not asked for laughs. Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo calmly and slightly expectantly looked at him, without rushing him for an answer. He glanced at them once more, and was about to say something, but the memories came flooding back. That evening, which changed a lot of things, he spent his usual time in prayer. He picked up a mock-thack someone had recently found and punched it. No one could have guessed that the monsters in the neighborhood would hear that sound. Monk Myung-jin calmed souls and thoughts with deep meditation and prayer. And the sound that the mock-thack made traveled far beyond their small monastery, and as it turned out, it attracted various monsters. It's hard to tell if they were annoyed by him or liked him, but the monsters actively reacted to him. In his meditation, the monk continued pounding and ringing the mock-thack. The sounds that soothed and set him at ease were still rising above the trees surrounding the monastery, until a huge scary monster crawled out of the depths of the forest at that sound. Immersed in his detached state, the monk Myung-jin did not notice anything happening around him. Meanwhile, the monsters were rushing straight towards the monastery, and not with good intentions. A whole horde of goblins from all over the area had gathered under the walls of the monastery, and above them towered a huge monster of little resemblance, crawling effortlessly over the buildings with all four paws. Suddenly interrupting the prayer, another monk burst sharply into the room, demanding that he stop now. Myung-jin was confused at first, not understanding why he was disturbed by Gong Seo's older brother, but then he moved his eyebrows sternly and demandingly asked what had brought him to such a time as this. That one immediately shouted that he should immediately take the head monk and leave this place quickly. Monk Myung-jin didn't understand what was going on, but it was clear that the situation urgently needed to be resolved, except that going out into the courtyard of the monastery, he found himself as if in the most dangerous dungeon. Monsters were everywhere, and playfully slaughtered the monks who got in their way. At this moment, Myung-jin heard that the briefing on the gate capture was over and snapped out of his memories. It looked like he had missed a lot of important things. Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo looked at their teammate worriedly, not knowing what was wrong with it. Major Kim Yong-soo told them to go to their destination and begin the capture with the inspectors in charge of their groups. He promised to repeat the instructions along the way. All the remaining examiners, together with their inspectors, excitedly got on buses and the whole convoy rolled down the night streets. When the buses arrived at their destination and parked in a friendly row, a little away from the portal, everyone was told to get off. The military men in charge of the event hustled and commanded to watch the direction of travel and gather to manage to get back alive. On the bus of the 15th team, the guys were getting ready to leave. Han Dong-soo was telling Soo-ho how to put on the helmet correctly. Inspector Kim explained to them that from the moment they enter the gate, they are on their own. He also reminded them that it was also possible to drop out because of low scores. Han Dong-soo asked hopefully if he would help them in a critical moment, since there were only 3 people on their team. Kim Sang-shik only smirked wryly without answering, and ordered to move out. Park Soo-ho, who came out first, jovially glanced back and asked what Dong-soo was so afraid of. He immediately backtracked, and began to assure me that he was certainly not afraid. Myung-jin interrupted the babble, and loudly asked the instructor if they were allowed to use their personal weapons. Sergeant Kim Sang-shik, who was walking ahead, assured me that of course it was allowed. Once again, Han Dong-soo was astonished. They hadn't even passed the exam yet, and the monk already had a weapon made of spatial matter. The military officer distributing the teams and taking turns letting them through the portal announced that the 14th team had entered. The members of the 15th just came up to him, and the inspector announced that they had the 175th door, and then he commanded them to come in and stepped aside to let 3 guys through. As they entered the portal, they heard a military officer shout behind them that the 15th team had entered. Park Soo-ho was the first to pass through the portal and emerged in some sort of tunnel. A resounding echo accompanied every rustle, but the monk and Dong-soo immediately bypassed him and stood in front of him, dissatisfied and worried that he had come forward all alone. Just then, Han Dong-soo turned back around and exclaimed something about the 4-stage boundary in a voice of joy. And then, in a panic, he covered his mouth with his own hands for fear of saying anything else. He thought frustratedly that he would probably have his points deducted because it was a safety precaution to keep quiet and now they could attract monsters. A skeleton-like monster appeared almost out of thin air and attacked Park Soo-ho, but was immediately seized by the brazen skull by the sure hand of that one, and with utter equanimity, instantly neutralized by the calm Park Soo-ho. Only the shards were in small pieces and crumbled to the tunnel floor. Han Dong-soo enthusiastically jumped and summarized that attracting attention and immediately catching one of the monsters was an excellent tactic. Park Soo-ho was already striding briskly down the tunnel. Dong-soo had to catch up with him, asking if he would use the intelligence skill while traveling. The one looked back thoughtfully, answering nothing and pondering the question. Suddenly there was a click, and one of the slabs suddenly sagged a little and glowed when it was stepped on. Monk Myung-jin looked at his feet perplexed. He was the one who had stepped on the suspicious slab. A strange rustling sound came from all sides, instantly alerting everyone. And then Han Dong-soo guessed what it was and wanted to warn the others, but sharp arrows were already flying from everywhere, and his cry for booby traps was a little late. Myung-jin grabbed his weapon from behind his back and rushed towards the arrows. He was focused and ready to repel this attack at all costs, so that through his fault, no one else dies, as he did once before. The attempts of the monks of the monastery to defeat the monsters that attacked them came to mind. They used every weapon at their disposal. Myung-jin tried to protect those he could, but there was little he could do. He was genuinely grieving and blaming himself for everything that had happened then. And even the fact that all the monsters were defeated, even at the cost of such an effort, did not cancel out the fact that it was all his fault. So he stood in the way of the cloud of arrows flying at them with a loud cry and repelled all with his weapon. The arrows broke and crumbled to the floor at Myung-jin's feet with a rustling sound. Han Dong-soo stepped forward in admiration, amazed by his teammate's skill, and then he stepped on another hidden booby trap himself, activating it. The floor beneath the feet of all 3 of them disappeared, and the entire team began to tumble downward. As soon as they failed, the floor began to return to its original position, until it fully rose into its proper place with a deafening crackle. There was a resounding silence in the tunnel, and only arrows everywhere reminded that someone was here. Park Soo-ho and Myung-jin landed neatly on their nagi on some ruins below, and raised their heads looking at the once again solid ceiling. Han Dong-soo, on the other hand, had managed to fall to the side, and was now whining about how awful everything was, and how his dreams were just just not meant to come true. Suddenly, some strange sounds were heard in the tunnel above them. This caused Han Dong-soo to stop talking and listen carefully. The sounds became clearer, and then individual shouts became discernible. He immediately jumped to his feet and concluded that they had obviously caused trouble. Here, Myung-jin apologized and admitted that his awareness skill had spread to too large an area. Han Dong-soo interjected loudly in indignation about the large territory. But suddenly Park Soo-ho spoke up and said that it was just fine, because up until now it had been a bore, not a hunt. Monk glanced questioningly at his co-commander, not sure what he meant. He didn't explain anything, and just jumped up in an inhuman leap with his foot, shattering the ceiling above their head. Myung-jin's surprise was quite great. He didn't expect such a thing from a simple guy. Han Dong-soo, on the contrary, who was already familiar with Soo-ho's capabilities, was wildly delighted. He was more surprised that such a blow could come from a human leg, and Park Soo-ho landed safely in the tunnel after getting out of the hole. Standing up, he shouted to the monk that he liked him and asked him to join their clan. Poor Myung-jin was taken aback by the discrepancy between what was happening and what he was expecting. But there was no time to think about those things. They could already see the crowds of monsters rushing toward them in the tunnel. Park Soo-ho calmly turned to them, anticipating the upcoming hunt. He applied the scouting skill and scrutinized his surroundings. In a few places between himself and the monsters, he saw mine trap slabs that had not yet been activated, and the crowd of skeleton-like monsters in assorted rags was already almost there. Park Soo-ho calmly turned around in their direction and prepared to run, and then rushed towards the monsters, developing his usual speed, which is prohibitive for ordinary people. Down in the pit, Han Dong-soo felt hopeless and stated that they were in trouble. But Myung-jin had already managed to get out of the hole and was standing at the top of the tunnel. He held out his weapon to Dong-soo, offering to grab onto it to get out. The foolish one immediately grabbed on and mumbled that they were acting on a strategic plan, some kind of monster provocation over a large area. Myung-jin helped him huff and puff his way back into the tunnel. The entire foreseeable space was littered with the bones and remains of defeated monsters. Rising to their feet, both moved deeper into the corridor, cautiously looking around them. What they had seen did not make sense to them. The monsters were many, and the time to defeat them seemed too short. Park Soo-ho stood far ahead with one of the skeletons in his hand. When he noticed his teammates, he told them to deal with the remaining fallen and follow him. The monk nodded sternly and strode forward, while Han Dong-soo excitedly trotted along beside him. On the way, they destroyed the fallen that they came across. Dong-soo worked vigorously with his fists to blow their skulls off. Myung-jin, on the other hand, effectively wielded his weapon without letting the monsters get close. I wondered if it was possible to detect the traps with reconnaissance, because Soo-ho had somehow cleverly and quickly adapted them to destroy a whole crowd of creatures. And then he noticed the danger ahead for one of his teammates. Above Park Soo-ho, one of the fallen ones crawled along the wall and then lurked ready to attack. Thoth turned to him without alarm as he dealt with the monster in his hands, but he only saw the monk's weapon pin the lurking monster directly to the wall. Han Dong-soo jumped up happily and noted with delight how excellent the kick was. Park Soo-ho did not waste time and did not wait for the monster to get free and knocked it off the wall with his foot. The monster didn't even have time to twitch. A sign about the new achievement points appeared in front of his eyes. In the control room, an entire department of the military was watching each team's dungeon takeover progress. Suddenly, one of the observers reported that one of the teams had returned from the dungeon. Major Kim Yong-soo was very surprised, since it hadn't even been half an hour. He approached the one who reported and clarified what could have happened, because usually this dungeon takes about 5 hours. When asked about the team number, the military officer reported that this was the 15th team. Everyone's vital signs were normal. Just then, the major's cell phone rang and he glanced at the screen. Putting the phone to his ear, Kim Yoon-soo demanded an explanation as to why they were on their way back already. Inspector Kim Sang-shik briefly reported that the team had completed the mission, and then he added that it would be clear to the major when he watched the video. But despite the difficulty of the dungeon for beginners, they did very well. A few days later, Han Dong-soo was walking briskly through the city on a sunny day. As is often the case, he didn't part with his camera, and this time, he wanted to show subscribers a little piece of their life in the Soo-ho clan live. One of the subscribers asked what exactly they would see today, and he advised them to watch the Soo-ho clan housewarming video first. Dong-soo decided to introduce all the clan members first. He started with the cute clan's chief nutritionist and the person in charge of food, and it was about the grandmother Suk-cha who was practicing at that moment. He asked her to say hello to the subscribers. In response, she threateningly raised the knife she was using to cut the greens. Then she cursed and offered to fry some chatkal with guts. Han Dong-soo figuratively had blood flowing from his ears at this, but he tried not to show it. And after a little while, He joked that their grandma was a gangster. And in the background, Gunwoo asked his confused father what a chot call with guts was. The next comment flew in asking why there is a Buddha statue in the clan office, and Dong-soo explained that the master of the Buddha, who could not be shown last time, was the third member of their clan and a master of the art of Bonham Console, and walked into the next room and introduced monk Myung-jin to all the subscribers. He pointed to the monk and Park Soo-ho sitting at the table, and pointed to the man with glasses. At that moment, the man called him to eat with them. But instead, Han Dong-soo asked Myung-jin to say a few words to the subscribers. Myung-jin was confused at first. A moment later, he was talking about how fighting evil creatures had robbed him of much. He began to talk about the capabilities of the Hentaban left behind by his teacher. At that moment, however, their truck braked sharply near the entrance, and Junho looked out of it and shouted loudly to his brother that everything was ready. Park Soo-ho gave the order to move out, and all three of them immediately rushed out. Han Dong-soo was also joking about the score. As they drove along in the back of the truck, a drone buzzed its blades at them. Park Soo-ho, who noticed it, raised his head and asked thoughtfully what it was and if it needed to be eliminated. Han Dong-soo explained to him that it was a drone, and then told the subscribers that they were now heading to District 4 for a quest. Already at the entrance, he showed a portal from afar behind the wall, and said that on this historic day, the Soo-ho clan would be going on a dungeon quest for the first time, and lastly promised to post an awesome video when they got back. And the dungeon was unexpectedly strange. Many bats were flying in the air. Han Dong-soo assumed they were in a bat dungeon. And hopefully, he asked Park Soo-ho if he happened to have a long-range ability. There were none. How such a darkness of flickering beastmen could still be dealt with was still unclear. And then the monk spoke up, suggesting that the matter should be left to him. The clansman looked questioningly at the enthusiastic Myung-jin, who had volunteered to be the enthusiast, and the man crouched down, took out a mokthak from his belongings, and started hitting it. A measured, melodious chime spread farther and farther around the neighborhood. The bats immediately reacted to him, and began to frantically scurry around in the sky in a spiral, gathering into a single flock. Han Dong-soo took the opportunity to immediately show subscribers the mice's reaction to Myung-jin's mokthak. The small creatures bared their fangs, and angrily flapped their wings as they continued to gather together, and then the masses rushed at those who disturbed them in this dungeon. Monk Myung-jin froze with the mokthak in his hands himself, not expecting such a vivid reaction to his action, but quickly came to his senses. He grabbed the Hentaban and prepared to defend himself against the attack. The vicious creatures with brightly wreathing red eyes had already almost reached him, but he created a fire vortex with his weapon in time, destroying the small attacking creatures, until a huge bat monster appeared in front of them all. Myung-jin stood on the edge of the cliff, tightly clutching his Hentaban, and looked at the Hulk ahead, under Han Dong-soo's comments somewhere off to the side. But then, the monster collapsed like a hamstring, struck down by Park Soo-ho's sword with just one blow. An excited Han Dong-soo deftly dealt with a regular-sized bat that flew past him. Park Soo-ho rushed them, while they sat over the defeated creatures looking for heliotropes. Meanwhile, dozens of comments were bursting under the stream. Director Kim Mi-so clicked her mouse, switching between different videos on NoTube. She wasn't too happy about what she saw. It was strange and out of the ordinary. The pack leader nearby reported that the three of them could make 20 captures in a day, and the dungeons nearby were disappearing fast. Looking at the comments, Kim Mi-seo's head was spinning. She banned publication, but no one could have predicted that a streamer would be among the newcomers. Supervisor Park said that Park Soo-ho's video is the third most popular video, and if left as it is, a big fuss will be made. We need to take urgent action. Director Kim sighed and admitted that she already knew all of this, but there was no solution yet. And then among the banners online, she noticed the news that Michael Jervis had challenged world champion Okita Hiro. The article wrote that he had quieted his previous opponent with a signature punch and now challenged the #1 ranked player from Japan to a fight. Director Kim Mi-seo remembered how Okita Hiro used to be, and she knew that Korean-born Lee Sung-woo had once been an SS irregular. She was afraid that this time, too, the state would make a hasty decision in the name of protecting humanity and face a second incident like the one with Hiro. Manager Park called out to Kim Mi-so, who was deep in thought. She resolutely got up from the table and told her to make an appointment with Park Soo-ho and walk towards the exit. The street was lively. People were hurrying about their business. The merchants were touting their goods. The members of the Soo-ho clan were sitting in the main hall of their office. Han Dong-soo asked about Myung-jin not working today. Park Soo-ho thoughtfully noticed that the monk had not been seen in the temple. He wondered where the monk had gone. Junho said he heard that he had moved to Seoul with the surviving family members. Dong-soo whined that without the monk, the squad's effectiveness is lower. Continuing to pound enthusiastically on the keyboard of the laptop, Junho suggested a day's rest because their clan had already received the right to restore the level. He also calculated that they had earned 104 million in 3 days. Dongsu was happy that they could now take over the second-ranked dungeons. I thought to myself that he had never caught anything but heliotropes, and his income was small. But what opportunities from the dungeons of the second rank open up? Park Soo-ho didn't answer anything. Instead, he thoughtfully looked at his friends while looking at the status bar. While Han Dong-soo was planning to order the marbles, he considered that his F-class level 3. Then he thought about his stats. With over 3,000 achievement points, he had acquired too many different skills, and it looked strained. When he came out of his thoughts, he agreed that he could take a day and just rest. The guys were excited. Junho immediately stood up, stating that he and Gong-woo would take Grandma Suk-cha with them and go to the nearest park. Out of interest, Park Soo-ho looked at his brother's information as well. There was nothing but a name listed there. Granny came out of the kitchen and called Snowball to eat, and he came running. The grandmother had no information, but Snowball did. And then it occurred to him that a puppy could awaken as well as a human. And remembering the awakening, Park Soo-ho turned his attention back to his brother and thoughtfully called out to him. To begin with, he asked the man if it was difficult to repair the truck as often as he had to lately. Junho immediately admitted to the difficulty. At that time, Park Soo-ho offered to buy a new pickup truck of the latest model. Junho's eyes lit up boyishly with joy. Though at first he hesitated to ask if his brother was serious, Park Soo-ho confirmed with a smile that he was quite serious in his suggestion, and he offered to take Snowball with him, and he came running at once and began to hover near them. In the showroom, they were shown several cars, and including the latest model of the Conde Drago series. Junho was delighted with the dream of all mercenaries. The manager praised the car and talked about the fact that heliotropes were used as fuel, and the cost was 80 million won. Park Soo-ho looked at the happy little brother with a smile and asked if he liked it. And then he specified that he wanted to pay cash and whether they could take the car right away. Under the wheels of the new pickup truck, even difficult sections of the road were quickly laid down. Junho was enthusiastic about its capabilities and never tired of expressing his delight, saying that it couldn't even be compared to that ancient truck. With a grin watching his brother, Park Soo-ho added that the feeling of driving such a car was completely different, and he should have bought it a long time ago. At last, the emotion subsided, and Junho asked why they were going to District 4, Number 23 if it was a restricted area. Park Soo-ho looked at his brother with a sneaky glance and recalled that he himself had said that he had been unable to awaken because of financial difficulties. At this remark, Junho tensed palpably, beginning to suspect what his brother was getting at. And indeed the one went on and suggested that we should not delay and do it today. Junho took his eyes off the road and stared at his brother, hoping very much that he had just heard that. But no, they parked in an unremarkable spot in an abandoned part of town. The surroundings were desolate and riddled with creepiness. The heavy clouds added to the atmosphere. Junho sat gripping the steering wheel with all his might, unwilling to get out of the car and explore his surroundings. Snowball suddenly became wary and growled threateningly, his fur tugging at his scruff. Park Soo-ho looked around and asked Snowball if he too could smell the nauseating smell of goblin. His younger brother was drenched in sweat and looked at the puppy apprehensively. He dared to confess that he was very worried because he couldn't just go. Park Soo-ho silently grabbed the door handle and stepped out of the car into the street. Already outside, he asked his brother and the puppy to wait for him in the car, promising to return soon. Junho, afraid of being alone in this place, tried to stop him and even shouted after him. But he pushed himself off the asphalt without much effort and jumped high, hiding among the houses. And Junho could only stare at him in amazement, not knowing what to do next. As promised, the director of the loan agency had not forgotten the humiliation and still cherished the desire to get even with the insolent young man. He watched a video on YouTube of that guy and his crew taking over a dungeon. His brother and his assistant confirmed it was him. He also added that he had become very popular on YouTube and was also an irregular. Kim Jong-soo concluded that even the assassins would not help them. The deputy exclaimed in anger that they weren't going to let it go. After thinking for a moment, Kim Jong-soo ordered a list of the guilds they were collecting profits from in the county, and he was glad when the aide reminded him that if it's District 4, they have a Deputy Choi. It doesn't take a man like that to take a man down, and although he charges a lot and half of it in advance, he solves the problem quickly. Remembering how he dealt with a bunch of debtors last time, Kim Jong-soo told him to contact him and give him the money for the construction, as he had requested. And the clouds hanging low over the city thickened more, and finally came torrents of heavy rain, forcing passersby to seek shelter. Caught in the rain, Granny Suk-cha continued nonchalantly moving on, lamenting that she should have taken off her underwear before leaving. Just then, a representative black car pulled up beside her. She turned around and stared suspiciously through the impenetrable tinted windows. Two men came out of the car, and a girl who clarified whether she was talking to Mrs. Lee Suk-cha. She showed her ID and explained that they were from the central office and she needed help arranging a meeting with Park Soo-ho. The old woman only eyed the entire company in front of her with a skeptical look. It was also raining over one of the closed areas of District 4. There was also lightning. It was getting dark and Park Soo-ho still hadn't returned to the car. Jun-ho was dousing himself with sweat from fear and trying his best not to panic while grumbling about what to do for 30 minutes. Snowball suddenly growled threateningly and deafeningly again. The man at this time tried to pull himself together and gripped the steering wheel with icy fingers with an effort. Suddenly, an ugly goblin head jabbed into the driver's side window, grinning its teeth viciously, and then fell to the ground, leaving only a bloody paw clinging to the glass. And with that, the car door itself swung open to its full width. Jun-ho was terrified and had already prepared himself for almost anything that might await him. But it turned out to be Park Soo-ho. He leaned toward his brother and uncompromisingly told him to come out. He was very reluctant to do so and made a weak attempt to talk himself out of it, but eventually complied. All three of them, along with the pup, stood over the goblin lying on the pavement. Suddenly, he jumped up on his paws, and with a loud howl, his jaws snapped open, ready to lunge at anyone. Jun-ho shook and was ready to bounce off and run away from here without looking back. A good dagger thrown by his brother fell in front of him with a clang. Thoth turned around, threw over his shoulder to deal with the goblin, and then catch up with him and walked away. Jun-ho settled on his knees with a shaky hand, picking up the dagger, and called out to his older brother in horror. Park Soo-ho stopped and turned around again, with questioningly slanting eyes. Jun-ho tearfully whimpered pleadingly whether or not he necessarily had to wake up. The older brother who had fought in the other world for centuries only coldly remarked that being weak in this world was no way to survive, and advised the slumped Jun-ho to quickly disarm the goblin. And the goblin at that moment grinned menacingly again and prepared to attack. Snowball, standing in front of that one, growled menacingly, not the least bit afraid of the monster. Just then, Park Soo-ho firmly commanded the snow-white puppy to attack, and Snowball rushed with all his puppy strength to attack a monster much bigger than himself. He succeeded in bringing the goblin down, and he gripped one of its limbs tightly with his teeth. But the goblin managed the effect of surprise and intercepted the small pup with his other paw, threatening to hurt him. Park Soo-ho clucked his tongue and admitted that it wouldn't work because the puppy was still small. He told Jun-ho that if he didn't defeat the monster, Snowball would die. He was not very enthusiastic, but now he was also worried about the puppy. Nevertheless, he began to beg his brother to stop. But Park Soo-ho, under a deafening roll of thunder and lightning flashing brightly, commanded victory. Jun-ho clutched the ill-fated dagger with trembling hands and looked at it longingly, and the goblin opened its stinking maw wide and was ready to massacre the poor pup. With a loud shout under another lightning strike, Jun-ho swung his dagger, and then brought it down with force on the ugly carcass of the monster in front of him. The goblin's paw fell exhaustedly and unclenched. The puppy fell safely onto the asphalt unharmed. Park Soo-ho, who was observing the scene, shouted to do it again. Jun-ho repeated his actions several more times in exasperation, unable to stop himself. And then the dagger fell from his weakened fingers with a clang. He sat on his knees in the pouring rain, with his head thrown back, and shouted loudly, either from fear of the monster or from the horror of what he had done. Jun-ho looked at his stained hands just holding the dagger. Eyes wide open, he watched the raindrops run down his skin, leaving brown streaks. But Park Soo-ho wasn't enough. Still standing by his side, he ordered him to take the knife again. Jun-ho clutched his eyes and shook his head, not ready for a repeat of what he had just experienced. Then Big Brother simply remarked that if the monster didn't die, then he would be in trouble. Then Snowball puffed up his scruff again and growled menacingly at something off to the side. Junyo turned sharply toward the puppy, afraid to see another danger. There was another quite alive goblin on its paws, and Snowball was barking desperately beside it. Already turning away, Park Soo-ho told him to deal with the monster and follow him, since time was running out. And then he turned his back and just calmly began to walk away without showing the slightest curiosity about what was going on behind him. Jun-ho stared after him confusedly and could only hesitantly call out for help. It was all too reminiscent of his childhood, when the other kids would bully him without mercy and mock him in an inconspicuous cubbyhole somewhere, and the older brother indifferently passed by without even attempting to help him in any way. Then he also tried to call out to his brother asking for help and begging, trying to ignore the laughs of the bullies. But Park Soo-ho just turned his back and walked away without looking at him. So, now his older brother, with an indifferent look, measuredly walked away without looking back and leaving him alone with the problem. Remembering that it had been like this for as long as he could remember, Junho frowned and pressed his lips into a firm line. He looked at the defeated goblin, at his brother's receding back, and once more at the goblin. And then he shook himself and resolutely raised the dagger, tightly clenching his fingers around the hilt. Again he looked at the defeated monster, its mouth open and its tongue hanging limply out. Staggering and struggling to move his limbs, Junho rose to his feet. Thoughts rolled sluggishly through his mind, but the main one was resentment toward his brother, who'd been such a jerk for as long as he could remember. The goblin shrieked at the top of its voice and rushed to attack at full speed. Junho resolutely straightened up and prepared to meet him properly. With one strong blow, he deftly caught the ugly, screaming monster on his blade, and with a gradually growing wildfire of mild madness in his eyes, he told him to shut up. And then he struck another blow at the silent monster and yelled wildly himself that he had told it to shut up. For a few moments, reality seemed to freeze, but then the goblin collapsed to the pavement and never moved again. However, it didn't seem to be enough for the already slow-witted Junho. He knelt down beside him and struck one blow after another. Gradually, the shroud before my eyes fell, and the cold jets of rain brought me slightly to my senses. Standing over the seemingly finally neutralized goblin, Junho could only laugh hysterically for a while. He clutched the blade in his cramped fingers and stared dumbly at it and the goblin in front of him. When another bolt of lightning cut the sky, its glow illuminated for a moment the completely inadequate expression on his face. A silly giggle was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of another goblin rushing towards the man. Now Junho was no longer laughing. With his eyebrows pulled together, he glanced at the person who was approaching him, and with a confident movement, he moved towards the next monster, intending to deal with it as well. Although he managed to claw at his weapon arm with his paw, Junho managed to knock the goblin to the ground. Under the deafening roars of thunder and the glow of lightning, they rolled around on the pavement for a while, trying to overcome each other. Finally, the man dodged and made the move with a mad, anticipatory grin. The goblin that had been struck wheezed, but continued to glare angrily with its small eyes. Then Junho shouted, and with an effort, he completed the movement, disentangling the goblin finally. With an effort, he shoved the defeated monster off of him and stood up, and at first, hesitantly walked. After a few steps, his gait evened out, and Junho himself grumbled that this clingy guy couldn't calm down. He was still experiencing the unpleasant sensation of being struck, but suddenly his mumbling became strange and unintelligible. At one point, Junho looked up and saw his brother sitting on the roof. He was sitting on the roof with his legs stacked on top of each other, staring at him. Park Soo-ho, on the other hand, called up the status bar of his younger brother in front of his eyes and read it with interest. The system showed the F1 level and the ability that had been opened. He found this ability quite cute and smiled contentedly. Glad that his brother was awake, he decided to tease him and asked him if he had ever worked in a slaughterhouse. Junho froze like that at the bottom, tightly clutching his dagger and looking up. Then he grinned grimly and issued a short but firm denial. When Park Soo-ho stopped smiling and became serious, he commanded them to come up to him. The shadow of madness still hadn't left Junho, and before he could nod in agreement, he grinned rather unpleasantly. But Park Soo-ho didn't notice, raising his head to the sky and exposing his face to the rain. And behind his back, dozens and hundreds of defeated goblins were lying on that roof and the roofs of the surrounding houses. By the time they reached the Waken Control, it was already evening. The rain was still pouring steadily. They went to a vacant window. Junho was covered in mud, but Park Soo-ho was calmly standing next to him. The girl at the computer politely clarified what they were inquiring about. Park Soo-ho responded by pointing out that one of them had recently awakened. Glancing at his brother, the girl advised him to go to the shower room and wash up first, preferably after a quarantine examination, and then told him to go up to the third floor to the room for measuring spatial energy. On the way, Park Soo-ho explained that there is a device that measures this energy. It had to be greater than 100 to be registered. He also said that when he first came, his score was only 96, so he was kicked out. Junho didn't believe it. In the spatial energy measurement room, Junho was given a special suit to change into. Then they told me to lie down on a measuring device, something remotely resembling a tomograph. When placed inside, the strange glowing orb gave out a score of 111. After that, the doctor allowed him to go to the office to identify his skills, and Junho walked out. The girl turned to Park Soo-ho and asked if he wanted to measure his spatial energy as well. Thinking that, why not? Since he was here, Park Soo-ho also changed his clothes and settled down on the meter. He quietly closed his eyes, remembering from past times the brightness of that energy ball inside. And at first he was indeed blinded even through his closed eyelids by the bright light. But then reality seemed to shift, and he saw many eyes in the darkness. An information board appeared before his gaze. Some of it was obscured by question marks, but he managed to make out something about tracking them. Not expecting something like this from the now familiar procedure, Park Soo-ho opened his eyes abruptly. But above him was only the same energy ball that gave a reading of 189 points. Abruptly sitting down on the meter, Park Soo-ho tried to realize what he had just seen and whether he had imagined it. The girl scientist studied the stats on her tablet with fascination and noted enthusiastically that he was raising energy points at an incredible rate. She predicted that at this rate, he would quickly reach E-class, but Park Soo-ho was more interested in who had created the strange device at this moment. The girl looked up at him, smiled, and replied that it was invented by scientists. The short answer didn't explain anything, but it made him even more suspicious. It was not clear who these scientists were. When all the bureaucracy was done with, Park Joon-ho was given his awakening registration certificate and a smartphone. The girl behind the counter explained that the phone was a gift. The girl at the counter explained that the phone was a gift and added that he was now eligible for the mercenary exam. Joon-ho looked a little confused at the package in his hands and thanked him. Park Soo-ho complimented him with a smile, and then he frowned and decided to clarify if he had felt anything strange while measuring the energy. Joon-ho answered in the negative. Then he speculated that perhaps it was because the one was less sensitive and asked what his awakened skill was. Joon-ho immediately lowered his head and doomedly voiced that he had a decapitation skill. At the exit of the registration hall, they saw Captain Choi Soo-young walking down the corridor, accompanied by several men in uniform. Park Soo-ho was surprised to see her and froze. Joon-ho looked at his brother questioningly, but then Park Soo-ho came to his senses and ran out into the hallway, following the squad that had already passed and calling out to the blonde. Choi Soo-young stopped abruptly and turned around and frowned when she saw the person who called her. The members of the squad that accompanied her were joking about what was about to happen to the one who addressed their commander in such a manner, and one of the guys even recognized this suicide bomber as the recently popular Park Soo-ho. Ignoring the teasing, Park Soo-ho came closer and apologized for his reservation in the last meeting, saying that he wasn't used to civilized communication yet. The frowning Choi Soo-young was not eager to continue the conversation. She only gritted her teeth and suggested that we never meet again. Then she turned away and continued on her way. The men on the team continued to snicker, and one said that Soo-ho had clearly been rejected. The other noticed that he was not rejected, but was just being played with. Park Soo-ho looked at them without realizing what was happening. Captain Choi Soo-young glanced at the guy behind her and thought he was crazy. She resented him for saying that he misspoke, and the squad continued to discuss the likelihood that they were muddying the water. Someone joked to the commander that she was getting married. When Choi Soo-young was tired of listening to this nonsense, she sharply dispersed the idiots. They immediately realized that the commander was on edge and quickly went about their business. Park Soo-ho looked at her and thought about how sorry he was that the conversation didn't work out. The girl was like a godmother with such a tough character. In front of the building where the Soo-ho clan's office was now located, a representative black car stood in front of the building, and lights were burning in some of the windows. The director of portal management and Granny Suk Cha sat at the table in a simple manner, not the first time they had choked. Kim Mi-so was smiling blissfully and happily praising how good the strawberry soju was. My grandmother remarked that she was young and already a good drinker, and she sighed that her husband couldn't try it after leaving her 10 years ago. Kim Mi-seo grimly muttered that those damn monsters were begging to be defeated and drank again. Granny Suk Cha smiled broadly and noticed that the girl even swore beautifully, and she responded by praising the soup with Odin as the tastiest soup she had ever had in her life. Grandma laughed that it was time to stop snacking on only the most delicious soup. The director of administration agreed with her and noted that Park Soo-ho was delaying something. And at that moment, Park Soo-ho and his brother just walked in and looked questioningly at the whole picture in front of him. Gong Woo ran out of the other room to meet them, loudly cheering the return of his father and Snowball. The boy resented why his dad was back so late, and Oto asked if the kid had a good time. Director Kim Mi-seo stood up and greeted Park Soo-ho. He continued to scrutinize her with his hands in his pockets, and then he raised his eyebrows questioningly and clarified with the girl who she was. The status bar gave information about the name and the second level of the A class. The girl introduced herself as a commander from the Repatriate Department's Awaken Department. When they were settled at the table and everyone else had dispersed, Park Soo-ho clarified what she needed. Her answer that she had come to make a contract did not make it clearer to him. Kim Mi-so then asked if he knew what the Repatriates were officially called. Park Soo-ho only shrugged his shoulders and shook his head negatively, and Principal Kim Mi-so frowned and explained that people like him are called a coordinator. That notion in regards to the whole situation also told him nothing. Then the girl clarified whether he had returned to Earth through the red portal, and after confirming it, added that there were some conditions for its passage. Under her words that it was incredible luck that he was able to return safely, Park Soo-ho recalled the moment he went through the portal. But it was unlikely she meant just his feelings, so he clarified what she meant. And Kim Mi-so explained that it was a bridge portal and it will reappear. And when asked where he was, she raised her hand and pointed her finger directly at the guy sitting across from her. There was silence in the room for a while, and the girl continued to point toward Park Soo-ho. He too was in no hurry to break the silence and still stared with a question in his eyes. Then Kim Mi-so added a short remark that the portal would appear near the coordinate and jabbed her finger at the guy once more. Park Soo-ho thought for a moment. The information was unexpected but clearly important. But most importantly, it meant a chance for him to meet friends from another world. And then Director Kim began to tell us that the management of the Awakened suggests that this planet is the new fourth planet. She added that if their speculation is correct, Korea will be the only country to have a bridge portal with this fourth planet. After digesting the information he had received, Park Soo-ho clarified when the portal would appear. In response, a minimum 99-day time frame was voiced by the director. Afterward, Park Soo-ho asked what management needed from him personally, and the girl asked me not to go anywhere abroad until the portal opened. This request came as a great surprise. He had been preparing himself for much tougher demands from the government. Kim Mi-seo folded her arms across her chest and stated adamantly that they didn't want Park Soo-ho to become the second Lee Sung-woo. Unimpressed by her statement, Park Soo-ho calmly clarified who Lee Sun-woo was. The girl confusedly realized that he didn't know anything about the incident with Lee Sung-woo, and started to tell him. She revealed that the current #1 in the world rankings, Okita Hero, is actually a Korean named Lee Seong-woo. Park Soo-ho bowed his head and asked if he had heard correctly. And Mi-so told how during the Great Disaster, the government detained returnees under the pretext of protection, then knowing little about the irregulars. Lee Sung-woo escaped easily, even though he was a D-class awakening at the time. He became disillusioned with his homeland and moved to Japan by contacting their government. And it was Lee Seon-woo in Tokyo who opened the gates of the planet Gucheon, and the communication with the other planet and the space industry became part of their economy. Kim Mi-seo summarized that if the portal opens during his trip abroad, the Republic of Korea will suffer huge losses. After thinking about what he said, Park Soo-ho asked what he would get in return. The director of administration smiled temptingly and offered to ask for whatever he wanted. Eavesdropping in the cubbyhole behind the wall, Han Dong-soo jerked awkwardly. Park Soo-ho briefly voiced his desire to give the Soo-ho clan guild status and secure its holdings. Han Dong-soo in his cubbyhole was quietly stunned at what he had heard. Director Kim Mi-so nodded and asked if there were any other requests and offered to document the details. When Park Soo-ho remembered that he had forgotten to ask something, she nodded favorably, and he clarified how they would know that the portal had opened. Han Dong-soo even looked out from his hiding place and glanced at the people sitting at the table. Kim Mi-seo explained that they would send an agent who specializes in detecting interdimensional energy rifts. The clarification about the best agent made Park Soo-ho think of a blonde. That night, too, she remembered, and couldn't get his offer to mate after their fight out of her mind. She remembered her reaction then, and began to boil over again. She pounded the punching bag viciously, growling and grumbling that she wasn't some simpleton to fall for this. The other officers present in the room looked at her in bewilderment, and wondered what was wrong with the captain this time. And Choi Soo-yeon, with a loud shriek, she punched the poor projectile through with another blow, muttering that she should have prosecuted the jerk for sexual harassment. A puzzled voice from behind asked who was harassing whom, and Choi Soo-young turned around and saw Kim Mi-seo standing next to her. She immediately tried to excuse herself by saying that she didn't know anything and was just depressed. Kim Mi-seo skeptically asked when she wasn't depressed. Choi Soo-young sighed and rebuked what she was starting, but turned around in one piece. The director immediately became serious and said that Soo-young was going on a business trip. The blonde's mood didn't get any better from this news, and she irritably asked again, hoping that she had overheard. And when I read the order Kim Mi-seo held out to me, I realized that not only had I not heard it, but it was even worse than it seemed at first. She only had to frantically clench her fingers on the paper, gritting her teeth and asking either the gods or me so why her. The director took the question personally and complacently replied that it was because she was qualified. Choi Soo-yeon couldn't help herself and still snapped that why should she be the designated specialist since she wasn't the only one. Mi-so's clarification that she was the best when it came to the detection team made Soo-young muffledly growl through her teeth. Director Kim Mi so sternly reminded that they don't know what this new planet is, and asked what she thought would happen if a portal opened in the city. Choi Soo-yeon vividly imagined the possible catastrophe and its consequences, and had to admit that it would be a gateway to hell. At the slightest hint of the gate opening, Director Kim reminded him not to disappear and to stay close to him, and curved her lips in a wry smile, adding that she knew she couldn't avoid it. And then she turned around and walked out of the gym, leaving the blonde seething with irritation behind her. And the latter brought her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose and vowed to write an application for dismissal. Junyo sat on his bed, with his head wrapped around his head, trying not to go crazy from the many voices inside. He was brought out of his strange, frantic state by the son's ringing shout for his father to go and eat. During the meal, Han Dong-soo suddenly squealed happily while looking at the phone screen. And when asked, Junho shared the great news that they did well, and their clan passed the upgrade test. They now had the official right to take over second-level dungeons. Park Soo-ho maintained that this is really great news for them. But Junho objected that to clear the second-level dungeons, one had to be a D-level faction, and there were too few of them now. It seemed to him that at this point, it was better to continue capturing low-ranked dungeons. Han Dong-soo agreed that he was right, but they have Park Soo-ho who can even handle a rank 2 dungeon alone. Soo-ho interrupted the argument and said that they would first earn money from the first rank dungeons and raise the level, and if necessary, they would recruit more participants. Just then, the door opened and another member of their team walked into the room. Everyone turned around at the entrant and was genuinely pleased at his arrival. Monk Mayung-jin bowed as he greeted his friends and co-commanders. Even Gun-woo waved cheerfully at the Uncle Monk. And Han Dong-soo asked if he'd eaten already. Mi-young-jin, who had eaten breakfast in advance, suggested that we move out right away. They were standing in a line for passage among the cars of others wishing to get to the portal. From time to time, someone was arguing and honking. This time, they got to a huge dungeon, and there were plenty of people wanting to participate in its cleanup. Next to them were both established teams and one-day teams. Everyone wished each other good luck. As part of one of these one-day mercenary teams, Chang Jae-shik was also marching this time. He suddenly noticed a familiar face and turned around to see Park Soo-ho with 3 other members of his team. Overjoyed at the meeting, he waved his hand and called Soo-ho boss, drawing their attention to him. Park Soo-ho turned around not expecting to meet any of his few acquaintances here, but when he recognized Jang Jae-shik, he was very happy to see him and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He told him that Soo-ho was rumored to have started his own guild. Park Soo-ho did not deny the obvious fact, and in turn, asked how his friends were back then. Jang Jae-shik immediately frowned upset and frowned slightly after this question. Surprised by this reaction, Park Soo-ho perplexedly arched an eyebrow, but Jang Jae-shik quickly pulled himself together and smiled. He immediately assured me that everything was fine. When he tried to clarify why he was on the one-day team then, he did not answer, successfully distracted by the temporary co-commanders who had called out to him. He immediately turned around to run after saying he had to go and promising to get in touch again. Park Soo-ho, satisfied with the pleasant encounter, happily waved goodbye to that one. His team hadn't interfered, but now they were curious who it was, and he briefly explained that he had met a friend from the dungeon, and then decisively commanded to go in and led the team into the portal. None of them saw that, behind their backs, a stranger was watching the Soo-ho clan's passage into the portal. He gave them a long look and chuckled something to himself. Jang Jae-shik's temporary teammates surrounded him from all sides and asked him how come he was talking to Park Soo-ho himself, but he glumly ignored them and thought about what he couldn't say about his team breaking up and colleagues suspending membership under the pretext of medical treatment. This is not uncommon and often happens with teams without a leader. Everyone knows that level 0 guilds are easy to create and disband. Still, the stress of fighting monsters is tremendous, and there's a chance that those who left the team won't return to the job. Their squad coordinator ordered Jae-shik to cover the rear and make sure to keep a distance between their team and the advance party. And he kept thinking about the fact that mercenaries without a team join one-day groups for a joint takeover. You might find a new colleague among these people. And staring gloomily in front of him, he decided that he would definitely start over. At that time, Choi Soo-young was riding her motorcycle at a high speed on the roads of Seoul. Whether she wanted to or not, she had to follow orders. Director Kim Mi-seo contacted her on the way and told her that she was on her way. Then she said that the Soo-ho clan should be in the dungeon from the morning. Director Kim promised to find and send her his location, but using Choi Soo-yeon's technology, she refused and said that she had already checked everything and changed her route heading towards the right dungeon where she could find Park Soo-ho. Above the dungeon came the strong voice of Monk Myung-jin calling for the sacred dragon race. Han Dong-soo showed off an amazing dragon spirit on camera and announced that it was the monk's new technique without which their clan wouldn't have been able to make so much money. And then he turned the camera over to Junho, with a special fierceness of slashing frog-like monsters, and said that normally he's a normal guy, and after warning that he would now show what he had managed to get in his skill book and summoned the tracking technique. Just then, he turned his attention to the monstrous frog attacking Junho from the back and warned the man. Junho didn't show the slightest hesitation and fought with the monster in front of him first, and then he turned toward the approaching danger without any fear. Crouching slightly and displaying the blade he had prepared to strike, Junho easily defeated the overgrown frog, and smiled broadly but quite madly, frightening the unwitting onlooker. Han Dong-su was taken aback by this smile, and compared Junho to a demon taking obvious pleasure in his action. Park Soo-ho looked at his team members calmly standing erect and relaxedly stuffing his hands into his sweatshirt pockets. He was pleased with the way his team was performing, and noted that the three of them were enough to clear the area. And in another part of the dungeon, explosions rang out and fire roared. One of the temporary team members was dashing away from the frog monsters and throwing fire clots behind his back without looking. As a result, he blew up not only monsters, but also his teammates. Jang Jae-shik was also hit and fell to the ground after one of those explosions. Rolling over, he tried to catch his breath and recover at least a little. After spitting up, he looked up and cursed at the asshole who had thrown the firebomb at him. But the one just at that moment was nipped across the waist by a huge red tongue. The largest of the monsters in the form of frogs were safely finishing off the last members of his temporary crew, doomedly falling back to the ground. Jang Jae-shik moaned that this team was finished as well. But then he remembered how coherently and decisively the guys from the Soo-ho clan had entered the portal. Realizing that he was jealous, he began to rise to his feet. Staggering but clutching his sword tightly, Jang Jae-shik thought that it was unlikely that an E-class old man like him would be taken into their team. When the dungeon cleanup was done with, the entire Soo-ho clan team returned to the door and went through the portal. On the way, they discussed their achievements. Dong-su was happy that he was faster and not so tired, while Myung-jin felt the power of the spellbook. Park Soo-ho was also pleased with them and happy for their success, and suggested that they split up and attack in teams from now on. Coming out of the portal, they ran into a strange, unfamiliar guy who immediately waved at them and clarified they were from the Soo-ho clan. Park Soo-ho himself looked over the stranger and tilted his head to the side in surprise, asking who he was. The stranger introduced himself as Choi Min-woo from the BDG Guild and held out his business card. Han Dong-su, who hardly knew everything about everyone, remembered that this was a level 5 guild from the 4th zone. It owns the portal they came out. After taking the card and reading it, Park Soo-ho immediately asked what they owed such attention to. Choi Ming-woo began to happily broadcast that he just happened to be here at the same time as their clan and decided to give them a small gift. The whole team was very surprised by this turn of events. This was a gift they had certainly not expected. And Choi Min-woo said that they had heard about their level up, and as congratulations, the guild was offering a one-time ticket to the second-rank dungeon. Han Dong-su was immediately excited about the free ticket, since a one-time entrance to a second-ranked dungeon cost more than 10 million won. Waiting for Dong-su's raptures to subside, Choi Min-woo temptingly suggested if they wanted to go right. A considerably less enthusiastic and more suspicious Junho clarified if they should prepare first. Choi Ming-woo laughed and reassured that they had prepared the information about the dungeon and the necessary equipment, and he himself would go with them. Han Dong-su continued to rave about how lucky they were. He also said that he and Soo-ho Neem could handle him. After thinking it over, Park Soo-ho sent the rest of the clan to the first-ranked dungeon to work on teamwork. He then voiced his decision to go to the second level himself, which would be much more effective. These words made Choi Min-woo hide a satisfied grin. The guys nodded in agreement at this allocation of power and resources. At that time, Choi Min-woo offered to take Park Soo-ho to the place with his car. After a while, they were already approaching the right dungeon. While on the road, a manager from the BDG Guild contacted dispatch and notified them that they would be using the 47th portal. Park Soo-ho crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that there were no mercenaries around. His interlocutor agreed that it was indeed empty, but that was because the portal had only recently opened and he had taken care of the extra arrangements. Park Soo-ho glanced at him and asked if he was causing trouble, but he assured them that they would be happy to have the Soo-ho clan use their portals. After taking a look at the information he had, Park Soo-ho recognized that he would be comfortable using the portals nearby. When they arrived at the place and got out of the car, they were met by a mercenary who reported that everything was ready. He handed Park Soo-ho the backpack he was carrying before and said that it contained a dungeon plan and a set of equipment. Grabbing the provided backpack, Soo-ho moved towards the portal as he turned around and offered to have lunch together when he returned. Choi Min-woo thanked for the offer and wished he could finish soon and go out so they could have a drink. Satisfied with the arrangements, Park Soo-ho waved goodbye and pressed the special device on his suit. The device, as well as the entire suit created from spatial energy, formed a special helmet around his head. And when the helmet was ready, Pa Soo-ho comfortably grabbed the strap of his backpack and stepped into the portal. Going through the portals was familiar to him now, but he still felt something during the transition that he hadn't felt before. The remaining Choi Min-woo on the other side looked at him and hummed a cheerful tune to himself. Suddenly, there was a roar of an engine from behind, and turning around, he saw a motorcycle approaching. This unforeseen appearance made her frown and get close. A blonde woman riding a motorcycle stopped abruptly right in front of the barrier blocking the driveway. Taking off her helmet, the girl immediately clarified Park Soo-ho Lee had entered the portal now. Choi Min-woo confusedly confirmed that everything was correct and asked who she was. Without waiting for a reaction, and without asking for permission, Choi Soo-yeon took off running, shouting that she was a member of the Soo-ho clan and was also going into the portal. Choi Min-woo spread his hands and peacefully agreed with her action. And when the girl was no longer paying attention to him, he grinned contentedly again. In a room nearby, Choi Min-woo was waiting for his customer. He demanded 2 billion per head. Deputy Kim Jong-soo immediately complained that it was too expensive and it wasn't even murder. And Choi Min-woo agreed that it's not too hard to pull this off, but the main danger is the guy's excessive popularity. So, without hiding a chuckle, he repeated that 4 billion would be waiting in the end, and Choi Soo-young ran into the portal and began to pass through it with effort. Without protective gear, it was much more difficult and unpleasant. And while walking, I remembered how I arrived at the place where Soo-ho's clan was supposed to clean up the dungeon, but only his guys were there. Surprised, she immediately asked why she didn't see Park Soo-ho with them. They explained to her that he had just left for another dungeon at the invitation of the BDG Guild. She immediately climbed back on her bike and raced to catch up with the recently departed car. On the way, she contacted director Kim Mi-so and reported that Park Soo-ho was heading to another portal and she was following him. Ta immediately ordered her to follow him into the portal and keep an eye on him. Unable to express her surprise in any other way, Choi Soo-young only asked why it was necessary. Director Kim Mi-seo explained that she needed Soo-young to confirm the report about the guy's ability, but she was indignant that she could confirm in a second-level dungeon at all. She added grumpily that she was wearing casual clothes. Kim Mi-so folded her arms across her chest and reminded her that the girl had her bracelet with her for that. Choi Soo-young groaned that she liked her clothes and didn't want to lose that one when crossing the portal. Director Kim immediately stated that she would pay double the amount of all material damages. With no other arguments for Choi Soo-young to object to, she could only marvel at how much Mi-seo needed this. She leaned back in her chair with a sigh and picked up the clipboard, noting that it was very important for them to get Park Soo-ho. Choi Soo-young was surprised. After a bit of silence, she recalled that Mi-so had said that they had already made a deal with the guy, and the principal condescendingly reminded me that paperwork was always a different matter, and then just asked me to do it as a favor. And so, Choi Soo-young ends up struggling to tear through the portal, losing more and more clothes with each step. Walking out of the door, Park Soo-ho carefully surveyed the surroundings without hurrying to move anywhere. Listening to his senses, he came to the conclusion that this dungeon even had some kind of different atmosphere. Suddenly, the door behind him began to show some activity. Turning around curiously, he waited to see who had decided to keep him company. Suddenly, a very familiar voice shouted at him in a commanding tone to stand where he was standing. And he saw the blonde Choi Soo-young start to come out of the portal. With difficulty pulling herself out of the portal opening, the girl wailed for him not to look or turn around. Still not quite out the door completely naked, she threatened once more that she would kill him if he turned around and activated her bracelet. A special suit of spatial energy began to envelop her body like a second skin. The girl collapsed to her knees exhaustedly and thought that the mood was ruined, and she should have asked for triple compensation. And at that moment, she saw that the insolent Park Soo-ho was facing her and looking at her. Angry, she shouted that she had told the pervert not to look. Park Soo-ho immediately said that he just liked the bracelet. He immediately asked if it had an inventory storage function. And while he was also studying her characteristics, Choi Soo-young glumly clarified if he had been watching for a long time. The characterization of the blonde captain, Park Soo-ho, was pleasantly impressed. And then he paid attention to her words and remembered the form in which he had first fallen out of the portal to Earth. And then he reminded her that she had seen it all too well, and now they were even. In response, Choi Soo-yeon irritatedly said that she didn't want to see such a thing. Ignoring the girl's annoyance, Park Soo-ho calmly clarified why she was here and if she had come to fight him. To this, she reminded him that Captain Kim Mi-so had warned him that he would now have guards. At first happy that he understood then, Park Soo-ho frowned as he recalled that he had been promised a competent employee. Choi Soo-young gritted her teeth and muttered that she was just the right person. The impenetrable guy responded by calmly saying he didn't think so. The girl growled and mumbled something about bullying, and then said in a more coherent, separate voice that she'd only come like this because she was in a hurry. To this, Park Soo-ho shrugged his shoulders and only asked him not to touch his prey. Calmly, Choi Soo-young assured that she was only here to see what he could do. And then she stopped talking and frowned, sensing something wrong. And then she cheerfully remarked that they had their first guest. Park Soo-ho also listened intently to his senses scanning the area. The first monster encountered in this dungeon was found nearby. From what he could make out, this monster appeared to be a large and green orc. Choi Soo-young happily noted that it was an orc warrior, which meant that they were fabulously lucky to run straight into the dungeon boss. But Park Soo-ho didn't support her joy by clarifying that there were 4 bosses. The girl frowned puzzled, but then listened again to her sensations and what was going on around her, and was forced to admit that there were indeed orcs approaching them from 4 sides. But that couldn't be because they were in a dungeon of only the 2nd level, for which 1 orc was a great achievement. Except that Park Soo-ho snickered and condescendingly corrected her that this wasn't a level 2 dungeon at all. Choi Soo-young's face stretched out in surprise, and she slammed her eyes incomprehensibly. Her unwilling partner clarified that she was definitely competent if she hadn't sensed it when she went through the portal. The girl pulled herself together and frowned angrily, kissing that it was all because of her bracelet and its barrier. Park Soo-ho indulgently chuckled in response, and only threw her anyways not to touch his prey. And from his seat, he took such a start that the ground beneath him spattered with stone chips, and Choi Soo-young was thrown aside by the shockwave. She could hardly stand on her feet and covering her face from dust and small stones with her hands. She looked at him and marveled at the unreal speed with which he ran. And Park Soo-ho quickly reached the nearest orc and knocked him down with a fist strike. As he fell, the orc released his axe from his paw, and that axe was quite fortunate to be in the path of the man. Landed on his feet a little to the side of Park Soo-ho already with an orc battle weapon in his hand. The orc was in no hurry to get up. He sat on one knee where he'd managed to slow his fall and rubbed his obviously injured head with his paw. The other 3 orcs changed trajectory and rushed towards the one who had attacked their kin. Without waiting for the green thug to come to his senses, Park Soo-ho clutched the reclaimed axe with both hands and lunged at it. One intensified movement that left a shining trace in the air, and the defeated orc fell to the ground in a heap. But just then, another monster arrived without even turning its head toward the fallen tribesman. Without bothering to assess who he was about to attack, he rushed in with a loud roar, but hesitantly froze surprised by the strange actions of his almost defenseless opponent. And Park Soo-ho took a good swing and threw his axe at the orc with effort. Before the axe-wielding orc could fall to the ground, a 3rd orc flew past him without looking back. The man didn't wait and climbed a small ledge nearby and ran away from the orc on top of it. Reaching the edge of the dais, he pushed off hard and leaped forward. In a long, familiar gesture, his hand grasped tightly at one of the vines hanging from the tall trees. Due to the inertia, Park Soo-ho flew over the orc in an arc in the air. The bewildered orc, who had just run around the rocks, twisted his head around in confusion, not understanding where the man could have gone, and he deftly somersaulted through the air practically over his head, and began to fall directly on the monster, frozen in unusual reverie. Outside the portal, Choi Min-woo of the BDG Guild was on the phone and demanded his due payment. He assured that even if the 2 S-rankers who had gone in there were both S-ranked, they would hardly be able to get out of such a level dungeon. Landing on the back of a gaping orc, Park Soo-ho knocked that one down with a powerful punch. Choi Soo-young watched him jumping away from the monster's back with her eyes open in surprise. And it's like he's in slow motion and he's falling face down in the ground, landing at the same time as Park Soo-ho's weighty body. He rests his fingers on the ground and feels the 4th orc approaching. He smirked as he glanced at him and said that it didn't make any difference what level the dungeon was. He just needs to take them all down. In that instant, the last orc's axe comes down on the spot where the man had literally just been. But to the surprise of the huge green-skinned orc, Park Soo-ho is no longer there. Jumping away, he kicks the big man away with a leg and immediately lands lightly on his feet without even being out of breath. The axe flew to one side, knocking stone chips out of the ground, and the orc tumbles far away into a completely different one, picking up every possible bump along the way, and ends up smashing his back violently into a large tree, raising clouds of dust around him. Park Soo-ho calmly waits until at least some of the raised dust settles back to the ground, and something can be seen. But then, at the same time, the information board about scoring is displayed, and the wind slightly disperses the dust clouds. It's clear that the orc who has bitten into the tree limb is no longer to be feared. Park Soo-ho heads toward the orc, satisfied with this gold mine. He took the backpack off his back so it wouldn't get in the way, and held it out to Choi Soo-young, who stood behind him without looking. Confused, the girl stared at the gloved hand of the outfit for a few seconds, but then she took the backpack and held it against her. Park Soo-ho looked back at her and asked her what she was doing and if she could help pick heliotropes. He walked with a casual stride toward the last defeated orc lying under a tree. Looking after him, the captain reflected that even though he was a possible irregular, this guy barely had enough experience points to reach F level, but not the slightest hint of any hesitation during his hunt, or rather even slaughter. It was hard for her to believe that a normal, adequate person could behave and act like that. Choi Soo-young just watched him calmly trying to find the heliotrope monster for a bit longer. Suddenly, something alerted her to her surroundings and made her tense up alarmingly. She activated the search skill and looked around, scanning the immediate surroundings. At this moment, Park Soo-ho had just taken out a heliotrope and was now rejoicing at how big they were. Choi Soo-young grudgingly remarked that this was not the time to be doing this at all. But the guy only looked at her in bewilderment, turning his head slightly in her direction and asking why she thought that. The girl commented that even though he had defeated 4 orc bosses, the door was still closed, and threw her backpack at him. He fell down right next to Park Soo-ho, and something inside with a thud. Choi Soo-young said that there was nothing in that backpack but rocks, and clarified if he knew that. After opening the backpack and seeing that she was right, and that there was no promised gear, he didn't get discouraged and said that he would just fill it with heliotropes then. The captain scratched her head in puzzlement, beginning to guess that this guy really didn't have the brains to realize what was going on, and decided to enlighten him this dungeon is at least level 4 or higher, which means it would be difficult for them to get out, even if they joined forces. Park Soo-ho raised his head and looked at the girl, thoughtfully digesting her words. And then his eyes rounded at the realization that his new acquaintance had lied about this being a level 2 dungeon, but it was actually level 4 or higher. At first, this reasoning seemed to calm Choi Soo-young down, but the last sentence about the free gold mine discouraged her. And then Park Soo-ho jumped to his feet and happily yelled that when he got out, he would buy something worthwhile for assistant manager Choi Min-woo. The captain almost fainted with regret at the conclusion that this kid was completely stupid. But a suspicious sound made her gather herself, and she turned around sharply. A huge orc leaped at her from behind, swinging a heavy axe at her. With a habitual gesture, Choi Soo-young's hand slid to her belt to snatch her own weapon. But grasping only emptiness with her fingers, she lowered her head and realized the blade was missing. For a moment, she was pierced with the horror of not realizing where her weapon might be. But then she remembered that she'd left the katana strapped to her bike, and hadn't even thought to bring it with her when she'd rushed to the portal. And at the moment when procrastination could have become dangerous for her, the silhouette of a guy flashed across the orc, blurred in motion. Choi Soo-young watched as the shining stroke of the blade that had suddenly appeared in his hand crossed the monster's body. The green carcass collapsed downward, causing the girl to bounce to the side to avoid being crushed. And the unperturbed Park Soo-ho deftly landed on his feet a little away from her. Straightening up, he smiled at her looking over his shoulder, and assured her that she had nothing to worry about, and he was strong, though not as strong as he used to be. Choi Soo-young frowned and tilted her head to the side, pondering if he could have been even stronger before. And then her intuition howled in a bad voice, making her alarmingly wary. And then, from somewhere far away, a strange measured rumble began to be heard. They both listened to their gut feelings and the surrounding space, trying to identify the threat. To do so, Choi Soo-young activated the foresight skill, and her eyes shone with a blue light. She looked around and saw a horde of orc-like creatures approaching them from all directions. She only had to grimace at what she saw, and realized what kind of trouble they were in. The fact that they were surrounded by a large group of orcs was voiced by Choi Soo-yeon, especially for Park Soo-ho. And then, among the throngs of ordinary orcs, she also noticed the vastly superior figure of their leader. Behind her, Park Soo-ho happily looked up to the sky, and exhaled happily that the prey was moving towards them. Even though Myung-jin wasn't with them, the main squad was overtaken by 2 massive orcs armed with cleavers and riding huge wolves. Choi Soo-young's reaction was the expected worry. After all, behind her back is a dorky lunatic who must be saved as a potential irregular. But the guy who saw the wolves had an indecently happy look, for someone who was surrounded by strong monsters. The wolf riders were approaching too fast to continue to loiter. That's why Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-yeon simultaneously jumped out of their seats and ran towards the danger. However, even at that moment, he reminded her not to touch anyone. Without any hesitation, they each chose a rider. Choi Soo-yeon took her opponent's attack with the shield she had summoned in front of her hand, and his own Park Soo-ho easily took down the wolf with a single blade strike. Without waiting for the next blow, the girl summoned from her inventory the sword stored in her bracelet as a backup weapon, and prepared to fend off the attack of the green-skinned rider who had just turned toward her. He and the orc dashed towards each other. Their blades met in two bright strokes. But Choi Soo-yeon only managed to lightly hit the monster, which only caused it to growl even more viciously. She clucked her tongue disappointedly, annoyed that she hadn't picked up her usual blade. And then a voice with a note of reproach was heard from above, reminding him that he asked not to touch his prey. And following that, Pei Soo-ho swooped down on the orc with a leg kick, knocking the monster out of the saddle. That weightless fluff flew off the wolf and rolled on the ground. The guy himself landed on his feet behind the girl, but didn't waste a second. He immediately took off running again, forcing Choi Soo-young to cover his face from the wind and dust. And while she was trying to blink, Park Soo-ho swept through the dangerously close orcs with a deadly stroke of lightning. As a result, all nearby orcs were effectively and quickly neutralized, but there was another group of several monsters approaching ahead, and Park Soo-ho didn't even think of slowing down, intending to do the same trick to them. But suddenly he ran into an unexpected obstacle in front of him. This obstacle was the orc leader's mace, which he used to lift Park Soo-ho into the air and hurl him away. Even Choi Soo-young, who had gotten used to the fact that he was almost playfully killing all the enemies, froze in shock as she watched him fly. Satisfied that they had knocked down the annoying insect that had been stabbing them before, the orcs stopped. And Park Soo-ho, who had been thrown back by the orc mace strike, flew far back. The orc leader let out a loud, triumphant roar. He was of impressive size, far exceeding even the size of ordinary orcs. Choi Soo-young realized that the orc commander would be more difficult to deal with than his fellow tribesmen. The orcs did not stand still for long and rushed to catch up with the enemy. Finally, Park Soo-ho managed to slow his movement and jump to his feet. After looking at the one who had struck him, he was glad to meet the dungeon boss. He roared loudly once more, drawing his mace. His eyes burned red with rage and hatred. Choi Soo-young rushed to the rescue and told Park Soo-ho to deal with the monster first, while she decided to distract the others. The boy picked up and clutched tightly with his fingers the blade that had been dropped during the fall, and lunged at the monster leader now, considering what to expect from his attack. Park Soo-ho pushed back and somersaulted out of the way of the heavy mace. And in the air, he grouped himself in preparation to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. Once on the back of the huge orc, he thrust his blade almost full length into it. Choi Soo-yeon, who had not let the boy out of her sight, saw what had happened and rejoiced that the orc commander had been defeated. But the joy of both of them was premature, and the carcass under Park Soo-ho's feet had no plans to settle to the ground as a lifeless mass. On the contrary, the orc leader roared and swung his mace at the man, knocking him off his back. The blade snapped and fell from his unclenched fingers. Even Choi Soo-yeon didn't expect the monster to be so agile and resilient, and worried for Park Soo-ho for a moment. Sitting in her office at the Office of Awakened Director Kim Mi, So received an unexpected phone call from her deputy. He anxiously reported that something didn't add up. Kim Mi-seo asked what was wrong. Supervisor Park looked puzzled at the map on his phone and clarified if Captain Choi Soo-young was supposed to go after Park Soo-ho, because according to the map, their phones are signaling from different locations, but none of them have moved in the last hour. To the director's surprise, the deputy director added that Park Soo-ho's phone is near the first-level dungeons, In then blurted out. Kim Mi-seo demanded to clarify what he meant, because she's sure they should be together. When the guys gathered at the car after the blonde left, Dong-soo suggested that they rest for an hour before their next run. Jun-ho supported his idea. Suddenly, through the glass, Han Dong-soo noticed a phone on the front seat and realized that Park Soo-ho had left without it. Choi Soo-young's motorcycle was standing alone at the barrier near the entrance to the area leading to the portal, and in a special mount on the steering wheel, the captain's smartphone was bursting with melody. Kim Mi-seo, who was trying to call her, mumbled quietly about where she was as she listened to the ringing of the phone. When asked if they were able to locate Captain Choi Soo-young, Deputy Park replied that she was in the newly opened Level 5 dungeon. With numb lips, Director Kim Mi-seo asked the assistant if she had heard the 5th level dungeon. She remembered how she had ordered Choi Soo-yeon to follow Park Soo-ho into the portal, and even dismissed her claims. Hoping that it was still possible to make things right, Kim Mi-seo pulled herself together and began to ask for more information about the level 5 dungeon. When asked who supervises his assistant, replied that it was the BDG Guild Properties. At that time, the director ordered that she check the entry records of this portal and tell the person in charge of portal management from the guild to call her back. At this moment, Pak Soo-ho, who had been thrown off his back by the orc leader, hit the ground, feeling the air being violently knocked out of his lung. A whole crowd of orcs were rushing towards him at a good speed, threatening to trample the little man who got in their way. Choi Soo-yeon rushed to their side, calling out to Park Soo-ho and hoping that he was at least relatively okay. He sat on the ground and shook his head in confusion. Hearing a loud, rapidly approaching stomp, he raised his head and cast around with an appraising glance. Several orcs were already very close by. One of them was swinging both of his axes in preparation to strike. The not at all concerned, Park Soo-ho smirked and admitted that things had gotten a little complicated. The first orc was already within striking distance and growled menacingly before lowering the axes clutched in his paws. But Park Soo-ho didn't give him even the slightest opportunity to do so and intercepted the orc's arm. Then with a grab, he threw the green-skinned big man over his shoulder and swept him off his feet. The carcass of the discarded orc also knocked over the one that was running after him. Without wasting time, Pa Soo-ho picked up the axes dropped by the orc and clutched them tightly in his hands as he tried them on. And with his next move, he launched both weapons simultaneously at the next group of orcs approaching him. Two of the attackers immediately dropped out of action and were no longer a threat. At that moment, a hail of arrows suddenly rained down on them from behind the trees. Choi Soo-young had to simultaneously fight off the orcs' attack and dodge the flying arrows. The presence of the archers didn't please her at all. They had to do their best to keep up. The girl barely had time to roll aside to avoid 3 arrows at once. Lying on the ground, Choi Soo-young tried to catch her breath and clenched her teeth, realizing that there was no time at all. By the time she pulled herself up and sat down, another wave of green-skinned monsters were already approaching her. Not having time to get to her feet, the girl used a defense bomb on her attackers. A second of delay by the orcs blinded by the bright light cost them everything. At that moment, a man's iron grip closed on her wrist above the bracelet and pulled the girl to the side. A second later, the figure of the orc leader appeared from behind the scattered veil of light, bringing his mace down on the spot where the girl had just been. The orc leader was not at all happy with the prey that had slipped away from him, and he roared angrily. After catching her balance and adjusting to running, Choi Soo-young asked Park Soo-ho what he was doing and was told that they had to run. As they looped around in a hail of arrows, she had time to resent the fact that orcs were all around them, and there was nowhere to run. Park Soo-ho pointed ahead to where they were running, and noticed that there was no one there. Choi Soo-yeon tried to convey to the guy that nothing would help them there, since there was a cliff ahead, and there would be no time to run further. But the impenetrable Park Soo-ho nonchalantly remarked that that was exactly why they needed to go there. When the orcs were almost on their heels and the edge of the cliff was approaching, he picked up the dazed girl in his arms. She wanted to be outraged and protest, or at least find out what he was up to. But Park Soo-ho didn't give her that chance, and loudly warned her to hold on tight. At that moment, he reached the cliff, and still without reducing his speed, he pushed off with force, and jumped off the cliff tightly clutching the girl, who instinctively hid her face on his chest. Behind them, the orcs continued to run after their prey. They hadn't even realized that their prey had already slipped away. A fair number of orcs flew into the abyss following the humans. Firmly pressed against the stranger's torso, Choi Soo-yeon was at the top of her voice, cursing Park Soo-ho as a madman. But she didn't even try to break free, resigned to the fact that there was a good chance they wouldn't survive. If not the orcs, the fall would finish them off. Park Soo-ho looked up at the orcs that were falling down and adjusted the direction a little to land right between them. Their landing came out noisy, accompanied by rumbling and dislodged rocks flying in all directions. But it went quite well, unlike the orcs who failed to stop at the edge of the cliff. Choi Soo-yeon felt the fall stop and moved away from Park Soo-ho, opening her eyes. Looking around, she asked slightly hysterically how it was that she was still alive. Park Soo-ho, who had regained his balance, immediately let the girl out of his arms without any piety, and then he turned around and walked away, recognizing the unpleasant fact that he had almost died. Not expecting such treatment, Choi Soo-yeon was left lying on the ground, recoiling both from her questionable partner's behavior and from jumping off the cliff. She looked up confusedly, encompassing her gaze both the local sky and the high cliff face, and the orcs crowded there on the edge. The girl looked at the height from which Park Soo-ho had jumped with her in his arms, and wondered how they were still alive. Later, they found a cave in which they were able to spend the next 2 days slowly recovering and making small hunting trips. But there were too many orcs around, and they had to be extremely cautious. It was a good thing these monsters were so noisy, When at some point Choi Soo-young got tired of the silence during another vacation, she asked Park Soo-ho what his plan was. He calmly said that he had to defeat all 4 orc warriors to level up. Then they could attack the commander-in-chief again. Choi Soo-yeon exhaled, tired of explaining sometimes elementary simple truths. Still, she raised her head and explained that leveling up only represents empowerment and does not make anyone stronger per se. But Park Soo-ho argued that it was the opposite for him, and that the promotion was helping him remove his restrictions. That surprised the girl. And then with a smirk, he added that what he called the removal of restrictions was reinforcement. The captain squinted irritably in response, but said nothing more. Outside the portal, many were in a panic. The gawking reporters and control services had been flocking closer to it all these days. Eventually, the portal itself was cordoned off. There were military personnel on constant duty nearby. There were even more journalists around, covering the high-profile incident from all sides. One of the television crew was passionately broadcasting about being at the level 5 dungeon where the accident happened 2 days ago. All the members of the Soo-ho clan were here, worried about their friend and boss. The emotional Han Dong-soo sobbed on his knees, and Monk Jun-ho stood gloomily by his side. The detained suspect, Choi Min-woo, initially claimed that the missing people entered the portal of their own volition, but after investigation, he confessed to the crime. As he was being led to the police car, reporters from afar shouted and asked for comments, or what Park Soo-ho's last words were. But he just gritted his teeth in annoyance at the paparazzi. He was disappointed that he hadn't even thought about the fact that the girl might be from the department. The director of the Awakened Department, Baek Yi-soo, listened to the reporter talk about the hopes for the return of the alleged irregular. Suddenly, Supervisor Kim Mi-so burst into his office with the rattle of the door opening. He jumped at the noise the woman made, and her loud shriek when she asked him what he was doing. Enraged by the situation, he said they had to catch everyone. Baek Yi-soo condescendingly clarified that if it's about those involved, they've already done it, and there's a bounty on the escaped head of loans. Kim Mi-seo argued that it would only cut off the ends, because with a level 5 dungeon, it was unlikely that he could do such a thing alone. The headmaster immediately asked what else they should do, and not interrogate a level 5 guild just for the sake of it, and it wouldn't bring back the missing alive anyway. Supervisor Kim frowned and clarified in what sense just for the sake of it. Baek Yi-soo waved his hands and reminded him that Park Soo-ho had only supposedly returned from the 4th planet, but he could have just come back from the dungeon. Kim Mi-seo shouted at the director in frustration, but then the announcer's voice came from the screen again, and they interrupted the conversation to listen. There was talk of an increase in crimes related to criminal organizations and penalties for guilds for negligence in dungeon management. The director was unhappy with this kind of pressure on the guilds through the press, although he admitted that he would not refuse to bargain money from them in such cases. And Kim Mi-seo, who had been holding herself together until then, suddenly realized the hopelessness of the situation, and her worries for Choi Soo-young came to the forefront. Baek Yi-soo looked back perplexedly at the suddenly disheveled head of the Repatriate Department, and then he told her that he cared too. But now they can only believe in Soo-young and wait. And then the screen started talking about the low chances of survival. He turned back to the screen and sighed. Kim Mi-seo collapsed to her knees and cried. She was very worried about Choi Soo-yeon, who she had sent into that trap herself. In the forest of the dungeon, the night had also thickened. A mist rose from the ground. Orcs were still roaming the surrounding forest, looking for fugitives. They often prowled around in groups, but sometimes they managed to catch lone monsters as well. In front of one just like this, a tree spirit suddenly appeared in a bright glow. The orc stared at the crumb in thought, wrinkling his forehead and knowing what to do with it. He tried to catch the little fairy, but she slipped out of his grasp at the last moment and darted away. The orc immediately became enraged and angrily growled something in Orcish. He tried to reach the flickering light in front of him with his axe, but expectedly failed. Stalking the bright firefly orc swung his weapon in all directions, and each one didn't hit him even fleetingly. Until at last, the wispy tree spirit darted into the bushes and disappeared among the green foliage. The orc lost sight of the welcoming firefly and twisted his head around in confusion. There was a slight rustle of leaves from somewhere in the tree under which the orc stood, but he didn't have time to react. Park Soo-ho jumped at him from his hiding place. Not a moment later, the defeated orc was lying on the ground, and a notification of new achievement points appeared in front of the guy. Pulling out his blade, Park Soo-ho smilingly stated that there were still 3 more to catch before leveling up. Sitting in ambush, not the next orc Choi Soo-young applied the skill of clairvoyance. 100 meters ahead, another warrior monster was wandering alone. That's what she told Park Soo-ho. She also wanted to share her suspicions, but he didn't even listen to her, and took off without warning, almost knocking her down as usual. Spitting up the sand and leaves in her mouth, she tried to shout after him, but when he listened to her, jumping above the orc, Pak Su-ho already had his blade clenched with both hands and was preparing to strike. The orc heard a noise behind him and looked around to see what it was. At the same time, Choi Soo-young rushed after Park Su-ho, shouting at him that it was a trap, but not in time. The orc stepped his foot on a mechanism hidden in the grass, and the trap, which had been disguised before, went off. The huge logs that came out of the ground with a powerful blow knocked Park Su-ho out of his spirit. His weapon flew one way, and he tumbled the other. Choi Soo-young, who braked just in time, was only blown away by the withered leaves as she stared at what was happening with widened eyes. And the orc, who'd had enough of watching the enemy fly under a sky that was beginning to lighten, played his horn to alert his tribesmen. All the orcs who heard it and were scouring the neighborhood heard it, and rushed at the sound, hoping to get to the prey before the others. But the most unpleasant thing was that the previous trap was not the only one in the clearing. Everywhere, very disgruntled orcs began to emerge from the holes specially camouflaged with branches and leaves. There were too many of them in terms of too tired mercenaries, but there was nowhere to go. Choi Soo-young rushed to the fallen Park Su-ho, shouting at him to get up, but he was only able to stand on his hands and could only squint to assess the situation. And the setting was not the most cheerful and included monsters rapidly approaching him. After effortlessly sitting down on his knees, Park Su-ho was unable to do anything else despite the approaching crowd of orcs. But he still tried to rise to his trembling feet and had no way of knowing how he had fallen into their trap. He realized that his senses were dulling and he couldn't tense a single muscle. The crowd of fanged green-skinned warriors were already very close by. The orcs in front began to swing their weapons. Hearing him muttering, Choi Soo-young yelled at him that he was a jerk and hadn't eaten in 2 days, and she herself managed to jump in front of him in time to protect him from the orcs with defense bombs. Dazzlingly bright, they distracted the monsters and then exploded successfully, dealing with the nearest monsters. However, after such a strong blow, the girl fell to the ground without strength, with difficulty trying to breathe at least a little, but lost consciousness. Gathering his own strength, Park Su-ho rushed towards the nearest weapon lying derelict. The first orcs that had come to their senses began to emerge from the smokescreen that had appeared after Choi Soo-young's attack. At the same time, Park Su-ho picked up the 2 axes dropped by the monsters in turn and tossed them towards the nearest orcs. A moment later, he noted that he had caught 2 more orcs, and heading for the next target with a satisfied grin, he calculated that he only had 1 left. Already attacking the last targeted orc, Park Su-ho was sure that a level up was guaranteed in his pocket. And then, 1/100th of a second away from victory, he slammed his entire body into the mace. The orc commander-in-chief came out of nowhere and carried him with one mighty tug. The impact was so strong that the man was thrown backwards like a piece of fluff. It was at this moment that Choi Soo-young came to her senses and opened her eyes. To her side inevitably moved the huge orc commander tightly clutching his mace, and she still didn't have the strength to stand up and confront him. And Park Su-ho knocked down one of the orcs in flight and let go of the axe he was still holding. Both of them immediately fell to the ground from the impact and rolled around. And the axe released from his hands swallowed high up and then flew down. He landed right on top of the orc. To Park Su-ho's surprise, the system recognized it as a victory and gave him a level increase. And after earning additional achievement points, he was asked to use the monstrous transformation ability. He stared at the glowing blue plaque and couldn't understand what this monstrous transformation was. And the orc commander was already approaching Choi Soo-young, with all his appearance showing the unambiguity of what he wanted to do. The girl herself struggled to just sit up. She only had to watch the monster's movements and grimace at the powerlessness of it. But when the green-skinned monster swung his mace, Choi Soo-young gathered herself and summoned a sword from her inventory, ready to sell her life for a price. At this time in the Suho clan office, Grandma Suk-cha was in charge and looking after the fidgety toddler. She poured dog food into a bowl and called Snowball over to feed him. When the puppy heard that it was time to eat, he came running with all his legs. Having affectionately scolded the rascal, the grandmother sighed that 2 days had passed without a single message about the safety of his master. And the carefree puppy didn't give a damn when he saw the coveted bowl of tasty food in front of him. Choi Soo-young managed to parry the orc commander's first strike with her sword while rising to her feet. And at that moment, realizing that there was no choice and time was running out, Park Su-ho chose a monstrous transformation. At the same time, just a step before reaching the bowl, Snowball suddenly found himself surrounded by a strange blue sphere and began to rise into the air. The portal-like sphere shone brighter and brighter, and Lee Suk-cha's grandmother was startled and fell to the floor. And when in a bright flash the puppy disappeared, I could only wheeze, wondering what it was. And Park Soo-ho was suddenly engulfed by smoke threads that made him bend down. Choi Soo-yeon dodged the orc commander's next strike and jumped up, about to strike. Park Soo-ho. Park Soo-ho's head turned into a grinning wolf's face. The girl tried to strike a few blows with the sword she held with both hands, but none of them harmed the huge green monster in front of her. Park Soo-ho's hands were becoming something between hands and paws, but beast claws had definitely appeared on them. The changes affected his entire body, making him almost completely bestial, and in places tearing his suit of spatial energy. But with the next blow of his own, the orc commander swept Choi Soo-young off her feet. The sword fell out of her weakened hands and flew aside, falling to the ground. The girl herself fell down and tumbled, being overtaken by the orc, who clearly intended to finish her off. When the transformation ended, Park Soo-ho, in the form of a white wolf, lowered himself onto his hind legs. After assessing the situation, he ran at the speed available to him, at the enemy they were already fed up with. At the last moment, he was able to see the danger that threatened him, but he didn't even have time to turn to face it. Coming within striking distance, the white wolf swung a half-human paw. The orc only had to watch with widened eyes as doom approached him. The jolt from the blow was so strong that the white wolf felled the huge, massive orc commander-in-chief. Choi Soo-yeon, who had managed to stop her fall and get up, watched in awe as the white wolf took down the orc, who had previously chased them like children. He then brought his paw hand clenched into a furry fist and struck the orc a blow. Following that, punches rained down on the one with the same speed that Soo-ho-man usually ran with. A hail of powerful blows knocked all the spirit out of the previously fearsome commander-in-chief, until the final blow ended any of his resistance completely. And Choi Soo-young watched everything happening with widened eyes and couldn't find any suitable explanation. Finally, Park Soo-ho got bored with this entertainment and opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and then clawed at the exhausted orc with it, putting an end to their protracted standoff. Choi Soo-young looked on with a darkened face and didn't know what to expect next. The werewolf, who had won the long-awaited victory, raised his face in satisfaction. A sign for new achievement points appeared. The girl was afraid to move. She couldn't be happy to be rid of the monster. Looking at the wolf that turned its muzzle toward her, she wondered if a more dangerous beast was attacking her now. But she had no intention of retreating in any case and prepared to fight back if need be. But when the wolf looked directly at her, the expression on his purple-stained face went from threatening to mollified. And discouraged by this, Choi Soo-young called the werewolf Park Soo-ho with a questioning tone. He rumbled happily, looking up at her with familiar brown eyes that now held so much puppyish joy. The happy barking of the one who had just defeated a powerful monster struck her perhaps even more than the appearance of the werewolf. Shocked, she settled down on the ground and lost that he was not a wolf at all, but a dog. A satisfied Park Soo-ho gave her a positive response. Outside the portal, television crews were covering the situation for the third day, saying that there was still no news about those who had entered the portal. To one reporter, the director of the Awakened Department, Baek Yi-soo, agreed to be interviewed and tell viewers what kind of dungeon it is. It is level 5 and is known as the Orc Castle. It is better to go through it with a squad of 30 men of rank B, or the same mixed with 10 members of rank A. After the interview, the cameraman grumbled that the Bureau had put a ban on filming, but it was more of a show-off and an attempt to get more money from the guild. When his colleague moaned about how long he would have to film it, the journalist replied that when they got out, it would be a sensation if he managed to film them. The cameraman turned around and mockingly asked if he thought Park Soo-ho was on the same level as Lee Sung-woo. With him ranked at most F in a couple days, all the headlines will be lamenting that South Korea is losing its future private again. Meanwhile, in the Soo-ho clan's room, a small portal sphere once again lit up and gently descended to the floor. A snow-white puppy appeared in front of the confused grandmother, Suk-cha, who hadn't even stood up. She watched Snowball rushing to the bowl, as if nothing had happened, and marveled at what kind of power could do that. In the dungeon, however, at the site of the battle with the orc commander, Choi Soo-yeon watched as the man-dog that had just been barking merrily became Park Soo-ho again. He examined himself and thoughtfully stretched out that it was not a transformation, but a fusion. He could merge with the beasts he had tamed. After making sure that all the body parts were in their proper places, Park Soo-ho turned to the frozen girl. He asked what she was doing, and suggested that she gather up whatever she found as soon as possible, and then go out to eat. With her face darkened by the sudden realization, Choi Soo-young whispered with her naughty, deadened lips that it was useless. Park Soo-ho looked at her questioningly, turning his full body toward her, and asked her why she thought that. In the same doom-laden voice, she foretold that this place would be their grave. The rising wind blew her long hair, but the girl didn't move. The guy couldn't figure out what had gotten into her. The clouds that had long been gathering in the sky spilled cold streams of rain. Instantly soaked, Choi Soo-young didn't even frown. Instead, she recalled that despite the defeated orc leader, the door wouldn't open. At her reasonable question to think about what that meant, Park Soo-ho actually thought about it. The rain diluted the silence that hung briefly between them, with the clatter of drops on the leaves and the ground. Finally, Park Soo-ho poked her finger at the huge orc carcass behind her, and clarified if she meant that it wasn't the boss of this dungeon. Choi Soo-young muffledly agreed to the matter, and added that there was a stronger monster here. Trying to cheer up the girl, Park Soo-ho smiled and asked what kind of monster made her think of her own grave before she saw him. But the girl knew what she was talking about, and didn't support his joy. Choi Soo-young put her face in the rain and began to talk. She told me that 3 years ago, she had just been given a B grade, and as part of a team of 20 people with half of the A-rank members, she was sent to mop up a level 5 dungeon. In addition to her close friend Lee Dae-hoon was also included in this team. As they walked through the dungeon, he turned around at one point and examined her from head to toe. Confused, Choi Soo-young clarified to him that he was looking at her like that, and he asked if her knees, which she had recently injured, were okay. The girl immediately assured him that he shouldn't worry about it. She was feeling much better already. Lee Dae-hoon sent her a smile over his shoulder and said that it was very good. Kim Mi-seo, who was right behind her, said that she could see their cooties, and that was why couples shouldn't be taken to places like this. When they got to the castle after a while, they managed to blow up part of it, but the orc hordes were coming at them in an endless stream, and there was less and less strength left to fight. The commander told everyone to stay in formation and move toward the central tower, while Kim Mi-seo ordered them to block the orc for 3 hours. Ta acknowledged the order and engaged the orcs on the indicated side. At one point in the battle, the commander noticed that the front was falling apart for 4 hours and began to ask what was there. Barely fighting off a crowd of orcs, Kim Jun-ho reported that he needed reinforcements for 4 hours, but then he was badly wounded. Just then, Choi Soo-young runs up to him and yells that Kim Jun-ho is hurt and she needs reinforcements for 4 hours. Bearing to the rescue, Kim Mi-seo told her to return immediately, but it was too late. The girl fell and found herself in front of a squad of rapidly advancing orcs. Seeing the easy prey, the green-skinned monsters fiercely grinned and roared. Choi Soo-young panicked as she watched them approach and realized that she didn't even have time to get up. And then Lee Dae-hoon stopped abruptly in front of her and froze ready to cover her. As the girl tried to get to her feet, he drew a half circle with his blade and sent in a Mote's attack. The attack was powerful, and the nearest orc warriors were swept away, giving them precious time. Choi Soo-yeon was stunned by what she saw and looked at what was happening with all her eyes. Kim Mi-seo and another member of their group tried to make their way to their rescue and clear the way. When it was at least somewhat successful, she called out to the previously cut off Choi Soo-young and Lee Dae-hoon and commanded them to return for 2 hours. Lee Dae-hoon didn't waste the seconds he had gained and grabbed the girl's hand to help her up. He smiled encouragingly and pulled them in the direction where the road had been cleared for them. But Choi Soo-young tensely listened to her sensations and tried to talk about them. Lee Dae-hoon offered to talk when they got out of here and dragged the resisting girl. She looked back and tried to figure out what was wrong. It was as if she could feel someone else's presence, and no matter how fast they ran, it was coming much faster. Until at the top of the castle's tallest tower, a silhouette illuminated by the rare rays of sunlight. Inevitable and terrifying in its power, the Orc Lord moved towards the humans who dared to encroach on his castle. He jumped down from his tower and swung the double spear he held in his hand. Choi Soo-young and the injured Lee Dae-hoon were scattered in different directions from each other. Next to the fallen girl, the blade that Lee Dae-hoon had previously held in his hand also stabbed into the ground. Kim Mi-seo, who was standing with her back to them, turned around in surprise to assess what had happened. The other team members who were nearby also turned around at the loud roar, and the huge Orc Lord froze with his spear thrust over the defeated figure of the man at his feet. Choi Soo-young looked at Lee Dae-hoon with tearful eyes while he tried to tell her about the sword. She remembered him teaching her how to fight and telling her that her sword body and mine must be one. He had asked her to take the sword in the same way, but at this moment, she didn't care about that stupid sword. She saw nothing but the figure of the monster, slowly lowering its spear at the man in front of her. And this picture still stood before her inner gaze in spite of the shroud of tears in her eyes and the rain. Park Soo-ho looked at the sadly slumped and immersed in memories girl in front of him. After realizing that she was crying, Choi Soo-young turned away and tried to furtively wipe away her tears. But then a stranger's hand came down on her shoulder, and the girl froze motionless. With an impenetrable face, Park Soo-ho made her turn around and moved closer, and for a while, he soothingly stroked Choi Soo-young's head, trying to comfort her and giving her time. As the girl recovered, he muttered quietly to himself that now he understood what had happened to her. And Choi Soo-young remembered that the very same blade was left strapped to her motorcycle somewhere outside the dungeon. There at the portal, Han Dong-soo choked back sobs and wondered how they would be if Park Soo-ho left. A gloomy Jun-ho and Myung-jin stood behind him. All this was streamed live as always on the phone. In the comments, subscribers began to understand that this is no longer a game on camera and sympathized. Kim Mi-seo, who was crying, felt equally lost and was very worried about Choi Soo-young. Near the gate, Kim Yo-shin, the chief shaman of the National Cultural Heritage, was conducting a ritual begging for the return of the missing. The journalist who spoke about it also said that the dance, full of hope for the return of the warriors, lifted the spirits of the crowd. In addition, a squad of high-level soul fighters gathered at the entrance of the dungeon to take revenge. Kang Min-hyuk stood among them. He was thinking that this wouldn't have happened if Park Soo-ho had originally joined them instead of contacting the bureau. At home, the news from Seoul was also watched on TV by Okita Hiro, the former Lee Seong-woo. Suddenly, his neck was wrapped in an embrace from behind by familiar, gentle female arms. The girl rested her chin on his shoulder and asked him what he was watching. The girl rested her chin on his shoulder and asked him what he was watching. And on the screen, a crowd of Korean residents shouted something indignantly into the camera. Looking at the TV, Okita Hiro grinned at the fact that no matter how much time passed, the sentimentality of this country was still the same. A warm light poured from the cave they had chosen for rest and shelter from the orcs over the days. Sitting on a bed of leaves by the fire, they ate happily. Park Soo-ho was excited to see how many things he could buy when he leveled up. He offered to try the tenderloin steak sandwich. Choi Soo-yeon looked at the pile of food between them and laughingly suggested opening a fast food joint. Park Soo-ho looked at the girl munching on another burger with equal amusement and noted that she was not averse to a bite as well. Embarrassed, she stopped chewing and suggested that 12 bulgogi beef burgers might be too much, and put the burger on the makeshift table, saying she was full. Park Soo-ho raised his eyebrows in surprise and remarked in his repertoire that she needed to eat more. Choi Soo-young only smiled at those words and thanked him for everything. When they were done with their late dinner and finally satiated, Park Soo-ho summoned all the tree spirits available to him and sent them out to scout. Then they sat surrounded by the lights left over from the summoning of the spirits, and the guy asked if she had used the sword to kill the orc leader. Soo-young wrapped her arms around her knees and lowered her head onto them. Squinting her eyes at the largest cluster of lights, she quietly replied that she had fainted. She woke up in the hospital, and Kim Mi-seo brought her Lee Dae-hoon's sword and told her how it ended. 2 more mercenaries sacrificed themselves to defeat an orc lord capable of handling 5 orc warlocks at a time. Since it was clear that this orc leader was here, Park Soo-ho had a legitimate question about where he was then. Choi Soo-yeon assumed that it was probably in the orc castle, but since they didn't go far away, they didn't see anything similar nearby. While they were talking, the tree spirits sent to scout began to gradually return to the cave. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-yeon continued to explain that commanders-in-chief were usually in the smaller towers, and their leaders sat in the main tower. Under her words that thousands of orcs will attack the castle, Park Soo-ho noticed that one of the tree spirits was flying towards him. The fairy flew close to him and whispered the information into his ear. As soon as he listened to what she wanted to tell him, he happily turned to Choi Soo-young and told her that the spirits had found the orc castle. The girl was very much surprised that those managed to get through so quickly. Park Soo-ho jumped to his feet at this news and enthusiastically proposed to move out, but the blonde looked up at him with a confused look and finally asked if he had a plan. He shifted his eyebrows and stated in an uncompromising tone that they would find and destroy them. Soo-young tapped her forehead with her palm, but she had to admit that she wanted to beat him up for this. But she couldn't think of anything better to do. When they found it, the orc castle looked ominous against the gloomy dark clouds. All the entrances were blocked by heavy lift bridges, but there were sounds from the castle that spoke of increased activity inside. At last, the bugles were heard from behind the castle walls, and with a nasty creaking sound, the bridges began to lower slowly, until with a rumbling noise, they connected the castle with roads leading in the different directions deep in the dungeon. Immediately, hordes of orcs poured out of the dark recesses of the castle entrances, and the wolf riders rode ahead of them all. Hundreds of orc warriors purposefully rushed outside the castle. Choi Soo-yeon, who was watching from her hiding place at the castle, noticed that most of the orc horde had moved away from the castle and commanded that it was time to go. And at the same moment, Park Soo-ho, in the form of a human dog, jumped out of the bushes. The girl sat on top of him, leaning against his torso and clutching tightly to his mane. They raced toward the castle at high speed. Those orcs who stayed in the castle and were on watch at the top of the castle wall noticed them. So did the wolf riders who had reached the forest, but had not had time to hide among the trees. For a while, their appearance was startling, but soon, Choi Soo-young turned back and noticed that the monsters were coming to their senses. So she had to shout to Park Soo-ho to speed up, because they had orc riders on their tail. Meanwhile, the bridge they were approaching began to rise slowly on creaking chains. The orcs on the castle wall also woke up. They grabbed their bows, drew their bowstrings, and took aim. Choi Soo-yeon was just in time to create a shield over herself and the human dog, and the arrows only brushed against it. When they reached the moat around the castle, the bridge was already quite high, and arrows were flying from the wall. But the girl kept holding the shield, saving them from the sharp arrows, and told them to jump. Park Soo-ho jumped and managed to grab onto the tree of the bridge with his clawed paw. It was not difficult for him to climb it all the way up, and they were in time, leaving the riders on the other side. However, the castle was still full of orcs, and there was no time to relax. Those that ran towards them, the girl attacked with defense bombs, and the nearest orcs were blown away by the explosion. The man-dog continued forward without slowing down, or looking at the monsters still surrounding them. Choi Soo-young shouted to him to run to the center, and he told her to hold on tight by all means. And she clutched the long hair of his mane with all her might, trying to hold on and not interfere with his movements. But that's not the only reason Park Soo-ho warned her. With a speed so fast that the orcs behind him were thrown back by the airwave, he rushed forward. The monsters that had stayed on their feet only had to look up in surprise as the beast and its rider ran up the masonry tower. However, Choi Soo-young noticed that it wasn't as simple as they had hoped. Several strong orcs were rushing towards them along the wall and had already swung their axes. Park Soo-ho didn't slow down and knocked down one of them. The other one flew off and flew himself, and the third one he circled. But unfortunately, one of the orcs fell on Choi Soo-young and threw her down. Park Soo-ho noticed something wrong and was about to turn around to catch the girl. Except, she saw a convenient spot along the way and told her not to worry about her and to run on. She arched her back to avoid another collision with the orc's carcass and prepared to escape. She managed to deftly grasp the balcony girdling the castle and break her fall. Letting the carcass of the next orc pass by her so that she wouldn't be swept away again, Choi Soo-young grabbed onto the rock more comfortably. And then she pulled herself up and in one deft leap, slid onto the balcony. After landing, she took a few moments to catch her breath and calm her heartbeat. But the orcs that turned out from behind the wall didn't let her do that either, charging at the girl with a belligerent look. The captain had to rise to his feet and resolutely summon a sword from his inventory. Park Soo-ho, in the form of a dog, continued to run vertically on the tower, as if it was a flat, horizontal surface. On the way, he swung over several balconies like the one Choi Soo-young had climbed onto, and at each one, he was greeted by the stares of confused orcs. The girl clutched her sword tightly in her hand and prepared to fight the green-skinned monsters. The man-dog was already almost at the top of the central tower and only added speed. A stone throne stood there on an upper platform surrounded only by tall columns. From this height, there was a perfect view of the entire orcish domain. When he finally heard the sounds of the battle going on below his tower, the orc lord sitting on his throne opened his eyes. He looked around with all three eyes, but in the distance all was quiet, and the sounds of battle could be heard very close by. Expressing his displeasure with a growl, the orc lord rose from his throne. Taking a few leisurely steps, he descended the steps of the dais and came to the edge of the platform. From there, he could look around the castle courtyard and see what was going on. It was strange to him that no enemies were in sight, and that some of his orc horde was outside the castle walls. But when the lord of these monsters lowered his gaze to look at what was happening at the foot of the tower, his eyes rounded. A shaggy, strange wolf with a white pelt jumped out at him from the tower wall, and at full speed, he sank his fangs into his unprotected throat and his claws into his shoulders. Park Soo-ho's transformationally massive body swept the orc lord off his seat. They flew across the entire tower platform, shattering the throne into pieces along the way, and tumbled out from the opposite edge. The short flight ended for the orc lord on the sharp spire of a neighboring lower tower that could not withstand the impact and began to collapse. Park Soo-ho twisted and flew to the side. An information plate appeared in front of his eyes, notifying him that he had been upgraded. The orcs below were not expecting anything like this, and began to scatter as rocks and debris from the tower fell on their head. But not all of those who crowded into the courtyard managed to avoid the fate of being left under the ruins of their own castle. And at that moment, there was a powerful explosion that led to the destruction of the other castle tower as well. Those orcs who were standing in the distance twisted their heads in confusion, trying to figure out what was going on. The bodies of several orcs and the figure of a girl flew out of the exploding tower. The orcs, seeing their possible prey, rushed to cut them off, ignoring the fact that the wreckage of the tower was flying downward as well. The exhausted and stunned Choi Soo-young couldn't move to do anything. A rush of air ruffled her hair. Her thoughts rolled sluggishly somewhere in the back of her mind, realizing that the ground was already close, and with it, if she was lucky not to crash, and a crowd of orcs Choi Soo-young wondered if this was how it would all end. But the strong paw of the transformed Park Soo-ho intercepted her arm in time, and then he dodged to pull the girl closer and hug her tighter in preparation for landing. The landing came out hard, but the somersault helped soften it and keep the fragile figure safe in his arms. Park Soo-ho immediately jumped up on his hind legs, shifting Choi Soo-yeon under his arm. The dazed girl only flapped her eyes, digesting her rescue, an original way of moving. Except the situation didn't allow her to relax, and she pulled herself together and immediately asked what was up with the Orc Lord. After answering that he was defeated, Park Soo-ho threw the blonde over his withers in a single motion to free his front paws. And then, dropping on all four limbs, he leaped forward with powerful leaps. Choi Soo-young hesitantly asked if the Lord was really dead. Park Soo-ho gave a positive growl and asked her to find the door. She immediately used her search skill and looked carefully in all directions. When she saw the door finally open, she was amazed that he had actually disposed of the Orc Lord so quickly. Meanwhile, near the portal in the mobile control center, control staff were on duty at the screens. Suddenly, one of the monitors emitted a shrill beep and started a countdown timer. The departmental officer who noticed this shrieked in surprise, and the other old man turned to him, asking what was wrong. When they realized that the 127th dungeon had opened, they were both shocked. The same countdown was automatically displayed on a special scoreboard on the wall of the van, where it was visible to everyone present. Reporters clicked their cameras. The members of the Soo-ho clan were also shocked. The guys froze as if struck by thunder. Han Dong-soo stared at the scoreboard with wide-open eyes and tried to realize what it could actually mean. Hearing the reporter's words about the opening of the 127th dungeon and the beginning of the countdown to the destruction of the door, Kim Mi-seo turned around sharply. With her eyes full of tears and hope, she followed the running numbers and thought only of Choi Soo-young, forgetting about the conversation with the principal. The crowd was excitedly waving their arms, bouncing, and watching the timer. And the news heroes themselves were still running away from the mob of orcs chasing them on their heels. Without slowing down, Park Soo-ho asked if she had found the door to get out of the dungeon, and the girl snapped out of her thoughts and confirmed what she had found, and further gave him direction and voiced that they had 10 minutes and 20 seconds until the door was destroyed, and behind them were orc wolf riders who had long ago overtaken the regular orc warriors. Suddenly, Park Soo-ho smelled a familiar scent that he had never expected to smell. Obeying his gut, he turned behind the nearest wall under Choi Soo-yeon's physically perceptible bewilderment. She watched the door from the dungeon move away from them and shouted, asking where he was going and reminding him that they didn't have much time at all. But Park Soo-ho just ran out into another courtyard, where there were several wolves of different colors in a pen. Without slowing his pace, he summoned the taming skill in his arsenal. The girl asked in surprise about the taming, but in the next moment she didn't need an answer. Each of the wolves in the pen froze, and it was as if they had received personal notice. And afterward, Park Soo-ho dashed along the corral, turning around, and told the wolves to follow him. Immediately, the wolves began to leap over the fence and attach themselves behind the one who had tamed them. Watching from behind over Choi Soo-young's shoulder, she incredulously clarified if he really wanted to take them out, and there followed a short reply from the human dog that they would be his family from now on. But they had no time for long conversations. The orc riders who had been following them before appeared ahead. Choi Soo-yeon was forced to state that they were surrounded, which she irritably reported. But one of the tree spirits whispered in Park Soo-ho's ear that there was a small exit nearby. He immediately relayed the winged intelligence data to his surprised rider. Wasting no time at all, she applied the search skill and started looking around for a clue. When they noticed the narrow doorway on the right, they told them to turn there. All the wolves followed the leader into the nook between the two castle buildings. Immediately, the pursuers appeared behind them, and they managed to jump in front of them just at the last moment. The orc riders were already warily shaking their weapons and roaring loudly, happy to be catching up. And a focused Choi Soo-young spotted an archway ahead, promising them an exit. And indeed, the doorway grew closer and closer, and no danger was visible beyond it. An overjoyed Park Soo-ho agreed with a growl that it was time for them to get out of here. The arch led them to a small bridge over the moat around the castle. The man-dog flew across it in a split second, followed by the entire freed pack of wolves. But the orc wolf riders were not far behind them either, and took to the bridge following the fugitives. When they had already entered the forest, Choi Soo-young checked the door and said that there was 1 minute left before it was destroyed. Finally, they saw the blue glow of the portal door in the gap between the trees. The girl voiced that they had only 23 seconds left. Only at that moment, the orcs on their heels made a dash to get closer, and the one who flew ahead of them all threw his spear with an effort at the fleeing prey. Sensing danger, Choi Soo-young turned around and saw the tip of a formidable weapon aimed right at her. And at that moment, a huge spear caught up with her and struck her under the shoulder blade with incredible force. Luckily, the backpack on her back cushioned the blow, but the force of the blow pulled her off the back of the man-dog, and the girl fell to the ground with a crash. Park Soo-ho, who sensed something wrong, stopped and looked back at the girl in horror. The other wolves ran forward and jumped straight into the portal. Choi Soo-young continued to tumble around on the ground with inertia. The large heliotropes that had saved her life spilled out of her torn backpack. The wolf riders weren't going to stop either, and were quickly approaching the girl who had finally stopped. The captain tried to get up, but weakness and the arm damaged in the fall prevented her from doing so. She lifted her head and looked ahead with cloudy eyes, trying to figure out what was going on around her, and struggled to focus on the blurry silhouette of a human dog. Park Soo-ho, instead of escaping from the dungeon, ran towards the orcs. Feeling the ground shaking, Choi Soo-young tried to get up once more, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Still, she lifted her head with an incredible effort and said not to follow her. But Park Soo-ho never listened to her. Right now, he nonchalantly continued running towards her. And realizing that there was no time left at all, Choi Soo-young shouted in desperation that she had told him not to come here. But the stubborn man-dog picked up the spear that had knocked her down and clutched it tightly in his paw. Behind the girl's back, an orc rider on a huge black wolf swung his weapon over her. In that instant, he was pierced by the trophy spear that Park Soo-ho had thrown. The green-skinned monster fell off his wolf's back, and just like Choi Soo-young recently, flew to the ground. The people near the portal looked hopefully at the scoreboard and counted down the seconds left until the dungeon door exploded. The two cameramen were discussing whether the fact that no one had come out meant that they had failed to clear the dungeon. But the other one asked him not to say that. Instead, he looked at the high ratings and thought that if the heroes came out now, it would be an incredible success. And Park Soo-ho, immediately after throwing the spear, slowed down beside Choi Soo-young and picked her up in his arms, holding her gently against him. The girl tried to weakly scold him, because they only had 4 seconds left, and he idiotically rushed after her. But with a resolutely burning gaze, Park Soo-ho only told her through clenched fangs to hold on tighter. Choi Soo-young didn't expect this, but she began to guess what he was going to do. And above them appeared the powerful figure of a horseman, with a sword drawn ready to come down on their heads. However, Park Soo-ho did not pay any attention to this. He covered his eyes in concentration and gently pressed the girl against his body, and immediately he took off at breakneck speed toward the portal. At the last instant, he pushed himself off the ground and jumped into the closing portal. And all the orcs, along with the wolves that were already overtaking them, were blown away by the airwave and the exploding rocks on the ground. The countdown ended and the people froze in tense anticipation, staring into the light of the portal. From the side of the dungeon, a human figure disappeared in the opening of the door that had already begun to collapse. The orc who had been watching froze with his face stretched out in surprise. Before the eyes of all the orcs left on their feet, the portal collapsed and there was a deafening explosion. The blast wave and fire overtook the orcs one by one, consuming them along with the wolves. And then the explosion began to spread farther and farther away from where the door to reality was. And gradually the explosion covered all the nearest neighborhoods. It was useless to run and look for rescue. In reality, people continued to stand at the portal and didn't know what else to expect. Someone from the reporters voiced that the countdown filled with pleading has ended, but Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-young are still nowhere to be seen. People began to worry and ask each other questions about why no one had returned. And something began to happen, and the people were once again filled with hope, with wide open eyes continuing to watch. The portal suddenly became active and flashed with discharges, signaling that someone was passing through it. The red wolf's muzzle was the first to begin to seep through the haze of the portal. The first one was followed by a second third, and now a whole pack of large wolves ran out. People froze in shock. not understanding what was happening or where the wolves had come from. And a couple moments later, the collapsing portal spit out a pair of intertwined human bodies as well. They were violently thrown to the ground and flew far to the side, blasting asphalt along the road. No one could figure out what it was. Some rubbed their eyes, trying to see if they were imagining it, and if someone had really come out of the portal. Department employees oriented themselves faster than anyone else, and someone told them to check the survivors faster. Already on the approach of the management staff reported that it was people. When they got closer to the small crater, they reported that it was Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-young. Behind them, daring reporters were taking pictures of what they saw, and in a small crater formed after the fall, lay an unconscious guy and a girl tightly clutching each other in an embrace. The crowd, overjoyed at the news, surged closer, trying to get a glimpse of those who had returned and cheering excitedly. Under the howling of freed wolves, ambulances arrived and loaded the victims. And journalists were talking excitedly about the miracle that had just happened. When all issues regarding the portal closure were resolved, the top brass gathered in the meeting room and discussed the aftermath of the incident. Kim Mi-seo revealed footage of the portal exit before Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-young were taken to the hospital. It was not only director Baek Yi-soo and the journalists whose articles had provocative headlines. At the man's remark, Kim Mi-seo angrily shifted her eyebrows, in noting that it was all because of one leak of information that he had allowed to happen. Here I tried to make an independent face and reminded them that they are here to resolve the situation, not to accuse. Next, Supervisor Kim revealed that news about Park Soo-ho has spread around the world because of the high-profile incident, and director Baek Yi-soo was not happy about the consequences in the form of people arriving in the country from foreign intelligence agencies. Among others, Kim Mi-seo showed a photo of Russian KGB agent Viktor Dob. Also arriving in Korea was agent Eli Gorenstein of the Israeli Mossad. But the main thing was that the vice president of the Tokyo Awakened Federation, Nakamura Koji Nakamura, also showed up at their place. Upon hearing about Nakamura, director Baek Yi-soo became furious and clutched the armrests of his chair with force. Kim Mi-seo confirmed that he was the one who took Lee Se-on-woo away, but she added that she believes the Americans are the main threat. Baek Yi-soo mumbled that they needed to get a good hold of Park Soo-ho. He asked if there was a better way than the existing contract. Dr. Kim Jung-kook, who had been sitting silently for the first time since Park Soo-ho's return to Earth, spoke up. His words that he won't leave while his family is in Korea made Baek Yi-soo conclude that the guy prioritizes family over money. And the doctor additionally explained that Park Soo-ho had lived 1,000 years with the wolves missing his family. On the other hand, Kim Jung-kook admitted that he also missed the wolves he had spent so much time with. The director asked how he should be understood then. The doctor smiled and said that what matters most is time spent with family. And that's a pretty simple thing. And he further summarized that it was enough to allocate the guy a place where he would live with his family and in no way try to invade it. Kim Mi-seo readily showed the persuasive director a pre-selected option. It was an abandoned site in Namyaju, Gyeonggi-do. Director Baek Yi-soo raised his eyebrows in surprise, demanding an explanation. The photo, though poor in quality, showed an abandoned mansion. Mi-seo suggested giving it to Soo-ho's guild and designating the area as private. Besides, it would be safe for the city if the portal was opened. After telling them to prepare the buildings to be rebuilt, the director clarified whether Choi Soo-yeon would continue to be one of the clan to keep in touch. And Kim Mi-seo replied that she was still the best person for the role, and then firmly added that Captain Choi was already recovering. Baek Yi-soo frowned skeptically at this and asked if she was resting after writing a report on Park Soo-ho. Ignoring the man's taunt, Director Kim went directly to the girl's report. She pointed out that Soo-ho was literally a dog person. There was silence in the meeting room for a while, but everyone quickly got their surprise under control and continued their discussion. In the end, Director Baek Yi-soo summarized the outlined plan of action and told him to proceed. And in another part of the world, in a stadium packed to the brim with people, under the bright lights of the footlights, the host welcomed the fans of the competition from all over the world. He was broadcasting that this was the largest competition in the world that would determine the strongest, and now his final competition would begin. The crowd screamed and went wild. People chanted names and laughed and waved their arms and hugged each other. A dark silhouette appeared in the opening, from which one of the contestants was to emerge. After waving his hand and waiting for at least relative silence, the host spoke again and was about to introduce the first contestant. He pointed toward the screen, where the dark silhouette of someone who was the current #1 in the world rankings was being broadcast, and then told me that this guy had already confirmed his title 21 times and won 45 matches of the competition, continuing to sing dithyrambs, called him the strongest man in the history of the planet and the hope of all mankind in these troubled times, and then shouted that it was an SS-ranked irregular and a mighty swordsman weapon bred by Japan, and finally waved his way out. The outline of a dark figure highlighted the bright spotlights behind the man, and an inscription with the fighter's name lit up at the top. And then, to the deafening introduction of the announcer and the rabble's frenzy, a tall, black-haired man stepped into the light. The people in the crowd broke into wild applause and chanted Okita Hiro's name amicably, and the one at this moment summoned a sword in each hand, allowing them to leisurely manifest. Both of Okita Hiro's magic swords were enveloped by smoky tentacles of black flames. Above the crowd in one of the special rooms, a girl was watching the performance from behind the glass with her arms folded across her chest. Immediately after Okita's announcement, Hiro pushed off from the platform he had stepped onto before and jumped. He did a somersault in the air, and the smoke trail from the swords left a dark semicircle in the air, and a phoenix bird woven from darkness appeared above the man. There was an immediate discussion among the spectators. Some rejoiced at the phoenix's appearance. Some were worried that he had no chance against Zorba's. And as Okita Hiro landed and confidently got to his feet, the announcer announced his appearance in the ring. The man straightened up and surveyed the crowd in front of him with a calm, confident gaze. Drones with cameras flew over his head, and the announcer once again introduced the champion and reiterated that he appeared in the ring with his calling card and used the Lightning Phoenix. Taking a short pause, then the presenter was about to introduce the opponent of the reigning winner. A photo popped up on special screens for the audience, and the announcer introduced him as a rising S-rank star and a winner in 13 matches. And when a backlit figure appeared at the second exit, announced a mad Russian bear, and finally came to the introduction of the participant by name, shouting with all his might that Michael Zorbas was coming out. As soon as his name was called, he jumped off the platform and seemed to hover in the air, showing off in front of the crowd. He glanced over to where his opponent stood patiently in the ring and grinned evilly. The landing came out even noisier than Okita Hiro's, but no less successful. But Mikhail Zorbas was not going to stand and look around the crowd. As soon as he landed, he immediately rushed forward with the grace of a bull. Okita Hiro stood almost without changing his posture, but it was clear that he had prepared to repel the attack. On the run, Michael Zorbas shouted to Okita Hiro that his time would end here, and then immediately attacked while simultaneously activating his weapon. His opponent continued to stand still. He leaned his body forward and frowned. But when Michael Zorbas hit this spot, there was no one else, and all the power of the blow came to the surface of the ring. Okita Hiro managed to bounce back with a low but strong jump. Mikhail Zorbas looked back at the man he had challenged and scowled through his teeth, displeased that he had slipped away. And then he didn't waste any time again, and immediately demonstrated a deadly Gatling kick to the crowd. The bullets even reached the iridium barrier that protected the spectators, and Okita Hiro dodged them at unimaginable speeds. Realizing that it was useless, Mikhail Zorbas decided to switch to the bazooka and activated it. A shot followed almost immediately, sweeping away everything in its path. But Okita Hiro had time to bounce out of the path of the blow, while simultaneously counter-attacking with his sword aura. Mikhail Zorbas, with a snarl, took the blow on the weapon that was an extension of his arm, and also helped to defend himself. And then he used the Gatling again, sending a hail of bullets under the enemy's feet. And Okita Hiro attacked again with his sword aura, even though his opponent managed to block with his own weapon. But this time it did not go so smoothly, and the weapon was significantly damaged, making Michael Zorbas cringe from the unpleasant sensation. And when he opened his eyes, Okita Hiro was already there and attacked him again. I had to briefly go into a deafening defense reflecting the sword aura strikes. Realizing that his opponent had imposed close combat on him, Mikhail Zorbas activated some sort of blade of blue light, and then it was possible to go on the offensive again. But Okita Hiro cleverly jumped away from the attack line again, and then landed behind him, while Michael Zorbas was still trying to figure out where he had gone. But waiting for him to really understand, Okita Hiro didn't. He made a nimble, easy toe turn, and at a speed almost imperceptible to the human eye, he threw a few punches. He practically danced around Michael Zorbas, effortlessly throwing punch after punch. But at some point, Instead of a blade, he released chains from his arm weapon that firmly entangled Okita Hiro. That made the black-haired man frown only slightly more, but he didn't seriously try to break free. And Michael Zorbas grinned triumphantly and unkindly, stating the seemingly obvious fact that Okita Hiro had been caught. And then he threatened to go all out and crush him, and immediately started activating his bazooka. Okita Hiro didn't even try to do anything else. He calmly looked at his opponent and said that he was already dead, calling him the 7th villain. And only after making sure that the suddenly frozen Michael Zorbas had fallen from his open wounds, stood up easily, breaking the chains. The audience froze in their seats with open mouths and bulging eyes. No one had expected such a denouement. The chains fell to Okita Hiro's feet with torn threads, but he continued to stand calmly and stare at his defeated opponent, still clutching his swords. The presenter as well as the audience could not really understand what happened in the ring. All he could see was the fall of Michael Zorbas. The referee was already near the participant who had fallen suddenly. He called a timeout and summoned the medical team to the field. The medics tried to heal the wounds, but in the end, the judge gave a verdict that the victim could not be resuscitated. And immediately, the announcer declared victory for Okita Hiro, who confirmed his world #1 title for the 22nd time. And he waved to the crowd of spectators and immediately headed for the exit from the ring, behind which his students and followers were waiting for him. Some of them expressed delight and interest in the technique used. He replied that he simply sent the aura of the sword at Zorbas and let it go. And then he added that they did a good job too and offered to have a drink later. Turning the doorknob, Okita Hiro opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, thoughtfully analyzing his action. There was a quick clatter of heels, and a girl suddenly crashed into him, immediately clutching him in a tight embrace and hiding her face against his chest. After a brief pause, Akiko asked if he had taken an opponent's life. With sadness in his eyes, Okita Hiro said that Michael Zorbas would be one of the 7 villains in the future. But instead of judging, the girl asked him not to take it all on herself. The man thanked her quietly. As they broke the embrace and walked down the hallway, Okita Hiro asked if anything unusual had happened. Akiko was at first confused by the question, but then replied that there was nothing unusual except for the call from the bureau. She explained that the director had asked her to make sure that Okita Hiro didn't get hurt, and then she reminded them that they had to pack up and go out. There was no one in the room intended for resting and changing clothes of the contestants, so they continued their conversation there. Akiko remembered the rumors that a man trapped in a level 5 dungeon had successfully managed to get out of it. Okita Hiro looked back at her in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. The girl found the article on her phone and showed it to him. According to her, he was called the 2nd Lee Seon-woo in Korea, and they put their hope in him. She added that even their defense department was interested in him. But looking at the smartphone screen, Okita Hiro only asked who it was, with surprise. While he was changing his shirt, Akiko reminded him that Park Suho was the one the reporters were talking about. She even gathered information on him in case Hiro was interested in him, and showed another article with a screaming headline, and this time with a picture of that sensational Park Suho. Buttoning up Okita, Hiro leaned over and gazed into the picture. As he studied the unfamiliar face, he frowned as he didn't remember anyone like that. Akiko confusedly asked if he really didn't remember, and Okita Hiro was equally surprised to admit that he didn't remember at all. Thinking about it, he started going through the options in his mind. He assumed that he might be a swordsman, but a swordsman wouldn't awaken for another year at the earliest. The girl shared the information that the guy is a druid, and there is a possibility that through him, the Earth is connected to the 4th planet. That worried Hiro. As Akiko continued to tell her story, she clarified that he was only rank F, and then added that she thought he already knew about this guy. Okita Hiro tried to smile at the girl, but he was already completely in his own thoughts and memories. He had been going through the same events over and over again for 500 years, and this was his 25th rollback. He remembered all the awakened ones who would become famous in the future, and a rough picture of all the events that had taken place during that time. There were villains and heroes among them, but Park Suho was not one of them. In fact, no one named Park Suho has ever become an important person, not to mention being a repatriate from the 4th planet. The story may change depending on his actions, but even the butterfly effect has its limits and restrictions. For example, the unexpected death of one of the 7 villains who should have appeared in 10 years, but because of today's fight will not appear. Or Akiko surviving, even though she should have died 2 years ago. These things fall under the butterfly effect, but the really key events never change. It's going to be another 5 years before a new planet appears, and no sooner than that. Akiko was apparently thinking in a similar vein, and suddenly asked how he thought it would be better to get Park Suho over to their side. Adjusting Okita's cuffs, Hiro tried to weigh her idea. The unknown variable made it a lot to calculate, but suddenly he realized he didn't know the answer to that question. He didn't know what was best. The girl was also confused, and for the sake of argument reminded me that this guy is quite famous in Korea. Then Okita Hiro suggested to wait a little longer, and then watch, because the near future can change a lot. He remembered that the world apocalypse was about to begin. Cities that were established during the Great Catastrophe and became fortresses for the survivors will be destroyed one by one. A huge wave of monsters will emerge from the rifts in the dungeons and descend upon humanity. The most horrible monsters will take over the sky, water, and land, and there will be almost nowhere to get away from them. Terror and panic will overwhelm the continents, and there will be a mass exodus of people in search of some shelter. Strong heroes will emerge among the surviving Asian returnees, and all lands will be abandoned when they, along with all survivors, choose a safe haven. That place would be Japan. That's why he decided to settle here despite the stigma of being a traitor in his homeland. He decided that if he took care of the dungeons in Japan and the talented people who would manifest themselves in the future, it would be the perfect place for survivors. They can immediately feel safe here, and neither they nor the government will have to deal with a lot of related issues. And the first to meet them in this safe land will be him and those of his followers whom he trained. They will be happy to see him and will believe in his defense and support. Korean survivors will call him the hero Lee Seong-woo, not the traitor. Thinking of the time when he would be able to be a hero again, Lee Seong-woo the man smiled faintly. Akiko looked questioningly into his eyes, and Okita Hiro realized that he had gone too deep into his thoughts. He tried to shake it off and return to the subject. He suggested that the Koreans are just putting the story out there, and it's really just a farce. The girl said sternly that this guy was needed by their security bureau, and they would hardly take the duck so seriously. But Okita Hiro has already made his decision, and summarized that if the guy survives the apocalypse, then it will be possible to get his hands on him. At this time, the sun was shining peacefully in Seoul, and made even the hospital patients happy. Kim Mi-seo, with a bag in her hands, went into the room to check on Choi Soo-young after the dungeon incident where they were locked in. The girl looked like a mummy in places, so much so that she was wrapped in bandages. Kim Mi-seo asked her sympathetically if she was in pain. She said yes. Walking around the hospital bed and sitting down on the edge of it, she looked the practically blossoming blonde over from head to toe. Then she said skeptically that you couldn't tell from the girl. Choi Soo-yeon shrugged her shoulders and said that it was true nonetheless. Then Kim Mi-seo shared a rumor that a masked guy sneaks in here every night and leaves at dawn. And then she asked if it was Park Suho. Choi Soo-young tried her best to get the tablet with the ebook open on it out of her superior's sight as inconspicuously as possible. She jerked her shoulder independently and asked how she could have bought it. In the end, Kim Mi-seo sighed and unloaded the goodies from the bag and called Choi Soo-young lucky. But she didn't think it was lucky at all. When Kim Mi-seo finally made the hospital table with food, the blonde looked around bewildered at what she had brought. And then she grudgingly said that it wouldn't do because she'd asked for Guinness, not this. The boss was literally stunned at her insolence. And next, Choi Soo-young grabbed a big paper bucket and started whining over it that she wanted yellow olive chicken too. A furious Kim Mi-seo lit a fireball on her palm, and with a narrowed eyebrow told her to eat what she had. However, despite the feigned outrage at the beginning, everything was eaten clean down to the last crumb, and very quickly. Leaning back on the pillow, Choi Soo-young patted her filled tummy and blissfully stretched out that this was just what the doctor ordered. Kim Mi-seo immediately said that since everyone had eaten enough, it was time to get some work done. When she noticed that she wasn't being listened to, she tried to rouse the girl, but she only sleepily mumbled that she would do everything, but she would only lie down for an hour. Pissed off by her capricious subordinate, Kim Mi-seo smirked insidiously and applied an instantly invigorating lightning discharge. In the United States, the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, had its own people interested in the current world situation. At the moment, one of the executives was looking at the news of Michael Zorbas defeating again #1 Okita Hiro. Looking at the screen, he brooded that despite everything, it was still a Zorbas and was so easily defeated. His assistant stomped by and shared his conclusions that Okita Hiro was still gaining strength, but at this rate, could soon reach SSS rank. In response to the manager's question about where Park Suho had gone, the assistant held out a few photos taken recently. The man looked at the pictures, took one of them, and tried to figure out what he was seeing in it. It looked like the photo was taken near a Seoul station, but what the person in it was doing, he couldn't understand. The aide said that Park Soo-ho has been appearing there a lot lately. Looking at the photo again, the head thoughtfully clarified, why not, and whether this guy was lonely. And then he chagrined to conclude that the guy was talking to pigeons and looked somehow abandoned. The manager immediately clucked his tongue irritably and said that the guy was an idiot because he could have introduced him to a couple of gorgeous women. And discarding the photo stated that they can't let someone other than them get hold of Park Soo-ho, no matter what the obstacles. The aide immediately assured me that special agents from their department had left for Korea this morning. He wanted to add something else, but he hesitated. His boss demandingly asked what was the matter if the agents had already left in the morning, and the aide, drenched in sweat, said something about the airways being difficult. And conditions on the airways were indeed about to get tough, but no one knew it yet. And the passengers on board the airplane flying to Korea felt quite calm and relaxed. The little daughter of one of the passengers stuck to the porthole window watching the clouds below them. Suddenly, the girl called her mom to see what a cute bird was flying next to the airplane. Surprised by the appearance of a bird at such a height, the woman turned away from the book she was reading and turned to her daughter and the window. What she saw behind the porthole was anything but a cute bird. A jaw full of sharp teeth was the first thing that caught his eye, not to mention the fact that this creature was flying alongside the plane on its own leathery wings. And gradually more and more overtook the modern passenger liner. More and more people in the airplane cabin began to notice an unusual creature overboard. Many people picked up their smartphones and started taking pictures. Special agents from the CIA were on that flight. They too noticed the creature chasing the plane, and at first thought it was cute too. But then one of them recognized the creature as a winged dragon. The other took a closer look and exhaled, for it was still a cub, and there was nothing he could do to it. They started trying to figure out what the dragon could be doing here, and whether the dungeon had broken through. It would have to be reported to headquarters anyway. And then they looked at each other and began to realize that if the dungeon boundary had been breached, it meant more than just one dragon. And then it came to them with horror that somewhere nearby must be his mother. And this is already a very big and evil dragon. And just at that moment, a really big and angry dragon overtook their plane and roared indignantly right above them. Opening its mouth wide, the flying monster exhaled a powerful jet of fire that at once engulfed most of the airplane. The pilots, with their hands covering their faces from the light and heat, were panicking and trying to sound the alarm and report that they were under attack by an unidentified flying creature. The dragon kept pace and flew still overhead and watched as an already raggedy part of the airplane glowed. The dragon continued to scrutinize the steel machine and enjoy the sensation of the heat. When the airplane began to lose altitude, the monster hovered in one place and flapped its wings. After watching it fall, it growled contentedly and then flew onward. The dragon's roar sounded a few more times again, and a measured rustling began to approach from all sides. An answering roar sounded equally loud and threatening, and then dozens of other dragons appeared around. They were also shown on the breaking news 2 days later, saying they broke through during the dungeon rift. After a while, the management finally managed to sort out all the red tape, and the Soo-ho clan was on their way to see their future home. Jun-ho checked the map and said that they seemed to have arrived. Han Dong-soo immediately leaned forward, trying to see something. Jun-ho nodded forward and somehow quite uncertainly suggested that it seemed to be there. When Han Dong-soo saw what he was talking about, he mumbled in shock that it looked like a haunted house. Even Myung-jin was quite impressed. Only Park Soo-ho asked where they had found the haunted house. Everyone nodded at the 2-story house in front of them. The mansion looked gloomy at first glance, and the loud cawing of a raven perched on the roof added realism to the picture. The ivy-overgrown walls and general neglect of the area made one squirm and actually think of ghosts. After getting out of the cars, the Soo-ho clan and their escorts, Choi Soo-young director Kim Mi-seo and her deputy came closer. Han Dong-soo was immediately indignant that it was impossible to live in this abandoned house. Then he shrugged and asked if it was even possible to get internet here. Choi Soo-yeon, who is usually perky and doesn't take words into her pocket, shivered and said that she had just seen a ghost on the 2nd floor. When she looked at the suspicious window, she shrieked that she'd actually seen a ghost. The rest of us didn't like the prospect of sleeping here either. With indignation, the girl turned to Kim Mi-seo and stared angrily at her mentor. She said that she couldn't live in such a place. She just closed her eyes and quietly asked him to be quiet. And then she asked Park Soo-ho with exaggerated enthusiasm if he was surprised and first time in a place like this, and laughed. Kim Mi-seo continued to chirp and assured me that the renovation would definitely start tomorrow, so there was nothing to worry about. But after listening to her, Park Soo-ho turned and looked at the house again. Then he asked why he wanted to see it if he liked it, and said that they could move in right away. Everyone was stunned, including the usually unflappable Mung Jin. Choi Soo-young pulled Park Soo-ho closer to her and angrily hissed that he was crazy. But Kim Mi-seo deftly pushed the girl aside, flattering the guy's insight. She then immediately suggested that we move on to setting the boundaries of the territory. When asked, Park Soo-ho readily explained that he could decide how much land he would take possession of. Choi Soo-yeon hacked grumpily at that in the background. Realizing that this was an important aspect and he really needed to fence off the land he would need to take care of the guy, took a couple steps to the side, and then he concentrated and summoned magic in all directions with bright blue flashes. Kim Mi-seo stopped grimacing with enthusiasm and froze as she watched the incomprehensible but mesmerizing spectacle. A myriad of smaller and larger blue lights appeared and swirled around Park Soo-ho. Not knowing what was going on, she asked her younger colleague what it was. Choi Soo-young, who had already seen something similar, recognized the forest spirits, though there were far fewer of them then. Now, the flames the boy had summoned surrounded the male figure by the thousands and spiraled upward, and the tree spirits arising among the flames by tens and hundreds of small winged creatures flew in different directions. Kim Mi-seo stood there with her head hanging down and her mouth open as she watched this incredibly mesmerizing act. She couldn't help but ask what he was doing. Soo-young, who was already familiar with Park Soo-ho's behavior, reminded her that she had told her to mark the boundaries of the territory, and the forest spirits continued to fly around the surrounding area. They chose their own place and hovered above the ground, and everywhere, in obedience to their magic, green shoots began to sprout, and then each sprout began to rapidly increase in size, gaining bark and acquiring new shoots. Very quickly, each sprout was replaced by a full-fledged tree, and surrounded by magical lights, they all continued to grow. Each stretched upward toward the sky and grew stronger and stronger before my eyes. It wasn't long before a bright green band of new trees was visible on all sides, enclosing a fairly large plot. Everyone was amazed at how fast these trees grow, and Jun-ho guessed that it looked like a real living wall. And indeed, the trees seemed to stand in a wall, shielding them from the rest of the world. They were so gigantic that ordinary trees seemed like stunted shrubs next to them. Finally, Park Soo-ho put his hands in his pants pockets and turned around to his friends and concluded that he was finished. He noted that the radius is about a mile with the house in the center. That would be the boundaries of their territory. Kim Mi-seo smiled disconsolately and agreed that that was exactly what they would do. Pulling herself together, she stepped closer and assured that from this day forward, these lands would be designated as Soo-ho Guild's domain, and everything on them belonged to the guild. Park Soo-ho asked if it was too generous just to keep him in the country for a few months. Kim Mi-seo shrugged that it was protocol. She added that moreover, the bureau considered Mr. Park Soo-ho as family. Choi Soo-yeon behind her back snorted skeptically again. Park Soo-ho smiled at those words and replied that he liked it. Director Kim then handed him a folder of papers and asked him to sign the contracts where all is fine with it. Choi Soo-young immediately pitched forward and tried to warn him that such things should be read carefully first. But Kim Mi-seo, who was not happy about it, immediately pushed the girl away without letting her speak and said that she just needed to sign. Park Soo-ho was already drawing a wolf's face on the signature spot without paying attention to their fuss. Then one copy of the contract in a special folder, Kim Mi-seo gave it back to him, thanking him for his cooperation. And shaking his hand, she offered to do her best to open the portal. The boy readily agreed, and he assured me that he would keep his promise if he gave his word. In response, Kim Mi-seo asked him to trust the government and the department. When she got into the car, she told Choi Soo-young not to screw up. She reminded her to send a repair team tomorrow and threatened to run away if she didn't. Kim Mi-seo wanted to tell the girl what she thought of her, but she gave a childish tongue lashing, and the principal waved her hand irritably to go. Exhalation grumbled with displeasure that this girl had become even more willful. The deputy did not take his eyes off the road and asked curiously if such a large area could be maintained by just a few people. Kim Mi-seo replied that if they can't, they will have an extra reason to send their people there, and then ordered a list of advanced teams above level 5 and keep them on standby in case of need. At sea, the cargo ship Coral Queen Emeralds was safely on its course. Suddenly, several pirate boats appeared on the horizon, approaching the ship at full speed. One of the pirates squealed with joy at the jackpot and took aim with a machine gun. Barely had the command to open fire been given as the sound of gunfire erupted from every boat. Rapidly approaching the ship, the pirates did not stop firing for a moment. Panic reigned on the ship's bridge. The radio operator tried to call for help, repeating that they were under attack by a group of unidentified pirates. The alarm was responded to by a UOKGU ship from the Hedon division. It reported receiving the location of the attacked ship, and after accepting the coordinates, the time to help was told to shut down the engine and stay put as long as possible if the pirates came aboard. Meanwhile, the pirates had come close to the sides of the Coral Emerald Queen, and were about to board her. One of the sailors came to the deckhouse window and reported that the pirates were coming aboard. He counted 4 boats on the starboard side, and the others were approaching. There were commands to shut down the engine and all instruments immediately and orders to assemble in the engine compartment. And at that moment, the ship shook so palpably that some of them could hardly stand on their feet. Everyone had a look of incomprehension on their faces as to what this new attack was. When one of the officers saw what was happening outside the deckhouse, he was stunned with horror. It was something out of the category of ancient maritime myths than reality. The pirate boats beside the ship flew into the air, lifted by the churning abyss. A huge octopus tentacle emerged from the depths of the sea, and then another and another. Each giant tentacle easily wrapped itself around the not insignificant ship several times, lifting it above the surface of the water. The men had little chance of staying on their feet from the waves that had previously flooded part of the deck and the sharp incline. The tentacles squeezed the ship and then began dragging it underwater, along with everyone on it. Those who found themselves in the water, having fallen overboard, had to be afraid of large containers in which cargo was being transported. But even that turned out not to be the greatest danger to defenseless people. This simple truth was realized by one of the officers when he saw the huge monstrous jaws through the water column. The monster, which approached lightning fast, opened its mouth wide, proudly displaying the sharpness of its teeth. And in the next moment, the man was in the mouth of a huge sea monster that sailors have never seen before. And then the jaws snapped shut with a loud clang, and the monster swam onward as if nothing had happened. It was the size of their ship, a shark with a skirt of tentacles, or algae-like outgrowths instead of a tail. Following the first shark, a whole pack of similar monsters swam by, and each of them didn't mind eating tasty human flesh, practically swimming into their mouths on their own. When Yu Gu's warship and the Resistance helicopters arrived at the coordinates, neither the Coral Emerald Queen nor the pirates were there. Not a trace of the ship was found, even after surveying the area with a 10-mile radius. The captain reported by radio requesting a search party to his current location, and the next instant, tentacles rising from the depths of the sea enveloped and dragged this ship underwater as well. The wind rumbled in the crowns of the trees. The lights that accompanied the tree spirits floated leisurely in the air, trapped in the leaves. The forest spirits themselves swarmed around the main tree that had become their home. It was so huge that it easily dwarfed even the giants that made up the boundary of the territory. A loud melody was heard from the cottage itself, making the surrounding residents wary for a moment. It was repeated over and over again, ringing through the neighborhood. The source of the sounds turned out to be Choi Soo-young's smartphone, already literally choking on its trill, and the girl continued to sleep peacefully, without any desire to wake up and start a new day. Finally, she sleepily fumbled her hand behind her on the bed and fumbled for the phone. Without opening her eyes, Choi Soo-young turned on her back and answered the phone. Kim Mi-so, who called her, suggested that the girl was having a good time since she didn't pick up the phone for so long. She sluggishly replied that it was nothing like that, because she was still on duty. Putting aside the joking tone, the supervisor asked with Park Soo-ho whether the blonde was now. Choi Soo-young yawned longingly and mumbled something indistinctly in response. At that moment, Kim Mi-seo realized that this lazy ass was still in bed and yelled into the phone that the sun was already high, so no excuses. Hanging up the phone, she growled irritably, looking at the phone screen. When Choi Soo-young was awakened by the call, she got up and made coffee, and already with a mug went out on the terrace to stretch and see what's going on around the house. Squinting from the sun, the girl took a leisurely swig of the bitter drink, gradually and finally waking up. Looking around the area available to the eye, she thought that Park Soo-ho had really taken care of the lands under his control quickly. There was life all around, and the sense of magic gave an almost fairy tale feeling of coziness and security. The wolves also lived here, and had already settled into their new place, enjoying their freedom. Park Soo-ho watched the wolves happily scurrying around, deciding to familiarize himself with their characteristics as well. He called up the status bar and the information boards with the level of each wolf flashed before his eyes. Park Soo-ho decided to give the wolves names, but he could only think of food names, so the wolves were Tan Soo-yuk, Pal Boche Sunbai, and others. Naming the last wolf Tokpaki, he saw a warning that there was a possible loss of control when merging if the beast's energy was greater than his. Losing control wasn't something he wanted, so Park Soo-ho wondered that, if that was the case, he couldn't just keep raising their level. The barely audible rustle of familiar footsteps behind him caused him to look away from these musings. He turned back around and asked Choi Soo-young if she was awake. The girl was interested in what he was doing, and he explained that he was naming his new family. The blonde realized that by family, he meant wolves. And then, covering her yawn with the palm of her hand, she reproached him for not waking her up, and asked why he went alone. At that moment, Snowball, who had grown quite a bit older, ran up to them with a gleeful bark and stopped in front of the girl, wagging his tail happily. Choi Soo-young squatted down in front of the puppy and began to pet it, surprised that it was growing right before her eyes, and then asked where everyone else was. Park Soo-ho replied that they left early in the morning and most likely went to explore the dungeon. Standing up and covering her eyes from the sun, the girl noticed that the guys were working hard even though the weather was hot. Park Soo-ho then smiled at her and asked if she wanted to take a walk to freshen up. Choi Soo-young tilted her head to the side in confusion and clarified what she meant by walk. Instead of answering, the guy simply launched a monstrous transformation. And already finding herself in her familiar human dog form, he held out a paw and told her to get in. As he settled on his backside and clutched the long hair of his mane in his hands, Choi Soo-young teased him, noting that he was just tired of pretending to be a farmer. After waiting for the girl to get comfortable and not responding to Park Soo-ho's teasing, he promised to show her something. Then she smiled and suggested he just admit that he wanted to brag about what he'd done. But he again let the remark pass his ears and asked him to hold on tight. The first jumps were ordinary though, powerful, and Choi Soo-young didn't immediately understand why he emphasized the last request. But when in the next instant he burst forth at his tremendous speed, the air was literally knocked out of her from the surprise. Somewhere along the way she even lost her slippers, but that didn't slow him down either. And when she looked back to at least memorize the location of her loss, she found the entire wolf pack rushing after them. At the edge of the property, a tent camp was spread out behind a wall of giant trees and a fence with a wolf sign near the entrance. Despite the excessively hot weather, journalists were on duty waiting for some interesting events to take place. The management of each of the reporters told to bring any news not wanting to miss the scoop, but in 2 months, nothing happened. A recent visitor to the camp asked if any of the co-workers had been able to get through the fence. But his colleagues who have lived here longer informed him that there are cameras everywhere, and the military will come at any moment. But even before that, the wolves would meet him on the other side. They also explained that restrictions have been put in place to prevent reporters and intelligence agents from other countries from entering the area. At that moment, a car appeared on the road. Everyone immediately turned their heads in its direction. The reporters quickly recognized the Soo-ho clan's car, but they never saw Park Soo-ho himself. The car drove into the territory without delay, although some of the journalists tried to rush closer. Han Dong-soo just looked at them and noticed that the reporters were keeping watch even though it was so hot outside. Then he returned to his laptop on his lap. When he read the last comments, he grumbled annoyingly, wondering whose channel it really was. Suddenly, he noticed something he hadn't paid attention to before. He even swore out loud in surprise. Jun-ho was immediately alert and asked what was wrong. Han Dong-soo mumbled embarrassedly that it was nothing, and he studied the statements and tried to understand why there were so many donations from abroad. The payments came from the USA, Japan, Russia, England, and others. After calculating the total number of such transfers, I realized that the total accumulated more than 4 billion won. After comparing everything, Dong-soo guessed that all the big donations came from powerful foreign spies. The big question is whether to tell Soo-ho. At that moment, they saw Park Soo-ho running across the lawn in the form of a human dog, and with him, the entire pack. Also sitting on his back was Choi Soo-young, who also noticed their car. She waved to them in greeting, still as confidently riding and holding on with one hand. Han Dong-soo leaned out the window and waved back and greeted her loudly, calling her sister-in-law. Jun-ho at the wheel even choked. Choi Soo-yeon wasn't happy about being treated like this either. She puffed up her eyebrows and showed a tightly clenched fist. Han Dong-soo, who had gotten used to her, just smirked and said that since he and Park Soo-ho sleep and shit in the same house, she would be the daughter-in-law. But then he sighed wistfully and noticed that their Park Soo-ho never skates like that, and it's even too much. Han Dong-soo noticed that they were starting to fall behind Park Soo-ho and marveled at how fast he was. And then he excitedly urged Jun-ho to step on the gas. He picked up the mood and assured them that they wouldn't lose. Shifting speeds, Jun-ho depressed the gas pedal and confidently accelerated the car. Almost immediately, they were back on the same road as the dog man, satisfied with the idea. Dong-soo shouted cheerfully out the window that the last one home pays for the Tansuyuk. Choi Soo-yeon grudgingly replied that it wasn't fair to use the sport mode, but immediately encouraged Park Soo-ho to run faster. And at that moment, she caught a strangely familiar sensation of a shiver rolling through her nerves. Already realizing what it could be, she called out loudly to Park Soo-ho. The one also sensed what had happened and was in agreement with her feelings. He didn't slow down and changed the direction of his run. Choi Soo-young immediately used a spatial rift scan within a 200-meter radius. She remembered him sneaking into her hospital room at night, sometimes standing at the window for long periods of time, guarding her sleep, and sometimes he would tell her about himself. Once she woke up in the middle of the night and saw his lonely figure in the moonlight at the window, she asked him sleepily what planet he was on, and he calmly replied without taking his eyes off the window that it was called the Abode of Beasts. Choi Soo-young then asked if there were really only beasts there, and Park Soo-ho confirmed his words. He told me that it was an incredible place filled with hostile beings with a spatial energy greater than 700. She then abruptly threw off her sleepy haze, startled by his words. It was hard to imagine such a high level of spatial energy, and Park Soo-ho went on to say that in that place, battles for territory and survival did not stop until the enemy died. Only to become a group leader, there was to reach U rank or higher, and even after becoming king, he would still accept challenges for hundreds of years. And now Choi Soo-young remembered that the bridge portal allows for crossing from both sides. According to Park Soo-ho, there are hundreds of hostile creatures. Only now did she fully realize that this would be a battle against monsters above S rank in spatial energy. Kim Mi-seo suddenly asked Baek Yi-soo, with whom they were having lunch together, how friendly he thought Park Soo-ho's planet would be to them. He said that high risk meant great rewards and assured me that there was nothing to worry about, especially since the guy was the king there. Choi Soo-young remembered the same thing, but Park Soo-ho immediately said that he couldn't control anyone from that planet. The surprised girl immediately asked for an explanation, because it was strange for her to hear this if he was really the ruler there. But Soo-ho explained that he's not the same as he was before. That means everyone will want to defeat him after seeing how weak he's become. Realizing that everything sounded too convincing, Choi Soo-young could only clench her teeth in frustration and mutedly curse. But time was short, so she gathered herself and ordered her to run at full speed towards the northeast field to get as far away from the city as possible. And Park Soo-ho immediately rushed in the right direction with all the speed he could, without being distracted by the joking arguments. The guys in the car behind them looked at each other. Shane Dong-soo looked at the couple and asked them where they were going. Jun-ho decided to follow them and increased his speed. Whatever it was, the sudden change of direction was hardly a coincidence. And ahead, right where they were running, a swirl of blue sparks formed in the air. And Choi Soo-young realized that the process had begun, and now space was being distorted. The man-dog continued to run silently and quickly, listening to his senses. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed Kim Mi-seo. She answered immediately and asked what was wrong. Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-young had already jumped out onto the field and were now rushing straight towards the future portal. Without wasting time on the extraneous, the girl reported that a portal was beginning to form. Kim Mi-seo immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, but she couldn't contain her surprise and concern. Already approaching the future portal, Choi Soo-young shouted for the supervisor to send the location of the portal to the ready units. And outside the territory, pre-arrived units left for such an occasion also noticed the characteristic activity of the space. They immediately began to reorganize according to military protocol in preparation for a warm welcome. The military-equipped vehicles lined up one by one in front of the gap, opening far ahead and locked into place, and came to full alert with their sights set on the direction of the portal. At last, everything was ready in case it was necessary to repel an attack from the other side of the bridge. The commander reported that the first unit of the main artillery brigade had completed preparations for the salvo. And Park Soo-ho's friend realized what was nagging him about this portal and seemed wrong. He immediately told Choi Soo-young that this wasn't the planet he was on, but just an ordinary dungeon. The astonished girl immediately demanded an explanation as to why he was so sure of it without special equipment. He stopped near the almost formed portal and looked at it thoughtfully, explaining that the sensation was not the same as it had been when he had gone through it. At first, Choi Soo-young tried to say that he went through the teleportation portal that repatriates use, so he might feel different. But she was silent when she remembered that the spatial energy of the portal through which Park Soo-ho had returned was much higher than that of the portal bridge. Then she wrote off the readings as a malfunctioning device and even questioned her own intuition. And looking at the portal in front of her, Choi Soo-young recognized that her gut didn't think this portal was as dangerous as that one. All signs pointed to a portal to the dungeon. In the journalists' camp too, the unexpected phenomenon did not go unnoticed. As soon as they saw the bright flashes in the sky, Everyone came out of their tents. Someone recognized the spatial rift signal. And then, a special vehicle from the department began to pass by them on the territory at full speed. Reporters immediately recognized the cars as the Bureau's detection team. The deafening noise of blades was heard, and helicopters flew past, alerting journalists to the fact that even the Air Force had been called to the scene. And now they weren't even happy that some events had finally happened. Everyone was discussing whether it was true about the opening of the portal and the new planet. And the portal with a blinding flash finally finished forming and stopped being so active. In front of Choi Soo-young and Park Soo-ho, who had managed to transform into a human and change his clothes, there was now an ordinary-looking dungeon portal. Choi Soo-young also had to admit this as she shielded her eyes from the light and looked at the portal and evaluated her feelings once more. Then she turned her attention to a gloomy Park Soo-ho, who was looking at the portal with a kind of longing. Soo-young wondered how could his intuition, even without any skills, be better than the one with the best recognizing abilities in the country. At that moment, there was a rustle of tires and a screech of brakes from behind. Han Dong-soo and Jun-ho caught up with them. When they got out of the car, they both ran to their friends. Han Dong-soo exclaimed excitedly that it was a portal and asked if it was a new planet, but no one had time to answer. And when the sound of approaching cars sounded behind them again, everyone turned around. Department employees immediately jumped out of their cars, pulling out suitcases of equipment, and ran up to them. The new arrivals introduced themselves as Detection Team Number 11 and said they would install the gauges. Park Soo-ho asked what they were for and was told that they were used to calculate the level of the dungeon and the time until it broke. Choi Soo-young leaned over the shoulder of one of the specialists, carefully watching all of his actions. When the first data started coming in, the specialist turned to her and informed her that this was a level 4 dungeon. Then he added suspiciously that it was a low-level something. The girl exhaled and Park Soo-ho just nodded that it looked like that. Choi Soo-young went behind the car to change her clothes and dialed Kim Mi-seo again. She was a little disappointed and asked the level of the dungeon. Activating her bracelet, the blonde confirmed that the dungeon level was indeed level 4, and added that according to Park Soo-ho, this wasn't his planet, but in any case, it wouldn't hurt to go in first and just look around. Director Baek Yi-soo, on the other hand, was not so calm. He jumped up from his desk and resented the fact that it was only a level 4 dungeon. Kim Mi-seo stretched out that they weren't sure yet, and first they would send someone with a video memory skill, along with the Soo-ho clan, to see if it was the right planet. After sitting down but not calming down, Baek Yi-soo said it would drive him crazy, and then he tried to push how much money they had already invested. Mi-seo was now indignant and recalled what she had said about their insecurity. In addition, Park Soo-ho's skills were already above the 4th level, which was quite a lot. The director irritably threw back that if the first portal near the repatriate led to the dungeon, then all the others would be similar. On an attempt to press her investor credibility, Supervisor Kim reminded her that it was an investment in mere probability, and Soo-ho remains valuable. Unwilling to listen, Baek Yi-soo told him to use the study as a reprieve, because the hype from the news that the new planet turned out to be a crackpot would be hype. Kim Mi-seo exhaled angrily, not knowing what else to say to make the principal hear her, and he threateningly told them to find a way, because if they lost investors, they'd all be finished. When Kim Mi-seo dialed Choi Soo-young again, she reported that the rift would open in 50 days, and that the military unit could be called off for now. Park Soo-ho was interested in the readings on the device and noted that so far, everything matched. The technician turned to him with a strange expression on his face. In response to a questioning arched eyebrow, he asked if it would be difficult to mop up a level 4 dungeon several times a day with this lineup. With a shrug of his shoulders, Park Soo-ho assured that there was no problem. The specialist only skeptically hummed, and at the remark that his thing looks cool, grumpily explained that it is not a thing, but a device for measuring the energy of the dungeon. Explained that almost all guilds have such equipment, but the price of the newest model is 3 billion won. Both of them agreed that it was expensive, but the technician was immediately alerted and turned to Park Soo-ho. Holding out some form, he said that he had received orders to give the equipment on a perpetual lease as a gift for signing the contract. Park Soo-ho suspiciously clarified about the contract signing gift and asked why the Bureau was offering him such things. The specialist, who had not expected suspicion, froze at first, but quickly pulled himself together. He assured that even if Soo-ho was not a repatriate of the new planet, the department would never treat him badly. At the phrase that many countries had approached him recently, Park Soo-ho looked at his interlocutor incomprehensibly, but the latter ended his speech as if nothing had happened, asking him to remember that the Korean Bureau considers Mr. Park Soo-ho as family. He said that he was the treasure of the country. Choi Soo-yeon, who had heard the speech, was quietly seething with anger. But in response to all of this, Park Soo-ho was frankly perplexed and said that he had not received any messages. When Han Dong-soo realized that it would be impossible to hide it any longer, he called him away for a moment. They went a couple of steps away, and the guy confessed that Soo-ho was being fought for abroad, and since he didn't use the internet, all the donations went to him. Interrupting Dong-soo's muttering, Park Soo-ho calmly asked how much money there was in total. The boy hesitated even more, but then hesitantly admitted that it was more than 5 billion won. When a heavy male hand rested on his shoulder, he tensed, but knew he was to blame. However, Park Soo-ho calmly said that as much as he loves money, he shouldn't be a slave to it, and it's better to realize that having loved ones around is better than 5 billion won. After bowing, Han Dong-soo sincerely promised to remember these words. Then he became bold and offered to pass at least 3 sentences, because that's what the money was transferred to them for. Park Soo-ho perplexedly tilted his head to the side, really not understanding why he would want such nonsense. Han Dong-soo slightly hysterically ran the edge of his palm across his throat and asked if they would hire assassins when they found out he hadn't handed over anything. Realizing what the matter was, Park Soo-ho simply offered to say that he just ignored them. He turned around and told Han Dong-soo, who was glowing with happiness, to call Jun-ho to change into costumes and return to the portal. He nodded in agreement and said in the back that he would keep some of the money from donations and deposit the rest in the guild treasury. Park Soo-ho muttered something in agreement and calmly walked towards the portal, immediately putting this story out of his mind. Han Dong-soo looked at his back with loving eyes and thought that when he was with him, the money flew into his pocket. He spread his arms out to the sides and happily ran towards their car. As he hummed a song, he thought about the fact that he had just earned 3 and 6 billion won. When everyone had changed their clothes and prepared their equipment, the entire Soo-ho clan gathered in front of the portal. Turning around, Park Soo-ho once again clarified that everyone was ready and gave the signal to go in. A specialist came running up, already dressed in bureau gear, and said that the battle group was on its way. He asked me to wait and go in with them. But in this, Park Soo-ho was adamant and flatly refused to wait, much less take a battle group with him. At most, he's allowed 2 men if necessary for a contract investigation, and even then, without any involvement in the hunt. Choi Soo-young immediately assured him that it would be like that, and that he had nothing to worry about. But the expert again expressed doubts that such a group would be enough for a level 4 dungeon. Choi Soo-yeon left that he only had to take notes. Then Snowball ran up with a loud bark, clearly expressing his willingness to go with them. And Park Soo-ho smiled at the puppy, agreeing that he should also go and raise his level. Then he grew serious and waved his hand, telling everyone else to move out. And everyone gathered resolutely headed towards the portal, preparing for the unknown. They passed through the portal without any problems, and soon found themselves on the other side of it. Once out of the door, everyone immediately became wary and looked around carefully. But for now, everything was calm, and they moved forward. Choi Soo-young immediately asked Park Soo-ho what he thought and if it was the same. The one looked around thoughtfully and stretched out that he wasn't sure about anything at all yet. The girl glanced questioningly at him while activating the scouting skill. Looking closely at the surrounding space, Park Soo-ho vaguely said that there were some familiar sensations. The specialist walking in the middle of their chain grumbled fearfully that they should be more careful and not just walk around. Han Dong-soo immediately assured that Park Soo-ho was with them, so it was enough to just follow him. At that moment, Choi Soo-young signaled the others to stop. The guys behind obediently froze at once, tense and wary. And the girl immediately added that there was someone 70 meters ahead, and then she assumed it was 3 monsters. A serious-looking Han Dong-soo immediately stepped slightly forward and readied his sword. The expert left behind grabbed his own, but still cautiously clarified if it was enough. Dong-soo glared at him indignantly for saying that. Above the strange forest of gaunt trees came the sounds of someone approaching. Jun-ho, like everyone else, also clenched tightly and activated his own weapon. Laughing a crazy laugh, he from the very end of the chain purposefully went forward. The specialist from the bureau literally dropped his jaw when he saw the change in the guy. Han Dong-soo frowned with annoyance and grimaced as he realized that it had happened again. Jun-ho had already equaled his brother and continued forward without stopping his crazy laughter. Park Soo-ho, calmly and almost habitually, had already knocked his younger brother unconscious with a precise blow before he could do anything else. Jun-ho collapsed to the ground, letting the sword fall from his weakened hand. Han Dong-soo immediately walked forward with a determined look. The expert behind him was quietly astonished at what was happening. Park Soo-ho told him to wake up Junho and give him a sedative while he walked on. When asked by the bureau clerk why Junho was acting this way, Choi Soo-young explained that it was because of his illness that he goes crazy when he picks up a sword. Carefully lifting Junho's head, Han Dong-soo coaxed him to wake up and drink the medicine. Park Soo-ho sensed that something was wrong and looked up carefully. A long tongue flashed through the sparse foliage. Park Soo-ho prepared to face the danger that had finally overtaken them with grim satisfaction and told the others to stay behind. His tongue quickly hid behind the foliage. Then the tree shook perceptibly, and out of it came a menacingly snarling lizard with a grinning maw. The lizard appeared to be quite tall, armed with a spear, and habitually unfriendly to monsters. 2 more lizards, similar in every way to the first, jumped out. Han Dong-soo hadn't expected these particular monsters for some reason, and was very surprised by the lizards. Junho had regained his senses by now, and jumped to his feet. Choi Soo-young immediately shouted to them to be ready to defend the area if other creatures appeared. And Park Soo-ho didn't wait for the others to gather behind him to attack the lizards. The specialist finally came to his senses as well, and figured out to activate the skill and start recording what was happening. The lizards were not ready to stand motionless either, and surrounded the man so recklessly approaching them. They bared their fangs and roared menacingly. No doubt he couldn't handle them, but Park Soo-ho only needed a couple of movements to disarm the first of the monsters with a clear swing of his blade. In the next instant he was behind him, and the monster collapsed as if underfoot. The second was defeated by the first before he could even swing his spear. On the third too, you didn't have to spend any extra moves to win. Only then did Park Soo-ho stop moving at a tremendous speed and froze. 3 neutralized monsters were left behind, and a system notification of achievement points appeared in front of my eyes. All the others who had only just managed to take up a circular defense were looking round with round eyes at. Shaking himself and lowering his sword, Park Soo-ho just calmly walked onward. The astonished Min-soo stared with round eyes and couldn't even imagine that such a reaction speed was even possible. Turning around, Park Soo-ho suddenly loudly reminded Dong-soo and Junho not to forget to collect the loot. They rushed forward to collect what they needed. Junho picked up his sword again and grinned with a mad expression as he walked. When he reached the lizards, he began to crush them to pieces. Han Dong-soo immediately resented him for making them dirty. The bureau specialist quietly said that the guy literally just looked normal until he picked up the knife. Choi Soo-young just told him to keep up. As soon as the guys finished collecting the loot, Park Soo-ho warned them to prepare themselves that, from the next one, he would leave the lizards alive. Greedily looking at the extracted heliotropes, they only nodded their heads eagerly. Specialist Min-soo, who was completely downcast, could not believe that Park Soo-ho was going to send C-rank monsters alive to a rookie and a psychopath. And the man, seeing no problem in it, continued to give out instructions further and called the puppy over to him. To Snowball, who ran up, he told him to run into the forest and bring a couple more monsters from there. Specialist Min-soo was completely dumbfounded and was no longer sure if the people around him were normal. Snowball readily responded to the task by barking happily and immediately ran off into the woods in search of those who could be lured to their master. Min-soo discouragedly clarified if this was animal abuse. And then he realized why the puppy had been sent, and he was worried that hundreds of monsters would come to them, and they would be in danger. After a while, new sounds came from the forest. Han Dong-soo voiced the general thought that the monsters were coming. The hissing of the lizards and the stomping of their paws became more and more distinct. It felt like there were more than a couple of them. Junho blurted out an almost happy grimace without stopping to giggle. His condition worried the specialist almost as much as the approaching lizards. Han Dong-soo became worried. He took out a new packet of medicine and tried to convince Junho to take another tranquilizer pill. He laughed loudly and suddenly ran into the forest towards the monsters. Han Dong-soo rushed after him. Park Soo-ho yelled for him to hurry up with the medicine before anything happened. Han Dong-soo only nodded seriously, trying to catch up with his friend and partner. At that moment, Snowball, running with all his paws from his pursuers, appeared from the forest. Junho had already overtaken Park Soo-ho and suddenly threw his blade forward with force. One of the lizards threw a spear at the fleeing dog at the same time, but the pup managed to dodge in time. Junho's blade struck one of the lizards, immediately incapacitating. The defeated lizard fell down, but the one running beside him prepared to throw his spear at his opponent. Junho, with mad joy on his face, carried towards him, clutching the 2 blades already glowing with power. The lizard opened its mouth wide and roared menacingly, intending to frighten the enemy, but Junho didn't care at all. He shouted back just as fiercely and swung his swords at the monster. However, in his madness, he did not pay attention to the fact that the lizard was not standing still and was ready to strike. To prevent the inevitable from happening, Park Soo-ho rushed forward and managed to intercept the lizard's paw with his spear. At the same time, Snowball sank his teeth into the monster's other limb, and immediately his bite strength increased. Specialist Min-soo, seeing the danger from the other side, warningly yelled out a warning. Another lizard loomed behind Jun-ho, ready to finish what his tribesmen had failed to do. Park Soo-ho turned around ready to come to the aid of his still inexperienced clan members in case of an emergency. But when Jun-ho turned around at the warning shout, there was no need to react in any way. Han Dong-soo was also keeping a close eye on the situation and managed to pull out his crossbow just in time. He crouched down on one knee and took aim, and then fired an energy discharge. The lizard was immediately entangled as if by glowing ropes and immobilized. However, Jun-ho was unwilling to cede the opportunity to defeat the monster to anyone else. With a loud shout, he swung his blades at the lizard and grinned contentedly when a glowing message appeared in front of him that he was now E-level. Han Dong-soo had also received a notification. He had now reached the 9th level of E-class, and he was actively rejoicing. Specialist Min-soo looked at everything still, with round eyes not knowing how to react. He asked the captain uncertainly if this was a level 4 dungeon. She asked him thoughtfully if he thought it was a level 3 dungeon too. Looking at Dong-soo jumping for joy, and Jun-ho's not so joyfully mauling monster, he clarified whether it was worth it to be so careless. Choi Soo-young replied that that was why she asked him to focus on the recording and stop talking, and she used her intelligence skill again. Snowball at this point growled menacingly at the nearest thicket, and then rushed to the side under Choi Soo-young's warning that opponents were on all sides. And just at that moment, Park Soo-ho turned around at the suspicious rustle he heard from the bush. Another lizard came out of there and grinned, showing a large set of sharp teeth. He moved almost right up to the man and growled loudly, anticipating a quick dinner. Behind Park Soo-ho, another lizard with equally obvious gastronomic preferences crawled out of the other thickets. One of the lizards did not delay long with the welcoming ceremonies and leapt forward, bringing his spear above his head to strike. Crouching down, Park Soo-ho let the monster pass above him and materialized a blade in preparation to fight back. In reality, at that time, Kim Mi-so and her assistant were about to enter Soo-ho's guild compound, but a crowd of journalists blocked their way. One of the journalists came closer and jokingly saluted her, saluting her as the head of the department. Opening the window, Kim Mi-so angrily asked what he was doing and if he was fed up with his life, and then ordered him to clear the way. The journalist, Kim Dae-sik, came closer and slyly promised to leave if she told him something. Ignoring the outrage, he said that he had just seen Commander Lee Min-soo's squad drive into the territories. Kim Mi-so frowned irritably and asked through gritted teeth what's in it for him. Then Kim Dae-sik began to reason that since it was Lee Min-soo's squad, the dungeon that had just appeared was a level 4 dungeon. Supervisor Kim looked at him expectantly and frowned, neither confirming nor denying what he had said. The journalist smirked victoriously contentedly and looked slyly into her eyes in response. Turning to his colleagues, he commanded them to disperse and let the car pass. And when it passed, he mockingly shouted thanks to the head of the department, and only after waiting for the car to disappear, swore, and on the questions of others explained that you can leave because it is a repatriate from the dungeon of the 4th level. And Kim Mi-seo's car entered the area unhindered and headed for the portal. The assistant couldn't stand it and asked the supervisor if it wasn't classified information. She threw a sharp glance at the man and coldly asked him who he thought was more important when choosing between the money-grubbing rich man and Park Soo-ho. The aide tentatively suggested that Park Soo-ho and Supervisor Kim confirmed that this was the case. She absent-mindedly reasoned with her hand resting on her cheek that if they said that Park Soo-ho was an ordinary repatriate, it would greatly weaken their interest in him. Deputy Puck squinted at her and clarified if she would be okay when the director found out, and Kim Mi-so said thoughtfully that it was the decision they were going to the portal for. At this time, Attack Team number 13 lined up at the portal and finished preparing to enter the dungeon. Team Captain Lee Min-soo cast a stern look over the fighters lined up in front of him, carefully scanning each one. Only then did he ask if they had everything ready for the sweep of the new dungeon. The team members readily stretched out at attention, confirming their readiness to go on the mission. Then, satisfied with what he saw, Lee Min-soo grinned anticipatively and encouraged his subordinates with a suggestion to go and defeat these monsters. Then one of the bureau employees ran towards them. He asked to stay a moment, and when he got there, he told them that there was a command to stay where they were. Already ready to go to the portal, Lee Min-soo unhappily turned around at the messenger with bad news and threateningly interrogated what he had said. At that moment, a white car stopped near the portal, interrupting the indignation of the squad leader. Director Kim Mi-seo and her assistant Park got out of the car. The woman looked at the team and its captain. It was only when she came closer that she said hello to Commander Lee Min-soo, wishing him a good morning. He frowned, and without exchanging polite greetings, he immediately clarified what was going on. In response, Kim Mi-seo uncompromisingly stated that he could not enter the portal right now. The captain was immediately indignant, asking why he couldn't. The director immediately explained that Park Soo-ho had not agreed to cooperate with the militant group, and therefore, it was forbidden to break the contract. The mention of the violation made Commander Lee Min-soo angry. He even thought he had misheard it at first. But realizing from the serious look on his face that it wasn't, he asked what the hell that was about. He reminded me that they had changed their plans to come here. Kim Mi-seo shrugged slightly, with informed that something happened, so now such orders. The captain angrily recalled the scouting clause as well. In addition, he didn't understand why he would go into the portal with only a scouting party without a combat team, to which Kim Mi-seo's supervisor frowned and explained that this was why they needed to adjust the contract. And she said that she had come here to settle the matter. And she also had some other things to settle about the principal. With a skeptical grimace and a blackened expression, Commander Lee Min-soo anguishedly asked in space, why make things so complicated? Director Kim Mi-seo turned around, waved her hand in the direction, and suggested that we continue our conversation in the car. At this time, the department director was looking at the article where Park Soo-ho was called a repatriate from the 4th level dungeon and excused himself to the investor. He assured that there's nothing to worry about. It's all a big mistake, and they will definitely investigate it to release an official statement. It was only after a whole bunch of such assurances and a full account of Baek Yi-soo's actions that Baek Yi-soo was able to put the receiver back on the phone. Massaging his aching temples with effort, he muttered softly to himself that this would drive him to his grave. Then he suddenly yelled sharply, asking why he still couldn't get in touch with Kim Mi. So, in one of Seoul's city hospitals, despite the perfect weather outside the window, reflections were not too happy either. Dr. Kim Jong-kook, who was treating the repatriate who had passed through the portal, was sitting in his office. He was looking at a photo of his former patient on the computer monitor screen, and thinking about what he had literally just read in articles. The news that Park Soo-ho turned out to be from a level 4 dungeon was quite a surprising twist. Watching this young man with such an ambiguous history began to feel something akin to watching a drama. The doctor even chuckled at his thoughts. But then, an interesting thought occurred to him. He remembered that Park Soo-ho had told him that he'd been hiding on the coast for a while before later discovering the fruit trees. There was plenty of food in the sea that could help him survive in that world. But soon it became clear that it would not be as easy as it seemed at first. One day he was coming out of the water with a rich catch of fish and heard a strange splashing sound from behind, not at all like the sound of waves. When he turned back, he saw a giant toothy crab clearly wanting to taste him. The guy had to run as fast as he could, leaving the fish behind. Remembering the mention of the sea made the doctor ecstatic, because there simply cannot be a sea in a 4th level dungeon. This could well mean confirmation of the modern theory of the origin of the dungeons. According to this theory, the dungeons could be parts of the planet that it split into after the explosion. Kim Jong-kook leaned back in his chair and stared blankly at the dull hospital ceiling. He remembered how deformed the doorknob had become when Park Soo-ho had abruptly burst into his office after 2 weeks in the hospital. The guy then claimed his little brother was alive, and he absolutely had to find him. The doctor remembered that despite his reluctance to let an interesting patient go, he had agreed to go along with him, and had set only one condition for this. I remember Park Soo-ho was quite surprised at that time, and he even stopped demanding and threatening for a while. But the doctor only asked him to tell him everything that had happened to him in those 500 years after he became king of the wolves and before the war with the gorilla tribe. It was not a difficult request, but it interested the doctor very much, and he often looked towards the telephone. But there was no call, even though Park Soo-ho promised that he would tell them when he found his brother. Like others, Kim Jong-kook couldn't believe such an incredible story at first. Now, he regretted that he had lost the opportunity to learn more because of it. Park Soo-ho didn't think about how he was perceived by others. He whirled past the lizards with his blades clasped in his hands, and only stopped when all the monsters that relied on the element of surprise had been defeated. Even his own team members were impressed, not to mention Seo Min-soo, frozen with his mouth open in admiration. But Park Soo-ho only turned to them and stiffly clarified what had happened to them, and then ordered them to gather their loot. After collecting everything they could find, the team, accompanied by the specialist, headed onward. The woods were more welcoming. Choi Soo-young looked around and noticed that the place was terribly beautiful. Han Dong-soo was also looking at the beautiful shiny stones with a dark aura. Park Soo-ho remained wary. He was sure that he had never been here before, but everything around him seemed incredibly familiar. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo came across a stone with an inscription and was surprised to recognize the symbols as the Korean national alphabet. Everyone immediately chattered and came closer. Everyone except Park Soo-ho. He only glanced thoughtfully at the stone. It was just as familiar as everything else around him. Choi Soo-young also came closer to the stone. The first thing she did was suspiciously ask Dong-soo if this was another joke. Dong-soo confusedly denied it, hoping that it really wasn't. The girl squinted at the inscription and the stone. Afterwards, I asked specialist Seo Min-soo if he was recording it. He assured me that he didn't miss anything. Only then did Choi Soo-young let herself wonder where Hangul could have come from in such a place. Noticing a movement out of the corner of her eye, the blonde turned around sharply. Park Soo-ho didn't wait for anyone, or say anything, and just went on where the entrance to the cave could be seen just above. Commanding the others to move, the girl also turned around and followed him. She was followed reluctantly by the rest of the team, also climbing up towards the cave. As if hypnotized, Park Soo-ho froze in front of the dark entrance, either hesitant to enter or not knowing what to expect inside. He was somewhat confused by the ambivalence of the sensations of everything they were finding here, and was still standing in the same spot when the other members of the Soo-ho clan caught up with him at the entrance. They were actively discussing the feeling, as if someone would jump out now. But then Park Soo-ho started the forest lights inside the cave, so that it would become brighter inside, and it would be safe to explore the cave. And everyone stepped inside, with the first steps amazed at what was there. The whole cave from the very entrance was covered with inscriptions, drawings, schemes, and formulas that glowed softly in the light of magical lights. The guys looked at the walls in amazement, cocked their heads at the ceiling, and realized that the walls were completely written in Hangul, as if a Korean had lived here. Sometimes there were short writings like the ones Han Dong-soo found, where an unknown person wrote that he wanted to go home and wanted chicken or soup. Sometimes they were statements about the lack of people, as if the one who wrote it thought he was Robinson Crusoe of the dungeon. And one of the scrawled phrases made Seo Min-soo confused, and he called Unknown a crazy jerk for leaving such a lewd inscription. Hearing this, Han Dong-soo immediately ran over to see for himself and giggled. And next to it, I saw some weird but cute pictures of some burning mushrooms. Elsewhere, he saw the fuller phrases of someone who missed terribly the family he used to treat quite differently than he should have. And there was even Jun-ho's name among those people. Han Dong-soo was quite surprised at this coincidence as he thought. Jun-ho frowned and stood in front of the inscription that said, Park Soo-ho was here. He ran his eyes over the words over and over again. Han Dong-soo and Seo Min-soo, who had joined him, stood disconsolately by his side, feeling awkward about the inscription writer's recent teasing. Choi Soo-yeon too glanced at the inscription, and then turned her head toward its undoubted author. He stood in front of the far wall, surrounded by magical fireflies, and scrutinized something on it. Han Dong-soo went further, and compared the drawings he saw with the rock paintings of ancient tribes. Min-soo suggested that it was valuable material, but Choi Soo-young walked up to the tensely frozen Park Soo-ho and quietly asked if that was where he came from. But he stared at the wall in front of him with widened eyes, and still he didn't hear her question caught up in the memories. In front of him was a primitive map of the surrounding lands where there were his territory, Jackie's guerrilla territory, and Kuro's land. At the sight of the last name, his eyes squinted under his frowning eyebrows. He remembered their one-on-one battles with varying success whenever either of them violated their opponent's boundaries. He remembered the fierce gaze of the yellow animal eyes of the huge black tiger that he used to burn through his sworn enemy, and his own healthy anger mixed with the excitement of a good fight and the joy of meeting a worthy opponent. At that moment, Choi Soo-young's uncertain question of whether he was okay pulled Park Soo-ho out of the surging wave of memories. Next to the map were notes and about the guerrilla war that happened 30 years after Jackie the gorilla first rebelled. The guerrillas' tiresome attempts to reclaim the moon rock led to a massive battle in which one of them had to remain on the field defeated, because neither of them was going to give up their ambitions and claims, and so they couldn't get along together anyway. Park Soo-ho remembered the inscriptions. He had left them in his hand 3 sunrises before the battle, during which he had been transported back to Earth by the portal. Realizing this made my eyes open wide with shock. The thoughts that were running through my head were jostling around in my head, keeping me from realizing what was important. Han Dong-soo found the blanks of unfinished knives on one of the large flat stones in the cave, and loudly announced it to everyone else. Looking at the amazing weapons, he assumed they were made of sharp and shiny stone and could be considered artifacts. Park Soo-ho, who had caught the right idea, suddenly rushed towards the exit of the cave without saying a word to anyone. The others only managed to look at him confusedly, not understanding what had come over him. Han Dong-soo tried to shout back, asking where he was going. With a slight hiccup, Choi Soo-young ran after Park Soo-ho, hoping not to lose sight of him. Han Dong-soo upsetly attacked Seo Min-soo, accusing him of making fun of him. Seo Min-soo denied it, saying that they were both laughing. Park Soo-ho was concentrating on running, using his ability to move incredibly fast. If he's where he's been for 1,000 years, he's got a way to make sure of it. All he has to do is get there. And when he finally reached one of the peaks nearby, he was able to look around at the nearby lands and compare it to what he remembered. And what he saw from the height of the peak he had climbed did not want to fit in his head in any way. After a while, Choi Soo-young finally caught up with him, but he was still standing on top and looking at the scenery around him. The girl stood next to him and asked what was wrong, and if this was the place where he lived. Park Soo-ho answered confusedly that everything was similar, and yet something was wrong. When asked what was wrong, he stretched out his arm toward one of the nebulae and said there was a large snow-covered mountain. Extending his other arm, he pointed in the opposite direction and reported that at the site of this cluster of fog was a grove of fruit trees. And in one place between two rocks, he said there was supposed to be a sea. The mention of the sea excited Choi Soo-young, and she asked in astonishment if there really was a sea. Park Soo-ho explained that it was called the Murmuring Sea, and no one was allowed to go there. The issue with the sea in a level 4 dungeon made the girl tense up. It was unrealistic, but on the other hand, she had already seen a lot of things around him. Then she asked about the inscriptions that everyone was looking at in the cave and asked if it was his work. He confirmed and said it was his way of trying not to forget civilization. When he first came here, he wrote on the walls of the cave while he was hiding from the beasts. The next question Choi Soo-yeon asked was if there had always been pit people here, and she received a negative answer. But since the lizards hadn't been here before, she wondered what happened to the animals that were with him. Park Soo-ho was also interested in the question, but he didn't know the answer to it at this moment, and it was confusing. He said that this was leopard territory and they weren't weak enough to leave because of some lizards. Taking this information to heart, the girl in turn also decided to clarify something and pointed to one of the fog zones he was showing and explained that this fog means the end of the dungeon, where there's no way to go any further. With his eyes wide open, Park Soo-ho looked at one nebula after another and tried to think of how this could be the end of the dungeon. They both looked down and saw an avalanche of lizards like cockroaches crawling up the wall. They both looked down and saw an avalanche of lizards like cockroaches crawling up the wall. Choi Soo-young used her intelligence skill to assess the full extent of the ambush they were in. She had already counted several dozen lizards and they continued to approach them at high speed. The rest of the team with the specialist and Snowball also showed up on the slope. Han Dong-soo grumbled that they had to be near these two if they wanted to live. After finishing the count, the blonde reported that 102 lizards were approaching them. Calling out the weapon in her hand and preparing for battle, she reprimanded, naggingly asking the universe why they attacked all at once. And then, behind the backs of the lizards appeared a much larger figure of a lizard, distinguished from the others by the red color of its skin. The monster, identified as a lizard king, also attracted attention by the fact that it was wearing the skull of another animal on its head like an outlandish headdress. The skull was uncannily similar to that of the local leopards with their huge saber-like fangs. After looking closely at the monster, Park Soo-ho realized that it was unlikely that the leopards were still alive, even if he thought they could handle the lizard. He muffledly asked Choi Soo-young to stay up here with the others and keep an eye on them. And then, ignoring the girl's bewilderment, he simply pushed off and jumped off the cliff on top of which they had been standing before. With his arms out to the sides, he neither fell nor flew to meet the horde of lizards that was coming toward them. Choi Soo-young crouched down and leaned over the edge loudly and indignantly, asking after what he was up to. The lizards opened their mouths and bared their teeth, happy to see the prey leaping into their paws. One of the fed pigeons sat on the stone fence of the porch of their house on Soo-ho Guild's property and pecked at grains. Grandma Sook Cha, who had come out on the terrace, was watching him and happily saying how much he was eating. The moment the pigeon was engulfed by a strange energy, it broke away from its meal in surprise and chirped questioningly. But Grandma Sook Cha was shocked at the strangeness she had witnessed and couldn't find any words. Seeing Choi Soo-yeon's new monstrous transformation was also not indifferent to Park Soo-ho's next unpredictable skill, and his arms turned into huge wings of stunning beauty that allowed him to fly. The Lizard King had by now overtaken some of his army and swung his spear at the unexpected obstacle in the way. Before the transformation was complete, Park Soo-ho had already rushed towards the giant lizard at a tremendous speed. The same did not hesitate, and threw a spear at the one who was counted by the enemy, wanting to quickly hit the target and move on. But the Birdman deftly dodged the spear that whistled past him, without leaving a scratch. And finding himself almost in front of the chief among the lizards, he once again launched a monstrous transformation. Now he was using Snowball for the merge as before, who managed to bark before disappearing. and literally in front of the monster's nose, he turned into a man-dog with a grinning mouth and impressive fang. The lizard no less beamingly snapped back, also trying to scare the strange foe. But Park Soo-ho, having completed the transformation, did not try to stop the movement. He took advantage of the inertia and threw the lizard downward, clawing at its shoulder with his teeth, and they both tangled together and flew down the sheer cliff face. When they fell, there was a great rumble, and the shock wave blew down some of the trees around them. Choi Soo-young, who was watching this fall for a couple of tens of seconds, even though she was used to this kind of behavior, still called him crazy. Han Dong-soo just managed to get to the top first, and stood beside her, and gasped when he saw the end of the fall. Seo Min-soo immediately yelled that he shouldn't jump like that, even if it was embarrassing. And Jun-ho, who was the last one to climb up, was only surprised that his brother had fallen. Choi Soo-yeon interrupted the guys' wailing with a sigh and assured them that everything was fine, and Park Soo-ho was as alive as anyone. But Jun-ho kept calling out for his brother, and Han Dong-soo wailed about the terrible altitude, and Choi Soo-young irritably growled that he was fine. Meanwhile, the lizards were already very close, and were gaping with jaws and spears in anticipation. The blonde immediately informed the others that the lizards were only 30 meters away, and ordered them to prepare for battle. Seo Min-soo was the first to react, and picked up the nearest rock and swung it over his head, reporting that he was ready to fight. Han Dong-soo was not far behind. He took out his crossbow from behind his back and took aim at the lizards. Jun-ho was already mad as hell about his brother, and gladly picked up a rock in preparation to throw it. The lizards hissed at the uncooperative prey with no small amount of anticipation, but they didn't expect much resistance. However, the guys didn't even think of giving up. Han Dong-soo couldn't help himself and shot at the monsters with his crossbow, cursing fiercely. All the charges immediately found their targets, and the monsters fell down the steep wall, sometimes dragging their tribesmen with them. Park Soo-ho and the Lizard King, who had fallen to the ground, continued to fight in the air. The dog man's elbow was pressing on the lizard's neck, preventing it from moving. The Lizard King wheezed and hissed, but he couldn't reach his opponent with his free paw, and only glared angrily from under his trophy skull. Slightly weakening it with the previous technique, Park Soo-ho happily punched the monster on its grinning face, and then began to strike with great speed without giving him a moment to resist. The man-dog gritted his teeth in response and wasn't about to show an ounce of mercy. He hooked a paw into the Lizard King's throat and squeezed with all the strength he could muster. Only then did he lift the half-dead lizard and peer into its angry eyes. Finding no willingness to cooperate in them, Park Soo-ho reached out his own paw and pulled the trophy skull off the lizard's head. The discarded skull rolled far to the side, glistening with empty eye sockets. Clutching his opponent's body, the man-dog brought the monster's muzzle closer, and with a muffled grunt in his chest asked where the leopards were. The Lizard King didn't answer anything understandable, and only wheezed and hissed something in his own way, leaving his opponent perplexed. After another shake, the lizard still didn't portray any coherent response. But at some point, he came up and banged the man-dog's fist on his shaggy snow-white head. Park Soo-ho instantly became furious and changed his mind about coaxing and pitying his opponent. Another attempt, in a voice quavering with barely restrained anger, to ask the same question about where the leopards were was to no avail. And then the man-dog became furious and decided that since there was nothing else to catch here, he did not need this lizard. Grabbing the slack carcass of the scaly monster comfortably, he prepared to jump, and then in a fusion of powerful movement, it surged upward, dragging the lizard with it. Up on the mountain, Seo Min-soo and Jun-ho were doing a great job of getting rid of the monsters crawling towards them. They took turns picking up rocks that were abundant around and actively throwing them at the monsters. And every lizard that was hit by a stone projectile was sure to drag another tribesman down with it. Han Dong-soo kept up with the others and enthusiastically shot all the lizards that came under attack. His attacks did a great job of thinning out the rows of monsters where the rocks were not so successful. Seo Min-soo even paused his attacks for a while, and with a serious look, he asked if ranged weapons didn't use more energy than melee weapons. Dong-soo added that there is also a limit to the attack power depending on the level of the wielder, but then he said that there are times when that is exactly what is needed. However, as the guys did not try to shoot down as many monsters as possible, but some of the lizards still managed to get to the top of the cliff. Armed with two blades, Choi Soo-young carefully watched the approaching lizards and told the others to focus and prepare. Jun-ho also decided to delay the stone attacks and materialized swords in his hands. Immediately, his insane laughter spread over the rocks, and his expression became corresponding. Han Dong-soo grumbled irritably that he had gotten the balls behind the rollers again, and shouted at Seo Min-soo to stop Jun-ho from jumping off. The specialist, in turn, froze with his hand behind his back, trying to draw his sword. The question of how he should do it was running through his mind. And then they saw Park Soo-ho jumping high with the Lizard King in his paws. For a second, he hovered in the air as if he was swinging a monster. Choi Soo-young frowned incomprehensibly at his movements and tried to figure out if she had guessed correctly or if she was imagining things. Han Dong-soo just stared in surprise at the person he admired and followed without a second thought. And Park Soo-ho, in the guise of a human dog, spun around in the air, accelerating for a better swing. Realizing that she had not imagined it and that her guess was correct, Choi Soo-yeon only had to expressively curse at his brilliant ideas. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho took aim and kicked away the carcass of the Lizard King with an effort. The huge heavy monster flew at the speed of a released arrow exactly where it was pointed. Finally, the rest of the group began to realize what was going on, and the specialist from the department was the first to realize what was going on and shouted that they should run for cover. But the carcass of the Lizard King had already crashed into the crowd of its kin with a noise. At the same moment, the signs of level up and new skill appeared in front of my eyes. The rock shook and shuddered under the impact. Pieces of granite spattered in all directions, and the lizards that had been blown away by the blast wave were scattered. But along with the middle of the cliff, the top of the cliff shook and began to crumble menacingly under the feet of people trying to stand. Throwing a menacing glance at the hesitant boys, Choi Soo-young told them to run for cover. In Seo Min-soo's opinion, he hissed quietly through his teeth as he tried to stand on the still stable surface. But it was too late for him to do so, and indeed the rock slowly crawled down, shaking off the unwilling men. The lizards were having a hard time as well, and though at first some of them even managed to hold on and not fly off the sheer wall. But now they too were swept away by the collapsing rock and the landslide of crumbling stone, as well as the people caught in this mishmash and barely managing to dodge the shards of rock. When everything quieted down and the dust settled and dispersed a bit, Choi Soo-young finally managed to break free from the stone captivity. She rose to her feet and looked around carefully, trying to make out the others in the clouds of dust that still hung in places. When she didn't see anyone around, she got excited and asked loudly if everyone was okay. But when she heard a rustling, she rushed to the sound. Managing to dig out from under the rocks and stick out at least partially, Seo Min-soo raised his hand and reported in a trembling voice that he was fine. Han Dong-soo was a little misunderstood, but generally unharmed judging by the whining about being crushed almost to bits. Only Jun-ho remained silent, looking at the sky with squinted eyes. But Snowball found him and immediately raised his voice to the others. And a little away from the landslide, Park Soo-ho was standing near the portal door that had appeared, urging them to get out. Choi Soo-young frowned at him, unhappy with everything he had arranged and had a lot of things to say to him. But the others didn't give her that chance. Hearing the leader's voice, Han Dong-soo abruptly turned around with a deafening cry of surprise. The boys rushed over to Park Soo-ho, incredibly satisfied that he was still in one piece. Snowball supported them with a joyful bark, and only the specialist from the department remained standing in his place without finding words. Seo Min-soo looked square-eyed in surprise and asked confusedly how such a thing could even be possible. The conversation between Kim Mi-seo and Captain Lee Min-soo was interrupted by the sudden activity of the hitherto quiet portal. The director and her assistant turned around and looked expectantly toward the portal. Despite the lack of information, she had no doubt who would come out of it. The commander and his squad turned their heads as well. They were much more skeptical. Park Soo-ho emerged from the portal, followed by the figures of the rest of the raiders. Manager Kim Mi-seo was happy that everyone had gotten out safely. It was also an opportunity to resolve the issues that had been piling up. Captain Lee Ming-soo still looked at the people who appeared out of the blue light with the same incredulous and frowning expression. Finally, all 5 members of the dungeon sweep came out of the portal and found themselves in front of the people gathered near it. Park Soo-ho looked around at everyone with a calm and attentive gaze, but showed no further emotion. The commander, in turn, also looked at the guy who appeared in front of him and, not impressed at all, smirked and concluded that he was weak. Kim Mi-seo stepped towards the team and called out to Park Soo-ho, intending to discuss a few things with him. He didn't even seem to hear her. He walked forward without paying attention to anyone else, staring straight ahead. The woman tried another attempt and wanted to wish him good morning. But it's hard to talk to someone who, instead of wanting to socialize, demonstrates the ability to turn into a bird in front of your eyes. When Park Soo-ho flew up a few moments later as a huge pigeon, everyone present looked at him in shock. Kim Mi-seo looked at the guy in front of her and wondered if the guy in front of her had just turned into a pigeon. The members of Lee Min-soo's team, along with their commander, were also thinking the same thing, standing with their heads raised and impressed by the trick they had seen. The soldiers looked at each other in surprise and asked each other if they were imagining things. The captain suddenly said dreamily that it would be nice to roast him. Kim Mi-seo was still staring at the Birdman figure that had disappeared from view and absent-mindedly mumbled that the reports only mentioned the dog man. Choi Soo-young exhaled heavily and also looking at the sky firmly said that if she was only here for cooperation, she could go back. Kim Mi-seo was immediately alert and looked at the girl. She immediately asked what had happened and then remembered the tape. The blonde turned to Seo Min-soo and told her to return to the headquarters with the supervisor. The specialist immediately responded accordingly. She was about to turn around and follow Park Soo-ho, but Kim Mi-seo told her to join them. A confused Choi Soo-young looked at the supervisor and wondered why she had to go to the department with them. In response, she was told that the mission to monitor Park Soo-ho was over, and now another assignment awaited her. Not expecting such a turn, the girl began to get irritated and clenched her hands into fists and asked where she would be redistributed. Kim Mi-seo frowned at her subordinate's indignation and reported on the border maintenance mission in northern Daegu, adding that it was a serious assignment. The new task made Choi Soo-young clench her jaw with effort and growl irritably through her teeth. Seo Min-soo, meanwhile, warned the guys that the 4 bro representatives would stay behind to clean up the equipment. Shaking the specialist's hand, Junho assured him that they would be taken care of as guests. He reminded them that they should hire more people. Junho smiled warmly and sincerely in response to the advice. He did not look like the madman he had been a while ago. This discouraged Seo Min-soo and made him wonder which of the strange guy's personalities was the real one. Lee Min-soo, who had just also been told that the operation was canceled, indignantly boiled up, asking what did it mean that they were coming back. With his hands on his hips, he irritably reminded her that he had been asked to cooperate with Park Soo-ho. Kim Mi-seo suggested going back to the headquarters to talk, and already going to the car over her shoulder, she added that the director had been waiting for them for a long time, so they shouldn't be late. But the captain didn't let himself be led astray and asked what was wrong. He angrily suggested that Park Soo-ho had refused to cooperate with them. As he followed the leader, he was seething with anger and swearing loudly, thinking that the guy had no brains and they couldn't clean up the dungeon by letting him reveal himself. The guys who had heard all these unpleasant shouts looked back in surprise. Han Dong-soo cursed angrily, but Junho sighed and offered to leave. Finally, the entire team loaded into the department's transportation, and the buses with the fighters turned around and followed Supervisor Kim's vehicle. Already sitting in the car, she picked up her phone and answered another call from Director Baek Yi-soo. He immediately started yelling into the phone about where she was and why she had told the press. In response, Kim Mi-seo calmly reported that all teams had been recalled and offered to deal with the rest later in a private meeting. Director Baek Yi-soo was speechless at such blatant insolence and ignoring his words. After a while, all the people involved in the matter gathered in one of the meeting rooms of the Awakening Directorate. Seo Min-soo presented his report on the cleanup and showed his notes. He also showed the inscriptions in the cave made by Park Soo-ho in Korean. There were many shots of battles, including the moment where Park Soo-ho in the form of a dog soared into the sky and threw the Lizard King. He was only able to shoot the bird transformation from outside the portal. Surprisingly, Baek Yi-soo suggested that the connection was possible with tame animals. When the recording ended and the report also came to an end, all those present were silent for a while. The first to speak out was Captain Lee Min-soo, saying that it was horrible to treat the Lizard King like that. The dazed Baek Yi-soo was having a hard time digesting what he had seen on the recording. After thinking for a moment, he asked what the strength of the Lizard King in the 4th level dungeon was. Seo Min-soo smartly adjusted his glasses as he sat down and said that he was a rank A. Accordingly, Park Soo-ho had easily defeated the A-rank monster. Frowning, the principal slowly reasoned that according to all this collected data, it appeared that Park Soo-ho was currently above the S-rank. Choi Soo-yeon explained that his spatial energy was E-rank and his combat skills were S+ rank. When merging, it depends on the animal, but not below SSS. When she added that in terms of leveling up, he had no restrictions unlike the other awakened ones. Lee Min-soo sighed enviously. When asked if all irregulars were like that, the girl could not find anything to say. The director thought that if Park Soo-ho's performance was so high now, then what was it like before he returned to Earth? Captain Lee grumpily remarked that if all the missing people came back like this guy, their country would have become a superpower long ago. Seo Min-soo glanced at him and reminded him that it was practically impossible to pass through the portal without equipment, which meant that there was hardly anyone else like him. Tired of their debate, Director Baek Yi-soo exhaled and summarized that the first series of tests showed Park Soo-ho as a level 4 dungeon repatriate. Choi Soo-yeon immediately became indignant, reminding her that this was not the final conclusion, and many things were still unclear. But the director waved her off with a condescending remark that he didn't want to believe it either, but it was definitely not a new planet anymore. What seemed more important to him was that it seemed that the secret to Park Soo-ho's ability was in this dungeon. Kim Mi-so slowly nodded in agreement with the department director's conclusions. He thought for a couple more minutes and asked her a very unpleasant question about why Park Soo-ho was interfering with the intelligence, even though he had already signed a contract. Lee Min-soo immediately enthusiastically picked up on this theory and added that the guy probably just didn't want to share the secret of his strength. Choi Soo-yeon tried to speak in defense of Park So-ho and explained that he is not like that, but no one in the audience even paid attention to her word. Kim Mi-so stretched out thoughtfully that there was another negotiation to be had. Director Baek Yi-soo didn't like the idea. In his opinion, they had already offered him more than he should, and the satisfied woman smilingly told him that was exactly why. The principal frowned perplexedly, not catching her thought and demanding clarification. With a skeptical exhale and boiling with irritation, Choi Soo-yeon ran out of the office, muttering that they were idiots if they believed in some secret of power. The others didn't pay attention to the blonde's departure. Kim Mi-seo asked the director if he was interested. The captain immediately jumped in and offered that if there was a squad, he would personally take it upon himself to find out. It would also solve the investment issue. Happy with the way things were turning out, Director Baek Yi-soo nodded approvingly at these assurances. At that time, Lee Ming-soo slammed the table and voiced his conditions of triple salary and 780% bonuses. Baek Yi-soo agreed on the condition that he would solve the problem. He asked Kim Mi-seo what they could offer for free access to the dungeon. Ta smiled and slyly asked if they were over the top with this. The director raised his eyebrows in bewilderment and incomprehensibly clarified what they had in abundance. It was a great day, and the weather outside was perfect for working outdoors and harvesting. It was for this purpose that Myung-jin came to visit the survivors of the monastery and planned to help with the harvesting of potato, tomatoes, and chili. The children around him were happily gossiping and remembering who planted how many and what vegetables. They approached the barn where all the necessary tools, seeds, and fertilizer were stored. The monk opened the door and stepped into the darkness of the room. The kids followed along, bragging about how many tomatoes they could pick. Someone remembered that Jungyeon had promised to make chili potato stew. Interrupting the merry chatter, Myung-jin suggested that the children each take a hoe and go do some work. A dark silhouette appeared behind the window near the window, where rakes and other garden tools stood in a special stand. And then the ugly face of one of the infected, called necrovillians, peeked through the window. Several battle groups had gathered at the border and were preparing to march. The harsh shouts of commanders could be heard everywhere. There were 10 minutes left before departure. One of the leaders of the operation demanded a situation report from the commanders of the special forces of the detection group and the combat detachment, and all the commanders one after another took turns to report the readiness of their groups and squads. The 2nd platoon of the 503rd Special Forces Squadron and the 7th team of the detection team reported back immediately. Not hearing the next commander, the leader arched his eyebrows questioningly. Glaring at Choi Soo-young, who was looking at the phone screen, he once again clarified what the 11th team had. The girl didn't react again, continuing to stare sadly at the smartphone. The neighbor on her right had to pat her on the shoulder, whispering to remind her where she was. Only after that she woke up, raised her head, and cheerfully reported that the 11th team was ready and everything was normal. Satisfied with the answer, the leader loudly commanded the operation to begin. All fighters were distributed on tanks, and then fighting vehicles in a slender column moved to the position. Sitting strapped in the iron gut of the tank, Choi Soo-young continued to hypnotize the screen of her smartphone without paying any attention to her colleague. Those were discussing the rumors that Daegu's defense line and the nearest dungeon had exploded at the same time, and it was horrible. Someone asked her why they didn't send a detection team to the front lines, and the girl absent-mindedly advised her to write a will and send it to her family. The outraged cries of the insulted fighters immediately began to echo from all sides, but the girl, unlike them, had no illusions. It was a normal morning at the Suho Guild ground. Grandma Suk-cha was chasing after Gong Woo and Snowball, who had stolen something from the laundry. Park Suho's phone was silently tearing up from the blonde's incoming call, but he himself paid no attention to the smartphone and lay spreading his arms on a tuft of grass with his eyes closed. The sun's rays were just getting cheekily close to his face, about to threaten to wake him up. Sitting at the computers in his room, Han Dong-soo grumbled that Park Soo-ho had been sleeping for too long, and it wasn't like him. Sighing, he thought about the fact that now that it was revealed that he had returned from a level 4 dungeon, the sponsorship would most likely stop. But I went to look at the statement of donations and confusedly stopped looking at the monitor. When he realized that he wasn't hallucinating, he let out a sudden loud exclamation about the amount of money. But then the door to the room opened and Jun-ho appeared. Han Dong-soo immediately stopped talking and turned around questioningly. When he saw whoever came in, he resented having to knock. Jun-ho laughingly apologized and assumed the guy was watching porn. Han Dong-soo got embarrassed and tried to shame Jun-ho. At the same time, he didn't have anything like that open on his computer, but Jun-ho didn't take the joking tone any further and asked worriedly if Myung-jin had called. He was worried that the monk couldn't be contacted and something might have happened to him. Han Dong-soo stretched himself and said that he and Myung-jo, or whatever his friend's name is, must be having a good time with the kids, so he didn't call. And then he saw a package in Jun-ho's hands as he came closer and wondered what it was. He explained that his grandmother was complaining of weakness and he had brought her medicine. Next, Han Dong-soo laughingly asked how Park Soo-ho's fiancée was doing. Outside the window came the cries of Granny Suk-cha, still trying to catch up with Snowball, and Gong-woo's joyous laughter. Now it was Han Dong-soo's turn to frown worriedly when he remembered his older comrade. Jun-ho said he was just about to wake up his brother, but there was no need to wake anyone up. Park Soo-ho sat cross-legged in his empty room on a bed of grass, staring absently out the window. The windows of his room overlooked the huge tree that the tree spirits had grown and made their home, but he could see neither the tree nor the bright rays of the sun. Park Soo-ho remembered how he had hoped to see his friends again if the portal was reopened. He was disappointed to realize that his world was a grain of sand. There were no friends where the portal had led him, but there were some strange infected creatures. And he really missed his family, which had long been a pack of red wolves. Even eternal adversary Kuro would be great company if they met again. It would be nice to even see and punch Jackie's gorilla face if he ended up in that dungeon. A wide grin spread across Park Soo-ho's face at the memory of all those creatures, but he didn't see any of them, and it was unclear where they were. It was to be assumed that they had been frightened by the huge lizard and had moved to a new place. But he highly doubted that someone so easily handled could have frightened any of them. In any case, he came to the idea that there was no point in guessing, and if they were destined to meet again, this meeting would definitely happen. At this moment, there was the sound of footsteps, and Park Soo-ho turned to see who had entered. Yoon-yo stood in the doorway, and seeing that his brother was already awake, called him to the table. Park Soo-ho happily agreed, and noticed that he had been sleeping, and didn't even realize he was so hungry. They walked out of the room and closed the door behind them. The forgotten phone lay on the floor next to a bed of grass, and the smartphone screen again reflected a silent call from Choi Soo-young, but there was no one to answer the call. Passing by the blonde's empty room, Park Soo-ho peeked through the ajar door. There was no one inside, and he regretfully gave the room a cursory glance. Outside the window, the merry company of Snowball supporting Gong-woo and Granny Suk-cha, trying to take away the once clean thing. They sat at a table in the light-filled bay window. Park Soo-ho asked the others where the blonde had gone since she liked lobster. The guys were confused at first, and even stopped chewing. Then they looked at him skeptically as if he were crazy. Han Dong-soo started to mumble something in surprise, but stuttered more, and couldn't believe that he didn't know anything. Park Soo-ho also broke away from his portion, and looked up bewilderedly in response. Squinting incredulously, Han Dong-soo slowly asked if he knew what the girl's name really was. The one raised his eyebrows in surprise, and asked in what sense he was asking, and if her name wasn't Blondie. Both of them literally fell out of breath. They stared at their comrade in bewilderment, wondering whether he was joking or serious. Frowning, Park Soo-ho looked questioningly at both of them, and asked what was wrong with them. Still incredulous, Han Dong-soo shouted indignantly that the blonde's name was Choi Soo-yeon. Park Soo-ho was genuinely surprised by the news. Then Han Dong-soo reminded him in astonishment that they had met, and how could they not know that? His boss stared back in incomprehension, questioning what he meant by dating. The only assumption he had was that they were having offspring. Han Dong-soo laughed nervously, trying to understand what was going on in his friend's mind, but it seemed to him that there was nothing else there but hunting and procreation. Interrupting what had become a meaningless dialogue, Jun-ho calmly noted that Choi Soo-young had gone on a mission to the region. Park Soo-ho even stopped chewing, and asked in surprise what he meant in the region. The younger brother explained that the girl couldn't get through, and had called him and told him the news. He then reminded me that they needed someone to join the guild. I didn't want to take someone, especially someone unknown and from the outside. Park Soo-ho asked if it was necessary, and Jun-ho confirmed since they need someone to operate the measuring equipment, and they don't know when the portal will open. He summarized that they were short on manpower. Park Soo-ho asked Han Dong-soo if he had anyone in mind. Toth squinted at the thought and suggested asking the guys he boxed with or asking among the subscribers, and absent-mindedly redirected the question. Park Soo-ho raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Han Dong-soo realized that the same person had only recently returned. But Park Soo-ho shrugged his shoulders into the lobster and clarified if Myung-jin could be seen. Jun-ho frowned, puzzled, and worried that he hadn't heard from him either. Then he explained that the monk had taken the children from the orphanage and was now somewhere in Seoul. Just in case, Han Dong-soo tried dialing Myung-jin again, but he still didn't answer. It wasn't like the monk. Meanwhile, tanks with combat troops inside had entered the dangerous territory of the infected and were moving inland. Choi Soo-young continued to hypnotize her smartphone when the order to turn off the means of communication due to entering the red zone rang out. Park Soo-ho still didn't answer the call, and the girl clutched the phone in her hands confusedly. She tried one last time to dial a familiar number and delayed the necessary action. But then she had to admit she couldn't take much longer, and she reached out a finger for the phone's off button. The girl regretfully complied with the order and pressed the button. The smartphone began to turn off. At that moment, the column of tanks stopped abruptly and everyone began to listen to what was happening outside. Back in the room after breakfast, Park Soo-ho picked up his phone and looked at the screen. Among the notifications were several missed calls from the blonde. He dialed the girl and tried to call to talk to her. But instead of beeps, the voice of a mechanical operator said that the subscriber was switched off. The column of combat vehicles cautiously continued moving deep into the dangerous territories. Now, everyone was as tense and wary as possible. The infected monsters roaming around heard the new sounds, and questioningly fell silent as they listened. The sounds of large car engines and the rustle of tires on the ground could be clearly heard off to the side. As if on cue, the gazes of the inflamed red eyes of all the nearby monsters turned toward the sound, and mouths with rotten but strong teeth grinned in anticipation. A while later, Park Soo-ho made another attempt to call Choi Soo-yeon, but it took him a long time to hear the short ringing tone. The phone, which the girl couldn't stand and turned on again before the subsequent events swirled, burst with a sharp ringing tune. Broken and smudged, it lay somewhere in the middle of the dangerous area and indifferently displayed the caller's name. Park Soo-ho took the phone away from his ear and looked at the screen. The blonde was still not answering the phone. A car from their Department of Awakened Affairs slowed down in front of the cottage. Director Kim Mi-seo got out of the car and dialed Jun-ho. She said that they had arrived and asked if they could see Soo-ho. Captain Lee Min-soo, who had arrived with her, looked around with interest. He saw the guy they had come to see. The department head turned to him questioningly and looked in the same direction where, judging by his dismissive words, the dog man was. And indeed there under a huge tree at a garden table sat Park Soo-ho, leaning back in his chair and throwing his head up to the sky. The new arrivals sat down in the vacant chairs and explained the purpose of their visit. After listening to them, the guy folded his arms across his chest. He gave them a skeptical look and asked why they were so obsessed with exploring, if this wasn't the new planet they had been looking for so long. Kim Mi-seo smiled slyly and openly admitted that they wanted to know what the secret to his power was, and the secret was in this particular dungeon. Tilting his head to the side, Park Soo-ho frowned even more incredulously and said that everything would work out simply by practicing for 1,000 years. The question of why they don't believe him infuriated Lee Min-soo, and he irritably suggested that they shouldn't behave like this around their own people because they just want to end the crisis. Park Soo-ho's words about the national crisis were puzzling, and Kim Mi-seo explained that the number of level 6 dungeons had increased, and there's less and less time to be in them, and the number of infected locally is increasing, which leads to pressure on the city center and shortages of everything. Therefore, it is imperative for them to train as many people as possible and bring them to the same high level as Park Soo-ho. It already sounded a lot more serious than anything they had tried to feed him earlier, and he asked for an explanation of what the infected were. It turned out that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus spread among those who live near the fields. The first person infected was a man from North America, and from him came a whole wave of those who, instead of dying, became monsters and attacked everyone indiscriminately. They're called Necroville. Kim Mi-seo showed the map and explained that they were marked in red. If the red area increases, it will be harder to block the dungeon on the field. She also explained that there is speculation that the virus has entered through the portal, but the rate of infection is too high to react in time. Summarizing the conversation, Park Soo-ho summarized that they were offering 2 gifts in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon and unlimited hunting. Director Kim Mi-so decided that they had him on the hook, and rather suggested that they would raise the guild level to level 5 first. As far as Park Soo-ho knew, this gave them the ability to enter level 5 dungeon. Kim Mi-seo confirmed this fact. Then she glanced at the guy and temptingly clarified if it was attractive to him. Without answering anything, he immediately clarified, "What about the second promised gift?" Digging a bit into the computer, Kim Mi-so opened the files she needed and, unfolding the laptop, voiced that they were ready to give the area. And then she showed the northern part of Gwangju, in Old Gyeonggi-do on the map. It was an area not far from Namyaju, where their guild was now located. Park Soo-ho thought about it, because if it was a field, the land was still abandoned. Then he raised his head and asked if they were talking about the defense of Seoul from the east. Then the woman went on to explain that, yes, how in most neighborhoods except some, our land turned into fields and are now abandoned. After the cataclysm, people realized that it was impossible to live there and began to move in search of a safe place. However, there is not enough room for everyone. And Park Soo-ho, catching the direction of the thought, clarified whether she was suggesting that they be housed in Gyeonggi-do, which she wanted to give to them, and the director confirmed it. Her idea is that these people will be able to help rebuild the city, develop commercial areas, clear farmland. There would be a lot to prepare for, but she said if the guild was recognized as being able to control the territory and a portal opened, it would be a jackpot. Park Soo-ho fairly squawked, thinking over the terms of the offer and recognizing them as not so bad. Then he was quiet for a moment and further elaborated on what's going on in North Korea right now. According to director Kim Mi-so, that's where most of the disaster victims are. Lee Min-soo, who had been silent until then, said that there had been a coup d'etat and the system had collapsed. The remaining survivors live in small groups. And the woman added that the situation is out of control, and this could well lead to people moving south soon. Looking at the self-satisfied faces of his interlocutors, Park Soo-ho could barely keep himself from smirking, and wondered if he or they were lying right now. Not one to disappoint anyone, he smiled openly, agreed to the terms, and offered to sign the contract. Overjoyed by his agreement, Kim Mi-seo immediately pulled out the documents and handed them to him, and told him that he was doing the right thing. Before signing, Park Soo-ho only clarified whether the new contract waives the condition of staying in Korea for 100 days. And only after the confirmation he bent over the papers, and at the same time he voiced that he wanted to ask for 2 things. Taking the signed contract, Kim Mi-so graciously allowed him to express these requests. The first thing Park Soo-ho asked was to meet the scientist who made the spatial energy meter. This request was odd, but not difficult, and Supervisor Kim readily clarified which wish would be second. The guy immediately asked for the location of Monk Myung-jin. The voice made the woman ask again if she had heard correctly, but Park Soo-ho explained that they can't contact him, and it bothers them. Then Kim Mi-so nodded and cheerfully assured that she understood everything, and these were easy tasks, so everything would be fine. Satisfied that an agreement had been reached, Lee Min-soo didn't wait for them to finish talking and went to start the quest. A rather important day of meetings was also at the Scylla Guild building this time. A lot of newcomers came through their doors today who usually have trouble getting in. At the glass doors to one of the halls sat the candidates who had come to recruit new members for the Scylla Guild. Among the candidates for new members of the guild's battle group sat Jang Jae-shik. Remembering that this mercenary company was established by Korea's largest conglomerate and only opens recruitment twice a year, he was quite worried. It's also a dream for mercenaries, but not everyone is allowed to test. And if you manage to become a guild mercenary, it means a huge support. And when his guild broke up, Jang Jae-shik grabbed the opportunity with all his hands. After submitting his application, he received a message that he had passed the test. This meant that all the wandering around the small guilds was not in vain. However, sitting in the hallway waiting for his turn, he promised himself that this was not the end, and he would not give up, especially since only 10 of the 50 interviewees who passed the final selection are taken. But Jang Jae-shik didn't let himself relax and lose confidence, because this might be his only chance. Suddenly, the phone in his hands made the sound of an incoming message even though he wasn't expecting any notification. Before they were called, the mercenary opened the message that came and read the text with shock. There were 5 candidates sitting in front of the guild committee. At the end of the interview, they were thanked and sent out. All the applicants stood up and walked in a chain to the clear glass exit doors of the hall. One of the committee members sullenly stated that this time the recruitment is extremely bad and the candidates are almost criminals. Kim Sang-hyuk, who was also sitting on the committee, went through the remaining forms and took interest in one, noting that it was a swordsman. His colleague curiously looked at the profile, ran his eyes over it, and concluded that it was indeed a swordsman, and he was quite good at that. But on the other hand, he was alarmed that he had only managed to reach the E level in 3 years. After reviewing the information once again, Kim Sang-hyuk decided that he would take him on and that it would be possible to raise his level by training him hard. The panelists then looked around and told the guard to tell them that the next candidates could come in. Toth looked out into the hallway and called out to the applicants from numbers 46 through 50. When the people who wanted to join the guild settled in the seats prepared for them, there were only 4 instead of 5. Everyone on the committee was surprised. One of the members asked why there were 4 of them, and Kim Sang-hyuk elaborated by specifying where number 50 Jang Jae-shik was. The guy who was sitting next to Jang Jae-shik in the hallway replied that he suddenly blew up and ran out. Kim Sang-hyuk frowned and wondered where such a promising guy could have gone. And a little earlier, Jang Jae-shik had reread the text message from Park Soo-ho several times, inviting him to join his guild and the address where they could be found. Without thinking at all, he ripped the applicant's number off his jacket flush and tossed it aside. And the next moment, he was already running, realizing that there was nothing to think about if his savior and just the hottest guy in Korea invited him. The department's tanks with combat troops inside slowly continued to move deeper into the territories. Around them, almost ghostly humanoid figures could be seen in the light gloom. The fighters inside the tanks were assessing the monster's location and waiting to attack. But so far, the expected had not happened, and they gradually relaxed, and some even started cracking jokes with each other. Looking at the locator, one of the fighters snorted contemptuously and suggested that, contrary to what was said about them, the monsters were scattering out of fear. The commander did not rush to support the light-hearted chatter, and was wary of the situation and the monsters wandering along the road. Another fighter offered to put them down, as he had once already put down 2,000 freak. But instead, the sergeant noticed that the road was getting more and more difficult, but we'd have to stick to the standard course to get there on time. Suddenly, the driver of the first tank noticed an obstacle on the road. Not immediately realizing what it was, he called the commander. Just ahead, right in the middle of the road, was an incomprehensible cluster of something or someone. No one could figure out what it was until they got closer to the object, and only then did the driver allow himself to curse through his teeth. In the middle of the road, several necrovals were tearing up a huge bear they had defeated. The first tank in the column just drove closer and brightly illuminated the scene with its headlight. Distracted by this light from their meal, the Necrocelli turned toward the human fighting machine. Everyone froze for a while. The monsters broke away from their ghastly occupation, and the tank gradually approached. Then the commander suggested turning the obstacle into powder with an anti-tank missile. The driver hesitantly replied that this would disturb the others. The commander bellowed that they were out of time and told them to let them out, then reminded them that a little farther away was the Dobang's Air Battalion's combat zone. The driver exhaled and had to admit that he didn't have much choice. He then made the necessary manipulations and launched the preparation and guidance of anti-tank missiles. It took very little time to bring the weapons to full operational readiness. And then the command to open fire sounded, and the tank guns fired. Immediately, several missiles rushed toward their assigned target. The Necrovilli had time to realize what was coming at them, but they couldn't escape if they wanted to. The explosion, however, drew the attention of the monsters, who were still almost unresponsive to the proximity of the special equipment. Most of them turned at the sound and the glow of the fire. The commander of the first tank immediately after the explosion commanded to move on, and the tanks still in the same formation drove past the mangled Necrovilles previously blocking the road. The behemoths on both sides of the road had already turned in their direction and were no longer going to ignore the humans. They staggered closer to the road, intending to attack moving traffic. The tanks prepared their guns for battle, noticing suspicious movement on both roadsides. Meanwhile, the whole mass of Necrovillians clustered on the sides of the road with nasty shrieks. The commander of the first tank noticed that the monsters were advancing and ordered to open fire. The driver in panic obeyed without even thinking. Immediately, the guns of their tank opened fire on the approaching enemy figures with a deafening rumble. Under the barrage of gunfire, the nearest Necrocelli scattered in different directions and ceased to be a threat. In another rather picturesque place, strangely enough, about the same thing was happening. The small car was rushing down the road at the highest possible speed for its engine, squeezing out everything it could. The asphalt pavement obediently lay under the wheels, but the sounds of pursuit still did not subside. Almost immediately behind the car, a bunch of aggressively minded Necrovilles were also carried, and then the gasoline shortage light on the dashboard turned red. The monk behind the wheel said doomfully that they were running out of gas, but Myungjin told them to move toward the camp. An overgrown signpost just appeared in front of them, and the car obediently turned onto the designated road. The huge crowd of Necrovillians didn't even think of falling behind them, and turned to follow the car. The monsters managed to run almost without getting in each other's way or slowing down their pace, even in such a crowded and winding road. Nevertheless, they managed to get a little further away, and Myung-jin explained that if they traveled a little farther, they would reach the mountain camp. The monk behind the wheel repentantly admitted that he wouldn't have insisted on going if he had known these monsters would be here. Myung-jin sighed and calmly replied that he too wanted to make the children a meal from the fresh vegetables they had grown. The older monk wanted to say something else, but his younger comrade wouldn't let him say anything. He reminded them that they still have a lot of field work to do, and in the meantime, they need to get rid of the tail and have a quiet meal with the kids. The driver exhaled and smiled slightly, acknowledging his point, and added that the kids were probably hungry by now. Meanwhile, the Necrocelli were running from almost every direction by now and began to catch up with their car again. The senior monk noticed that there was an open door ahead, and Myung-jin told him to slow down near it. Pulling back the curtain on the partition to the body, he peered through the window. As he knocked, he cheerfully asked the children if they could run fast, and then informed them that when they stopped, they would have to run as hard as they could. The children sat shrunken into a lump, and even the kindergartners looked back at his smile uncertainly. But Myung-jin shifted his eyebrows and resolutely thought that he would definitely save everyone this time. As close as possible, the senior monk slammed on the brakes, and everyone immediately started to get out. The first Necrocelli were already almost next to the car and were catching up faster and faster. And behind them ran a huge crowd of monsters, ready to tear apart all living things. And one could hardly expect any humanity from these monsters other than gastronomic. By the time the first monster approached the car, everyone had already managed to get out of there and were now running towards the building. The adults carried the children in their arms, but they kept their eyes open. When the senior monk saw the pursuit coming, he warned Myung-jin. That one too quickly glanced around on the run to assess the situation. And the situation was not in favor of the fleeing people at all. The virus-infected monsters were already catching up with them, and escaping on their own without any help would hardly be possible. Realizing this, Myung-jin released the kids he was carrying and pushed forward, telling them to run and not to look back. He had time to cast another glance over his shoulder and grab his weapon, which he never parted with. And then, from the turn, strike at the nearest pursuer, blowing his head off. As the first monster fell, the next one approached in its place. And then for a while, Myung-jin simply acted by striking and dealing with the incoming Necrovillian. The first wave was neutralized quickly enough to buy the rest of us some time. Only then did he stop to exhale and reassess his surrounding. But just a few meters away from him was a whole crowd of these infected monsters. Preparing to defend himself and not let them go any further, Myung-jin realized that there were too many of them, and he still needed 6 minutes before the dragon tug was ready. And then he noticed some kind of glow, and questioningly squinted his eyes trying to figure out what it was. He was surrounded by his familiar glowing blue magic lights, and the bigger lights rushed past him into the thickest of the crowd of Necrovilles. One of the forest spirits slowed down next to him, allowing himself to be seen and realize what was going on. Several large whirlwinds of captive Necrovillians suddenly swirled in their wake. The tornadoes were rapidly growing in height, and the number of Necrovillians captured by them was rapidly increasing as well, until eventually several tornadoes consisting of Necrovilles appeared in front of the surprised monk, Myung-jin. The frightened people stopped at the entrance to the building and looked around. They were startled by what they saw, but they were in no hurry to relax, not knowing what to expect. Monk Myung-jin opened his mouth and stared at the phenomenon in front of him, unable to believe that somehow they seemed to have been saved. He was already beginning to guess whose hands such a beautifully effective and very timely rescue might be. And indeed, on the roof of the building where they were going to hide stood Park Soo-ho, and looked at what he had done, recognizing that the skill was quite useful. Questioningly turning around, Myung-jin was surprised to see the familiar figure of their guild leader on the rooftop. The older monk and the children looked there in surprise, and the older monk and the children, who could not contain their curiosity, looked out from under the visor of the porch. A male figure stood calmly at the very edge of the wall, calmly shoving his hands into his pants pockets and watching intently. Overjoyed at the unexpected help and meeting, Myung-jin greeted his benefactor cheerfully. Park Soo-ho smiled in response and told him to move away if he didn't want to get sucked in too. Some of the necrocells that had fallen behind, or managed to stay out of range of the first tornadoes, just had time to orient themselves and get closer. And at that moment, a new tornado call followed, and the monsters were swirled into a new air vortex. Satisfied with the effect Park Soo-ho was having, he created more and more tornadoes, cutting off any chance for the monsters to escape unharmed. Myung-jin stood in front of the wall of tornadoes and couldn't take his eyes off of what was happening. Even Park Soo-ho himself looked at the work of his hands in amazement and liked what he had done. Meanwhile, in the red infected zone, the first squad continued to shower the crowd of Necrovilles with gunfire. The defeated monsters were immediately replaced by more and more monsters screaming. In the tank, the dispatcher tried to contact headquarters and at least connect to the military network of Dobang Zone 7 for starters. As soon as he thought a connection had been made, he immediately tried to report that they were being pursued by Necrocelli and request reinforcements. But he couldn't finish his sentence because of the large avalanche of rocks. Stones rolled down from the top of the nearest hill in hail, thrown by a bunch of Necrovillians, and partially covered the tank, preventing its maneuverability, and those that followed it were cut off from the road. And then, about a dozen infected monsters jumped on it and began to diligently search for an opportunity to get inside the tank. Seeing what happened up ahead, one of the fighters in the cars following the first one was horrified. Even more terrified were the crew members of the first tank, who could not only get out themselves, but also risk being buried under the rocks. The other squads tried to cheer them up, but were unable to do anything substantial to help them. Ahead of the first tank, rocks were flying again, and the squad tried to skip to overcome the danger. But at some point, the wheels of the tank unluckily hit a pile of rocks, and the tank was thrown upwards. The sergeant, imagining they were about to roll over, shouted deafeningly. The driver in a panic echoed him, but continued to drive the tank, hoping that the car would keep its balance. And for a moment, the military transport hovered in the air, even shaking off a few monsters. But then normal physics prevailed, and the huge clumsy tank fell on its side. The one immediately following him was able to react in time and back up at the same time, reporting the coup de grace. Choi Soo-young materialized her katana and listened carefully to what was happening outside and the reports of the other machine. The members of her squad were far from that calm, and under reports of a coup and orders to stop, they were grumbling through their teeth. One of them whispered to the girl that he thought they were in trouble. And then a whole bunch of Necrovilles piled on top of their tank. They didn't care who they were tearing up, or that some of them would fall down on the way. Deciding to check what that noise and fiddling on the roof of their car was, Choi Soo-young turned to the screen on the wall and called up the right camera on the body. Immediately, the Necroville's face appeared on the screen, grinning menacingly and shrieking. The captain looked at this monster with widened eyes and frantically tried to decide what they should do. By this point, the Necrocelli had swarmed the vehicle from all sides and were growing in number by the moment. There was no time to hesitate, so Choi Soo-young told her to open the door quickly. One of the soldiers grumbled that there was a reason for the nightmares. The fighter who came to the front door saw the Necrovillians crowding in behind them and shouted that he would open the back door. He returned to the control panel and quickly pressed the button responsible for opening the desired door. Through the gap, the shrill cries of the monsters and the scraping of their claws could be heard. Choi Soo-young instantly tensed up and told everyone to move back. The door was still ajar, but dozens of ugly hands were already poking through the doorway and searching the space available to them. There were whispers among the fighters, full of squeamishness and horror at not understanding how to break through such a large number of monsters. Carefully watching the doors open, Captain Choi Soo-young told them to go straight to the Group 7 car and destroy anything blocking the way. When the door finally opened enough to pass through, several dozen infected monsters were already crowding the doorway. Forming a spell ball, the blonde shouted furiously for them to leave and release the projectile. The light from the combat charge illuminated not only those Necrovillians who blocked the exit, but also the crowd surrounding the car. And in a few moments, the crowd in front of the doors that had fallen into the spell's field of action practically dissolved into thin air, leaving only cinders and ash. The fighters immediately excitedly murmured, excited by the easy victory and the strength of their commander. But there was no time to sing dithyrambs and accept honors, and Choi Soo-young ordered to get out quickly before a new wave of monsters appeared. And at that moment, dark silhouettes with human-like outlines began to appear in the clouds of settling dust. The monsters that had been on the roof of the special transport before and were not hit. Getting out of the car, Choi Soo-young cast a glance at them and told the driver to get out too, because they were leaving the transportation here. She was ready and instantly spun around, grabbing her sword and swinging it at the girl below. She was ready and instantly turned around, grabbing her sword. It took less than a moment to close his fingers on the hilt and remove the katana from its sheath. And in the next instant, this infected monster could be safely forgotten about. But on the other side, other monsters were already approaching her, and there was no respite in sight yet. Choi Soo-young got rid of her closest attacker without any regrets, and then outlined a blade with added power, a shining circle on the spot, destroying the monsters that were hit. But that wasn't enough, and more screams were already being heard from the other side. The girl turned around to assess the situation. Her team's fighters were on the other side, and trying to cope with the forces they had. They surrounded the car and fired back relentlessly at the monsters. A few people crowding the monstrosity moved back to a car or two to see if there were any survivors. Part of the fighters covered with fire, those who went to the nose of the car. One of them peered into the front windows and reported that the driver and front seat passenger did not survive. Then it was time to open the door. But it was not easy to do, not only because of the monsters climbing from everywhere, but also needed a burner. But the necessary was immediately found, and having started to open the door, the fighter, just in case, ordered the group of 7 inside to move away from the back door. The rest of us clenched our teeth and continued to keep the monsters at bay in order to stay alive themselves and save others. But not everyone was so desperate and brave. Some had nerves and courage, and then the unfortunate one clutched his ears and huddled together. The fate of such in the claws and teeth of the Necrovilles was not at all enviable. The fighters tried to hold on, but at one point one of them called the captain and shouted that they would not last long under such pressure. The one standing next to him shushed him and told him to shut up, then added that they needed to stand a little longer. He shot off all the Necrovillians approaching from his direction with his tightly clenched weapon, trying not to waste bullets. But the onslaught of the infected was indeed becoming increasingly difficult to contain, and the ring of monsters around the fighters was getting tighter and tighter. One of the fighters using the scouting skill grunted in frustration and counted the meters left for the Necrovillians before they reached them. And this distance was rapidly shrinking as, unlike humans, monsters knew neither fatigue nor regret. When the distance became critical, it became clear that it was time to prepare to move to close combat. No longer deterred by the barrage of gunfire, the Necrocelli were rapidly shrinking the last meters while the fighters drew their weapons. They stood ready to let the infected monsters get closer, and only sweat rolled down their tense faces. An unexpected powerful explosion blew away most of the monsters that had already almost reached the humans. The fighters froze, clutching their blades in their hands and preparing for new surprises. No one understood what was going on or what to expect now, but everyone looked around carefully, until someone noticed and pointed upwards, advising me to look up into the sky. There, from strange flying machines, jumped members of the special squad who came to their aid. The fighters breathed a sigh of relief as they recognized the new arrivals and rejoiced at such timely help. A large man in a special uniform, and with a strange machine behind him, landed heavily on the roof of the tank from which they were trying to extract the survivors. The fighters around the special transport turned around at once and raised their heads. And nearby, forming a second ring around the tank, other reinforcement fighters began to land. Choi Soo-young, meanwhile, was single-handedly destroying the ugly creatures a little away from the main group. She had no way to get to her team quickly, and had to persistently clear a path from the monsters that kept climbing. Sensing someone else's presence behind her, along with a U-turn, she struck out at whoever approached her. But her blow was intercepted by a man in a very strange outfit stopping the swing halfway through. It took a brief moment to realize what was happening and actually stop the attack. And then she recognized this strange man as Seo Jinwoo from the 707A squad. While all the fighters were reorganizing, new crowds of Necrovillians began to show up from the forest. A large man with a strange device on his back announced with anticipation that he would do it and activated his device. Without a second's hesitation, Seo Jinwoo hugged Choi Soo-young and crouched down while simultaneously activating a shield around them. From the confusion, the girl didn't resist. At the same moment, with a loud shout, the man on the tank summoned a net of mana charges and attacked. The device behind his back fired several volleys of large fireballs toward the Necrovillian. They had not even managed to overcome the strip of bushes that separated the forest from the road, although they were moving fast enough. The nearby monsters still had time to look perplexed at the translucent spheres full of energy that hovered above them, and then followed a command full of joy and merriment in a sonorous voice. And all the spheres exploded simultaneously, scattering a huge crowd of infected monsters. The rocks and monsters that were in the path of the explosion's surging rocks and monsters, Choi Soo-young and her protector, were surrounded by a brightly flaring shield. The man cradled the girl tightly, and the blonde allowed herself a brief respite of safety and dropped her arms exhaustedly. And outside their shield, explosions continued to sound, mercilessly destroying the Necrovillians in the immediate area. Sometime later, the explosions stopped, leaving only fire and smoke in some places. From above the forest, engine sounds were heard and helicopters appeared. The pilots called out their call sign and announced that they were in contact. One of the helicopters descended a little lower and requested a personal report after counting the wounded and dead. And then something strange and large appeared on the dashboard. One of the pilots immediately voiced that an unknown object was rapidly approaching them. The other was surprised, but glanced in the direction from which the unidentified object was supposed to be moving, and gawked. And in a completely different place, Park Soo-ho finally stopped causing tornadoes and let the air funnels disappear. The sight of monsters falling from a great height was something he also enjoyed watching. Monk Myung-jin watched it a little more warily, preparing for any of the monsters to be able to continue the attack. But they fell around him in ugly hailstones and no longer moved or gave any sign of any life. Children under the cover of adults and all eyes looked at what was happening with their mouths open with delight and admiration. When the infected monsters stopped falling from the sky, Myung-jin exhaled in relief. The children immediately jumped up and down and shouted with delight, happy that the monsters had been defeated. The teachers continued to make sure they didn't run away. Park Soo-ho was also pleased and smiled, recognizing that it was fun, but then he concluded that it was time to go home. All of the rescued came out from under the protection of the porch and lifted their heads to look at the man who had just saved them from a huge mob of monsters. Myung-jin turned around and cheerfully greeted the guild leader and then asked how he found them. The older monk was in no hurry to relax and asked his younger comrade who it was. The one slung the hentabon on his shoulder and with a smile was about to introduce their benefactor. But at this moment, Park Soo-ho noticed something that the monk had not yet seen and had no way to prevent it. He was suddenly grabbed by his leg and bitten by one of the necrovillians, who had somehow remained unharmed. Myung-jin noticed the movement under his feet at the last moment, but he didn't have time to realize what was happening or interfere. The quiet tranquility of an evening on the streets of Osaka, Japan, was suddenly interrupted by a bright flash of a portal and panicked screams of people. A huge monster appeared from the portal and continued the destruction started by the portal. People ran away from its path in terror. A woman running among other panicked people suddenly stumbled and fell, letting go of her baby stroller. The push made the stroller roll sideways, and the woman was unable to get up in the crowd of people running somewhere, none of whom paid any attention to her. The road here was sloping, and rolling down the slope, the baby carriage was gaining more and more speed. The desperate mother had no hope for anything, as suddenly the movement of the stroller was stopped by a firm man's hand. The woman froze with all eyes looking at the one who had saved her baby, and could hardly believe what she was seeing. A tall man with long black hair that was carelessly parted by the wind stood nonchalantly next to the stroller. With a calm look in his blue eyes, Okita Hiro carefully looked around at the people around him. Suddenly, the people stopped running and stared in admiration at the man beside the baby carriage. Recognition rustled through the crowd. Meanwhile, his followers and disciples were already rushing towards what had crawled out of the portal from all sides. The monster had to be neutralized to prevent destruction and other unpleasant consequences. The monster did not appreciate the small men's zeal, and even raised his muzzle in surprise at the figures approaching him. But the surprise quickly dissipated, leaving only rage behind, and the monster released large fire spheres towards the attackers. Okita Hiro's students used the stealth skill to hide their movements from the monster. They let the fire-filled spheres pass by them with ease. Explosions erupted behind them as the spheres found their targets, though not the ones originally planned. But instead of people, only the buildings around them were affected, and the monster looked above him, but he didn't see the threat yet. And then the warriors used the cloning skill, and the targets were not only visible again, but there were several times more of them. Dozens of city defenders, armed and dangerous, even for such a huge monster, literally sprinkled from the sky. The one roared deafeningly in rage and was ready to attack the unpleasant, annoying bugs again. But he didn't have time to do anything else. 2 strokes of Okita Hiro's sword put an end to any attempt to harm anyone. Realizing that such a huge monster could hurt even just with its weight as it fell, Okita Hiro prepared to strike again. A few more swings of the blades and no more harm could be expected from the monster even indirectly. The warriors landed around the monster, falling to the pavement, scattering their now unnecessary copies. Okita Hiro watched the outcome of this short fight and his students carefully. People around who did not have time to run away or hide cheered and shouted with joy and raised their hands in a victory gesture. They knew their heroes well, and knew they owed their salvation to Okita Hiro and his team. Okita Hiro himself calmly unsheathed his blades, turned around, shoved his hands in his pockets, and walked at a measured pace away. And beneath the afterglow of the sunset over Osaka, there were admiring shouts in his honor. A convoy of military vehicles and several black cars were moving along the road from the scene. The radio was broadcasting breaking news about the portal and the monster, and telling that great loss of life had been avoided, and by whose efforts. In one of those cars, Akiko broke away from her tablet upon hearing the message on the radio, and said with a smile that the job had been done perfectly and quickly. Okita Hiro was interested in what she was so passionate about, and the girl showed a video of Park Soo-ho on the screen and said that this was the druid she was talking about. The man grinningly asked what was wrong with him now, and ironically suggested if the guy was stuck somewhere else again. Shaking her head, Akiko reported that it appeared he had just come from the dungeon he had just come out of. Opening the desired video from the press conference, she showed it and added that their bureau was not at all disappointed by this fact. Continuing to smile indulgently, Okita glanced at what the girl was showing him on the tablet screen. While absent-mindedly thinking that it was silly to make such a fuss over a simple return, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something he hadn't expected to see. He moved closer to the girl and asked her in surprise to scroll down. She obeyed bemusedly. An image of the Suho Guild members appeared on the screen. Among the fairly young guys, there was also a happy-looking kid standing next to the leader. He was the one that the sharply recoiled Okita was staring at, frantically trying to figure out if he was wrong and going over the facts in his head. Surprised by this harsh reaction, Akiko looked questioningly at the man and clarified if he recognized anyone in the picture. But Okita didn't even hear her at that moment. His eyes were filled with images of a young boy holding blades in his hand. In this photo, the boy is still very young, but he is definitely what he called the eighth evil. He had recently had to lose his father and was living in an orphanage, so Okita planned to eliminate him last. But in the future, this is definitely someone who will become a terrifying evil native to Korea. And the question remained as to why he was here in this photo. Taking the tablet silently from Akiko's hands, the man once again scrutinized the photo and flipped through the video. Almost immediately, he caught a glimpse of another familiar face. In the video, this person was introduced as a new member of the Suho Guild, but Okita knew him in the future, not only as the mercenary Chang Jae-shik, but also as the Hell Swordsman. Next, he saw a guy who would be dubbed the Immortal Destroyer, although he was only a monk named Myung-jin. He had no words to express all the thoughts crowding in his head, only questions. Returning to the first photo, he slid his gaze over the faces and asked himself why all these people were gathered in one place and how it happened. Realizing that something had piqued the man's interest, Akiko didn't ask any questions yet. She reached for the tablet and opened another video for him. After telling him that she had gathered everything together for him so he could look at it, the girl added that in her opinion, no one from outside the guild was running the guild. As if not hearing anything, Okita did not react in any way, and only stared intently at the screen. There flashed footage of this guy, Park Suho, easily and at great speed to kill lizard men, as he, in the guise of a human dog, leaps into the air with a huge defeated lizard king in his hands, and how with tremendous force this strange man-dog hurls his enemy into the rock on which the common lizards swarm. This didn't fit into any of Okita ideas of what should be happening right now. Akiko worriedly asked what he thought of all this, and added that he was somehow too strong for an F-rank dungeon guy. Frowning, Okita assured that this one was definitely not the level of a person from such a dungeon. Akiko then assumed that the guy was as special as he was. It made the man wonder if the guy could have been special. Like she said, for example, if he had awakened but was not entered into the database. The assumption in his head was unbelievable, but the facts persistently pushed him to the idea that this guy was a regressor like him, and logically the idea that Park Suho returned to the past to unite all known villains with the knowledge available due to it. Frowning, Okita stared angrily at the guy's picture and tried to figure out why only he could have needed this. Again, the theory was logically built up, that this asshole wanted to change the future with their help, as much as he did. But then that perfect plan he created and traveled back in time for would be ruined. Akiko had been watching the changing emotions on Okita face the entire time, and she liked what she saw less and less. Finally, she tentatively asked what was wrong because he looked strange. The man didn't answer her again. Instead, he only let out a long breath through his teeth and thought feverishly about what to do. Realizing that there was no point in delaying the trip until after the apocalypse, he turned to the girl who raised an eyebrow questioningly. Once again, having considered all the available options, he voiced the one that seemed really suitable and said that he had to go to Korea. This surprised Akiko, and she asked incredulously if she heard where he was going. But Okita resolutely narrowed his eyebrows and firmly stated that he should definitely talk to this druid. The girl grimaced and grudgingly informed him that it was impossible right now. The man scowled at her and clarified what she meant. The changes that had occurred in the Suho Guild's domain due to Park Suho's skills were astounding and marvelous. The new inhabitants of the territories were now not only wolves, but also other various animals. The children who had arrived with Monk Myung-jin looked around excitedly and stared incredulously at the words. Women educators were amazed by the variety of crops grown, and were surprised that not only zucchini, eggplants, potatoes, and corn, but also peppers grow here. And the children with open eyes and mouths open from admiration ran around the orchard admiring the apples and constantly asked if they could eat them. Myung-jin offered to dig a pond in the courtyard as well, and the clerk only asked him how many lotus flowers he would need. And the children have already reached the grapes with their infused brushes and seen the banana grove. Where the portal to the dungeon opened, the Awakened Control Research Facility was located. In one of the bays was the observation station that director Kim Mi-so had just contacted, asking for a report from the dispatchers. They reported on how many groups and people had entered the portal over 24 hours ago. They added that Park Soo-ho's group did it in 2.5 hours. Hearing also the mention that the guild team's 8th run lasted only 11 minutes, Kim Mi-seo was quite surprised. Confused, they calculated that if they spent 10 hours a day going through this level 4 dungeon, they would clear it in just 4 days. This simple arithmetic made her grab her head and realize why they had agreed so easily and should have added a condition on the number of raids. There too, not far from the portal, but away from the bureau camp. Admiring exclamations were heard among the trees. Jang Jae-shik raised the infernal blade that had just been handed to him by Park Soo-ho and couldn't hold back his delight as he admired the weapon. Park Soo-ho smiled and said that it was a welcome gift for a new guild member, and then asked if he liked it. Without taking his eyes off the sword, Jang Jae-shik replied positively and added that his old sword had become dull, and now he was being handed such a splendor. Han Dong-soo stated that it was the perfect blade for Jang Jae-shik, and then said that its full power was only available to B-rank warriors. Jang Jae-shik replied cheekily that he would have to work hard to reach that level then, and thanked him sincerely for the gift. Monk Myung-jin bowed respectfully and hesitantly said that he had something to ask as well. Perplexed, Park Soo-ho turned to him and clarified what he wanted. The monk drew his staff from behind his back and said that it didn't do enough damage and that he would like to have a weapon that dealt more critical blows. In the background, Jang Jae-shik asked in a whisper if it was really a monk. Han Dong-soo grinned and replied that it was definitely not a nun. Park Soo-ho offered to be specific about what kind of weapon he wanted. Then Mi-young-jin talked about the winged spear that he would really like to have at his current level. After opening the system window thoughtfully, Park Soo-ho clarified whether it was a spear that cost 120 million won and automatically upgraded to A rank. After finding the right one and receiving confirmation that it was the one he was talking about, he bought it without a second thought, and the spear immediately materialized next to him. Upon seeing the coveted spear, Myung-jin looked at the weapon still surrounded by magical flashes with admiration. Then he reverently accepted the gift and took a few swings, trying out the weight and balance. The others were also delighted. Clutching the shaft tightly with both hands, the monk bowed again and promised to repay him with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. A slightly dazed Jang Jae-shik asked what the curses were and what they were. Han Dong-soo explained that it was a monk's specialty and special debuffs. Nodding in response to Myung-jin's words, Park Soo-ho turned to Han Dong-soo and asked if he needed anything too. He took out a crossbow from behind his back, stroked it lovingly, and replied that he had already bought him one, and that was enough. When they turned to walk towards the portal, Han Dong-soo couldn't help but ask if the elephant was really walking. Myung-jin confirmed that he had seen the elephant too, and Jang Jae-shik pondered in amazement that an F-ranked team was going into a 4th level dungeon so quietly, and he was not used to it. Park Soo-ho paused before the portal and turned to Jun-ho and asked if he had drunk his medicine. Behind him, Jang Jae-shik whispered again and asked what happens if he doesn't drink. Han Dong-soo explained that he had to force him to drink them. Jun-ho nodded and materialized the 2 blades he preferred to fight with in his hands. Jang Jae-shik was surprised to see a completely ordinary guy visibly transformed, and Jun-ho grinned carnivorously with a grim look from under his drawn-together eyebrows, and proposed to begin. In response to Okita Hiro's question, the girl, surprised at his ignorance, explained that, for now, they couldn't get to Korea in principle. When asked why this was so, she replied that any air travel was now unavailable. Okita Hiro's face stretched in surprise. He asked what she was talking about, because he had stopped understanding. Taking the tablet away from him again, Akiko found a recent news item on the internet and showed it to the man. The article mentioned that the Wyvern's nest ruptured recently, and the world's air travel was shut down because of it. There are also photos of a crashed US-Singapore passenger plane and dragons attacking the city. This news brought Okita Hiro to a state of utter shock, and he froze in shock. Then Akiko flipped through the pages some more, and showed another article adding that it was not only about air travel, but also about waterways. The man clutched his tablet with both hands and stared at the next article. He didn't understand what was going on and why the Wyverns had gotten out now. A sudden ringing of the phone interrupted a string of unanswered questions and forced me to see who was trying to get in touch. Pushing aside other thoughts, Okitahiro picked himself up and answered the minister's call. He answered the minister's call without further ado, informing him of an urgent matter. Nodding to himself, the man asked for an explanation of the details of the case. The minister notified that their group urgently needed to head to Hokkaido, where a level 7 dungeon had opened. Not expecting anything like this, especially after the recent revelations that had stunned him, Okitahiro literally fell off his face and struggled to finish the conversation. Akiko asked him how it was possible if he predicted that dungeons of this level would not appear for a long time. Without answering, the man opened the file on his smartphone and stared glumly at the notes made after the move. All the events had clearly shifted in time. The wyverns weren't due for 3 months, and the army needs a month to deal with them. But if we don't close the dungeon, there will be a world crisis. Okitahiro doomedly admitted that everything was too mixed up, and if it continued like this, at this rate, he would have absolutely no time to prepare. And the only reason for the change can only be Park Soo-ho. The conclusion that he came back from the future was a foregone conclusion. And if so, all the people around him could become exceptional individuals. The only question was how he got another time stone, and how far back in time the guy had traveled was also something Okitahiro had been wondering about, and whether he could come from a more distant future and know more. These musings made the man stop ignoring this guy's existence and wish to meet him as soon as possible. He needed to figure out his goals, and if they were different, then he would have to get rid of Park Soo-ho for the sake of all mankind. After making his decision, Okitahiro turned to Akiko again and informed her that they would be traveling to Hokkaido first. The girl nodded readily and added that she would continue to gather information about Park Soo-ho. The motorcade of cars turned in the other direction after being ordered to do so. Soo-ho's guild team went through the portal at this time and went deeper into the dungeon. At some point, Park Soo-ho asked Myung-jin to engage the enemies. The one readily pulled out his mokthok and struck it for the first time, extracting a sound. And then he began to beat rhythmically with a mallet and chant ritual sutras. Han Dong-soo jumped up to him and vigorously encouraged him, telling him to shout louder and hit harder. The ritual words and melodious ringing echoed far above the forest. Jang Jae-shik didn't understand the meaning of all these actions and felt impossibly awkward. The sounds of approaching enemies could be heard from the thicket. Myung-jin continued to chant sutras and beat his mokthok to attract the monsters. Taking out a crossbow from his backpack, Han Dong-soo pulled the trigger while activating the search skill, and then reported that the lizards were approaching. Judging by the hissing and stomping, they were getting closer and closer. At last, the enemy was 40 meters away from them. Junho held his blades at the ready and smiled anticipatively, with a grim frown on his brows. Hearing Han Dong-soo's warning of 30 meters away, Jang Jae-shik drew his sword from behind his back and clutched it tightly with both hands, preparing to fight. Finally, a crowd of lizards came out of the forest and rushed toward them, hissing and howling. They shook their spears menacingly, coming quickly toward the men. Han Dong-soo reported that 125 ogres were approaching. Without any further delay, Park Soo-ho summoned the forest spirits surrounded by the light of light. Those immediately pounced on the entire crowd of lizards, distracting them and knocking them off balance. Trailing behind, Park Soo-ho used his newly acquired air power skill and summoned several tornadoes. Air tornadoes swirled most of the lizard pack that approached them. The lizards hissed and tried to get out of the dangerous craters, but only one succeeded, and that one was quickly spotted. With a single swipe of the crossbow bolt, the defeated lizard was no longer a threat, and Han Dong-soo was happily counting the achievement points he was gaining. He continued to dispose of the lizards that weren't caught in the tornado with his apt punches, but more and more lizards emerged from the forest, and circling the tornadoes, they belligerently carried on the attack against the humans. Realizing that the monsters were becoming too many, Han Dong-soo slightly panicked, warning the others. But at this moment, Monk Myung-jin used his skill and caused a dragon breakthrough. Many lizards were immediately swept away by the huge dragon spirit. The tornadoes finished their effect, and the monsters began to fall to the ground. Some of them were still moving quite briskly and trying to get up. Aiming to correct this, Han Dong-soo and Junho rushed towards them with shouts, and only Jang Jae-shik was confused. Han Dong-soo looked over his shoulder and shouted at him to stop standing there and get on with the hunt they had come for. Zhang Jie-shik shook himself and came to his senses, realizing why he was here in the first place. There were a lot of ogres around, and they were not at all peaceful. However, the mercenaries were not too merciful to the monsters either. Han Dong-su enthusiastically shot arrows at them one after another. The mad joy with which Junho wielded his blades was nothing to speak of. However, one of the lizards managed to get too close and practically got Han Dong-su with his spear. The one who realized that the metal tip was approaching him too quickly did not have time to react, but only cursed quietly to himself. But Zhang Jie-shik came to the rescue just in time, and with one blow, he blew away both the spearhead and the lizard's head. Both boys hovered for a moment, looking at the carcass of the monster lying at their feet. Then Han Dong-su whistled in delight and thanked for his help, justifying that his level was still weak. Zhang Jie-shik also came to his senses, and with a loud cry, he stabbed his sword several times into the already defeated monster. Hearing a rustle from the other side, turned to see the next lizard that decided to attack them. A precise swing of his sword, and that ogre also fell at his feet. He just stared open-mouthed at what was happening in front of him, and thought that the infernal blade was not bad at adding buffs to its wielder. The serious and focused Zhang Jie-shik, methodically slaughtering the lizards, seemed on a whole other level to him now. And Zhang Jie-shik himself was thinking about his recent desire to join a big guild, and how he had applied to the Scylla Guild. But he knew for a fact that no other guild would send an E-ranked swordsman to train in a level 4 dungeon. Whereas in Su-ho's guild, things were very different, and he was very happy that he didn't miss out on such an amazing opportunity. At that moment, the movement of the assembly caught his attention, and he glanced sideways, assessing the new danger. The Lizard King had come up to him, and was now towering over him at his full height, roaring loudly and glaring furiously with his eyes. Zhang Jie-shik couldn't help but recognize his new opponent, but the huge monster didn't scare him. Junho ran up behind the scaly beast, bringing his blades to strike. A deft swing, and the steel easily tore through the ogre, leaving it pawless and tailless. Seeing no close help, Zhang Jie-shik didn't become timid either, and raised his own sword. Taking a wide swing, he immediately sliced the monster's neck with a loud shriek. Only then did he see Junho on the other side, just as busy eliminating the strongest lizard. But the deed was already done, and the Lizard King lay between them, defeated completely and utterly. Park Su-ho turned to them and looked at the scene frustrated. Han Dong-su turned around and hung his crossbow behind his back with an extremely dissatisfied face, clucking his tongue in frustration. Zhang Jie-shik looked at what he had done with round eyes and could not believe that he had beheaded the Ogre King with a single blow. Han Dong-su's accusation that he shouldn't have dealt with the lizard like that immediately made him raise his head in bewilderment. The one who was almost crying explained that now they would have to throw heliotropes into the dungeon again. Trying to come to his senses after the stunning victory he himself had won, he slammed his eyes shut in bewilderment. And then he guessed to look around and assess the situation and oohed guiltily. Turning around, he apologized for getting a little carried away. At that moment, the doorway back to reality appeared next to their company, and it was only 5 minutes before it closed. Seeing no reason to linger, Park Su-ho commanded to leave the dungeon. Everyone scurried toward the portal, but Han Dong-su had time to look around and whine about how much stuff they were throwing away. Junho, already normal, after dissolving the blades, suggested leaving it behind since they could always come here later again. Then Han Dong-su switched to another topic and said that he wanted to eat fish cakes, suggesting that he would go get them when they came out of the dungeon. The monk Myung-jin, who was running last, suddenly felt pain in his ankle and stumbled. It was in this leg that the unfortunate bite of the Necroville came when the others were scattered by the tornadoes. Myung-jin grimaced at the unpleasant sensation, but he kept moving, trying to keep up with his companion. Meanwhile, in the 4th level dungeon, a reconnaissance operation was underway. At a thoroughly prepared checkpoint under camouflage netting, the coordinator contacted Team 2 and asked for a situation report. The squad that explored the caves reported that they found nothing noteworthy, although they had explored this sector 30%. After saying that they had already checked all the cave paintings, the fighter added that they were moving on to the next sector. One of the drones used for environmental tracking detected the approach of a group of lizards. The coordinator immediately called in Team 1 and informed them of 6 targets 70 meters away at 4 o'clock. Captain Lee Min-soo immediately took note of the information and began handing out orders. Selecting 2 fighters from his squad, he sent them to stealthily destroy the approaching lizards and reminded them to retrieve the heliotropes. Both fighters immediately went about their task, eagerly reaching for their weapons. He contacted the base station once more and requested the location of the Lizard King. After some searching, one of the coordinators reported that according to the intelligence team, he was moving to Sector 12. Listening to all the conversations between the groups, the coordinator team leader snorted and reached for his mug of coffee. Taking a sip, he muttered about when else they would find something of value if they were going through this dungeon so slowly. Abruptly, he cut himself short and glanced warily toward the forest visible behind the camouflage netting from the base. For a while, he stared intensely into the gloomy thicket, trying to figure out whether he was imagining things or not. Not wanting to waste guessing for safety's sake, he still utilized his scouting skill. The reason for his wariness became clear at once. 8 ogres were moving toward the base, and were already 70 meters 3 hours away from them. Judging by the way the lizards were carefully sneaking around, holding back even their hissing, they were clearly hoping to get to the base unnoticed. Assessing the situation, the coordinator's leader grinned crookedly. Taking the remote control of the traps around the base, he looked into the cameras and mockingly asked the lizards he saw if they could see him. The red light of a ready-to-use weapon flashed in the bushes on the lizard's path to the checkpoint. The leader watched the movements of the lizards and assured them that once they got here, he would turn them all into a roast. At that moment, something viscous suddenly dripped onto his cheek. The man squinted his eyes in bewilderment, trying to see. Realizing that it could only be dripping from above, he warily raised his head and looked up. There, the huge red silhouette of the Lizard King could be seen behind the camouflage canopy of the checkpoint. It didn't take long to realize the depth of the trouble, and conclusions about the level of danger followed immediately in the form of a capacious swear word. The team of fighters had neutralized the first group of lizards that attacked them, and were now in the process of retrieving the heliotropes. Lee Min-soo, who was watching the fighters, turned around warily when he heard strange noises coming from the direction of the checkpoint, and then, simultaneously with the hurried report that the base was attacked and should immediately begin defense, a powerful explosion was heard. The commander cursed and ran towards the base point. He was followed by the rest of the men, but they couldn't get there at once, and more ogres came towards them almost immediately. Without thinking for a long time, and without slowing down, Lee Min-soo activated his weapon on the move and attacked the lizard. The monster was defeated and tossed aside to keep it out of the way. Several more scaly monsters, waving their spears, attacked after him. But they also did not become an obstacle in the way of Lee Min-soo, repelling their attacks without slowing down either. He only told the fighters to move, as they had to get to the base in time. Meanwhile, in the red zone on the Daegu border, Apocalypse Airborne Group, D1 and D2 helicopters were conducting a sweep of nearby Necroville groups. The soldiers who had been protecting the tanks before exhaled as they realized that the infected monsters were retreating. There were still casualties and scouts to pick up. In the meantime, they shot back from the still sometimes appearing Necrovilles, covering those who helped the other fighters to get out of the overturned tank. They understood the need to keep the Necrovilles from escaping, or conversely breaking through, and enjoyed counting each one defeated. Seo Jin-woo, who had already released the girl and removed his shield, explained that they had received an SOS signal when they flew to Gyeongbuk and had apparently arrived just in time. For her part, Choi Soo-young said that they were going to join the CDC group. To this, the man replied that the entire unit was now on the move, but they would escort their team to the 2nd Brigade where they could meet. And then a huge fireball flying towards one of the helicopters of the landing group made everyone stop and raise their heads. But no one had time to do anything. The fireball reached the helicopter too quickly and there was an explosion. A huge, strange, but very dangerous-looking monster could be seen tossing several more fireballs. At this footage, the TV screen where the report was being broadcast went out. The military officer showing the recordings to director Kim Mi-so voiced the obvious fact that the report was cut short at this point. He also said that this was the last recording made by one of the soldiers of Group 707A with a special skill in data transmission. Kim Mi-seo was disappointed that there was nothing new to learn. The soldier said that the situation report would be received only when they had cleared everything. But the director strongly disagreed with this position. She frowned and asked for an explanation of why the sent groups had changed the route at all. The military officer raised his eyebrows in surprise, perplexed, and offered to report back to her if their instructors thought a tactical error had been made. Kim Mi-seo jumped up from her seat, angrily slammed her hands on the table, and shouted, asking why the hell they were even going into the red zone of the Necrovilles. She demanded to know who had given such an order, and stated that if this freak came back from the raid alive, she herself would finish what the monsters could not. After that, he quickly walked out of the office, furiously clacking the heels of his shoes. I tried to call Choi Soo-young and ask her personally. The operator only mumbled in a monotonous tone that the caller was temporarily unavailable. Simultaneously frustrated and worried, Kim Mi-so looked at the smartphone dropping the call. With a sigh, she sadly asked in space why something is always happening to Choi Soo-young, and the blonde's lost cell phone continued to lie smashed, smudged, and partially covered in rocks. In the 4th level dungeon where the combat troops had come to find the secret of Park Soo-ho's power, there was no telling what was going on. The Lizard King that attacked the stronghold control point threw the coordinator commander back outside the cloaking net, scattering equipment along the way. He had no time to react to the attack and was wounded. He fell to the ground and struggled to let out a groan. The Ogre King was unwilling to let his prey slip from his claws and leapt after the previously discarded foe. When he landed on the man, he pinned his head to the ground with his huge paw, and with his carcass, he knocked the last of the air out of his lung. Confident that no more resistance would be offered, the Lizard King roared victoriously and opened its jaws wide. But the head of the coordinators did not want to give up so easily, and was still clutching the remote control of the defense guns in his hand. With a mocking smirk, he pointed the scope at the Lizard King, and the light of the weapon glinted among the foliage in the bushes nearby. The huge lizard noticed the glint and turned his head warily, looking for the source of possible surprises. But he didn't have time to understand anything when the coordinator pressed the button with a wish for the cold-blooded monster to die, and over the forest there was a deafening explosion that destroyed the terrible monster, along with the base. The severed head of the Lizard King fell neatly at Captain Lee Min-soo's feet, causing him to stop. For a while he regarded the trophy that had fallen before him with bewilderment, and then one of the fighters used the search skill and scanned the space around them, and immediately reported that at 9 o'clock, a portal appeared 120 meters away from them before it closed in 10.5 minutes. Commander Lee Min-soo turned towards the portal and let out a curse through his teeth, realizing that it was a shame to end the mission like this. Having finished her business at the main headquarters of the Capital Defense, Kim Mi-so was about to head to the control room. She had already gotten into the car and pulled up in front of the barrier at the gatehouse when the phone rang. Responding with the earpiece, she listened attentively to the short report from a point near the dungeon in Soo-ho Guild's territory. Dispatch reported that the first recon team had returned. However, they had lost 2 squad members, and 2 more were seriously injured. Kim Mi-seo summarized that there were a total of 4 people injured and asked what had caused them so much trouble in the 4th level dungeon. Dispatch reported that, since the mission was not only a cleanup, but also a reconnaissance mission, the group had to split up, and that's what caused the problem. On comments that the group planned to re-enter in 2 hours, the director asked that they hold off, and she would try to get reinforcements. The other groups, according to the dispatcher, were still on the raid. Then she asked if she had found anything of interest or any valuables. But if the team's report is to be believed, they were too busy defending the base and didn't say anything about the important finding. Manager Kim Mi-so exhaled frustratedly as she had hoped for some results from these outings. Dispatch added that they had confirmed the dungeon's time differences and the group had spent 2 days there, although in reality, only 1 had passed. And that got the woman thinking. On the one hand, it was obvious that time was flying twice as fast in this dungeon. Then it seemed that since Park Soo-ho had been missing for 10 years, he had spent 20 years in the dungeon, even though time had gone by twice as fast for him. Only to her, when asked about the secret of his strength, he brazenly stated that for such a level, he only needed to train for almost 1,000 years. And since they had already confirmed that these words about 1,000 years of training were not a lie, then in reality, such training should have taken 500 years. But it's only been 10 years. Kim Mi-seo wondered how he could spend 1,000 years there. Furthermore, she realized that Soo-ho Guild was overtaking them too much, and even with more mercenaries, they would need to quickly catch up with Soo-ho's pace. In response, the dispatcher informed her that Soo-ho's group had finished sweeping the 4th level dungeon in 50 runs in 7 hours, and further reported that on their report, they were leaving this dungeon and heading to the bureau to update the files of their awakened warriors. Director Kim Mi-seo's face stretched in surprise. She didn't even immediately believe that she had heard what she heard and that they were really leaving. And Soo-ho Guild's team was driving at full throttle towards the Awakening Department building. Park Soo-ho studied the data available to him of his comrades with interest, so Jun-ho was at the 0 level of E rank. The snoozing Ma Young-jin behind him had reached level 0 D rank, and the snoring Han Dong-soo was at level 1 E rank. Only Jang Jae-shik who had reached level D2, was awake and squinting at his teammates. When Park Soo-ho noticed this, he asked him if he wasn't tired at all. Jang Jae-shik admitted with a slightly awkward smile that it was all too much like a dream as it was. Park Soo-ho looked at him more closely in surprise and asked what exactly he meant by that. Remembering literally just the amazing experience of their small but vivid raid, Jang Jae-shik began to talk. And he started by saying that for the previous 14 years, he had just been sitting on his pants, if you can say that about life. What level 4 dungeons are there if he has never even entered a level 3 dungeon? And today he passed a level 4 dungeon 50 times. And in this dungeon, even simple ogres that he defeated in packs were comparable in strength to the bosses of the first and second level. In the previous 3 years of low-level dungeons, he had only reached E rank, but here in Soo-ho's guild, he had risen to D rank in just 1 day. However, if he went to the Scylla guild, he probably wouldn't have even had time to train yet. He smiled and asked if this was a dream. With a completely serious look, Park Soo-ho offered to pinch him to see if he was dreaming or not. Jang Jae-shik laughingly refused. At this time, they reached the control building and Jun-ho parked close to the entrance. Park Soo-ho immediately called loudly for the sleepyheads in the back to wake up. Looking at the sleepy monk and the still not fully awake Han Dong-soo, he suggested to hurry up and finish the business and go for the lobsters. The whole team took the familiar route up to the energy measurement room and changed into special suits. Park Soo-ho let the other guys go ahead and lay down on the device tape as the last one, remembering what happened in the last measurement. This time, the strange eyes seemed brighter, and the incomprehensible whispering louder in my ears. A very suspicious message about the research was also hanging there. Listening to what no one else seemed to hear, Park Soo-ho realized that the stronger he became, the more clearly he could hear those voices. Kim Mi-seo said that the device was created by Dr. Totter, a British scientist. She promised to send a request to meet with him and let him know when she heard back. Park Soo-ho opened his eyes and looked at the energy ball and the eyes above it, thinking that he would have to go to England if he had the chance. Underneath the ball glowed numbers calculating its energy at 488 points. Han Dong-soo immediately remarked admiringly that his energy was far more than C rank, so it was strange that the management only rated him at C rank. Park Soo-ho decided that there was nothing else new to learn and sat down on the tape meter. Han Dong-soo's words led him to conclude that the others had only now recognized his level. This made it appear that he was the only one who could see other people's data. Turning to the girl still in charge of the device, he asked her about who had created their internal interface. Han Dong-soo was surprised by the question, and even asked again, recalling that he appeared immediately after waking up and showed the level of the store and inventory. The girl operator smiled and said that there is one version of its appearance more like a myth in the circles of engineers. This myth is what they, in their engineering community, call the God Stone. This item was found after the Great Catastrophe and helped spatial engineering develop significantly. The guys on the team were very surprised by the facts, and Han Dong-soo remarked that he hadn't heard anything about it. Park Soo-ho brought his eyebrows together and asked the girl to continue her story. She said that a stone with red writing was discovered somewhere in Northern Europe, and after that, all the local awakened appeared with the interface. People considered the stone to be a kind of God's message with covenants. After deciphering these covenants, the stone was shattered and the pieces were placed in different parts of the world. That is why the awakened ones function with the interface. The stone shard is also in the macro processor of the computer of the Spatial Research Bureau. The story of how the interface is maintained and managed amazed everyone present. None of them knew about it. Most of them asked stupid questions, but after thinking about it, Park Soo-ho asked what was deciphered in the writing on the stone. The girl said that it revealed the basics of the current world of dungeons, pumping awakened use of spatial energy and so on. Park Soo-ho was not impressed by his admission that it was a huge breakthrough at the time. He asked skeptically if it was all God's plan. When he left the office after the formalities, he asked how he could meet God. Dong-soo suggested that at the end of life, for example. But Park Soo-ho continued to ponder further, wondering if it was possible to create an awakened one by infusing it with atomic energy during a raid. Shaking himself, he congratulated everyone on their level up. Jang Jae-shik laughingly asked how many more times he was going to say that. Jun-ho couldn't help himself and proudly announced to everyone that he was now level 0. Han Dong-soo was surprised and incredulously clarified if his level had really been updated. Park Soo-ho asked his brother if he remembered that 5th level orc dungeon. He asked if he was going to go there. Park Soo-ho rather confirmed that after leveling up, he had the power to tame more wolves, so it was time to expand their family again. And he told them to go on raids with Zhang Jie-shik so he could earn more experience and they could all work on teamwork. Zhang Jie-shik immediately agreed to it. Han Dong-soo whined that it was much more pleasant to go raiding with Park Soo-ho. Then he remembered that since their level had risen, so had their government payments. Jun-ho asked why they needed them when they earned hundreds of millions of won in one day. This thought struck Han Dong-soo, and he was surprised to realize that they were really rich now. Monk Myung-jin estimated and said that if he calculated it correctly, they had earned about 5 billion won today. When he heard the figure, the guy laughed a little hysterically and remembered that they hadn't taken a bunch of heliotropes that could give extra money. Realizing that they hadn't explained anything to Zhang, Jie-shik Jun-ho explained that the guild takes 50% of the income and the rest is divided equally. Swordsman, shocked, rounded his eyes staring at his comrade and slowly asked what 500 million meant, even though he hadn't done anything. The happy Han Dong-soo squinted and said that Park Soo-ho was a very generous person. Zhang Jie-shik only laughed a little hysterically. Interrupting the discussion on finances, Park Soo-ho enthusiastically announced that he was hungry and suggested we go eat lobsters. Han Dong-soo grabbed his head in utter horror, wailing that he had completely forgotten about something. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding the reasons for this behavior, and he almost cried and said that there was a high probability that he would be killed soon. It didn't add to the understanding of the rest of the team, and the guys still stared at him in the same incomprehensible way. Without getting anything clear, they got into the car and drove to the restaurant where they were going before. Not far from there, they huddled around a table, and Han Dong-soo showed everyone the account statements on his laptop that surprised everyone with the amounts lying on them. After listing the largest billion-dollar transfers, Jun-ho came up with the largest amount coming from Japan. Dong-soo tearfully suggested that it was sent by the Yakuza. Even Myung-jin was shocked, but the more practical Jun-ho reasoned that his brother was a returning hunter. But why would anyone care about him? Dong-soo said that, judging by the reports, everyone is interested in the skill of plant control, because many lands are destroyed, and most of the food is brought from the planet Aru. Accordingly, Park Soo-ho's skill can solve any country's food crisis. And then he summarized that they would not be affected by any crisis at all. After hearing this, Park Soo-ho asked how Han Dong-soo could be eliminated. He burst into tears again and explained that they were transferring all the money because they wanted to talk to Park Soo-ho, and he was not showing up. Park Soo-ho himself looked at his younger comrade tiredly and reminded him that he had already said he wasn't going anywhere. Han Dong-soo kept sobbing and saying that they were not behind him in any way despite this, and being drunk, he wrote that the money was not enough. The guys around him gasped for air when they saw the message sent to the Japanese. Park Soo-ho sighed and asked what he wanted. Then Han Dong-soo timidly asked if he could record a video message for the sponsors so that no one would be able to steal, harm, or take the money. Under the surprised looks, Park Soo-ho reluctantly agreed to such a proposal. The overjoyed Han Dong-soo jumped up and bowed low, promising to send all the money he had received for the benefit of the guild, and then added that it would also be worth changing the name of the channel to indicate that it was Soo-ho's guild channel. Rolling his eyes, Park Soo-ho hurriedly hurried him to take care of this matter quickly and go eat lobsters. The others joined in the hustle, saying they were hungry too. After setting everything up, Han Dong-soo turned on the camera and cheerfully said hello to the channel's subscribers. Then he moved closer to Park Soo-ho and said that the person they were waiting for was in front of them and wanted to give something to the sponsors from different countries. Offering to listen to what it would be, he left the frame and turned the camera on Park Soo-ho. He paused for a moment and said uncompromisingly that he wasn't going anywhere. Leaving the table, he summarized that everything was done and called everyone to go eat lobsters. The stunned Han Dong-soo stood there as if stunned, and asked in a weak voice if that was all. The others supported the leader, asking what else is needed if everything is set on the point and they are hungry. When Han Dong-soo opened the message, he read aloud that they were being told they could come and asked if Park Soo-ho was okay with it. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Park Soo-ho asked if they were definitely coming by themselves. Han Dong-soo confirmed that they wrote to him that they were willing to meet them here because they wanted to have a serious talk. To this, Park Soo-ho shrugged his shoulders and said that it could be conveyed that he was fine with this arrangement then. Han Dong-soo was now surprised, not really believing what he heard. But the guys had already turned away and moved on again. Only Park Soo-ho asked who would be able to stop them if someone decided to come here. Then Jun-ho turned around and asked which country had written it, and closing his laptop, Han Dong-soo replied that it looked like someone from Japan. When the team headed back a while later, and Park Soo-ho was about to enter the orc dungeon, he was spotted by the assistant guild leader of the DGB Guild. The leader himself was driving in a car through the streets of Seoul at the time and answered the phone. In response to some orders from his own ministerial superior, he agreed and readily replied that he was going. But as soon as he hung up, he immediately clutched the phone with force and said that he was fed up with that damn old man, and then threw louder to the driver that he was damn tired today, so they were going to the club. And then the ringtone of an incoming call came again from the smartphone speakers. Answering the call, Jin-ho Chan said he was listening. The assistant who called him said he found Park Soo-ho. He was interested and asked where he was. The aide reported that after dinner, Park Soo-ho was going to go to the level 5 dungeon, where the recent incident had occurred, and raid it. An overjoyed director Jang Ho-chang cheerfully ordered to detain the boy there. He immediately called the office of the DGB guild he ran. One of the department heads picked up the phone and asked how he could help the director. He said that they have a member in one of their groups, Sung-gui, who said in a recent interview that she really liked Park Soo-ho. The department head readily confirmed that this was the case. Satisfied with this, Young Ho Chan clarified that they were going to release a new song soon, and this time he suggested doing a commercial on Scandal. This idea was not to the liking of the head of the department, and he skeptically asked if he understood correctly about black PR, but the director had already hung up. And he told the driver to go back because they had to pick up one of their clients. The driver indifferently confirmed that he had heard the order and turned the car around right in the middle of the busy street. Soon enough, they were rushing in the other direction, and Jung Ho Chang was rubbing his hands together in anticipation. As soon as they turned the car around and drove off to meet the happy news, the call came again. Picking up the phone, Jung Ho Chang said a subservient hello to Mr. Chairman and was immediately forced to move the smartphone away from his ear lest the cries of being a little freak and why he hadn't arrived yet rupture his eardrum. Trying to justify himself to Mr. Chairman, he said that now he was giving all his efforts to the DGB group and did not understand where the claims came from. The minister shrieked into the telephone receiver again, almost sputtering. Then he hissed suspiciously, wondering if he was plotting something behind his back. But without even trying to listen to the answer, he told him to bring his ass to him and threatened that if he went somewhere else, he would not give him life. Jang Ho Chang laughed and switched to an informal tone with his father, telling him not to worry because he was his son and also a deputy of the DGB Corporation, and then promised that this time he could actually do something useful for the good of the company. Not trusting his son on a dime, the minister immediately demanded to know what he meant. Yi Jung Ho Chang smugly announced that he was going to recruit Park Soo-ho to join them. The minister was unimpressed and asked if he really thought he could do it that easily. He added that manager Jong had already been sent there, but his son, on the demand to stay out of the way and go to the main office, angrily exhaled and said that he has his own business, and under the scolding of his father, hung up the phone. And in the car, he stared angrily at his smartphone screen and asked out of nowhere how he could be so distrustful of his son. The phone rang again. This time, it was Song-gui and not someone more unpleasant. The girl immediately said hello to him with a happy smile as she sat in the training room. Music was playing in the background. Jung Ho Chang cheered up and said hello in return, asking how she was doing. Sung-gui got up from the mat and stepped back, covering her other ear with her fingers so she could hear better. She said she'd been told he wanted her to meet Park Soo-ho. The man favorably confirmed that this was true and suggested we go out to the main entrance since he was just on his way to pick her up. This was already great news, which no doubt pleased and brought closer the execution of the plan. However, Old Fox General Manager Jong may well mess things up if he is sent to stir under his feet. In his opinion, young people should be talked to by young people like him. Besides, Park Soo-ho won't be able to resist Song-gui from the popular group. And if Jung Ho Chan succeeds, he will no longer have to bow down to his father, and his power will be limitless. At this time, strange activity appeared in one of Seoul's abandoned sectors filled with goblins. Helicopters and drones patrolled the area, definitely looking for someone important to them. One of the helicopters released a ring of small drones that looked like lights. All the drones scattered in a ring in different directions, sent to search and inspect the surrounding areas more thoroughly. With a slight buzzing sound, the drones explored window after window, after floor after floor, after building in their path. They looked relentlessly into every nook and cranny, instantly scanning the entire space ahead of them. For the most part, all of the scanned rooms were empty and abandoned. Not a trace of presence was to be found. Occasionally there were clusters of goblins, but overall this quest was comparable to looking for a needle in a haystack. Looking closely at the monitors, one of the pilots grumbled about qualified soldiers, along with the best equipment being sent out to look for some guy. The other supported his grumbling all the more so because he'd been called in on a legitimate day off and offered to finish up and get wasted. At that moment they noticed a human-like figure on the thermal imager and looked at each other in doubt. They brought the drone from which the right picture came back a little, and made them explore the room once more. And the light of the scanning beam did indeed pick out a human figure from the darkness. Except the wanted former Yongar loan director wasn't too happy about being discovered by the military. He turned away from the glare of the beam and muttered through clenched teeth that he'd already been taken advantage of. A loud voice came from the helicopter telling him to stay put, and they would pick him up. And then on the thermal imager monitor, the pilot saw a crowd of goblins coming at this guy from all directions. The pilots voiced the obvious conclusion that the wanted man was surrounded on all sides. Kim Jong-soo himself saw the goblins and came face to face with them. The scene was silent for a few moments. The co-pilot told us to speed up as they needed to rescue this guy and take him alive. Kim Jong-soo grabbed his weapon from his belt and shot the nearest goblin with a loud shriek. When the green monster was hit, it fell down. Kim Jong-soo immediately rushed to the side and ran as fast as he could. While the rest of the goblins were slow to think and didn't immediately rush in pursuit, he managed to break away from them a bit. But their confusion didn't last long, and they quickly ran after them, shaking their blades and spears menacingly. The helicopter located the found guy and arrived at the site as close to the right place as possible. Screaming in a full voice, Kim Jong-soo sprinted away from the goblins, who periodically waved their weapons in the air. When one of the more zealous monsters was about to catch up with him, Kim Jong-soo shot back to delay the chase even a little. It became a little easier when they managed to run out onto the stairs, but the goblins stubbornly kept up and kept climbing after them. How many of them he would not have taken out of action, but more and more monsters immediately took their place. Kim Jong-soo was already running to the next floor when he tripped on the top step of the stairs. Naturally, what followed was an extremely unfortunate fall to the concrete floor. As he fell, the weapon slipped from his fingers and flew off to the side. Immediately, the first goblin appeared from the doorway leading to the stairs and pounced on the now easy prey without pause. But the goblin didn't manage to reach his prey because during the jump, the energy discharge hit him directly in the head. Surprised by the unexpected rescue, Kim Jong-soo abruptly turned around, not trusting such pleasant surprises, and just in time to see several dark figures illuminated from behind by bright spotlights burst into the room through the windows. The goblins didn't like the blinding light or the new company, and squealed menacingly, swinging their spears. The capture team from the DGB spread out across the room and began to surround the wanted man. And the former loan director realized that there was no way to leave and cursed loudly. Secretary Jong Dae-moon was traveling on an assignment from the company chairman to try and meet with Park Soo-ho. At that moment, a call came from the leader of the team that was sent to capture the fugitive Kim Jong-soo. The secretary took the call, hoping to hear good news that would give him an additional argument in the upcoming negotiation. And indeed, the leader immediately reported back that they were in touch and their target had been safely caught. General Manager Jong begrudgingly praised them for their good work and told them to send the detainee to the so-called holding area. The portal leading to the dungeon with the orc's castle was as noisy and crowded as it had always been lately. Jen-ho Chang, who had arrived at the portal, found out that his assistant had missed Park Soo-ho, and despite apologizing, he began to reprimand him. In his mind, he wasn't asking for anything impossible, just to hold the guy until he arrived. His aide confusedly tried to explain how it came to this. It turned out that Park Soo-ho's appearance at the portal alone had caused an unprecedented stir. Having managed to make his way through the crowd, the assistant caught up with the guy at the very entrance to the portal, and he turned around. But as soon as I handed him my business card and started introducing myself, Park Soo-ho walked away. He simply turned around indifferently, and without a word, walked into the portal completely calmly. And the assistant only had to admit that the guy vaporized in the blink of an eye, going into the dungeon as if no one was around. Jen-ho Chan brushed off both the explanation and the apology, saying he didn't even want to hear the whole thing. He then asked how long it took Park Soo-ho to clean up last time. The assistant looked at the phone and called out the information. It made Jung-ho Chan grit his teeth. It was going to take one guy about 8 days to clean up. Not believing it, he asked if he had gone there alone, because it was a level 5 dungeon, and it was just crazy. Tired of sitting idly in the car, Sung-gui rolled down the window and asked when she could meet Park Soo-ho. Jing-ho Chang groaned in frustration and swore through his teeth when he remembered this splinter as well. And while it was being discussed in reality, in the dungeon, Park Soo-ho had defeated a whole mountain of orcs without much difficulty. Calling up the status bar, he checked the number of points he had received against what was required to open a hunting spot. Examining the data showed that he had all the druid points he needed, but he was missing 3 more achievement points. A rustle was heard in the distance, causing Park Soo-ho to look away from the blue glow of the interface. The fact that someone had survived made him extremely happy, as it deprived him of the need to go somewhere else to get the necessary glasses. Invoking the search skill, Park Soo-ho's glowing gaze swept the space around him, searching for the right thing. Not far away, between 2 piles of defeated orcs, something glowed. Concentrating, I managed to see an orc still alive in that direction, just coming to his senses. As he staggered to his feet, Park Soo-ho braced himself and prepared to jump. Picking up the axe he had thrown before, he leapt into the air to deliver the final blow to the orc a moment later. The stunned and slightly confused orc only had time to see the approaching danger and growl weakly. In the next instant, Park Soo-ho swooped down on him and finished the matter with 1 punch. Just then, a notification appeared to award 23 achievement points. Without wasting any time, Park Soo-ho retrieved a rather large heliotrope. The stone immediately disappeared from my hand, automatically entering the system, and then came the notification of the instant transfer crediting and account statuses. And the next notification said that he now had enough achievement points to open a hunting spot, and without thinking, Park Soo-ho clicked agree. When I opened a hunting spot, a notification that it was open appeared instantly. Then a map of Korea appeared, and you were asked to specify the location. To find Soo-ho's guild territories, I had to zoom in on the map and find the right area. And after lightly pointing out the necessary area, the place to conduct the hunt was assigned in the Soo-ho land. I was surprised that among the tamed animals were wolves, a pigeon, and a strange hybrid. But after a moment's thought, Park Soo-ho decided it was Snowball. The stomping of many feet could be heard from the forest, but he didn't pay much attention to it, busy with the rest of the settings. So next, the system offered to assign a command to summon beasts. Not expecting such trivialities, Park Soo-ho was confused for a while and hesitated. Orcs came to the clearing, saw the motionless, defenseless-looking prey, and with joyful cries, rushed towards it. But the man ignored their approach, trying to decide which command to choose for summoning the beasts he had tamed. The fastest orc was already nearby and roared aggressively, trying to either frighten or attract his opponent. After finally deciding on the summoning command, Park Soo-ho entered the command and only then looked at the approaching monsters. Without showing the slightest bit of nervousness, he calmly raised his hand with an open palm towards the orcs and began to activate the skill, new skill. After gathering enough energy, without raising his voice, he said the command to summon the beasts, and small portals began to form between him and the fleeing crowd of monsters. Orcs did not see in the phenomenon happening in front of them, so far, nothing dangerous for themselves, and therefore did not even think to slow down or even retreat. From the portal funnels that had formed, tame wolves began to appear, extremely positive about the upcoming fight. Park Soo-ho was also happy to be able to unleash his beasts. It had been a long time since he had fought with his strong friends, but the orcs had not yet realized the depth of the ambush they were in, and continued to wave their weapons around with loud cries. And so it came to pass that 2 small armies of orcs and the wolves they had previously enslaved collided in an ordinary clearing in the forest. After making sure that all the wolves were summoned and even the dove appeared, Park Soo-ho materialized his blade and quickly caught up with his companion. He was excited not only about the upcoming good fight with them, but also about the possibility of filling the entire 100 spots in the hunting grounds with wolves in one day. In one of Seoul's popular clubs, young people were partying to the mixes of a local DJ. Jung-ho Chan was sitting at a table with a group of friends and grumbling that people were sad and he needed pretty girls. His buddy's objection that he thought everything was fine was interrupted by the phone ringing. Shouting over the loud music, Jung-ho-Chang asked his assistant what he needed, and his eyes widened in surprise at the news that Park Soo-ho had already left the dungeon. Not believing a single word, he shouted at the assistant at the top of his voice, handing him and clarifying whether he had everything at home, because in a couple of hours the guy could not go out. And the further clarification that Park Soo-ho had entered the dungeon again was discouraging because it didn't seem logical at all. The deputy confirmed and added that according to a nearby saleswoman, this was the 2nd time he had done this, which means it takes about 2 hours to clean up. After hanging up the phone, Jung-ho-Chang stared at the smartphone screen in confusion. He thought his secretary was a fool if he thought he would believe this. But nevertheless, after hesitating for a while, he still dialed Song Gui, who he had taken home long ago. She picked up the phone almost immediately and was very surprised to be asked to come again. On his next visit to the orc dungeon, Park Soo-ho methodically disarmed all the orcs that came his way. He didn't want to waste time on any complicated combinations and fair fights, so he acted as efficiently as possible. Therein, the wolves' attack for the orc castle was interrupted by orc archers and thousands of arrows soaring into the air from the castle walls. Park Soo-ho immediately commanded all the beasts to move back so that they wouldn't be hit even accidentally. At the same time, the team next to each beast began to open a small portal, allowing them all to quickly escape the dungeon. Interrupting the attacks and avoiding the blades of the orcs, the wolves obeyed unquestioningly, and one by one disappeared each into their own portal. As soon as all the beasts were out of sight, a cloud of arrows struck the courtyard of the castle. But now, all the arrows went to the orcs themselves, putting many of them out of commission. Deciding to take advantage of the confusion of both warriors and archers, Park Soo-ho jumped as high as he could, and in a leap, he used a monstrous transformation to grow wings on his back. He used them to masterfully maneuver in the air to avoid arrows. As he flew higher, he took stock of the archers. They were shouting in Orcish and shooting arrow after arrow at the Birdman. And then Park Soo-ho folded his wings behind his back and swiftly dived past the archers into the courtyard. They turned around and kept shooting arrows at him, but they still couldn't reach him. In the courtyard of the castle, already gathered an impressive crowd of green-robed monsters, not at all peaceful. Landing right in front of them, Park Soo-ho retracted his wings, causing the tornado he loved so much. Several air tornadoes immediately picked up this entire crowd and swirled around at a tremendous speed. Without letting go of the tornado's control, Park Soo-ho sensed the danger and raised his head to look up. From his highest tower jumped a huge orc lord attracted by the noise of battle. Leaving the tornadoes with ordinary warriors uncontrolled, Park Soo-ho rushed forward at an incredible speed. The orc lord landed a couple moments before the human could reach him, even with his speed. The huge boss of this dungeon opened all three of his eyes, looked at the bug approaching him, and roared threateningly. Park Soo-ho, on the other hand, needed those moments to choose who to transform into. Snowball and Dulga's dove weren't ready to merge yet, so he decided it was time for the Grey Wolves and summoned the strongest wolf Tokpoki to transform. The wolves in reality, who had never seen such a thing before, were surprised when their leader suddenly found himself encased in a large bluish sphere and then disappeared. Park Soo-ho, who was already accustomed to transformations, did not hesitate and pushed back at the right moment with his transforming paw. And in the air he was already a full-fledged wolfman, with a growl attacking the orc lord, who was not standing idle either. Swinging his bulky spear, he said something in an Orcish threatening tone, but Park Soo-ho only grinned and growled that he didn't know the orc language, and with an apt strike of his clenched fist paw, he struck a strong blow directly into the huge monster's face. The orc lord was thrown far back from the impact and dragged with force along the ground almost to the tower wall. Park Soo-ho did not wait for the monster's sluggish carcass to slow down or even come to its senses. Without wasting time, he used his air power skill and caused a tornado that swirled and lifted the monster up. Figuring out the trajectory, the wolfman pushed himself off the ground with effort bouncing in his weight. An incredible leap allowed him to intercept the disoriented Vivaco monster in midair, and there to strike hard, without any regret sending the opponent back to the ground, with a fair amount of acceleration. Before Park Soo-ho himself could complete his movement, the orc lord had already slammed into the ground with a deafening thud. All he had to do was powerlessly scrape the rocky surface with his claws in an attempt to move. But then the huge monster only mumbled, unable to even twitch its arm. And the wolfman regrouped in the air and gave himself acceleration and flew downward as well. He landed precisely on the orc lord, killing him with a paw strike enhanced by natural and magical acceleration. Stepping to the side, Park Soo-ho exhaled and received a notification to level up and receive achievement points for defeating the dungeon boss. Then came the realization that a portal had opened 450 meters to the southwest, and there were 15 and a bit minutes until it closed. The orcs around the survivors of the whirlwind of air were struggling to regain consciousness and rise to their feet, but Park Soo-ho didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he rushed in the other direction in a hurry to get there before the portal closed. The recovered warriors and reinforcements rushed after the wolfman, but he had already disappeared into the familiar passages of the castle courtyard. After reaching the wolf enclosure, Park Soo-ho did not stop to apply the taming skill and continued running towards the exit, calling the pack to follow him. A new crowd of orcs jumped out at them, threatening to cut them off, but compared to the wolves, they were too heavy and clumsy. Park Soo-ho sped up himself and told his beast to move, promising to get out of here. As soon as they were marked as their own, portal funnels appeared in front of each new beast, where the wolves fled without a second thought, leaving behind not only the beasts and the crowd of monsters, but also the crowd of monsters. Park Soo-ho rushed towards the door leading to reality. He slid into the blue doorway as a wolf, reversing his transformation into a human as he went. And already a quite ordinary human figure was coming into reality. However, once the transformation was complete, Park Soo-ho's step became awkward and unsure. He was slightly wobbly from fatigue, and after the unaccustomed merging with a stronger beast than usual, trying to straighten up, he exhaled and had to admit that the side effects were very different from those after transforming into Snowball. Shaken up, Park Soo-ho didn't move far away from the portal and immediately checked the current number of beasts he had tamed. It turned out that if you go to the dungeon again, you could once in all the places to take and the level of the hunting ground to increase. Then through the translucent screen of the interface, he noticed that someone approached him and raised his head, seeing an unfamiliar girl in front of him. She waited for the guy's gaze to focus on her and smiled affably and asked if he was Park Soo-ho. He raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, not understanding what the strange girl wanted from him. But from the outside, this scene looked like they had known each other for a long time and were having a nice chat. This was what everyone around them saw as they stared at the young people with curiosity. Many people recognized Song Gui and Park Soo-ho and wondered if they were dating. The assumption that two such famous people were dating excited ordinary people, and everyone wanted to know the detail. Assistant Director Jen Ho Chan was watching what was happening at the portal from behind the crowd, and called the boss as soon as the meeting took place. That one was riding in the car again, and quickly answered the phone, happy that Park Soo-ho had finally managed to get caught. Watching Song Gui take the boy under her elbow and tell him something, the assistant was relieved that he was at least responding to her word. Young Ho Chong, who was pleased with the idea, condescendingly replied that it couldn't have been otherwise because Park Soo-ho is also a guy. And then the deputy was surprised to see a picture of young people going to a cafe together and reported it to the vice chairman. He concluded with satisfaction that this was what he expected from Song Gui, and then told them to keep an eye on them until he arrived. After hanging up the phone, Jung Ho Chang told the driver to drive to the portal again, and as fast as possible. The driver obediently stepped on the gas. The complex built around the level 5 portal was still full of people, and music was playing in the cafes and restaurants. However, when Jung Ho Chan finally made his way through the dense crowd to one of the establishments, he was again met with an unpleasant surprise. When he found the table where Song Gui and Park Soo-ho were supposed to be sitting and cooing, they weren't there. As soon as he angrily asked where the guy had gone, Song Gui, who was so upset, finally burst into tears. Sobbing and swallowing her words, she told him that she had come here with him, and that he had said he just wanted to dry his throat and left right afterward. Frowning at this news on the sofa seat, Jung Ho Chang angrily muttered something through his teeth and looked indignantly at his subordinate and the singer in turn. Sung Gui covered her face with her hands and sobbed bitterly, adding that Park Soo-ho said that he didn't like her because she was weak. Jing Ho Chang became furious at her words and pounded the table with his fist, angrily asking if she had taken anything. Offended by the way she was understood, the girl jumped up from her seat and hovered over the table, slamming her palms down on it and indignant, and then angrily turned around and walked away under the perplexed looks of the men, sending everyone away and muttering that she too would become a huntress. Completely losing the thread of what was happening, Jung Ho Chang looked at the girl and turned to the assistant to clarify what had happened here. When he heard Park Soo-ho say that his girlfriend should be strong, he let out a long sigh and frantically tried to find a way out. His assistant suggested a solution to the issue and reminded him that there were suitable awakened women in their clan. And as an example, he cited Kim Mi-jin, who is A-Rang and looks very strong physically. Hearing this, Jung Ho Chang even squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head, trying to see the picture and wondering where such taste could come from. He could only clutch his head, not knowing what else to do under the current circumstances. When asked where Park Soo-ho was, the aide tried to answer, but he was half-hearted and pointed out the window where he had just come out of the portal. Jung Ho Chang turned around in surprise and indeed saw the figure of Park Soo-ho standing still and gesturing strangely in the air outside the window. The one seemed quite content with life and his accomplishments and still paid no attention to anyone around him. Both the deputy chairman of the DGB and his assistant stared at the famous mercenary with their mouths hanging open, not believing that he had left after a few minutes of entering. But quickly coming to his senses, Jung Ho Chang rushed out, not wanting to miss the opportunity this time, and hurried his assistant. And as soon as he ran out of the door, he immediately called out to Park Soo-ho before he silently left again. Hearing Park Soo-ho's call, he looked questioningly at those who were shouting across the square and ran towards him. When the men reached and stopped in front of him, he asked them what was the matter. Both strangers were bent in half, with their hands on their knees and panting from running fast, but one of them offered to talk, and only after a little breathing, Jinho Chang straightened up, pretended that everything was fine, and reached into his jacket pocket for a business card, starting to introduce himself. But when he lowered his gaze for a second, the next thing he saw was Park Soo-ho's silhouette disappearing into the portal. He couldn't take such a blow to his ego. His eye even started to twitch from the whole situation and trying to meet some guy. After digesting what had happened and regaining his voice, he grimly clarified whether he had correctly realized that he had just been ignored. Not knowing to whom the question was addressed, the aide answered him uncertainly, and with that, he became furious. I had to run after him and try to stop and calm down Jinho-chan, who was rolling up his sleeves and resenting being ignored. There is no telling where this altercation between the offended principal and the assistant who was trying to calm him down would have led if a commanding voice hadn't sounded from behind. Still on the cusp of flaring emotions, Jung-ho Chang immediately asked who it was that was interfering, and only then turned to the person who had spoken. Behind them stood imposing figures. One of them was the general manager and his father's right-hand man, and the rest were his underlings. Jung-ho Chan's aide bent down in a deep bow of greeting, while the vice chairman himself only wished him a good evening. Secretary Chong Dae-moon adjusted his glasses and informed both of them that there were too many prying eyes around at the moment, so they should postpone such conversation. And as much as the young man would have liked to object, it was true. They were indeed being watched closely, and whispers could be heard in some places. The mercenaries who knew Jung-ho Chan were especially not hiding. They were amused and curious about what he could do again. So, he had to keep quiet. But that didn't stop him from furrowing his brow and thinking darkly that if this went on, he'd be in trouble. But wanting to get out of the delicate situation, Jung-ho Chang smiled naively and admitted that he was unlucky today. However, the maneuver failed, and under his disappointed grin, Secretary Chan salaciously offered to go rest while he himself would take care of all matters, and followed it up by praising it for a supposedly great job, well done, and offering the opportunity to get closer to Park Soo-ho in the future. Jung-ho Chan did not want to give all the laurels of today into the hands of the old fox, but he did not have many options left. So he had to make a good face and backtrack, saying that then he would not interfere anymore today and excused himself. It was not easy to calmly turn around and leave without haste under Secretary Choi's piercing gaze in the back. Jung-ho Chang only let himself look back and grit his teeth in anger when he was out of earshot. Chong Dae-moon, on the other hand, gave the young man a glance and dialed the chairman to report that he was in place and waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. Knowing the answer in advance, he asked what his son, Jung-ho Chan, had done again. But the secretary didn't focus on that, saying that Park Soo-ho's dungeon clearing abilities exceeded their expectation. The DGB chairman took the information favorably and reminded us that this is why they put so much money into it. At that moment, the figure of a man emerging from the portal once again appeared in the blue light of the portal. Chong Dae-moon stared at this in astonishment, half silent and unable to hear his superior's words in the receiver. And the severely exhausted Park Soo-ho was trying to put all the thoughts in his head. He had finally managed to tame 100 beasts and raise the level of the hunting ground. 200 beasts can be collected in this level, but he couldn't figure out what he needed to do because of his hunger. Deciding that this question could be put aside for now, he raised his head and stared at the next stranger in the room. When he realized that he had been noticed, he said hello politely. Park Soo-ho said ironically that he was the most wanted man in the world today. Secretary Jong did not pay attention to this phrase and introduced himself and the company he works for. Hearing the familiar name, Park Soo-ho thought for a moment and remembered that this was the guild that ran the orc dungeon he had come from. The conclusion was correct, and Chong Dae-moon confirmed it, adding that he had come to apologize for the recent incident. These words surprised Park Soo-ho, and he even asked what case he was referring to. It was only after asking that he realized what was meant. The man nodded and confirmed again just in case, voicing that he was referring to when the young man found himself in a level 5 dungeon. And when asked why they only came now, he explained that it took them some time to prepare more than just a verbal apology. Here, even the usually phlegmatic Park Soo-ho bowed his head incredulously and asked skeptically about more than a verbal apology. The DGB secretary nonchalantly added that, besides apologizing, they would also like to thank him. Park Soo-ho didn't reply anything to this, and continued to look at the older man extremely skeptically. The one hurriedly explained his thought and said that it was thanks to him that their dungeon neighborhoods had skyrocketed in price. The people in the crowd watching this conversation even took out their phones and filmed what was happening, surprised that this person, Park Soo-ho, was even listening. And Secretary Zhang continued to build on what he had said earlier, and added that this is why they had prepared something as a gift. But then he suggested that they continue their conversation at the best restaurant in the neighborhood, where a reservation was left for them. And the news of the meal cheered up Park Soo-ho. Then Chong Dae-moon escorted him to the cars parked aside, which the guy liked very much. Soo-ho Lands wasn't only beautiful during the day. At night, the many lights created an incredibly magical atmosphere. But the guys who came back after the party were not interested in the atmosphere at all. When they got out of the car, they were discussing how good the party had been. Jang Jae-shik was excited because he hadn't had anything like this in a long time, let alone lobster, and he was worried about Jun-ho driving. Han Dong-soo, who was so hungry for such things, immediately dreamed of how great it would be if they had a driver and Jun-ho could drink with them. Everyone agreed that it was a great idea and someone could be hired. At this point, Han Dong-soo suddenly stopped and sneered. Huno, who was walking beside him, noticed his friend froze and hung his head and asked what was wrong. He admitted that he was supposed to organize a meeting with those who wanted to join their guild, and when asked why he remembered it, he mumbled that he had forgotten about it. It was then that Monk Myung-jin realized that he should have gone to the construction bureau that day. At his side that if they did it again, nothing would be done again, Han Dong-soo resented them for eating lobsters over and over again. He took out his phone and looked at the chat room and announced that it was flooded with curses. It was only then that he realized that Jun-ho was supposed to do all of this. He nodded guiltily, but reminded me that he still didn't even have a license and was still listed as a doorman in the guild. Jang Jae-shik's jaw dropped, but Han Dong-soo frowned and forgot about it. Only the monk reminded that then the benefactor should apply for a license. The others immediately began to discuss the topic of obtaining a license. Jun-ho tried to apologize to the others, but his friends assured him that everything was fine and that the boss would surely figure out how to solve all their troubles. At that moment, Grandma Suk-cha and Gong-woo came out to the porch when they heard the voices. Jun-ho was equally happy to catch his son in his arms and hold him tightly. Han Dong-soo greeted his grandmother, hoping she wouldn't swear. But despite the gift handed to her, she reprimanded all four of them for their late return, and only then listened to their boyish excuses. Had a good time at the restaurant and Park Soo-ho enjoying their really great food. He had tried many delicious dishes and just enjoyed satisfying his hunger after his many forays into the dungeon. The secretary Chong Dae-moon had sat there all through the dinner without eating anything and remained silent. Only now he was glad that he had enjoyed it. However, since the dialogue started, Park Soo-ho immediately asked if the most expensive meals and modified SUVs were too much to thank. Correcting his glasses, the man seriously replied that in the case of risk to life, too much simply could not be. In the DGB warehouse, somewhere among the maze of containers, a steady thumping could be heard. And then the loan director Kim Jong-soo, who had been grabbed a little earlier, suddenly screamed shrilly, almost demanding to take his life instead of all the bullying. Surprised that this wasn't all of Park Soo-ho's suggestions, he joked that the apology was just an excuse to go wild. Secretary Chong grinned in response and remarked that his interlocutor had a great sense of humor. However, Park Soo-ho decided to stop the fun at this point, and after dropping his mask, he seriously asked what they wanted from him in return. Without humor, Chong Dae-moon also directly agreed to cut to the chase and announced that their company wanted an official partnership with the Soo-ho Guild. He then began to explain that Seoul was divided among the guilds into 12 sectors. However, due to the lack of a level 6 team, DGB does not have a sector. After learning that, even with all their finances as Korea's #1 company, they couldn't have a sector, Park Soo-ho agreed that it was a palpable blow to pride. But while he didn't quite understand what was expected of him, he immediately indicated that he didn't want to become a representative of one of the 12 sectors. The older man immediately assured that he wasn't suggesting such a thing. They want to open another 13th sector together with the Soo-ho Guild. And this sentence sounded unexpected and confused. Next, Chong Dae-moon explained that even though the sector is formed around guilds of that rank, it is difficult to deal with level 6 dungeon. Residents are increasingly worried about it, fearing for their lives and safety, and everyone would be reassured by a new neighborhood where they would be safe. Then people would be drawn there, and therefore the price of housing would rise. NDGB believes that Soo-ho Guild can give people that hope. After being silent for a while and letting them digest what had been said before, Chong Dae-moon remarked that Soo-ho Guild also had problems that were difficult for them to deal with. Without answering anything, Park Soo-ho only waited silently for the continuation, realizing that he had not been told everything he wanted to know. And the person opposite continued his point by saying that they don't have the startup capital of workers and the experience to create and run a city. Summarizing this lecture, Park Soo-ho summarized that DGB had the experience and money to create the sector and needed the strength of their guild. To this conclusion, Secretary Jong added that they saw potential for future investment in Soo-ho's guild, and only then asked for the interviewer's opinion. When asked if Park Soo-ho's comrades would be up to the task, he closed his eyes and thought back to his boys. They're nice, but they're not very experienced. Trying to squeeze the man, said that the best partner than them on the market cannot find, because not knowing the best guilds are supported by large companies. Park Soo-ho continued to remain silent, as he reasoned to himself that DGB would monopolize and exploit all the space around the dungeon. The silence was getting on Secretary Chong's nerves, but he was sure that the small guild couldn't handle all these details, and this was the best suggestion. After rubbing his chin, Park Soo-ho still replied with a smile, thinking that he would think that the 13th district wouldn't be built quickly anyway. This reaction for the already confident Chong Dae-moon came as a surprise, and he even stammered thanks. He'd been told that Park Soo-ho was a simple-minded glutton who loved presents. It was only to assume that the gifts weren't enough. After deciding that the conversation was over, Park Soo-ho stood up and said that it was getting late and he had to go. Secretary Chon hurriedly came up next and reminded him of what he had said about another gift. Park Soo-ho turned around questioningly, without showing much interest. Chong Dae-moon sipped from his glass of water and stated with a slight smugness that it was quite difficult to find him. Surprised by Park Soo-ho's air of mystery, he asked who exactly they needed to find. He was told that their scouts were able to find the president of a debt company from Yonggari, who had been hiding in abandoned places for a long time. They also added that he was reported as having died in custody, so now he can be disposed of at his discretion. The capture of such an evil man pleased Park Soo-ho, and he suggested that they deal with him themselves as they saw fit. And turning to leave again, he noticed that it was not worth it to get him out of the place where he would soon die anyway. Secretary Jong was speechless for a split second, and then asked if Park Soo-ho would like to meet him again after suffering. But the man waved it off, assuring him that it was too much even for him, and offered to just throw him back into the dungeon. This behavior puzzled the older man, who had seen a lot in his life, and was often used to completely different reactions. However, Park Soo-ho looked at the phone pulled out of his pocket and realized that there might be someone who could benefit from such a meeting. This man was at the same moment fiddling with his son, who was diligently portraying a great warrior and practicing techniques on his father. They did not immediately hear the melody, which was muffled by the pile of blankets. Finding his phone, Junho answered the call while Gongwoo panted and tried to unscrew his head and suggested that he give up. Surprised by his brother's request to come somewhere at such a late hour, Junho grew serious. And when he confirmed that it would be better to come now, he even stood up trying to unhook his son, who was still playing. But what struck him the most was when Park Soo-ho said that someone wanted to meet him there. He didn't have time to clarify anything else, however. His brother promised to send him the right address and asked him to take some medicine before the trip, and then he immediately passed out. And confused questions about what kind of company DGB is and who is waiting for him there, no one has heard. And Secretary Jong gave a friendly admonition to Park Soo-ho, who got into the car assigned to him, to be careful on the road. Buckling up, he asked with a smile that his friend be allowed to handle everything. Yijong Dae-moon bowed his head in agreement, and then reminded him that he could be contacted at any time if he needed help. He looked at the car leaving the restaurant for a while. Then he reported to the chairman about the meeting. He was overjoyed at the news. Perhaps it was not a full-fledged cooperation yet, but it was already a clear step in the right direction. In a hurry to share his joy, he dialed someone who would also like the news, hoping he was still in the office. Director Baek Yi-soo only sighed at such a question and reminded him that he practically never leaves there and asked what could have happened during the night. The DGB chairman immediately outlined the events of the evening and summarized that the meeting had turned out quite well. In response to the expressed gratitude, the director of the bureau replied that he just needed to recover his investment and ensure the migration of people to Suho land, especially since they will have to urgently recreate all the infrastructure and rebuild the housing estates. And then he added that in times like these, they should help each other so that everyone doesn't just stay in their own way. Knowing that his older brother doesn't do anything for nothing, Junho heeded his strange request and went to the address sent to him. With difficulty navigating the maze of piled containers, he finally braked in the right place. There were 2 officers waiting for him in uniforms that were neither military nor mercenary. As soon as they got out of the car, They immediately came closer and asked if he was Park Jun-ho. Then one went a little ahead and the other offered to follow him. All of this didn't inspire much confidence in Jun-ho, and he tried to stay wary. In addition, there was loud cursing coming from one of the containers, and someone locked in there yelled that he was hungry and demanded to be fed. But his threat to kill everyone with his own hands when he got out of here was interrupted by the sound of the door open. The trapped man inside immediately backtracked and assured me that he didn't mean anything by it and began to apologize, justifying himself with hunger. Surprised by all that was going on, Jun-ho opened the door and peered into the gut of the container. A streak of light caught out of the darkness a battered loan director from Yonggari, to whom he had once owed money. Killed and wounded, he was tightly bound hand and foot and strapped to a chair for safety. But it was impossible not to recognize him. Opening the door wider and stepping fully inside, Jun-ho slowly looked at the prisoner, realizing that he was not mistaken, and it was indeed Kim Jong-soo. Not knowing how to react to such a thing, he just stood silent for a while and continued to stare at the one who had caused his family a lot of trouble. Overjoyed that it wasn't the military torturers who had dragged him here and dumped him indifferently, Kim Jong-soo recognized the man who had entered. Jun-ho, on the other hand, was not too happy about the meeting, but slightly confused to say hello. The ensuing question about what he was doing here was running through his mind as well, but all he could answer was that he himself had just been informed that someone here wanted to meet him. Kim Jong-soo, who was in a good mood, laughed and laughed for quite a while, and when he calmed down, he scornfully said that Jun-ho was still the same as he had always been, discouraging the guy. Squinting his eyes, he suddenly clarified whether he had come with his friend. Still confused by the questions jumping from topic to topic and the general lack of understanding of the situation, Jun-ho replied that he was alone, and that brought a satisfied, victorious grin to the captive's parted lips. But he ignored it and angrily asked what the man wanted from him. After calculating the options, Kim Jong-soo hummed and said that he would like to apologize to Jun-ho. The one didn't have much faith in the honesty and openness demonstrated and frowned, and he went on to say that the day he beat Jun-ho was an accident. Allegedly, he was angry at his friend and just lost his temper. Jun-ho shrugged his shoulders and agreed to let it be, especially since it was already in the past anyway. Kim Jong-soo, who hadn't expected such a malleable response, frowned and thanked him. However, he then came to his senses and talked about the incident with that guy. He said that he was not the one who had sent him to the 5th level dungeon. Not realizing from the face of the former debtor whether he was interested in this information or not, he continued to insist on his version. And I just suggested that you just think, if just a common debt-ridden thug could have pulled this off. At these arguments, Jun-ho frowned, thinking over what he had said, and remembering the details of the strange and sensational incident. Realizing that he had sown a seed of doubt, Kim Jong-soo added that everything was planned by the DGB and bureaus who wanted to use his brother to their advantage. At the last sentence about him merely being a scapegoat, Jun-ho grinned crookedly and suggested that it must be unpleasant. Kim Jong-soo said that it would be very unpleasant to be a bankrupt, hiding in abandoned areas with goblins. After listening to all the lamentations, Jun-ho turned around towards the exit, threw a final grin that it was all sad, and said that he was leaving. Immediately afraid of being alone again, and at the mercy of those who had caught him, Kim Jong-soo shouted for him to wait. Trying to think of something that would allow him to get the guy to help, he recalled that he had given money when he was in trouble and had also helped Gunwoo's mother with her job, and at the same moment, repentantly lowering her head and muttering that she had asked me not to say anything about it. He squinted victoriously when the voice of Jun-ho, who had asked him back, sounded interested and panic-stricken. Fueling his interest, he began to tell her that back when he ran the Yonggari Job Center, she came to him and begged him to find her a job. And he remembered that it was almost like that. I think we can leave out the fact that he went to her himself. He then found her alone with a small child in her arms, huddled in the corner of a shabby room. Looking for her husband, Kim Jong-soo said that the interest is dripping, and there is a lot of it, and it would be sad if the family had to suffer because of such a man. The girl only trembled, clutching the baby to her and shedding tears begging not to take their lives. He hadn't thought of doing anything like that yet. The girl was a real beauty despite the fear of tears and pleading. With a dismissive snort, Kim Jong-soo asked if they had any food at all, and what kind of life and suffering for a man who isn't worth it. Smiling, he offered to find her a job, saying that a hard-working woman like her would pay off all her debts in 3 months. But the girl continued to weep bitterly and begged to let her and her son live. Sighing, the young then businessman stood up and, pulling out his wallet, asked if she was tired of living like this, and informed her that her life could change in an instant. Pulling out a decent wad of bills, he tossed them on top of the debt contract next to the girl, and he took a couple steps back and offered to call him when she thought about all this. And already at the door of the room, he turned around and added, that if the next time they came, her husband was not at home, she would be responsible for him. Indifferently looking into the beautiful eyes full of tears, he then said nothing more and just walked out with his boys. Junho, who knew nothing about the background of those events, caught on and turned back to the prisoner and asked if Gongwoo's mother had come to Yongari's office. And Kim Jong-soo confirmed it, adding that it happened when her husband disappeared. According to him, she held Gongwoo close to her and begged him for a job. Hearing this confirmation and explanation of the long-ago events, Junho was crushed. He remembered coming home one day and finding only his crying little son and a short note. He read the text of this note more than a dozen times, holding the paper with trembling hands. In it, she wrote that she was tired of him and asked him not to look for her. Lost and with a blackened face, Junho asked in a murdered voice if Kim Jong-soo knew where she was now. The one didn't fail to return to his offer, and said he'd show her where she lived if he was let out. Junho resolutely shifted his eyebrows and carefully looked at the captain, assessing how much of what he said was actually true. The streets of the city were almost empty, and Park Soo-ho and his driver drove toward home, after checking the warehouse where his brother should have arrived by now. He wasn't expecting to hear from anyone, so he bewilderedly pulled out his phone and looked to see who the message was from. This was the promised notification of a response from Dr. Totter from Kim Mi-so. This answer, and most importantly, the doctor's agreement to see me in England, was very gratifying. When they discussed it, Kim Mi-so said that the heliotrope generator's energy measurement device and the doctor's other discoveries were the beginning of the measurement era. But Park Soo-ho wondered if the famous scientist knew about the nature of the rift between worlds and times, and what planet he ended up on. Because if we can find answers to these questions, we may have a chance to meet our four-legged brothers and friends again. He took out his smartphone and dialed his number again, wanting to discuss some things with his brother. However, neither the first nor the second time he could get through. The operator monotonously mumbled that the subscriber did not answer or was out of range, and that was alarming. Thinking about the extent to which he could trust his younger brother to handle his own matters, Park Soo-ho called out to the driver. It was only after another unsuccessful attempt to call that he said they needed to change their route. The driver showed no emotion and only readily clarified where to go. Putting aside his doubts, Park Soo-ho told him to turn around and drive back to the DGB container. But he would never have been able to find his brother in that warehouse if he had wanted to, because that one had already untied Kim Jong-soo and rode the car into town with him. The former loan director rejoiced at his newfound freedom and even gave himself the pleasure of leaning out the window and shouting what he thought of his tormentors. He squinted in the direction of his companion and thanked him, only slightly calming down after a while. Without taking his gaze off the road, Junho replied flatly that he was always happy to help. The drive took a while, but the asphalt lay flat under the wheels of the car. In places we had to wander in the dark on unlit streets of virtually abandoned areas. The bright lights of the headlights attracted their attention, causing them to lean out of the windows and watch warily. Finally, the navigator brought them to the originally marked point and signaled the end of the route. Looking around, Junho pushed Kim Jong-soo, who had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, and announced that they were there. He blinked sleepily and looked up questioningly, not immediately noticing that they had stopped. Only then did he yawn and realize that they had arrived. Kim Jong-soo said he had a good night's sleep in such a nice car and stretched, and glancing over with a hint that the guy had gotten up pretty good. Tired of the unnecessary chatter, Junho didn't answer, and evenly clarified whether Gongwoo's mom was here, and he received a promise that soon the bandit's friends would take him to a place where she could be found. But the question of handmaidens did not even need to be formulated. Arrogant, armed men came out from all sides of the car. Junho continued to watch what was going on, but he showed no signs of concern. But his companion was beaming with genuine enthusiasm and loudly greeted his fraternity. Looking out the car window again, Kim Jong-soo waved his hand and laughingly asked how everyone was settling in. The closest bandits came close and looked at their boss, surprised that he was alive and even able to get here. One of them stated that they had already decided that he was off his skates too. The other leaned over to the driver's seat and took in the face, and then asked the boss who the guy was. But then another thug, this time Stubby, jumped up and recognized Junho loudly calling his name. There were whispers among the crowd. Some marveled that the guy was alive. Some were enviously praising the car and wishing they had one for themselves. When most of the whispers subsided, Kim Jong-soo voiced Junho's desire to find his wife and asked his guys to help in this endeavor. The one who recognized their former debtor mockingly asked about his wife and even remembered that her name was Mi-yoon. And then he nodded at the sign next to where the car was parked, and said it was in this building, so it was okay to come out. Accompanied by a crowd of thugs and their boss, Jun-ho approached the said building. We had to wait for the roller shutter gates to open to close the entrance, but as soon as they were high enough, Kim Jong-soo pushed Jun-ho into the darkness of the large room, and then mockingly reminded him that he wanted to meet his wife, so there was nothing to be nervous about. To the mocking laughter of the others, one of the bandits found a switch on the wall and struggled to turn it on. A bright light immediately flooded the entire room and blinded Jun-ho for a few seconds, forcing him to cover his eyes with his hand. But when he blinked out of the blinding light, he was frozen by what he saw. He had imagined a lot of things that could be waiting for him here, but I didn't think it would be a few huge shredders in the middle of a big empty room and walls covered in brown streaks. Kim Jong-soo mockingly confirmed the frowning boy's conclusion with the same mocking tone and said that this was a grinding factory. The thugs standing around supported the boss's tone and did not hide to discuss which container Mi-yoon was in. There was still hope that this was just an attempt to mess with him, and Jun-ho really wanted to believe it. However, not frowning when he turned around and asked where Gong-woo's mother was didn't work. But instead of an answer, there followed a heavy blow with a bat to the head, which knocked him off his feet and threw him aside. Before he could do anything, Jun-ho tumbled into the center of the room and stood still. Satisfied with his blow, Kim Jong-soo stopped covering himself with a benevolent smile and angrily yelled that they had chopped her into pieces. He sputtered about how they'd helped her, and instead of thanking her, she'd given them nothing back. Standing over the recovering guy, the others were supporting their boss in different ways, denigrating the girl in trouble. As soon as Jun-ho tried to stand up, Kim Jong-soo came closer and said that Mi-yoon no longer mattered. And then he started hitting with his bat and saying that Jun-ho and his brother were to blame for everything, because it was because of them that the business was destroyed. Jun-ho didn't make a single move to prevent the punches and calmly took them. And Kim Jong-soo was so excited that even his own subordinates hesitantly stammered about slowing down. But he didn't want to listen to anyone and repeatedly raised and lowered the bat with fury. The former loan director only mumbled about his desire to send them to the other side of the world and told them how long he had dreamed of this moment. But despite the hail of blows and muffled groans, Jun-ho remained virtually unharmed. While he was trying to breathe and move, there was an order to pour water on him, but no one was going to lose consciousness. Jun-ho thought about taking the lives of everyone here now. He used to think that after school, all the problems would go away by themselves. But even as he grew up, the nightmare continued and was never going to end. And just like in high school, he tried to get away from his problems by defeating monsters. Only in video games could he escape from his horrible life. Only they calmed him down and helped him cope with the difficulties of real life. And in that real life, only Mi-yoon treated him with kindness and tried to help him. But Jun-ho continued to solve problems not in reality, but still in the same way with video game. And almost every night, instead of being with his family, he was furiously destroying virtual monsters and imagining humans in their place. Even when his little son Gong-woo was born, not much changed. Disregarding the feelings of the woman who gave him much, he infantilizingly avoided solving real problems, and only tortured and tormented his wife with endless tantrums, remaining an incapable of anything nothing. Jun-ho just didn't try to understand the pain he was causing the girl with this. Thoughts and memories were interrupted by the shout of one of the bandits who said that everything was ready for the shredder to start. Then Kim Jong-soo yelled at the still lying motionless guy to get up, because he was going to meet his wife soon. This phrase made Jun-ho open his eyes and finally float out of the fog of regrets. If he could meet her again, he'd beg her to give him another chance, and Kim Jong-soo kept telling him that he would do to him what they had done to her. He planned to break his knees and slowly lower him into the shredder. Without getting an answer, he stood up and nodded to the approaching thug with the hammer to begin. The one swung his weapon with sadistic anticipation and advised him to clench his teeth tighter. Rolling over onto his back, Jun-ho silently gave thanks for remembering his past. Those quiet, calm words discouraged everyone and made them turn around. And he opened his eyes and said he deserved to suffer, but their blows didn't hurt at all. And by the time the gravity-driven hammer hit the floor with a noise, there was no one there. All around froze with open mouths, incredulous at what had happened, and were silent at the deafening cries of the thug. Jun-ho, from whom no one expected resistance, stood on his feet with his head bowed and clutched the summoned blades in his hand. This shocked the honorable audience almost more than anything else. But no one could still move. Still with his head on his chest, Jun-ho said that when Gun-woo's mom left, he promised himself not to do it again. And as he slowly raised a perfectly normal gaze laced with an anticipatory grin, the people around him bared their teeth in fear. After looking around at everyone present, Jun-ho licked his lips and said that he wouldn't let them out alive. And that's when all the bandits went dead. Some of them realized that they had contacted the Awakened One, and they all realized it was time to run. And then came the dance of the blades, taking the lives of the hardened bandits one by one. Kim Jong-soo stood still for the longest time, still unable to believe that the swaggering guy he knew before was different. And this other guy was coming at him without a shred of fear. On the contrary, he chuckled grimly and tapped his blades threateningly. By the time it came to him that it was time to do the legwork if he wanted to save himself this time, it was too late. Jun-ho took this scumbag's life with a couple of moves practiced on real monsters. Most of his friends had already poured out into the street and were scurrying about, screaming to get as far away from here as they could. But they wouldn't be able to get far. The human hunter was already on their trail, and as promised, he wasn't going to let them go. Those bandits who ran out last looked back and saw the one who had been happily tortured a while ago and shouted even louder than before. Jun-ho caught up with the closest one to him and disposed of it with ease, and then chased them down one by one, leaving no one a chance. Somebody remembered the snipers who were supposed to be covering them, but the help of snipers was not available to the bandits this time, even if it could have been useful. On the roof where the snipers were supposed to sit was Park Soo-ho with several DGB officers behind him. He smiled contentedly at what was going on downstairs, happy with his decision to let Jun-ho handle the situation. In the back, the driver left at his disposal by Secretary Chan uncertainly clarified whether his brother was all right. Park Soo-ho nodded that it was okay, and asked that he just didn't get in trouble with the law afterward. To this, one of the two additional officers sent in reviewed the information and reported that most of the bandits were criminals and of no value, which means whatever Jun-ho does to them now, the government won't care. That pleased Park Soo-ho, but more than that, he liked that his brother had finally awakened for real, and would now be able to handle everything without him. The one at this moment was just catching up with the last bandits and was full of grim triumph. The Korean news was filled with images of breakthroughs and monster fighting. Finally, some information about the situation in Gyeongbuk became known. But unlike the safely resolved situation, the concerns caused unrest among people who believed that the guilds were failing to handle dungeon appearances. Fortunately, so far, soldiers have been able to deal with the aftermath. Sometimes the own forces of ordinary squads and teams are enough, but sometimes reinforcements such as the strongest internal mop-up battle group, 707A, come to the rescue. And then Choi Soo-yeon's focused face flashed among the members of this very group who had returned after a successful mission. Kim Mi-seo, who was watching the news, cursed and called the blonde an idiot. After all, she could at least call if she survived. At that moment, the newscaster, who had finished with the important news, jumped to the scandal surrounding the popular singer Song Gui. And following the footage from the group's music video, they showed a photo of a girl standing next to an easily recognizable Park Soo-ho somewhere near a portal. Choi Soo-yeon saw the same picture and was attracted by the loud cheers of the soldiers as she passed by their resting place. After seeing the picture, the girl instantly boiled up, perceiving everything exactly the same as most of the others, and almost roared with anger. At this time, things were even less smooth at the portal in the Suho Guild's territory than the incomprehensible relationship with the 1,000-year-old Robinson Crusoe. After watching the news, Kim Mi-seo contacted the base near the dungeon and requested a report. In the end, 12 teams were sent there. But even though they started bringing more things, no one had ever found the treasure they were looking for, and it made you wonder. Park Soo-ho's words about practicing for 1,000 years came into his mind over and over again. It was a nuisance. Captain Lee Min-soo did not believe this story and thought that he was just not telling his secret to anyone. It was understandable because who would share such a secret? But Choi Soo-young disagreed with him. She sincerely defended her opinion and was sure that Park Soo-ho was not like that. But Kim Mi-seo didn't know what to believe. On the other hand, an exhaustive investigation of the dungeon yielded no results. And then it occurred to her that maybe she should concentrate not on the dungeon, but on the guy himself, and realize what his purpose was and what he was doing. And at that moment, knocking me out of my thoughts and making me shudder, my smartphone rang with a loud ringtone from the person I was just thinking about. Taking the phone in hand, Director Kim answered the call saying hello, and immediately asking if everything was okay, and if he had found his brother. Park Soo-ho assured her that everything was fine, but he wanted to know what happens to awakened necrovillians who are bitten. Kim Mi-seo immediately perked up and worriedly asked if either of them had been bitten. The monk Myung-jin immediately came to mind after some time of suffering from severe pain in his leg. When they unwrapped the bandages over the bite site, it was extremely inflamed and reddened veins stretched out to the sides. Not wanting to give away his friend, Park Soo-ho replied in an even voice that there were no bites and he was just curious to know. And the interest was indeed there, as each day the bite caused more and more suffering and pain. Along with it grew and spread through the body a strange vein-like appearance. After digging into the data, Kim Mi-seo said that there were only 38 cases of bites from the awakened. Hoping that the information he was interested in would be in the database, Park Soo-ho asked what happened to all those infected. In response, the principal read him on the 48th day of observations, 2 died of leukemia. 26 of this group simply went bald without any other manifestation. 7 others have not seen any side effects at all, except for pain at the bite site. And only 3 of those bitten were F-level awakened and turned into necroville. While Kim Mi-seo was listing the symptoms, Park Soo-ho remembered that the monk also had fever and aches and red veins. The most plausible was her assumption that the lower the rank of an awakened person, the higher their chances of turning into a necrovillian. And judging from the state Myung-jin was in when he left, he didn't have much time left. After thinking about it, Park Soo-ho asked if it was necessary to quarantine the bite, and it turned out he was right. Somewhere in Australia, there is a special facility where bitten people are closely monitored. They are also doing research to create a vaccine. That is, experiments are conducted on the bitten. That's how Park Soo-ho translated it to himself when he finished talking. But he wasn't about to leave his friend to the scientists and experimenters, and that's why he came to the one who had already helped him out once before. A man wrapped in a cloak was sitting on a bedspread that had seen better days. Various jars and boxes were placed next to him. He was meditatively practicing calligraphy and pondering something of his own. When the shadow of the man who had stopped beside him fell on him, he stopped what he was doing and raised his head. He was in no hurry to take off his hood, though. Park Soo-ho squatted down in front of him and examined the variety of packages between them. Only then did he smile kindly and say hello. The man hiding his face smiled back and said it had been a long time. He then asked if he wanted more medicine for his brother. But this time, Park Soo-ho came for another and told him that a friend of his had been bitten on the leg by an infected person. The stranger stirred and couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. However, he let me finish the story by asking if there was a cure for such a thing, because the past had been a great help in dealing with his brother's problem. Nodding, the man slowly examined his supplies from under his hood. Somewhere amongst it all was an ointment that would cure any bite from a kitten to a rabid dog. And then he saw the green jars pushed a little to the side by other packages. Taking one, he held it out to Park Soo-ho and smilingly assured that this ointment would be enough. He was surprised to read on the label that the ointment was called Anti-Fraumann. The name puzzled him. The merchant also explained that it should be applied to the wound twice a day before meals, morning and evening. It should work in a week. After listening carefully to the recommendations and examining the jar of ointment, Park Soo-ho asked how much he charged for the purchase. For his second purchase already, he was discounted, and instead of 4 million won for one jar, he was offered a price of 1 and 2 million. After thinking about it, he decided it would be better to get a spare, so he asked if there would be 10 of them. After making the purchase, Park Soo-ho thanked the merchant profusely and assured him that he would be owed a debt. He remembered that if a friend with a bite is convulsing, it is enough to hit him harder, and the infection will stop. After thanking Park Soo-ho once again, he went on with his business, clutching his purchase in his hand. The merchant was looking at him with his eyes. And then we heard the whistles of the patrolmen and their shouts that it was forbidden to sell anything here. With a practiced movement, the merchant rose to his feet, grabbed the blanket by the corners, raked the contents, and leaped over the fence parapet. By the time the patrolman reached the right spot and leaned over the fence, there was no one in sight below, and only a raven took off from somewhere below, flying practically right next to them. While Park Soo-ho was getting the medicine, Myung-jin in his room at the guild mansion continued to suffer from the pain in his bitten leg. Han Dong-soo and Jang Jae-shik, along with Gong-woo, were watching what was going on with the monk by slightly opening the door to his room. The boy was most interested in the question of whether Mr. Monk was turning into a zombie. Looking at the way their comrade was shivering, the adult boys tentatively stretched out that it was quite similar to that. Han Dong-soo took out his phone, opened an app on it, and poked at the center of the screen, activating. At the same time, he looked worriedly at the suffering Myung-jin and lamented the fact that he would have to eliminate it. And while Yang Jae-shik's eyes rounded in horror, Gong-woo concentrated on whether or not Mr. Monk would die if he pushed the button. And then, without waiting for an answer, he poked right into the center of the smartphone screen. The adults made faces full of horror, but the boy just covered his eyes from the light with his hands and tried to see what was going on with the monk. When the flashlight on the phone was finally turned off and everyone was able to blink, they looked around the room curiously. Myung-jin froze on his bed, no longer writhing in pain and only breathing heavily. Gong-woo said he was quite happy with the result. Jang Jae-shik, on the other hand, exhaled with relief. Without hearing Han Dong-soo's embarrassed words that he was joking, the boy reasoned that 100 poison copies at once would be better. And then he took a step into the room, and under the surprised looks of the older boys, put his hands out in front of him and shouted the spell he had just thought of. Breaking the atmosphere from below came the particularly hard clatter of a cleaver on the cutting board, and then Grandma Suk Cha called everyone down for dinner before the soup finally got cold. When the boys turned back to the monk, he was already sitting on the bed with his face in his palm. Gongwu was very surprised at how well his spell worked. Running fully into the room, he pointed at the monk and shouted happily that he was up. Myungjin didn't pay attention to the company. He was already sick enough to hardly realize who he was and where he was. Jae-shik sneaked up behind the boys and hesitantly asked if the monk was really turning into a monster. Dongsu assumed that the monk was just hungry, and then a question came from behind what they were doing, which made all three of them jump up and shriek in fear. But it was only Park Suho standing on the doorstep, with a jar of bite ointment in his hand. The boys immediately rushed to assure him that we must hurry. And then the monk acted strangely, and his shriek suddenly turned into a snarl. Without a second's hesitation, Park Suho jumped over to him and slapped Myung-jin, throwing him backwards onto the bed. The onlookers who were as shocked as the older guys, and who like Gong-woo were yelling joyfully. The Japanese channels were also broadcasting dungeon-related news that day. It was reported that the 7th level dungeon in Hokkaido had been cleared. For all 10 days and 11 hours since 25 members of Okita Hero's team had entered that place, the whole world had been watching. Many residents took to the streets with placards and shouts of support and waited for the heroic team's imminent return. And in a moment, expectations and hopes were justified, and vague outlines appeared among the flashes of the activated portal. The overjoyed people watched with rapt attention as the blurred figures transformed into people emerging from the glow. It was indeed Okita Hero's battle group, returning from the dungeon with himself at the head. It was important for all of humanity to know that the main group of their warriors were able to successfully complete the task of clearing a dungeon of this level. And in the end, this team under Okita Hero saved the city of Sapporo. Except that at first, the warriors who had come out with solid steps began to stagger and then fall unconscious one by one. Then they showed footage of medics in large numbers rushing to the victims. The last to make sure that all the surviving members of the battle group had left the dungeon was Okita Hero himself. And judging by the excitement that rose after he lost consciousness among the people, everyone was wondering how grueling and dangerous this mission was. All the victims were eventually taken to a nearby hospital and given proper care. Akiko sat next to Okita Hero most of the time, waiting for him to wake up. At the same time, she watched the news in case something unexpected happened. All the previous events flashed before his eyes as Okita Hero woke up and stared at the ceiling for a while. And then he called out to the girl sitting next to him, who looked away from her tablet in surprise. A moment later, you were alarmed to realize that her friend and mentor was awake. But as soon as he sat down and asked for water, Akiko did her best to calm down and get her excitement under control. She handed the man a glass of water and let him drink without distracting him with questions or conversation. And only when she helped him get comfortable did she gently ask him not to blame himself, because he had nothing to do with the situation. Judging by the lost look on Okita Hero's face, she didn't succeed in convincing him, though he agreed to himself that it wasn't his fault. To cheer her up, Akiko said that according to their information, Park Suho had been invited to meet Daigo, and she thought something was fishy. Okita Hero was definitely cheered up by this news. He glanced at the girl, surprised at the news of the meeting with the Deputy Supernatural Bureau himself. They are responsible for the entire national defense, and Daigo's attention is more valuable than the entire Federation of Awakened, where he himself has fallen. And that attention meant that their government was very interested in Park Suho. Everything that was happening made him angry because he was supposed to be the one who would lead the world into a brighter future. It was obvious that Okita Hero couldn't continue to ignore this guy. Besides, he had already lost 7 people because of the 7th level dungeon. He's not upset about it, as he's lost his comrades many times before, in all the time he's been trying to fix the future. In the end, he lost the whole world by dying over and over again, and even Akiko had to say goodbye dozens of times. But this time, Okita Hero was furious, all because of that Park Suho who's already on the rumor mill. You can't jeopardize yourself in the world just because of one guy, especially since, judging by his actions, he's up to something terrible, which means, for the sake of the future of all mankind, he will be obliged to take his life. Sorting out his feelings and thoughts, Okita Hero nodded to himself and turned to the girl again. With a determined look, he demanded that any vessel capable of sailing to Busan be found immediately. At Akiko's stunned look, the man offered to build it again, but he needed it urgently. In the Suho Guild's domain, this morning was as clear as Japan. And also, not all the inhabitants of the mansion were awake yet. although most of them were already doing their business. The smaller part was Junho struggling to come to his senses and not immediately remembering why he was in such a state. Grasping his temples from the sudden movement, he struggled to endure the onset of a headache. Hanging laundry just outside his window, Grandma Suk Cha muttered that this was exactly why you shouldn't get drunk at night. She told the confused Junho to get up and go to breakfast. He nodded happily, remembering at last the reason for the evening's celebration. The day before, he had completed the exam for his mercenary license and was presented with the proper credential. Taking it from the nightstand to take a closer look, Junho thought to himself that he was finally a real mercenary. Han Dong-soo, on the other hand, had long since gotten up and settled down at his computer. As the only no-tuber on the team, he always had enough work to do with the channel, especially the official one for their guild. Even though after everyone found out that Park Soo-ho was just awakened, the number of views dropped, their channel still gained 1 million subscribers. He was also happy that he had 10 billion won in his personal accounts. He had never thought he would be able to see such figures before. Han Dong-soo considered connections to be the result of his success. In his opinion, gaining the trust of the powerful in time was also an important skill, but further reverie was interrupted by a sudden intrusion into the room that made him jump up. Junho barging in with his question about fun pissed the hell out of me. He jumped up and reprimanded his friend, reminding him to knock on the door. It was only then that he cooled down and calmed down. Junho embarrassedly apologized and said that Grandma was calling them for breakfast. Then he asked where Jang Jae-shik could have gone. Han Dong-soo, who had already sat back down, said that he was practicing like crazy and added that he would finish up and come down for breakfast. And Jang Jae-shik was indeed at this time, long ago, practicing hard at the special training ground. Focused and collected, he clutched his new sword tightly and tried to get stronger to fight the monsters better next time. Occasionally, he would freeze in concentration and gather his strength for a strike, or ponder possible bunches of blows, but more often tirelessly struck at targets practicing the same techniques time after time. His movements had to become perfected to the point of automatism, so that the blows would follow without unnecessary thought or delay, and it was simply worth getting better acquainted with the new weapon to use it as confidently as the previous one. Therefore, training was simply necessary for him, and Jang Jae-shik approached it responsibly. He allowed himself to exhale only when all the trees on the site replacing the enemies had been defeated. But even that didn't seem to be enough for him. As he tried to catch his breath and regain consciousness, the mercenary clearly realized that he was still acting too slowly. Exhaling, he stood again, waiting for the trees specially grown by the forest spirits for training to recover. As he prepared for another round of training, Jang Jae-shik thought about how he couldn't be so slow to fight again. And barely had the trees recovered, he rushed to the attack, conducting a swift series of blows. All he cared about at that moment was to not let the events that worried him happen again. In another part of the territories, a dolga dove accompanied a flock of wolves at ease parting the air above them. A lone frightened deer ran ahead of everyone, shining its hooves. The pack was led by Tok Poki, the strongest of the wolves as always. And on his back sat Gong Wu, diligently encouraging the wolf to run faster. On the backs of many other wolves, there were also children having a competition. The winner is the one who catches the deer, and the loser goes for apples. And all this merry procession was closed by a joyfully barking snowball, and for some reason, an elephant that followed him. The whole gang ran past the newly rebuilt monastery building, with shrieks and braying. At the stairs leading up to the temple, Park Soo-ho was talking to a senior monk and his 2 female assistants who were looking after the children. He looked up and was pleased to see that the temple was completely ready, but then he couldn't resist asking if it would collapse. The monk took it as a joke and offered to check everything out, but assured me it was built to perfection, although he nodded at the offer to tell me if anything was wrong. And then he and the women bowed and thanked them for the opportunity to find shelter here and all the kindness shown to them. At that moment, a flock of animals with children on their backs ran past them. The adults stood back and watched the kids tease each other, and the wolves wanting to get to victory. With a smile, Park Soo-ho watched his little nephew frolicking, and it was the first time he saw him so happy. He remembered how lonely the boy used to be when they first met. Watching his life in the house where he and his father had lived before, he didn't understand everything, but he could see that things were completely different now. When the children were out of sight, the teachers remembered that it was lunchtime. The monk asked Park Soo-ho to join them, but the man refused and instead asked how Myung-jin was doing and if he was feeling better. The older monk was pleased with the news that the delirium that had long tormented their younger colleague had finally passed. He can even exercise now. He has an appetite and things are gradually getting better. Myung-jin himself wasn't so sure that things were getting back to normal. Looking at himself in the mirror, he realized that in a way not much had changed in his life since he could remember. Even as a child, he He was very different from the other children. They were seldom eager to have him play with them and keep him company. Orphaned and almost completely bald, he attracted the attention of bullies who didn't want to put up with those who were different from them. Often he had to run away and hide somewhere away from such attention until the evening to stay safe. In time, he realized that he was lonely, precisely because he was different from the other children and tried to close himself off from everyone with a wall. But one day, the master came across him during such hide and seek and offered to go with him to the temple. He raised him, taught him a lot, and replaced his family. His loss during the monster attack on the monastery was a real blow. Holding his mentor's body in his arms amidst the fire and goblin carcasses, Myung-jin couldn't hold back tears from the grief he felt. He told Park Soo-ho, who came to visit him, that he felt real hatred after the death of the master and the burning of the temple. That's when he first started destroying monsters in an attempt to drown out the storm inside. Monster after monster, sortie after sortie, before never thinking of harming Myung-jin, defeated the monsters. His rage found no other way out and choked him from the inside, and only battles with monsters were allowed to give her entrance and dispel the dark void in her soul. He had willingly gone to this sin, and it didn't matter where his soul went afterward. He just needed to take the heat off. And in between battles he sat in the darkness of the room, without parting with his mentor's hentabon, all covered with particles of defeated monsters. And for a long time he didn't want to see anyone. He had no desire to socialize and make friends, though sometimes others tried to convince him that he cared about someone else and he cared about them. All this was so natural to tell the one who again saved from a terrible fate, and now quietly listened to the story without judging or commenting. Yi Myung-jin finally admitted that Park Soo-ho had helped him to finally calm his hatred by rebuilding their temple. But now he has thought about a lot of things and has a new purpose in life. Continuing to remain silent, Park Soo-ho only arched his eyebrow questioningly. The peeping Han Dong-soo, Jang Jae-shik, and Gong-woo whispered again, wondering what the monk was talking about. With a sharp movement, Myung-jin extended his arm to the side and summoned his winged spear. And when the weapon materialized with a swift movement stack from the bed on which he was sitting before, and with force struck a blow, the eavesdropping and peeping guys flinched and recoiled from the splinters that splattered in all directions. And the monk straightened up and declared with a wild smile that, for the sake of all the suffering and destitute, he would walk the path of hell instead of them. The people present were shocked, especially little Gong-woo, who looked round-eyed, and Han Dong-soo muttered that now they had two crazy people, and only Park Soo-ho remained calmly standing in his place, and still also did not say a word. Hearing the clinking of glass, Granny Sak-cha, with an angry spirit of retaliation, climbed the stairs threateningly, asking who got the guns in the house, and the monk then jumped out the window with a spear in his hand, blowing the rest of him away. Now almost completely recovered, Myung-jin looked at himself in the mirror and heard the joyful cries of children from the street and the call to come down for breakfast. Looking at how his appearance had changed and remembering much of his life, he tapped his forehead against the surface of the mirror with effort. The glass cracked, and the monk's lips curved in a wicked smile that was duplicated in the reflection. The night sea was choppy, but fortunately it was still far from stormy waves. The full moon illuminated the path of the small ship Akiko had managed to find in no time. The boat, led by a desperate captain who was not afraid to cross the sea with 2 passengers on board, was desperately fighting the elements. Shriveled up before recovering from the grueling sweep of the high-level dungeon, Okita Hiro stubbornly did not take his eyes off the horizon. He did not react to the girls' relieved exhalation that they had arrived in Busan. He did not react at all to the girls' relieved exhalation that they had arrived in Busan. All his thoughts were occupied only with the damned druid and his intentions to deal with him once and for all. And at Suho's guild cottage, the boys gathered for breakfast. Junho was worried that the monk wasn't coming out, but the others assured him that he had just pissed off Granny. Thinking that he needed time, he remembered that Secretary Chan had called and said that they had finished the city plan and would be working on the infrastructure soon. After hearing the report, Park Soo-ho nodded and warned his brother to keep a close eye on them while he was away, so that DGB wouldn't start any shenanigans. Jang Jae-shik froze before bringing the spoon to his mouth and asked in surprise where he was going. Without taking his eyes off a large piece of deliciously cooked meat, Park Soo-ho replied that he was going to England, where he had a meeting with Toddler. At these words, Jang Jae-shik looked at Han Dong-soo and the latter mumbled indistinctly that he couldn't go anywhere yet. Bewilderment and the otherwise legitimate question of why you can't get anywhere yet made me tear myself away from the food. After chewing, he explained further that all air and sea routes are now closed for security reasons. That didn't answer Park Soo-ho's question in any way and didn't explain the reasons, so he demanded an explanation. Realizing that he didn't know anything, Jang Jae-shik said that there had been news of a number of breakthroughs recently. So the sky is full of wyverns, and the sea is full of nasty things. That's what was alarming, and needed more details to get to the bottom of it. Han Dong-soo found some articles, and showed a picture of the wyverns on his phone. The article said that they were currently heading for Shanghai. He also showed articles about problems at sea, but they can't even find the sea squirrel, and no one has ever seen it. After looking around at everyone, Junho clarified why they needed transportation, and if his brother couldn't fly on his own. He explained that he could become a pigeon, but that he would only be able to fly for about 10 minutes, which would not be enough time to get to England. And the fact that he was turning into some kind of pigeon really upset Park Soo-ho. I never thought I'd need powerful wings. With a frustrated sigh, he asked the guys how long to wait until all the problems were taken care of. Jang Jae-shik dug into the internet and reported that if articles are to be believed, the Chinese army is fighting the wyverns, and experts estimate it will take about a month. Even Park Soo-ho was confused and shocked by the deadline. It was also too long to postpone the meeting. At this time, Han Dong-soo, who was distracted by the phone, excitedly exclaimed that there was a way to get to England. In response to an interested look, he put the phone away and began to talk about the opportunity he had come up with. At first, he gave a short version, saying that it was necessary to tame the golden eagle, and then he corrected himself that it was an awakened golden eagle. The intrigued Park Soo-ho immediately visualized this beautiful, proud bird, and how much better it was than an ordinary pigeon. Naturally, he was very interested in such an opportunity, and asked where such a person could be found. While looking for the right video, Han Dong-soo replied that there is one inside the Korean demilitarized zone, and then showed clips and explained that there was a channel where man survives in nature, and one clip showed huge awakened animals. Among them are various critters, but in addition, a huge golden eagle was shown. After breakfast, Park Soo-ho took Han Dong-soo, thinking he had nothing better to do, and went to look for him. He was whining halfway through the trip about why they had taken him with them, and that he was already up to his neck in channel management. To be happy about the opportunity to shoot new material, he also did not want to emphasize that then the work will be even more. Akiko and Okita-hiro were also in the car on their way from Busan to Seoul. It was going to take at least 10 more hours, so the girl offered her tired and irritated partner to get some sleep, but he only growled in response that he would be fine. Then the girl gently tried to hint that there would be a big scandal if anyone found out about their action, and on the confirmation of the possibility of an international scandal, asked why then they don't try to catch the guy through official means. Glumly looking over the notes on Okita's phone, Hiro exhaled that he just didn't have time for this, and it was easiest to do everything himself. At that moment, the navigator beeped warning of approaching trouble on the road ahead. Deciding to postpone the difficult conversation, Akiko switched to the current task at hand, and reported that in 1,200 meters, there would be a red zone of necrovilles. In order to stay out of the dangerous area and not end up wasting even more time, they had to take a detour. So, the girl just silently regrouped and turned onto another highway at a completely empty junction. When Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo reached the supposed location of the awakened beasts, they left the car and traveled further on the foot. It was hard to say where exactly to look for the golden eagle they needed, so there was a possibility of wandering through the local forests for some time in search of it. They split up and kept close to each other, but slightly apart. Han Dong-soo was the first to stumble upon the awakened beast, and he was able to recognize the impressive grin of its teeth and strong hooves. When a wild boar larger than him came out of the bushes in front of him, he only had enough strength to give a strangled yelp. All other words were confused under the burning gaze of the aggressively panting giant boar. When Park Soo-ho's voice came out and asked how the beast was doing, Han Dong-soo only managed to squeeze out a husky confession that he looked very strong. When the fire in the boar's eyes had died down, it was easier, but it still didn't look kind, even if he wanted to. And Han Dong-soo added that it looks like this beast doesn't like humans very much. The voice of Park Soo-ho, who decided that he didn't just want to subdue the animal, but had to subdue it, broke the delicate balance. And despite his attempted obedience, the boar exhaled a snatch of air with a snort and prepared to attack. Without waiting for the worst to happen, Han Dong-soo screamed and rushed away from the not-so-cute boar, and he loosened the ground with his hoof and rushed to catch up with the fleeing target. Realizing that he couldn't run far, Han Dong-soo flew up to the nearest tree that was in his path. He began to call loudly for help while clinging to the tree. The boar was not deterred by this, and started ramming the tree trunk with the same enthusiasm. Stubborn blows of powerful tusks quickly helped the boar to knock down even a rather thick across tree chosen for the attempt to hide. And when that, with a noise, began to pile up with its lodger, the boar stood watching it with interest. Han Dong-su shouted loudly while the tree was falling, and at the end of the tree, his back hit the ground. Lying next to the tree, he clutched his eyes and prayed, realizing that it was now a matter of seconds before the boar dispatched him. But time passed, and nothing happened. And when he was about to open his eyes, he felt something drop on his cheek. Here you open your eyes willy-nilly, even if you don't want to know what other danger has brought. Above him stood a huge hare with black fur protruding forward teeth, and eyes burning red light. The sight of the hare was so powerful that Han Dong-su immediately jumped to his feet and ran away again. But when he looked back, he noticed that the hare had not run anywhere and was still standing in its place. When he turned around, his nose was once again right in the boar's face. Luckily, Park Soo-ho was standing there calmly and seemed to be in control of both of them. Sitting between the two respectful animals, Han Dong-su timidly asked if they were going to eat him. The somewhat unsure but still negative answer calmed him down and allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. But I couldn't resist asking you to remove this frightening critter with their red eyes. After looking at the information on the black hare that had evolved into a predator, Park Soo-ho sent that one into the portal. But the boar, awakened after countless headbutts, was not sent anywhere. Instead of answering why he didn't send it, he climbed on top of it and said that the boar, who would now be called Yuka-jan, would give them a ride. Han Dong-su did not like the prospect. Although it was a good idea to ride on horseback, he preferred to climb onto the wolf he had summoned. As they began to climb up the slope, leaving the forest behind, he continued to watch the boar and clarified if the transformation was worth it. Park Soo-ho assured that he only slightly changes the character of the beasts to make them safe, but otherwise they are just beasts. Besides, he doesn't transform into beasts that are stronger. And then he slyly asked if the hare was scary. And when Han Dong-su admitted that he wasn't very good, he added that the hare's level was higher than his, to which the guy sobbed that he was weaker than the hare. They moved higher and higher through the bantering and bantering. Han Dong-su whimpered once again, asking how much longer they had to hang around. After all, they've already found 2 awakened animals, and the eagle is still missing, and that's the hardest thing to find. They came to a cliff with a breathtaking view. Park Soo-ho stopped at the edge of the cliff and took out his phone and dialed a number. Kim Mi-so answered the phone almost immediately and immediately asked how she could help. The guy's question about where the blonde was now, and the slight note of concern in the phrase about not being able to reach her for a long time, were a little puzzling, but there was no mystery about the girl being in the Gyeongbuk area. Then Park Soo-ho asked if he could connect him to her, hoping that he would still be able to talk to her. At this point, the situation in the Gyeongbuk area was ambiguous and increasingly heated. The team's dispatcher and analyst was finishing up with analyzing the dungeon, and after getting some unpleasant data, called out to the captain. According to all indications, there were only 10 minutes left before the dungeon was breached. This time limit was unpleasantly surprising not only to the fighters, but also to the commander. Panicked remarks were heard from behind from some of the crew about the need to retreat immediately. The helicopter was close by and could evacuate everyone quickly. Choi Soo-young sternly reminded them that they had requested an airstrike a long time ago. The dispatcher had just heard the message from headquarters and said that an airstrike was not possible. Next, he was informed that the artillery wasn't working either, and he literally lost his temper, expressively cursing into his earpiece. When asked for reinforcements, they were told that the 3rd battle group would be there in 10 minutes, and Kim Dong-hwa's battle group would arrive only 15 minutes later. Choi Soo-yeon only had to slap her forehead and resent the fact that they were being mocked for suggesting that they contained the spiders themselves. Some of the team was already crowded around the cables hanging from the helicopter. Someone told her that it didn't matter, and that they had to retreat anyway. The captain turned to them with a snarl, and through gritted teeth suggested that all comers take their equipment and leave since they were such cowards. The others did not fail to take advantage of the offer, until she changed her mind and grumbled that that was why they disliked her, and called her a witch. But Choi Soo-young didn't listen to them anymore. She looked at the ringing phone in surprise and picked it up, introducing herself in her uniform. The phone rang with the familiar cheerful greeting of someone who called her Blondie, and cheerfully said they hadn't heard from each other in a while. For a moment, the girl was confused, recognizing Park Soo-ho's voice and hoping for the unknown. But the man said, as if nothing had happened, that he needed to find the Golden Eagle, and asked if her people could help with that. Choi Soo-yeon honestly tried to hold back from saying everything she thought about him, and only clenched her phone forcefully as he spoke. But then she couldn't take it anymore, and yelled at him, taking out her tiredness, anger, and jealousy on him. After sending him away, she immediately dropped the call, pulling the phone away from his ear to avoid going deaf, and realizing that the girl following had hung up, Park Soo-ho looked at the smartphone with confusion and tried to understand. He asked Han Dong-soo, who was more advanced in this area, what the connection between asking for a golden eagle and sexting was, but he didn't answer, scrutinizing the horizon. Then he held out his hand and pointed ahead, asking what might be there. From behind the hills on the horizon, some black smoke or something else, hardly more pleasant, was rising into the air. Without finding an explanation for what was happening, just looking at the horizon, Han Dong-soo took out his phone and studied the available information online. To discover that everything was caused by starfish was strange and even wild to comprehend. But the reality turned out to be just that. Nearby, a dungeon of aggressive starfish had been breached. After reviewing the currently available information, Han Dong-soo came to the conclusion that they were extremely nasty creatures. Not only did they shoot fire, but they also exploded after being killed, which also made it very difficult to fight them. Just then he heard the approach of a strange, multi-voiced rustling and raised his head. It turned out that that black smoke was not smoke at all, but a huge number of birds that had flown off at once, and the whole mass of birds closed the sky with a deafening flapping of wings. Unlike his younger comrade, Park Soo-ho was mesmerized by this stunning sight and calmly watched the scene. As the birds flew past and opened the view, tongues of fire were already dancing on the horizon, and it was obvious that it was time to make our feet. This idea, as well as the fire in the forests, Park Soo-ho did not like strongly. Fire in the first place meant trouble for the animals, of which there were indeed many. They were now fleeing in panic from their favorite habitats, seeking to get as far away from the devastating fire as possible. But there was a question of how many of them would actually be saved and not be caught in the glowing flame. Even the wolf that Han Dong-soo was sitting on did not stop himself from howling. Park Soo-ho was also carefully observing everything from the height of the cliff they were still perched on, until finally the true perpetrators of the disaster and the dungeon arsonists came into view. At that moment, the birds that were still circling in the sky parted, and the imposing figure of a larger bird appeared among them. Han Dong-soo, who was watching the videos on the channel, immediately recognized the golden eagle as a giant amidst the other birds. The proud beauty soared aloft, with wings spread wide, and looked at everything that was happening on the ground beneath it. The golden eagle caused even the usually calm Park Soo-ho to admire him, admitting that he looked amazingly cool. The bird was also quite strong at the 6th level of SSS-Rank. This gave hope that it could be used to reach England. The eagle was not difficult to subdue. Park Soo-ho gave it the name Jeom Soo-ri and rubbed his hands together in anticipation, looking forward to a great flight together. On the net, news about the quickly extinguished dangerous forest fire was for some reason attributed to a neo-human natural cataclysm. All newscasters referring to expert opinions in one voice that the ordinary hurricane managed not only to extinguish the fire, but also to destroy the arsonist starfish. Surfing the internet and studying the situation, Han Dong-soo snorted contemptuously under his breath that it was such nonsense that it was obvious why no one watched the news. And when his own video of the incident finally uploaded a few minutes later, he was glad that people would now know the truth. In the video in the clip, Park Soo-ho jumped off a cliff while transforming into a boar, and then he summoned the forest fairies and ran at great speed along the edge of the fire, preventing it from spreading further. Magical sparks followed him on his heels, encasing the entire burning section of the forest in a ring. And once the circle closed, the boar man used the tornado summoning skill. Air tornadoes swirled within the outlined contour, capturing the fire and the starfish that gave birth to it. Rising higher and higher, the fire gradually died out without further fueling, and the air currents mercilessly destroyed the arsonists. A ribbon of comments instantly ran under the video. Admiring or incredulous, they were rapidly arriving by the hundreds. Han Dong-soo looked at the number of views and was amazed at the number of views he had gotten in just a few seconds. Looking through the yet-to-be-published material, he looked for something else to post on their guild's channel. Among other snippets, Dong-soo stumbled upon a moment where Park Soo-ho turns human again and falls down completely exhausted. This exciting moment he decides not to pour, to not show others weakness after using a skill of such strength. But the moment when they broke up comes to mind, and an absolutely awesome idea for a short video comes to mind. But not allowing to proceed to the realization of this idea from the street is heard a loud exclamation. Han Dong-soo takes the glass with the drink he's still drinking and walks out onto the terrace, looking curiously at the person who called him. Downstairs, the friends are standing assembled and clearly ready to go. Junho immediately confirms that they are going to the dungeon that opened nearby, and immediately informs me that they have 3 more seats available, hinting at an invitation to keep them company. But Han Dong-soo laughingly reminds him that the 2 of them and Jang Jae-shik will be enough to clear the second-level dungeon. In response, the guys remind him that he has the most skills among them and ask him not to be lazy and help them. And he realizes that the guys had to buy skills with all their money to be able to raid in a small group. So, with a smile, he asks to give him time to post one video and promises to come down to see them afterwards. You have to work quickly and confidently so you don't keep your friends waiting for him too long. But he has the material all ready to go. And starting with an invitation from Dr. Toddler, the video talks about world issues, about canceling all aerial movement in the sky due to flying wyvern dungeon monsters, and the loss of the ability to swim to avoid being caught by unknown monsters. But determined to make it to this important meeting for him, Park Soo-ho can't be stopped by any of that. He is standing on the edge of a cliff and suddenly turns around and promises to return, but in the meantime he asks him to keep an eye on the house, and then jumps down, instantly disappearing from the camera's view. But then the air is filled with obviously magical lightning discharges, and Park Soo-ho flies higher already, having transformed his huge eagle wings. One of the drones even managed to capture a very spectacular shot of the flight from below. And in the last shot, Park Soo-ho, who has already been completely transformed into an eagle, flies away over the horizon in the sunlight. After reaching Seoul, Akiko and Okita were already in a hotel room in Seoul. Getting a notification of a new video, the girl opened her computer to watch the clip, in case of some useful information. And this time, what she saw brought news that alarmed her, rather than pleased her. Coming out of the shower at that moment, Okita stepped closer, drying his hair with a soft towel, casting a tense and frowning glance at the girl, and asked her what was wrong. She glanced at the computer screen and then said that Park Soo-ho was no longer in Korea. The man perplexedly sat down on a neighboring chair and intercepted the laptop, intending to see what was there. He ran the short clip from the beginning. It took him a while to realize that the guy had suddenly gone to London out of the blue. There was no objective reason why Okita could see. On the other hand, he recalled a theory that he could be from the distant future. Then it allowed Park Soo-ho to know ahead of time about all the plans and thus avoid meeting intentionally, still not ready to meet face to face. And so it was necessary to catch him before he finished his preparation. Except Akiko reminded him that they couldn't wait for him to return. But to Okita, that wasn't as important as it used to be. In his head, an idea was brewing as to how he could get this guy out into the light. The girl tensed in anticipation of what she was unlikely to like, but still clarified exactly how he was going to do it. And Japan's famous hero and #1 in the world, Rankings grimly smirked and succinctly reported that by provocation. But what was no longer on the record was the fatigue of flying at the maximum available acceleration. But even with all the tangible advantages over the pigeon, the eagle was also unable to fly faster than physically possible. And at this rate, it would be a long time before we reached London. It was also the limit of Gaom Suri's transformation. Trying to make sense of the new data and the system interface on the fly, Park Soo-ho suddenly noticed a skill that he had missed when he passed out after the tornado. He was looking through the fire element improvements with interest, which seemed a bit expensive, but suddenly the system gave a warning. Suddenly, there was only 60 seconds of time left to transform into Gaom Suri, and that was not good news. And below him, the forest still stretched out, making it hard to tell exactly where he was and how long he had left to fly. Like everywhere else in this forest, there were all kinds of animals. But on this day, their usually peaceful lives were disrupted. The bull was trying to get away as fast as possible from the people persistently chasing him on the motorcycle. The younger of them was trying to aim at the vehicle bouncing on the bumps, and the older one advised not to hurry and not to waste bullets. A shot rang out over the forest, and the wounded bull stumbled, but immediately leveled off and continued his attempt to escape from pursuit. The hunters cursed for the third time and shot the bull, but the shots didn't seem to do any harm. They were beginning to worry about running out of gas before the chase was over, but they weren't planning to give up yet. Asking his uncle to move closer, Kim Chul-young once again slung his weapon on his shoulder and intended to deliver a final blow to end it all. He took careful aim this time and pulled the trigger only when he felt confident in his abilities. The bullet pierced through the bull's leg and he groaned, and his eyes bulged from the pain that pierced him and stopped. However, he was not going to fall yet, which sincerely angered the hunters who were wondering how many bullets to put in him. Kim Chul-young looked up and saw something strange in the sky that didn't fit into the usual picture of the world. Hoping he was imagining it, he called out to Uncle Jong-seon and pointed his hand at the strange phenomenon and asked what it was. The man also raised his head and stared at what was happening. The falling, incomprehensible figure suddenly turned into a lightning discharge scattered with sparks. This lightning struck almost in front of the bull's nose, generating a strong shockwave. The poor bull somersaulted off to the side and there fell silent without anyone moving. The hunters cautiously moved closer. John Seong was ready to turn in the opposite direction at the slightest danger. Not daring to get too close and not risking a tire hitting the rocks, he parked a short distance from the scene of the accident. Both hunters got off the motorcycle with all possible caution and prepared their weapons and moved forward. Kim Chul-young was curious about what could have fallen from the sky, but Jongseon didn't support his interest and decided that it was more important to just take the bull. As they approached, a small crater formed in the middle of the field. Suddenly, there were some strange sounds that startled and even frightened both men. And then the crater, and what's in it, was engulfed in a magical glow, causing one to stagger back and fart with shocked eyes. Unable to move, Uncle Jongseon only managed to hoarsely wheeze, asking unknown to anyone what it was. A moan or a scream, clearly human-like, came from the glow. At least that's what Kim Chul-young thought. But Uncle Jongseon warned him to be on the lookout for an alien who imitates screams. When the glow finally faded, a fully human hand appeared at the edge of the crater. The local natives rounded their eyes, dousing themselves with sweat as the hand crawled out, and the rest of the body looked quite human. And after getting out of the crater, the stranger held his injured head and groaned and complained that he thought he would never get out. And it wasn't clear what was scarier would be an alien, or someone who fell out of the sky unharmed. Coming to his senses after the emergency transformation and not so soft landing, Park Soo-ho tried to get to his feet, but the sudden movement made him groan again. The locals, who saw the movement and became alert, immediately raised their voices and asked if he was a man. Then came the question of whether he was a North Korean. This caused Park Soo-ho, who had finally risen to his feet, to be perplexed. Raising his head, he looked at those he met and introduced himself, in turn, asking who they were. A younger guy introduced himself as Kim Chul-young and skeptically asked how he was able to stay unharmed if he fell from such a height. Shaking off the dust from his coat, Park Soo-ho replied that he was not so unharmed because the fall had been painful. But he didn't pursue the topic further and clarified where they were. It was more important to figure out where he'd gotten to. The guy explained that they were in Shinyeju, and a little further on would be the Yalu River, and beyond that, China. The way the strange man spoke made Kim Chul-young think that he was a southerner, but he still couldn't understand why he had fallen from the sky. Park Soo-ho scratched the back of his head and laughed embarrassedly, explaining that he was flying first and then fell. Then the kid assumed that judging by these words, and the fact that he was unharmed, their strange new acquaintance was a powerful awakened one. He was even confused, admitting that he was certainly strong, but he didn't think he was very strong yet. At this point, the older local died down, and in a stern tone asked his questions about whether he was alone and had companions. And the admission of companionship and current independent travel did not in any way lessen the wariness. Uncle Jongseon, however, decided not to go to the conflict and said that they would not detain him, but would take care of their bull as planned. And they began to search the neighborhood in search of the place where the poor bull was thrown away by the shockwave. Park Soo-ho shrugged his shoulders and wondered where he was and where he had gotten to, because the local explanations didn't make it clear. But the attempt to find a phone in my pocket to clarify the matter in any way was a failure. Apparently it had fallen out somewhere. But that's where the search skill came in handy, using it to quickly and efficiently survey the area around them. The gadget was found in the grass nearby, and Park Soo-ho came closer and easily found it. But the phone was hopelessly broken after falling from such a height and did not want to work. In this connection, the question of what to do arose. The natives, in turn, also found a missing person who had flown quite far away. Looking down from a small ravine at the carcass of the bull, they wondered if it was still alive. The fact that after one blow from the strange guy, the bull was motionless, unlike their shots, angered John Seong to the core. As they went down to the bull, they discussed how they would get it to the village and lamented that it would take a whole day to get it to the village and that they would have to fend off the animal. However, they had no right to retreat, because if they did not bring anything with them, the villagers might not be able to withstand the hunger. At this, their conversation was interrupted by the shouting of a strange stranger from above. He asked if they had a phone on heliotropes because it had broken on the way and could not be repaired. Kim Chul-young started to say that they had one in the village, but Uncle Jong-soon immediately pulled him back and told him to watch his mouth. The surprised boy turned to him and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The older comrade hissed at him through his teeth that they had women and children in the village, and therefore they could not bring such an awakened man there. At this fair reminder, Kim Chul-young repentantly lowered his head and apologized. While they were discussing the matter among themselves, Pa Soo-ho came down to them and lifted the bull carcass above their heads, scaring the locals. Those in utter shock bulged at his actions, not understanding how this could even be possible. And Park Soo-ho asked not to be surprised and proposed a deal, according to which he would deliver their loot and in return, they would let them use the phone. Without answering, his new acquaintances immediately turned away and began whispering about how strong he was and lamenting that bullets wouldn't work against him. And yet, despite all of this, Kim Chul-young suggested that they actually agree, because there wasn't any food in the village right now. But Uncle Jong-seon indignantly reminded him of what the Awakened had done to their village last year. Kim Chul-young was horrified at the memory of how the villagers had welcomed the nomads who had introduced themselves as nomads and brought more people and killed many of the villagers. After waiting for the others to whisper, Park Soo-ho reminded himself and asked if they were going anywhere, and the locals had to agree to his hustling and offer to follow. They all walked back to the motorcycle together and settled into their seats, leaving Park Soo-ho standing with the bull by his side. Uncle John Song started the engine and warned his younger companion to hold on tight, for with a bull in his arms, the strange awakened man was unlikely to follow. He nodded and clambered into the seat, but he still looked back regretfully, lamenting the necessity of leaving such a bull behind. But Uncle Jong-seon didn't listen to anything and immediately sped off at the full speed of his motorcycle without warning. And only after gaining a good speed did he notice that if they went to the river, they could find another bull. But Kim Chul-young turned around and saw that Park Soo-ho had caught up with them and was easily running beside them, still holding the bull carcass above his head. Both natives once again gawked at this incredible sight, forgetting to keep their eyes on the road. Park Soo-ho glanced at them and then glumly shouted at them to be careful. They looked at him, now bewildered, not knowing what he was talking about. They were all on the edge of a small cliff. Park Soo-ho easily pushed himself off the ground and jumped without letting go of the bull. A second later, the wheels of the motorcycle left the ground, causing its passengers to scream in panic. Fortunately, the cliff was not high, and the speed gained was high enough to land without unfortunate consequences. The villagers of the ruined and in some places destroyed village, who had gathered at the gate, began to look at the movement near the forest. Silhouettes could already be discerned in the clouds of dust, but it was still unclear who it was and what it would bring them. When it was finally possible to see more, the residents recognized Uncle Jong-seon, but the figure beside him looked like a running bull. But someone saw that it wasn't the bull running. There was someone running beside the motorcycle with a bull in his arms. When they reached the gate, the strange company stopped and the men started to get off the motorcycle. At this point, the residents rushed towards them with relief. Uncle Jong-seon immediately asked the neighbors what had happened since the gate was broken. And the villagers themselves did not look too good. Many were bandaged and quite frightened. Jong-sun's anxiety increased, and he didn't see the headmen anywhere. Kim Chul-young noticed behind him that a herd of bulls ran through the village. One of the residents who came out ahead of the others took it upon himself to answer the question. He said that John Moon and a few other people had gone to rescue Hyo-yeon. This news horrified Jong-seon, and then he questioned him about what had happened and demanded that he be told immediately. According to the rambling story, it appeared that in their absence, the village had been attacked by a terrible winged beast. Hearing this, Park Soo-ho, still holding the bull carcass above his head, interestedly came closer. And the villager painted in colors how the beast came, what chaos it wreaked, how many people will never stand up and smile again. And separately, he said with a shudder that he could even spit fire, causing more confusion. But despite all this, John Moon managed to get all the survivors to the shelter, except that at the last moment, little Hyo-yeon tripped and fell before she could put her hands up. The narrator said he heard her crying and turned around to see what happened. But he didn't even have time to realize anything, let alone do anything. Both he and the girl watched in horror as the winged creature approached. She swooped down in a flash, not minding the fire dancing around her, or trying to catch the more difficult fleeing prey. And a couple of seconds later, she was already flying away into the sky, clutching the fragile figure of a girl in her paws. He took a few more breaths to digest the story that had ended, trying to control the emotions that were overwhelming him. However, after angrily asking where in the end that incomprehensible thing had taken him, Hyo-yeon clearly intended to follow her. All of the villagers began to murmur, trying to talk him out of it, and telling him that John Moon had already taken a few men to go after the beast. But Uncle Jong-seon was not in the mood to just trust and wait. Uncle Jong-seon couldn't stand it any longer and shouted to be told immediately. Giving up, the neighbor held out his hand and pointed in the right direction, adding that they all saw the creature fly over that mountain. Without wasting any more time, Uncle John Song swiftly jumped onto his motorcycle, started it up, and immediately sped away. Realizing that he was not paying attention and fearing for his life, Kim Chul-young knelt down in front of Park Soo-ho, who had already put the bull on the ground. Unable to hold back his tears, he begged for help to save poor Hyo-yeon and promised to never forget that help. With a sad sigh, Park Soo-ho simply and without frills agreed to participate. Such a quick and simple readiness to help discouraged a lad ready for long entreaties and tearful pleas. Park Soo-ho calmly got up from the bull he had been sitting on, waiting for the denouement, and added that they would give him the phone when he returned. And afterwards, he applied the monstrous transformation skill under the astonished gazes of the villagers. And when he jumped into the air, he already had strong eagle wings behind him. All those who were standing around started to ask what it was and who this man was. Without taking his gaze off the winged figure in the sky, Kim Chul-young replied that this young nomad was an awakened southerner. And he added the title of King of Beasts, reasoning that even a strong, awakened man could hardly do that if he were ordinary. In the way of the team that went to rescue the girl stood not too surmountable obstacle. This obstacle turned out to be an angry bear unhappy with the human intrusion. So he wasn't going to let those very people go for anything in the world. They tried to escape and trap him though, but the one who was closest to the forest dweller turned around and ran as he desperately stumbled. It saved him from a clawed bear's paw whizzing by his head. However, the fallen man had nowhere to go from the furious bear. Everyone understood this, including the elder who shouted in panic. Kang Chul rolled on the ground, and the bear didn't slow down, even from surprise. He was carefully waiting for the most opportune moment for reprisal. Before the man could even slow his fall, the beast caught up with him and brought his paw to strike. The impact was quite strong, and Kang Chul was once again thrown aside under the surprised looks of the others. Overcome with shock, the men became enraged, and with threatening shouts rushed at the bear, pulling out their weapon. The forest beast didn't seem to be frightened. On the contrary, he squinted his eyes and growled menacingly in response. A couple of blows with a clawed paw, and the first of those who tried to reach him were scattered in different directions. Those following them were also hit by the powerful blows. The elder, who had managed to rise to his feet, sensibly ordered them to retreat. He realized that they couldn't handle that bear. Even though the others didn't want to run away, they had to admit that they wouldn't be able to find Hyo-yeon otherwise. But the bear had already gotten into a frenzy and did not want to let go of any of those whom he now considered his prey. He scattered his opponents again, and the men rolled sideways, clutching their wounds and screaming in fear. Elder John Moon got it again. He didn't think they'd help themselves or the girl if they stayed, and there was no one else to help. It's been too long, and there's a good chance the creature has already eaten her, and there were already too few awakened among them to lose people. The bear came close to him and swung a paw at the man, who had no time to rise to his feet. From behind, someone tried to warn caution, but John Moon noticed the danger himself. But he wouldn't be able to run away if he wanted to, still unable to get to his feet. And at that moment, something absolutely impossible began to happen in the clearing. A vortex of a tornado swirled in the air, or someone with great speed flew in a spiral to crash into the bear. The blow was of fantastic power, and could not have been produced by an ordinary person. But the strange guy with wings behind his back who inflicted it and couldn't be called ordinary. And the bear that flew away after such a blow was looked at by all those present in the clearing. The elder managed to get to his feet and looked at the bear carcass tumbling across the grass in amazement. His companions were not far behind and were equally stunned, staring at what was happening. Then they turned their eyes to the frowning guy with wings who had just saved them. Everyone wondered who he was. Everyone gradually got up from the ground and came closer, but they were in no hurry to let go of their weapon. Finally, when asked firmly who he was, Park Soo-ho replied that Kim Chul-young asked him for a favor, and in turn asked where Hyo-young was now. While the elder was telling her that the flying thing had taken her somewhere in its nest, he had time to look up information on all the members of the squad. He listened about the bear taking them by surprise, while he himself kept an eye on the conversations in the background. Realizing that there were seriously injured among them, he materialized a special healing potion and offered to use it for treatment. The fellow who was handed the vial clutched it with the greatest precautions and whispered reverently that it was very valuable. Not paying attention to this, Park Soo-ho continued to ask where the girl could have been taken to. He had sensed the bear's approach beforehand, but he saw no point in worrying before the time, and only when it grew directly behind him, calmly turned around and kicked the beast without even taking his hands out of his pockets. A couple more leg kicks for credibility, and the bear didn't have time to fight back at all. The beast flew off not far away, but fell heavily on its back with its paws spread apart. The men in the village were barely breathing, not knowing what they were feeling, because this guy had lazily killed the bear that had been chasing them around the clearing for a couple of seconds. And the bear itself was lying on the ground without any movement, with a completely sad expression on its muzzle and its tongue sticking out. Only the status window showed that it was still quite far away from at least minimally critical readings. Poking the beast with the toe of his boot, Park Soo-ho told it to stop pretending to be undead. The bear reluctantly opened its eyes and frowned at the man. The one applied the skill and ordered the one to rise, bowed his head, and followed him. Before he could take a breath, the bear found himself tamed in an instant. After that, he readily sat up and stared at the man devotedly. The villagers continued to stare at what was happening in front of them, not knowing how to react. The taming of the bear was also quite surprising. The system notified the bear and offered to name it. After it was named Ilgom, a description of the animal became available. Realizing that he's so angry because he lost his home, Park Soo-ho offered to take revenge on the flying creature, since he knows where it lives. The bear roared happily, ready to follow this strange man, especially for such a great cause. And then there was the roar of an engine, and John Sohn burst into the clearing on his motorcycle. He jumped off the transport and ran towards the people, obviously in a very agitated state. John Moon tried to find out why he came here, but he brushed off all questions and worriedly asked where Hyoyeon was. The bewildered elder was at a loss for an answer and mumbled something vague. But at that moment, Park Soo-ho turned to them and told them that he would return the girl to them, and in return, he asked them to remember to fulfill their promise. John Moon didn't know what he was talking about, but he recognized the guy and was surprised to see him here. Park Soo-ho himself didn't wait for the locals to tell him anything else. He took off with the bear and ordered the bear to lead him. And Ilgom developed a decent enough speed, showing his master the way to his former cave, and he almost immediately decided that it was more convenient to move not on his own, and decided to use the skill of monstrous transformation. And after a couple of moments, he soared upwards already with the help of the wings of a tamed golden eagle. The people behind him looked at him and whispered that, with the ability not only to tame the beasts but also to become them, there was a chance of salvation. Uncle John Song knelt down doomedly. He realized that compared to this kind of power, he could hardly do anything, and it made him despair. But if such a strong man went after his daughter, hope came alive inside him again. He sincerely prayed that Hyoyeon could be saved. High up on the mountain where Ilgom used to live, a winged creature unknown to the locals has now taken up residence. It settled down in the middle of the cave and periodically announced the surroundings with a menacing roar, scaring away outsiders from its domain. In the corner of the cave far from the entrance, a girl brought from the village shrank into a ball. She couldn't stop crying, afraid to move, and really hoped that her father would be able to come to her rescue. Hearing a particularly loud sob, the winged reptile stopped abruptly with the deer in its mouth and glared at the girl. Noticing this attention, Hyoyeon also froze, realizing that it didn't bode well for her. And indeed, after swallowing the animal, the scaly creature turned in her direction and growled loudly. The girl squealed as hard as she could and shrank into a ball, trying to hide from the danger. At that moment, a bear stomped heavily at the entrance to the cave, and the monster turned toward the new intruder. Deciding that the defenseless girl would wait, and some more, he turned around fully and lunged at the intruder. The bear did not stand idly by, and in his turn also did not deny himself a loud roar and hurried towards the fight. The beast and monster ran towards each other, intending to take revenge for the previous battle. And from behind, the bear flew out Park Soo-ho in full transformation into a golden eagle, and also not intending to miss out on a good druku. Once directly above the monster itself, he canceled the merger with Gaeom Su-ri and transformed from an eagle form of transformation to a half-human, half-bear form to make it easier to fight. As they approached the creature, Park Soo-ho looked through the status window and recognized it as a wyvern. It was a powerful creature, but young and badly wounded. However, it was not ready to give up, so it attacked the one who obviously did not come to scratch his ear either. The half-bear form using partial transformation was extremely handy for such skirmishes with creatures. The strong bear paws dealt the wyvern powerful blows, and it managed to defend itself only from the first one and missed the rest, and then was lightly strangled to stop fighting back so violent. And then, Park Soo-ho immediately threw the creature towards the exit of the cave with all the force available to him, so that it ricocheted off the wall several times. The wyvern was blown out of the cave into the air, thrown against the rocks several times, and nearly thrown off the cliff. But at the last moment, the winged reptile managed to hook one paw on the edge of the ledge and hang on. Desperately flapping her holy wings, she tried to climb back to the platform in front of the cave. And inside the cave, the girl still continued to shiver and shrink with fear, not knowing what to expect next. A strange figure of something human or beast froze against the light and announced that he was going to save her, only asking her not to move and to sit still. The surprised girl looked at the stranger with all her eyes and asked in a trembling voice who he was. But there was no time to answer her. The wyvern managed to get a grip and began to pull its huge body upward. Without waiting for the wyvern to climb up, Park Soo-ho rushed towards the wyvern, while estimating that the wyvern's spatial energy was a bit larger. But the system told me that to tame it, You must first bring the integrity of the organism to 10% or less, and only then act. This news made Park Soo-ho incredibly happy, as using a wyvern gave him a lot of advantages, even without the ability to transform into one. Except Ilgom suddenly rebelled and tried to come to the surface of consciousness, saying that he wanted to destroy this lizard. He followed it up with a crushing blow to the creature still climbing the platform. This blow forcefully knocked the wyvern back, injuring it even more than before. The system signaled that the wyvern's body integrity was already at 16%. Dumbfounded that the hostility of Ilgom's form was getting out of control, Park Soo-ho realized that it was quite difficult to control emotions. And then the bear tried to take control again, and their combined body crashed down with a shriek, following the wyvern wanting to strike again. Trying to get the bear's emotions and desires under control, Park Soo-ho told it to stop. It was impossible to completely destroy this wyvern, even if one wanted to do so very badly. All that was required was to inflict the necessary damage to safely tame the winged creature. That was why Park Soo-ho canceled the monstrous transformation just in case. He immediately told Ilgom to go to the hunting ground. He had to handle the rest of it himself to avoid any unpleasant surprises. The wyvern flew downward, and the periodic impacts against the sheer wall did more and more damage, weakening it. Finally, the integrity of the wyvern's body was 9%, and the next strike could already be critical. Therefore, Park Soo-ho wasted no time in attempting to tame the wyvern before it was too late. Taming the nearly unconscious reptile succeeded, and following that, he immediately used the instant recovery skill. Still continuing to fall, Park Soo-ho watched as the wyvern gradually recovered as its wounds healed. Finally, she came to her senses and opened her eyes, trying to realize what was going on around her. Seeing the danger below, Park Soo-ho didn't wait for her to recover and ordered her to fly. The wyvern immediately obeyed and moved its regenerated wings in an attempt to avoid a collision. Her maneuver succeeded, and she successfully sidestepped the rock that had literally grown in her path. And after that, she managed to open her wings fully and fly. And following that, the wyvern arched its back, and Park Soo-ho successfully landed right on top of it. Getting comfortable and grasping the spiky growths, he guided her upward. They still had to retrieve the frightened girl from the cave and bring her back to the village. So they turned around in midair and flew back to the area in front of the cave. It was already dark, and some of the villagers were still on duty in the main square, either fearing another attack or waiting for the guy to return. The most worried, of course, was John Sohn, who was constantly praying and asking for forgiveness. But the others were just as worried, because any of them or their children could be in Hyoyen's shoes. And then people began to notice something strange in the sky, not immediately being able to identify the rapidly approaching object. But then someone managed to see that it looked like the flying thing that had attacked them earlier. Then Elder John Moon declared a state of emergency and ordered the riflemen to prepare for battle. All those who were in the square with weapons immediately raised them on their shoulders and took aim, eager to get even with the monster. However, after a closer look, he suddenly changed his mind and commanded not to shoot anyone. His comrades immediately became agitated, not understanding the reasons for such an order. The elder, still gazing up into the sky, replied that this thing clearly had someone on its back. The others also looked closely, and one by one began to confirm that this was indeed the case, and they too could see someone sitting there. And then there was a cry of recognition, and Jongseon was happily surprised to realize that Hyoyeon was sitting on the monster's back, along with their mourning acquaintance. Finally, the wyvern landed in front of the humans, raising a strong wind and clouds of dust with its wings. The happy little girl, with the help of her rescuer, climbed down to the ground and rushed to her parent with a shout of joy. An equally happy John Sohn rushed toward her, wanting to hug his daughter as quickly as possible. When all passions had subsided, the villagers gathered around a large bonfire in the center of the square. Some were enjoying their first hearty meal in a long time, others were talking. The children, having eaten enough, surrounded the wyvern and played near it. The adults were worried that the kids should be fed better while they had the chance, and were wary of the wyvern, but they didn't interfere with play. Park Soo-ho was also looking in that direction, and thinking that after taming the wyvern, it had become much friendlier to those around it if they were not enemies. And he also, after taming, now had the ability to know the past of any of his tame beasts. So, this wyvern was one of a horde of wyverns from Mount Baekdu that was almost completely wiped out by an alliance of Chinese and Russian aircraft. The only thing is that this one was very young and lagged behind the other relatives. That's why she managed to get out alive, in time to see the danger. However, her injuries, long flight, and starvation had left her almost exhausted. And after the attack on the child, the wyvern hid in Ilgom's cave. Interrupting the wyvern's immersion in memories, John Moon thanked Park Soo-ho for his help with finding food-repairing houses and treating the wounded. According to him, They were so happy back in the days when the government was not destroyed after the Great Disaster. But when it turned out that even all together they could not cope with all these creatures, they had to run as far away as possible. Surviving in the city had become impossible, and they wanted to get into the interior, but that required crossing the river. There used to be many thousands of nomads like them, but now it has become much harder to hunt and grow anything, and the monsters and marauders are nothing to speak of. Once there were 400 of them, but 2 years later, there are only 60 left. Just before the attack of the winged creature, they were just thinking of starting a nomadic journey because it was impossible to stay here any longer. After listening to the story, Park Soo-ho puzzledly asked if the continent was safe, but John Moon shrugged and replied that nowhere was safe. The continent had large territories, but also many bandits and the worst monsters. However, he had heard that there were also a few protective barriers there that guarded civilians. They all realized that the new place would not be easy either, and it would be a miracle if they all got there alive, because they were just refugees. It was hard to disagree even if one wanted to believe in the best. But Park Soo-ho remembered Kim Mi-seo's words. She said that the monsters would take more and more land until one day refugees from the north would start coming to Soo-ho's territory. John Moon realized that if they couldn't defend themselves, it would be worth it to join someone who could, but there would be a price to pay. But alas, they have few opportunities and exactly no connections, so they will have to manage somehow on their own. On that note, he stood up and asked everyone to call it a day, and Park Soo-ho said that they had prepared a room for him and invited him to stay there. But he refused, saying he had somewhere to be too. He dismissed his worries that it was late and nighttime as unimportant. A frustrated John Moon, despite assurances that this was not the case, suggested that they had already apprehended their savior. So he sent Kim Chul-young to run and fetch a heliotrope phone from his room, and the guy rushed to fulfill the request. After running back and forth, he brought it and handed the phone to Park Soo-ho. The man rather concluded that the satellite link and navigator worked perfectly and thanked the villagers. John Moon and the others immediately began to assure him that they should thank him for saving them. However, Park Soo-ho had his own idea of who owed what to whom, and after putting his phone in his pocket, he extended his hand forward. The villagers watched in amazement and delight as the man who had saved them did some magic, and from his hand suddenly sprinkled in large quantities of heliotropes that glittered attractively in the firelight. Crouched around a pile of red magical stones, the men stared at them in amazement, unable to believe that such wealth was possible, and Park Soo-ho smilingly wished that the heliotropes would also serve them well as he said goodbye and went to the wyvern. As he sat on it and prepared to take off, everyone around him shouted their thanks and wished him a good trip. Waving goodbye to the men, he hoped they would see each other again and ordered them to take off. Immediately, the wyvern pushed off the ground and flew into the sky. It was time for them to go to England. The villagers looked at their winged figure for a long time. They stood there for a long time, incredibly grateful to Jongseon and Yeon for saving them. The whole world had been following the news closely for some time now, because suddenly there were more and more events around. One of the news reports was that the Russian-Chinese Air Force had destroyed a Wyvern gunship, but in the morning, another Wyvern was hit. However, according to eyewitnesses, it was controlled by an unknown awakened man. People dubbed him the Dragon Knight, and someone even managed to film him. The other news was the portal breach right at Banpo Bridge, which was captured thanks to a filming helicopter. Huge fire ants came out of the portal onto the bridge and made the place a living hell. However, following the ants, the camera showed someone very fast approaching the breach with surprising speed. Closer the picture, they realized that it was Okita Hero, once called Lee Sung-woo, who was rapidly approaching the portal. The operators in the surveillance center stared at the monitors, unable to believe their eyes. They recognized Lee Sun-woo too. It was hard to believe that Lee Sun-woo could be in their territory and even come to their aid, but there was no doubt that it was him. And news that the world-famous Awakened Number 1 had made a surprise appearance at Banpo Bridge has swept the internet. Several articles also talked about how Lee Sung-woo, together with the Scylla Guild, had destroyed the monsters that had broken through in 10 minutes. At the same time, articles about how the Dragon Knight supported Russian tanks during the Scorpion sweep did not leave the pages of news sites. Everything was accompanied by photos not only of the Scorpion monsters themselves and the destruction they caused, but also of the epic dragon escorting the tanks. All known awakened tamers wanted to meet the Dragon Knight and began arriving in Siberia to do so. And the world continued to wonder who this Dragon Knight was, who supported the Russian military forces. Next, he once again assisted the Russian Air Force and this time destroyed the ogres. And finally, someone managed to film the Dragon Knight and identified him as the famous Korean Park Soo-ho. There was a lot of discussion about it everywhere, but the most high-profile announcement was when the number one among the awakened, Lee Sung-woo, made an official accusation against Park Soo-ho. The announcement and its very appearance caused an unimaginable stir among reporters and ordinary people alike. But no one was going to take their word for it, and journalists tried to find out the reasons for coming to Korea and speaking out against Park Soo-ho. Lee Sung-woo replied that he came here to personally declare that Park Soo-ho, who has been awarded many nicknames, is a cheater. These words left all the reporters confused, but once they got over it, they demanded an explanation as to why he had decided so. The answer was to assure them that Park Soo-ho fled Korea, knowing that Lee Seon-woo would come here to expose him. Trying to understand the journalists clarified whether he means that the forces of that exaggerated and much shown in the videos is just a lie. And the world hero confirmed that this guy is just a common tamer that the government uses to make money. All this caused a great response, and under all the interviews, people were discussing the situation by the thousand. In response to the offer to hand something over, Lee Sung-woo summoned magic on his hand and glumly offered to prove him wrong and report to the SPFC arena. Han Dong-soo, who was watching the news regularly, almost choked on the drink he was drinking when he saw this absurd challenge. The following news was no less delusional, with mocking headlines about Lee Sung-woo taking down Park Soo-ho and whether or not he would show up. At the same time, Park Soo-ho himself was unaware of the hype surrounding him and was seen riding a wyvern with the Russian president. Han Dong-soo and Jun-ho, who were discussing the latest news, looked at their gadget screens incredulously, wondering what their friend was doing in Russia if he was flying to England. When the phone rang and Jun-ho picked it up, he denied that it was director Baek Yi-soo calling. He was very interested in how to contact Park Soo-ho and clear up a few questions, but the guys couldn't reach him themselves. Han Dong-soo raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the director of the bureau had called again. After hanging up the phone, Jun-ho gloomily glanced at his friend and shook his head in agreement. It was annoying that he called them every day. Although he could have called every hour, the result would not have changed. Han Dong-soo skeptically remarked that a few months ago, he couldn't even look at the director, but now he was looking for them. Oh, and the fact that Captain Lee Min-soo and his crew never found anything in Park Soo-ho's dungeon must have disappointed the bureau quite a bit. Han Dong-soo leaned closer to the screen and said that there were many people who needed their head. Jun-ho moved closer and also peeked in to see the articles that discussed the effects of level 7 dungeons. A lot of attention was also paid to the concerns of the citizens and whether or not the 13th district would appear under the leadership of the Soo-ho Guild. However, it was understandable, and the world needed a protector at this time. Han Dong-soo felt that this was something he should take advantage of. To Jun-ho's surprise, the director had literally just told him pretty much the same thing over the phone, and also said that their guild would need to become the defense of these lands when they were recognized as the 13th District of Seoul. In return, the department promised to support and take over the payment of taxes and the closure of the simplest dungeon. But Jun-ho wasn't in a hurry to give any definite answers yet, and only said that they were still thinking about all these questions. Han Dong-soo was disappointed by this, but didn't take into account that the bureau wanted them to team up with their special unit when rank 7 dungeons appeared. Without Park Soo-ho, it wasn't worth it, and they wouldn't be able to create the 13th district and clean up the high-level dungeons. And Han Dong-soo thought that there were a lot of pitfalls to consider beforehand. Yes, if they become a special dungeon clearing squad of level 7, then everything will change, and they will be treated with the highest level. But they will also risk their lives in each dungeon more often. And that's not what they need right now. Looking at another photo from the article about Park Soo-ho's adventures in Russia, Han Dong-soo was worried that Korea is in a mess right now. All of these statements and discussions about Lee Seon-woo's appearance and the creation of the 13th district were worrying everyone. But Park Soo-ho seemed to be on his own wavelength, and they still haven't been able to contact him for any clarification or news. That worried Jun-ho too. He was also just worried about his brother, who he could only get news about from the internet. In the meantime, he finally reached London, but the picture of devastation and desolation was not encouraging. However, the scheduled meeting with Dr. Toddler was about to take place, and his red Jeep was already cruising the ruined streets. After dialing Park Soo-ho, the doctor asked if he could see him, because he was on his way to the meeting place. The famous Korean clarified whether the doctor was in the red car he spotted. The one confirmed it was him and cordially welcomed the visitor to London, and then added whether he could see 3 huge stone golems chasing the car on its heels, and sincerely thanked for his promise to deal with the monsters soon. Park Soo-ho had just descended to a sufficient height and accelerated the wyvern to intervene. The golems were catching up to the car, and the fastest of them was already making a fist to hit the car. At the last moment, Dr. Toddler managed to swerve sideways, and a huge stone fist came down on the pavement just next to the wheels. And then a barrage of roaring flames descended on the hesitant golem. The golem was literally swept aside, smashing into one of the buildings nearby and shattering it into pebbles. The other two men roared with rage and turned to see who dared to attack their fellow man. Riding on the wyvern, Park Soo-ho was just making a new turn and appeared right in front of them. At this moment, he used one of his fire skills and extended his hand towards the golems to summon the fire fairies, and then immediately applied the fire tornado skill for more effect, and another stone golem was thrown back, knocking down a third of his comrades along the way as well. They collapsed together on the pavement, but if this golem was as unlucky as the first, the last one was still alive. Park Soo-ho told the wyvern to land and rushed over, immediately approaching closer to the stone monsters. He released the fire from his hand again, just in case he had just taken down the golem. The last remaining man roared menacingly and made an attempt to rise. However, a clear and strong kick of his foot separated the head from the rest of the stone torso, crushing it into smaller stones. And like any other stone that would be kicked, this one whistled far away but still crashed into the wall, leaving a dent behind it. After looking at what he had created, Park Soo-ho recognized that the golems were weaker than they looked and assumed that it was because of their low level. But all in all, it wasn't such an important question, so he shrugged and strode towards the waiting wyvern. Suddenly, there was a delighted exclamation behind him, and he turned around in surprise to see who was there. An incredibly agitated Dr. Toddler was standing outside his car, armed with a phone and clearly filming the entire incident. Moving closer, Park Soo-ho clarified whether he was talking to Dr. Toddler or someone else. He confirmed it, but didn't have time to say anything else as the wyvern decided to fly closer to his master. And the scientist grabbed his phone again and started filming, delighted to see the famous wyvern. With a chuckle, Park Soo-ho explained that the Russians had offered to paint the reptile to stop it being confused with ordinary monsters. To this, Dr. Toddler remarked that she was special now, and then he added that he felt the Dragon Knight's presence for a moment and thanked him for saving her. With no response, Park Soo-ho said that the translation of the phrases sounded great and suggested the use of a good Korean translator. The scientist confirmed this and showed the device, saying he had bought the most expensive one when he learned of their upcoming meeting. The golden rays of the setting sun touched the tops of the not completely destroyed houses, distracting attention. When he looked around, Park Soo-ho sadly noted the devastation around him, not believing that this was really London. Dr. Toddler sadly confirmed that things are not going well in England in general, and that things are quite terrible in London. And when the sun hides behind the horizon in the city, it becomes quite dangerous, and it is better not to linger here. So he offered to go on and continue the conversation on his way out. After agreeing, Park Soo-ho told the wyvern he called Baran to return home, and she obediently stuck her head into the portal that opened for her, leisurely passing through it in its entirety. Dr. Toddler stared at it, with his eyes wide open in disbelief that he had witnessed a beast-summoning portal. Meanwhile, the wyvern began to crawl out at the hunting ground in Soo-ho Guild's territory. It was not only in front of the wolves. The workers at the construction site a little further away also saw this phenomenon and froze in bewilderment. And when they realized what was happening, they were horrified, not understanding what to do in such a situation. The wyvern, on the other hand, finally made it out of the portal in one piece and found herself surrounded by some of Park Soo-ho's tamed beasts. She looked around at those huddled around her and roared a greeting. The wolves gave her a coherent howl. Noticing that the monster showed no aggression and calmly interacted with the rest of the beasts, the workers began to gradually come to their senses. Someone remembered that this wyvern was all over the news. Another one supported it and added that everyone on the tame animal farm is so cute. In London, however, the portal should have closed behind the wyvern as the men settled into the seats of the car and went on their way. Dr. Toddler couldn't stop marveling and reasoned that if such a large wyvern could get through, the hunting ground must be at least third rank. And at the approving remark that he was well informed, he smugly hummed and said that they were all over the news now. Therefore, he was very excited to meet in person, and was looking forward to this meeting quite a bit. The doctor's enthusiasm was beginning to seem excessive to Park Soo-ho. Some of the phrases sounded as if he wanted to experiment on him. Realizing that they were heading towards the exit from the city, he frowned and asked if the scientist's lab was in London. He shook his head and explained that whatever this city used to be was long gone. Now the capital of England is New Over, and it is in this city that the laboratory is located. When asked why they did not meet immediately there, the doctor explained that he himself had to go to London for some materials. According to him, There was a mass bombardment here recently, and now the area is full of heliotrope specimens of dead monsters. They would come in handy in researching the possibility of creating instant teleportation stations that would work on the principle of a beast portal. Yes, and monster portals during dungeon breaks work exactly the same way. And if humans could use the same technique, no more monsters would be able to stop the movement of mankind. Pensively looking out the window, Park Soo-ho recognized that this all sounded quite good, and Dr. Toddler continued to develop his thought, saying that even now the air and waterways are closed, and further they may be isolated at all. So, over the conversation they drove to the river, and at some point the scientist faltered, and embarrassingly suggested that he talks too much sometime. And then he changed the subject and asked about the reasons why Park Soo-ho wanted to meet him in the first place. The one, instead of answering, warned to be careful looking ahead. Dr. Toddler looked down at the road. Almost in front of the car, the bridge they were traveling on buckled and spattered rocks in every direction, and the head of a humpback whale leaping out of the water appeared from behind the asphalt crumbles. Unable to handle the car, Dr. Toddler's first moment was more astonished at what he saw of the whale than at the loss of control. And Park Soo-ho had already habitually checked what kind of creature was in front of him by calling up the system window. The whale's characteristics were impressive, except that following the whale out of the water was a much more dangerous and ugly creature. And Dr. Toddler recognized it as a megalodon monster without any qualm. Meanwhile, while the monster from the depths of the sea was trying to attack the whale, their car flew into the air, miraculously avoiding being hit by pieces of asphalt. The realization of the considerable likelihood of dying, crushed in the jaws of a giant monster, was even more terrifying. Like a car, the whale managed to twist itself underwater again and escape the tusks and tentacles of its pursuer. By the time a helicopter hovered over the bridge and a rescue team was approaching on the water was calm. Inspecting the surface of the river with searchlights from helicopters reported that the car had been hit and were ordered to rescue the civilians. The order was also passed on to those who moved through the water on special devices. Those who were closest to the car crash site at the time were put in charge. David and Silva systematically scoured the neighborhood, looking through the water column, and at one point spotted a red Jeep that looked like Toddler's car. After making sure that it really looked like the truth, they divided up the duties and went off in different directions. Gaining more air, David ducked, calling up the search skill, and swam down. But it was already dark enough on the surface, and it was necessary to go even slightly deeper into the water column, as it became almost impossible to see anything. In order to fix it, I had to use a skill in which my eyes illuminated the surrounding space like headlights. Looking around once more, David caught the light of a red car slowly sinking to the bottom. However, when he hurriedly drifted closer, there was absolutely no one in the car. David tried to look around again and saw nothing new. There were no dead or alive around. And then the silhouettes of a whale and a megalodon, chasing it with a stubborn fierceness, flashed in the distance. Not wanting to miss out on big prey, the monster had successfully caught up with the whale and was about to open its jaws. But at the last moment, the whale, in spite of its size, gracefully twisted and avoided the jaws that closed in close proximity to its tail, and then quickly rushed upward, rising to the surface before the monster came to its senses and rushed after it. However, it didn't take long to come to its senses and quickly figured out where the uncooperative prey had gone, and then the megalodon followed, anticipating that it would catch up with her. The whale surged up out of the water again, raising clouds of spray and wave. The rescuers managed to stay on their feet and not go into the water at the cost of incredible efforts. The whale was followed by a megalodon, at the sight of which commands to open fire on it were heard from all sides. But suddenly one of them noticed that there were people on one of the whale's fins. Indeed, Dr. Toddler and Park Soo-ho were hanging there. The professor exhaled a sigh of relief that they had almost been eaten. But Park Soo-ho did not give up on such lines and was finally able to look at the monster that was chasing them and evaluate its characteristics. Perhaps he shouldn't have had much trouble defeating this, albeit large but not very strong youngster. Therefore, he pointed his palm at the megalodon and summoned the Air Force skill. A huge tornado swept up the monster that was terrifying to many and tossed it up into the air. The rescuers who had not had time to open fire were discussing what they saw in front of them. Someone remembered seeing the same tornado in a YouTube video. By the same token, David, who had emerged from the depths, recognized the Dragon Knight as the one who had cast the spell. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho had also added fire fairies to the air tornado. The stinging flames of fire immediately spread through the air currents, turning the entire funnel into a fiery tornado. Prudently not approaching the monsters, the rescuers watched the battle that was unfolding in front of them. Many of them were glad that the whale had managed to escape from such a creature as a megalodon, and now the commands to open fire rang out again. And from above, helicopters additionally shot the tornado, hoping to kill the monster. The two men were still hanging from the whale's fin. Professor Toddler turned around and stared upward in a daze. It didn't occur to him that he had just seen with his own eyes how someone had managed to catch a megalodon in a fire tornado. Park Soo-ho didn't pay attention to the defeated monster, or the man beside him. He asked the whale if he was happy that he was able to avenge his mother. The whale glanced back and muttered something in his whale language, and then went underwater, sending up a fountain of spray behind him and raising the wave again. The barely alive megalodon, engulfed in tongues of flame, was also falling. Against the tranquility of the still and moonlit night, it even seemed surreal, but finally the monster crashed on the rocks and was finally defeated, and the system message notified about it and the annulment of the water attribute skill. A peaceful, beautiful sun was rising over the valley and the ruins of some ancient castle. On a rocky shore overlooking the sea stood a fenced-in manor house. When they gathered in the courtyard for breakfast, Dr. Toddler asked if Park Soo-ho had slept well. He thanked me for my hospitality and admitted looking at the sea that it was a wonderful place. At that moment, a Dow's whale jumped out of the water, also greeting people. The professor said that because of the constant attacks of the monsters, humpback whales are having a hard time, but this guy was very lucky to meet them. With a smile, Park Soo-ho noticed that it felt as if this town was at the end of the world. And in response he heard that the monsters have been pushing the English troops for a long time, and they have almost no places left to escape to. All the country can do to protect them is to create huge impenetrable walls around the remaining corners of safety. And then Dr. Toddler changed the subject and said he was still bothered by things that happened last night. He was primarily surprised at how Park Soo-ho was able to subdue all sorts of beasts and control them with ease. However, he was even more mesmerized by the opportunity to personally see the famous fire tornado twice. The lad sipped his tea indifferently from his mug and only quipped indifferently at such dithyrambs, and the professor continued to be enthusiastic and said that there had never been an awakened person capable of taming beasts and controlling the elements. After a little silence, he suddenly thought about it and asked an unexpected question about the life of his interlocutor before his awakening. I didn't believe for a moment that it could be ordinary, but then Park Soo-ho explained that his life became different after he entered the animal kingdom. And taking the opportunity, he changed the topic to what he was interested in and clarified whether he had created a device for measuring spatial energy. Dr. Toddler proudly confirmed that this was exactly his work and asked if he liked it. But only the question that followed about what laws are behind this device made the scientist very wary, and he did not hurry to answer it. But Park Soo-ho did not hide the fact that every time he was measured inside, it felt as if someone was watching him. His interlocutor rubbed his neck in embarrassment, clearly not eager to divulge the detail. Not paying attention to the strange behavior, he also said that it was also related to the planet from which he had returned to Earth. As far as Park Soo-ho understood, this planet is broken into pieces that appear in the form of dungeons, and the dungeon in their guild's territory is only a small part. In addition, instead of friendly animals, it is now inhabited by lizards he has never seen before. And he was very much interested in the questions of what happened to his friends from that planet and why he hadn't changed at all in 1,000 years. Also, for some reason it seemed important to understand what kind of people were watching him every time he used the spatial energy measuring device. And that's why he came all this way to get answers from someone who is recognized as an expert in such matters. Professor Toddler took some time to digest what he had just heard, and then voiced his conclusion that all of these issues and his interest in Hangul and the Korean language are definitely somehow related. These phrases said nothing to the guy who sat across from him and shifted his eyebrows in a frown, silently demanding clarification. For clarification, they had to change their location, leaving the hospitable sunny courtyard. Cautiously descending into the darkness of the deep basement, Dr. Toddler lit the steps with the flashlight on his phone. Showing a light far below, he explained that this was his laboratory, and that it was so deep it would survive even after an atomic explosion. Besides, even though it's a personal laboratory, it's also government property, and Park Soo-ho is the first outsider here. They traveled up several flights of stairs before they came to a door with a code lock. The scientist habitually entered the numerical code on the lock panel, pressing the buttons in the proper order, and a door that was solid even in appearance began to swing open in front of them. Standing in the doorway, still shining his flashlight ahead of him, he waved hospitably and announced that they had arrived. Park Soo-ho carefully looked around the room that opened before him. It was not spacious, but rather huge and more like a maze of closet devices and fenced-in work areas. A little embarrassed to look at his guest, the professor admitted that the place was indeed a little cluttered. But despite its strange appearance, the lab was fully stocked with all the equipment he needed for his work. Walking to one corner of the room, the man circled the area with his hand and labeled it as laboratory equipment for analysis, and next to it were test pieces. As an example, he showed one of the robots capable of reproducing a light copy of any object after entering a code. And nearby was a whole collection of ore from various dungeons. It served not only as a decoration, but also for various researches. Several screens were dedicated to dungeons related to Park Suho that had been found in the past 2 months. One of them displayed the same obscene inscription. Dr. Toddler was particularly excited to show it all, and fountained with enthusiasm about the human language found in the dungeon. And it was a Korean script just like the one found in all these dungeons visited in the last few weeks. And if Park Suho had listened to him half-heartedly before, he was surprised at what he was being shown. He somehow didn't keep track of much that was going on around him, and the fact that there were several versions of the same dungeon was unaware of it. So, was amazed to hear about dungeons related to their but different levels appearing in different cities. There were 8 such dungeons in Europe, 2 in Africa, 3 more opened in Asia, and with what they have all 4, and they all opened at different times and had different levels. However, he had once been told that portals appeared near the Awakened. That made him think it was because it was a dungeon, not a planet. Then Park Suho thought that the planet might have fallen apart and been copied. This theory was logical by the standards of his interlocutor. But then there was the question of what happened to the animals that lived on the planet. And so, he got Professor Toddler to shrug his shoulders and confusedly say that he was curious about it too, and then stare wistfully at the screens showing the mysterious dungeons they had just discussed. A little later, he turned again to his interlocutor, and fixing his glasses stated that this was exactly why he wanted to talk. This behavior discouraged Park Suho, puzzled by the expression that slipped into the scientist's voice. He suddenly grabbed the young man's hand and began to tell him how he dreamed of learning the truth about the origin of the dungeon. He dreamed that after the meeting, he would be able to explain that which does not give rest to many people forcing to build numerous theories. But when he received a letter from the author of that inscription, he couldn't sit still so much. He waited for this meeting for which he literally lived. The professor's genuine delight and enthusiasm was both embarrassing and surprisingly sweet, but he continued to beam at them and suggested that they try to find answers to all their questions together. Yet, Park Suho saw that behind the enthusiasm, the scientist had no concrete answers and therefore did not know anything. Not noticing the thoughtful state of his interlocutor, the professor recalls that he was interested in a device for measuring spatial energy and calls out to follow him to another part of the lab intending to show him something. He has to rummage through numerous shelves for a while before he finds and retrieves what he is looking for. Examining the man's find, Park Suho raises her eyebrows questioningly, and Dr. Toddler proudly holds out to him some unassuming-looking cobblestone. Seeing that the young man is completely unimpressed, he explains that it is called a memory stone. But instead of detailed explanations, he suggests taking this stone in his hands and closing his eyes to listen to his sensation. Without much expectation, Park Suho does as he was asked and places his hand on the stone. At first, nothing much happens, but gradually the stone begins to glow brighter and brighter. Then, just in case, Park Suho also clutched his eyes as the professor advised, and before his gaze he sees dozens of eyes and that annoying system notification that someone is watching him. Shocked by such a familiar feeling as if someone is actually looking at him, Park Suho opens his eyes wide. Without waiting for a verbal response, the scientist can't stand it and asks what sensations have arisen. Park Suho stares at the stone in his hands in astonishment and says confusedly that he feels someone's gaze on him. And Dr. Toddler tells us that everyone has different reactions, but usually the most sensitive awakened are just a little uncomfortable, and then confirms that this stone is used to make instruments for measuring spatial energy. But he adds that he did not make the stone himself, and this surprises his young interlocutor. So, he tells us that 10 years ago, this stone fell near the portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe, and it was a very long time before they learned of its usefulness and figured out its action. When Park Suho hears this, he is surprised and asks if the stone really fell from the sky. The doctor tells us that even though Europe suffered greatly from the Great Catastrophe, it still received in blessing. The divine stone, being the main object of all dimensions, fell that day, and in time, they were able to explore space. Thinking back, Park Suho tried to summarize that the doctor had just invented a device, but he had already stepped aside, whistling a tune under his breath and looking for something in another locker. After finding what he was looking for, he turned back around and said that thanks to the information contained on the Divine Stone, they were able to create many devices. One of these he demonstrated by opening and showing that he had managed to attach the memory stone to the case. And then the professor returned the stone to its place, closed the case, and added that it was also possible to transfer all the information sealed in the stone. The Stone of Memories absorbs information from any contact, and although it has its own limit, it can cope with the flow of information perfectly. Holding out a rather compact device to Park Soo-ho, the scientist offered to touch the surface. He calmly placed his hand on the device, which immediately began to glow brightly. And for a while the device glowed, but on a small screen it gave some reading. Upon seeing them, Dr. Toddler was indescribably delighted that Park Soo-ho had managed to overcome the B-rank spatial energy in just 3 months. He realized that he could put it down to the guy being special, but even so, this kind of speed couldn't help but surprise him. Listening to the cheers, Park Soo-ho realized that this small device was also used to measure spatial energy. Nodding and saying that he would like to work on the dimension some more, the professor added that he had recently developed another measuring device. When he returned one device and took out a very similar one from the shelf, he offered to take a look at it as well. Park Soo-ho clarified with interest whether this device was also made with the same stone. Dr. Toddler nodded, adding that it's just that the case itself has different functions, and explained further. It turns out that scientists were able to find out that the stone is able to carry an impressive amount of information and also disclose data on physical indicators. Frowning, Park Soo-ho interrogated the physical stats with slight suspicion, and then having switched on the device, he was shown a screen on which there were lines responsible for strength and agility. And the professor explained that this device can be used to determine the level of strength and dexterity of the awakened. Then it would be possible to distribute the awakened according to these criteria as well, and thus create more efficient teams. Satisfied with the prospects, Dr. Toddler smugly adjusted his glasses and asked what his interlocutor thought about it, but Park Soo-ho let his question pass his ears, concluding that none of the awakened ones could see someone else's physical stats yet. Meanwhile, the scientist said that tomorrow there will be an official demonstration, but he would be honored to conduct the first test now. With a shrug, Park Soo-ho calmly placed his hand on top of the device. Satisfied with this, Dr. Toddler watched the whole scene intently, but I was quite surprised when, instead of just outputting the right ones, this device shimmered. He immediately took the device back and started banging on it, hoping that it would help to get rid of the problems that hadn't happened the day before. But when that didn't help, he apologized to Park Soo-ho in a concerned manner and stepped aside and started calling someone. After a while, he said hello to some director and hesitantly announced that he would have to cancel the demonstration scheduled for the next day, and indicated that apparently there are some problems in the device's operation, as a strange error has just occurred. Park Soo-ho stepped back and looked at one of the monitors with excerpts from an article about him. When he saw the pictures, he snorted indignantly that there were other inscriptions. At this point, the professor ended the conversation and apologized to him, upset that they couldn't continue the conversation because of an urgent matter. Park Soo-ho nodded and only asked if the scholar knew where all these stones came from. He readily explained that the memory stones were mined on the planet Aruka. Park Soo-ho had heard of the planet Aruka for the first time, and he was becoming more and more convinced that he had to go there. The evening at the Soo-ho Guild grounds was beautiful and set one at peace. Children tired for the day from active games quietly made something of their own out of sand, when the dark, tall figure of a strange stranger appeared above them, and the strange man was armed with Japanese katanas, from which a maroon liquid was actively dripping onto the green grass. The children immediately broke away from their studies and huddled together in a single group with frightened round eyes looking at the man in front of them. Moving closer, the man said hello to the young monks and the child. Not understanding what was happening, Gong-woo stepped forward and asked who he was. When Lee Sun-woo looked at the boy, he immediately recognized him as the Gong-woo he knew from his future. Interested in learning more about it, Park Soo-ho asks the professor about the planet Aruk, and he explains that the memory stones there are nothing special. What makes them unique is their ability to reflect the same energy wavelength. If heliotropes act as batteries, memory stones are used as a data transmission device. Park Soo-ho is most interested in mentioning that the High Elves also use these stones to communicate with the opposite side of the planet, and Dr. Toddler explains that by High Elves he means elves of high rank. In the end, he concludes that the device for measuring spatial energy was just a nice bonus, and originally they wanted to develop a network for communication similar to that used by the High Elves, as well as portals, and with their help to unite the entire planet. And they learned all this secret information from those elves who came to Earth. According to their stories on Aruk, the memory stones are just that, memory stones that help determine the class's spatial energy level and a number of other important characteristics. This information caused Park Soo-ho to figuratively make a stand, and the professor added that it was impossible to hide any personal information from the elf. These words completely echoed what Park Soo-ho had just thought while listening to the stories from planet Ara. It turned out that all higher elves see the same information window as he did, for example, when he wanted to know more about Dr. Toddler or someone else. And suddenly the system window of the interface, which was clearly showing the necessary data just a moment ago, began to interfere. And then, on top of the interference that made it impossible to make out anything, there was also an inscription about no signal. It looked like another malfunction in the system. Professor Toddler rubbed his neck in embarrassment and admitted that he had gotten carried away again and had overdone the talking, and apologized that he'd have to fix the device, which could take a long time. He figured he wouldn't stick his nose out until he was done. Park Soo-ho nodded in agreement and promised then not to distract the scholar from his business anymore. He offered to wait for a while until a guide came to help him look around the city and advised me to walk down the shopping street where there are many good restaurants, but not to go too far, and then disappeared into another part of the lab. Nodding at the suggestion to continue the conversation tomorrow, Park Soo-ho looked around. His attention was drawn to the screen with a note on the dungeon inscriptions from his planet. But all that the scientists were able to find out at the moment is that the inscriptions on the walls of the cave are at least 200 years old, which means whoever left them. But the obscene inscription with offensive analysis that caught her eye again made Park Soo-ho snort to himself at the ridiculousness of it all. Walking further, he stopped over the memory stones spread out on the table in large numbers. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and picked up one of the stones, which immediately glowed. Almost immediately, he saw an information window with a message about the surveillance. Not understanding who was behind the question marks was annoying, but there was a suggestion that the higher elves might know more about it. Maybe they know all about the great catastrophe and the creation of the dungeons. Then he really needed to get to the planet Aruka. Distracted from his thoughts, a strange man came down the stairs and asked if he was Park Soo-ho. Turning around, Park Soo-ho warily inquired in turn if he could see the guide in front of him. The one came closer and introduced himself as William of the Lawrence Corporation and the Pioneers of Measurement, and relayed Dr. Toddler's request to be a guide. Satisfied with this acquaintance, Park Soo-ho instantly decided that if there was an opportunity, he should definitely go somewhere. And going to the screens showing dungeons from his planet, he pointed to one of them and asked if he could get there. Checking the phone, William said it was the south portal to London and was in the 11th Infantry Brigade's area of operations. And afterwards, he clarified if he had correctly understood that Park Soo-ho wanted to take part in the cleanup of this dungeon. In response to a positive nod, the guide was confused but tentatively agreed to oblige. Meanwhile, Dr. Toddler was carefully checking his device and trying to figure out what was wrong with it. Everything was working fine with his vitals, so we needed to figure out why Park Soo-ho's check was either constantly generating an error or something was malfunctioning. He had already reviewed everything he could and didn't understand why there were suddenly any errors at all. Suddenly, the door to the lab swung open and a large and dark silhouette appeared in the opening, calling out to him. Recognizing David Dame as the intruder, the professor greeted him affably and asked if anything was wrong. The one came closer and said that there was no way he could miss such an event as visiting the Dragon Knight and meeting him. Laughing, the scientist said that he had some malfunctions that caused him to call a guide and ask him to take care of their guest. A frustrated David asked if his idol was definitely not here. The professor confirmed this once more, and immediately asked to put his palm on one of the devices since he had come. David, realizing that it was a new invention, put his palm where he was pointed and froze. When the data appeared on the screen, Dr. Toddler cheerfully exclaimed that everything was working perfect. Looking at the screen, David Dame realized it was displaying his physical stats. The scientist confirmed this and added that the data corresponds to the characteristics of an awakened S level that has reached its limit in strength performance. David gave a proud pose, but said that if there was a 4-digit number, there would be something to brag about. But for now, it was more about practicing. The man's words caught the scientist's attention, and his thoughts raced, allowing him to fumble for a possible clue. Noticing that Dr. Toddler was no longer here, David Dame waved his hand and said he would go find the Dragon Knight. But the professor didn't care about the visitors. He was trying to catch the tail of a hunch that was already literally hovering somewhere nearby. He kept turning the word's 4-digit number around in his head and couldn't believe it could be so simple. Quickly tapping on the keyboard and digging into the code of the device, he found what he was interested in. The measurement limit was the largest 3-digit number. According to this fact, the scholar tried to open Park Soo-ho's data and raised the limit to 9,999. And with eyes widened with amazement, he observed the changes that had occurred in the data file. not believing what he saw. Meanwhile, William, the guide, was leading Park Soo-ho towards the dungeon he wanted to enter. On the road, they passed a strange multi-legged monster, which several military vehicles were trying to hold together with chains. William explained that the monster was being immobilized for research. Their company buys up its kind for cheaper, since they're not tenants anyway. And a while later, they reached the base set up near the dungeon. This dungeon was not only surrounded by buildings for combat units. There were military helicopters flying around, and keeping a close eye on the situation. The guide led the guest through the base and told him that there were 18 hours left until the breaking of this level 5 dungeon with huge grasshoppers. Without much curiosity looking around, Park Soo-ho suddenly noticed a screen with an advertisement. In it, a man in knight's armor threatened to take the life of a terrified guy in a grasshopper costume. And then an inscription appeared, urging the warriors to follow the knight's example sooner rather than later. William explained that he is England's most famous comedian, and the squads are trying to make money from the dungeons with the help of celebrity. Frowning at the clip that began first, Park Soo-ho turned away attracted by the noise. Off to the side, a strange multi-headed monster was spitting fire at the helicopters trying to attack it. The guide, when asked about the start of the attack, said that most of the territories are in a war zone, but they do not stop raiding dungeons. And then he noticed that the monster's jet of fire was dangerously close to one of the helicopters and tried to warn, but not in time, and the helicopter was shot down. Unfortunately, it was too close to them at that moment and fell dangerously close to them, causing wind and shock waves. The impact and the fire that hit the helicopter could not remain without consequences, and a strong explosion occurred. And coincidentally, the helicopter's huge blades were thrown by the blast in their direction. Realizing that there was no time to escape the guide, William instinctively tried to close himself off from danger, but Park Soo-ho stepped forward and calmly caught the blade with one hand, crumpling the metal with his fingers. The whole place froze for a while. Then people started to come to their senses, and there were whispers from all sides about what it was. However, Park Soo-ho was not interested in all this commotion, so after making sure that there were no more obstacles, he walked towards the portal with a wide stride. William rushed after him, thanking him for his rescue, and then added that the matter of the entrance was solved. Not understanding why he was being thanked and what the problem was with the entrance, Park Soo-ho wanted to ignore it, but he was attracted by the exclamation that someone had arrived. Lined up at their sides were men in full combat gear. William had labeled them as the Lawrence Corporation's best fighting team of A-Rang boys, and the commander standing in front of the group, he introduced the head of the 2nd Phoenix Squad named Robert Cole. Following close behind, Captain Cole himself greeted Park Soo-ho and introduced himself, but he ignored the outstretched hand and walked on, throwing out that he shouldn't have called the team, as he would go into the dungeon alone. Poor William did not know how to react to such a statement, because he had been appointed as a guide and was kind of responsible for the guest's safety. Only Park Soo-ho was already anticipating a good hunt, and without looking at anyone else, he went to the portal, only throwing once again that no one would follow him. The guide tried to catch up with him and stop him, reminding him that this was a level 5 dungeon. But by the time he came to his senses and rushed to catch up, it was too late, because Park Soo-ho had entered the portal. Trying to call up the system window, he still saw only interference and the message that there was no signal in front of him. Not too upset, he dispelled the status window and, mentally rubbing his hands together, anticipatively recalled the limit of B-rank monsters. The guide William still tried to call out to him again, just in case, hoping he would come to his senses. Their Korean guests didn't raise an eyebrow at this. They only had time to notice his clothes disintegrating into shreds, leaving the guy in his combat gear. William and Robert Cole and their team were left standing in front of the portal, looking confused. Having no idea what to do in such a situation, the guide turned and asked the captain about it, clarifying whether they should follow him. That one rubbed his chin and spread his hands, saying that he didn't see any reason to do so if Park Soo-ho didn't want their help. The members of the battle group behind them were also discussing the disregard for the squad. Some of them reminded him that he was a dragon knight, and others were worried. A frustrated William apologized for pulling such a busy man away, but Robert Cole brushed it off, saying they were still waiting for the quest to begin. But the guide was still worried about the one whose health and safety he was entrusted with, and grabbed his head, not knowing how to get rid of the worry. A red SUV pulled up to the portal and parked next to it, drawing everyone's attention away from the whispers. William and the captain frowned, since they weren't expecting anyone else, it seemed. But then David Dames stepped out of the car, and William exhaled relaxedly. He walked toward the acquaintance, waving his hand and greeting as he went. David looked around at everyone present, and then asked Robert Cole why he wasn't just standing there catching grasshoppers. The latter, in turn, called David the Queen of Muscles, and asked him snidely what in their village forgot the famous hero, who now has to save the world. David grinned and loomed over the squad captain with a threatening tone, asking if he was judging him. Robert, without changing his tone, also asked if he looked foolish enough to provoke the 9th ranker in the world, and the 1st in England. However, he then backed off neutrally, noting that they had a quest to prepare for, and suggested they see each other at the party. David Dame, however, was in no hurry to tone it down, and also snidely broached the question of whether he would be able to see his drunken face at the farewell party. The squad members watching this scene coughed and discussed in quiet voices how much these conversations were stressing them out, and only the guide William looked at David with desperate longing and hope. The big man, making sure his eternal opponent had stepped aside, turned to William and asked why he was so sad. He looked around and asked where the Dragon Knight was. William replied that he had gone into the dungeon alone. And to David Dame's surprise, he added that Park Soo-ho left so fast that he just didn't have time to stop him. But now he was worried about what they'd do if something went wrong. Plus, he could get fired for all of this. After listening to the confused mutterings of his acquaintance, David Dame laughed deafeningly at the top of his voice. Laughing heartily, he rather concluded that it was quite expected from a Dragon Knight. To puzzlement and attempts to point out the 5th level of the dungeon, David Dame condescendingly remarked that William didn't seem to know much about their guest. Then he said he would be waiting at the pink ice cream parlor, and asked me to let him know when he came out of the dungeon. But no sooner had he turned around and moved towards the cafeteria than he heard the sounds of activation from outside. When he turned back, he exclaimed joyfully that the knight had come out of the portal. William turned around too, and stared at him unculturally, not believing his eyes. And Park Soo-ho had indeed emerged from the portal, and stood pensively shaking off the dust from his equipment. The guide with great difficulty restrained the urge to wipe his eyes and could not pick up his sagging jaw because this simply could not be. The members of the combat team, when their services in the raid were abandoned, went about their usual business and double-checked the contents of their backpacks and camping gear. At the same time, they were discussing that something had already happened to the 3 teams that had entered the dungeon, and all of them were in danger of not being able to prevent the rift. And if they put in their best effort and don't do it, the area around them invariably gets flooded with giant grasshoppers. It didn't inspire the team too much, but they realized it was just acts. Someone reported that the national office had requested several squads to help, but Phoenix's 1st and 3rd teams were now in Liverpool. And then another squad member asked what would happen if the rift happened while they were inside. The other shrugged, trying not to think about it. Suddenly, some of them looked toward the portal with cries of amazement. The others, curious, began to turn around as well. Many fought the urge to wipe their eyes or pinch themselves to make sure they weren't imagining what they were seeing. One of the fighters shouted to Captain Robert Cole that Park Soo-ho had returned from the dungeon. At first, he was indignant at the nonsense his subordinates were saying, but he looked in that direction. And there indeed David Dame and William welcomed the Korean badass out of the portal. At the shout of someone cheering the Dragon Knight, looked up and looked around at the delegation greeting him. When he saw the vaguely familiar big man, he remembered that it was the same strong man he had seen when he had saved the whale from the megalodon. Suddenly a panicked cry was heard in the distance that a fire boar had escaped, and everyone turned towards the voice. A huge flaming monster-shaped boar with red eyes was running toward them. He threw everyone in his path to the side. Turning around at the sounds, David Dame looked around glumly and assessed the situation. And while the guide William panicked and echoed the cries of the fiery boar, David Dame thought of a better way to knock out the escaped beast. But as he glanced around at the devastation the monster had left behind, he didn't immediately realize what he was looking at. And upon realizing, David went into a wild rage and roared indignantly that this pig had ruined his favorite cafe. Turning around, he swung with a draw back, and threatening that he would not forgive this, he strengthened his fist with a megaton strike attack prepared to meet it. William the guide was ready to close his eyes, trembling with terror, and unable to stop panicking. Unlike him, Park Soo-ho was calm and a bit somber as he watched the events unfold. When a pudgy fist predictably met the fire monster's forehead, the world froze for a moment. No one around him managed to even move to do anything, and the only one who could, still did, preferred to just watch. And when the world shuddered and died out, the boar flew in the opposite direction with the same speed as it had fled before, and crashed right in the cluster of frozen employees of the base, barely had time to rush in different directions to avoid being hit by a huge boar carcass. The members of the combat squad, who were watching, murmured approvingly among themselves, praising David and his ability to deal with everything in one blow. Park Soo-ho relaxed as well, and with a smile, he generously shared a capacious characterization of strength. David Dame turned flatteringly in his direction and stepped closer, and then introduced himself by saying that he and the Dragon Knight already knew each other, in a way. Firmly shaking the hand extended to him, Park Soo-ho in turn also introduced himself. When he said in a heartfelt voice that the meeting with him had been awaited since that day, he raised his eyebrows a little perplexed and asked why. And David Dame explained to him that day he saw Park Soo-ho turn a megalodon into literal fish food. Then he realized that the two of them were very, very much alike. In a rush of overwhelming emotion, he asked his idol if he knew how he had achieved such muscles, and he said it was all caused by the simplest of bananas. Park Soo-ho began to lose the thread of the conversation and asked in confusion, trying to understand what bananas had to do with it. Then it was explained to him that it was because of a cave painting he'd seen once, the one where he's practicing with giant bananas. And then he realized what his interlocutor meant and laughed softly. And David Dame went on to say that everyone around him laughed, and he saw a kindred spirit in it, and started practicing with bananas too. At his interlocutor's surprised and slightly skeptical question, he nodded confidently and hurried to explain further. But first, he pulled out his phone, opened the right frame on it, and showed a picture of what he looked like at his worst time. Carefully gazing at the image on the smartphone screen, Park Soo-ho inarticulately muttered something understanding. He looked at a picture of a skinny, frail kid holding a bunch of bananas in one hand, and listened to how that kid was soothed by bananas when the going got tough. It triggered his own memories of how bananas had literally saved his life at one time. It amazed him that someone could see himself in those cave paintings after they'd become a worldwide laughingstock. He liked this guy, and David tensed his muscles and offered to ignore the energy data, asking if he couldn't manage with his muscles alone. And Park Soo-ho grinned smugly, agreeing that he could definitely do it because it was easy. Then David Dame offered to watch a Korean take down a monster in close combat, using only physical stats. He grinned anticipatively, and readily replied that he saw no problem with that. William, the guide, did not listen to their conversation much, still looking at the boar, and therefore could not react in time. When he came to his senses, both of them were already entering the portal without looking back at anyone, and he could only stand there with his mouth open, regretting that he had missed the moment and the guest entrusted to his care had disappeared again. In the back, not only the local workers and the combat team were watching this run, but also journalists with cameras who had come from somewhere. And a while later, news articles started to appear one after another about Park Soo-ho and David saving England by clearing the dungeon before the rift. Mentioned and thanked all associations of the Awakened, including Phoenix Squadron and Lawrence Company. The Queen of Britain's gift of knighting Park Soo-ho was of particular resonance and interest. News watchers Kim Mi-seo and Baek Yi-soo fell out when they saw the latest article about the Queen of Britain and Park Soo-ho. And while department head Kim Mi-seo could imagine it and took it calmly, director Baek Yi-soo groaned in despair. Wrapping his arms around his head, the principal closed his eyes and asked doomfully if there was any news from Park Soo-ho. Kim Mi-seo shook her head and said that she still hasn't been able to contact him either. When the director stopped acting like a sufferer, he asked if the Soo-ho Guild's dungeon had been cleared and if he had found anything interesting. When his colleague shook her head negatively, he exhaled again, and the woman eyed him suspiciously and asked if it would be okay if they just returned the money. Trying to dismiss any suspicions, Baek Yi-soo reminded that the 7th level dungeon was about to appear, so money was not the most worrying thing right now, and dreamily thought about how great it would be to clone Park Soo-ho at least 100 times. Manager Kim Mi-seo squinted her eyes and asked what he was worried about when he said he was going to leave as soon as a dungeon like this appeared. And I didn't fall for the principal's hastily concocted, insulted look to convince me that he didn't mean it at all. On the contrary, she started asking where he got this sudden patriotism from and what she didn't know about. Trying to change the subject, Baek Yi-soo irritably suggested that they think about how they could get Park Soo-ho back to Korea before he decided to stay in England. Kim Mi-seo paused for a moment, slowly folded her leg, and smugly said that it was not something to worry about at all. As she explained to the wary director, Park Soo-ho himself will come running back as soon as he checks the internet. At the man's perplexed look, she suggested looking at the new video that had come out an hour ago on Soo-ho's guild channel. With a grumble that Lee Sun-woo had really made a mess, Baek Yi-soo started up the clip on the laptop and stared at the screen with his eyes wide open. Off to the side on one of the line bases around another portal, military helicopters were shooting a huge monster that had escaped from the dungeon. And almost next door, the sky was colorful with the bright colors of fireworks at the celebration. The host was thanking everyone for participating in this successful dungeon sweep party, and hoped everyone was having fun. Present at this celebration were the heroes of this most successful sweep. David Dame pretty much ranted that the past day was really the best and even better than when he was able to catch a giant shark with tentacles. After clinking his champagne-filled glass with him, Park Soo-ho thanked him and complimented the big man's fists. He couldn't contain his curiosity and asked if the Dragon Knight had met Sylvia in Russia. At the perplexed question of who it was, he clucked his tongue and told me that she was quite famous among the tamers, and that she dropped everything and flew all the way to Russia as soon as she heard about him. In fact, a lot of tamers flew to Russia to see him. Park Soo-ho immediately tensed up, not expecting to hear anything good, and frowned as he clarified why he wanted to be seen. To this, David Dame laughed and said as if that explained everything because he was a Dragon Knight, and then explained that the interest was due to the fact that until now, there was no tamer in the world who could tame a wyvern. Hearing this, Park Soo-ho shrugged his shoulders and sipped the champagne from his glass and indifferently said that it was easy, except that David Dame followed up by seriously declaring that he shouldn't give in to provocation anyway. And on a perplexed question about the essence of the remark, he realized that his interlocutor had not yet seen the news. Then he took out his phone and opened one of the news articles on it, where there was a picture of Lee Sung-woo, and relayed his mocking challenge. Taking the stranger's phone in his hands, Park Soo-ho looked through the article, trying to figure out why the unknown guy was acting like this. On the remark that he had no idea who this Okita hero, David Dame, was, he explained that it was the first in the world ranking. But neither this nor the addition that he was actually a Korean named Lee Sung-woo said anything to Park Soo-ho, and he said he had never heard of such a thing. Not too believing David Dame nevertheless asked to avoid this guy if at all possible, as he is insane and a soul killer. Some concern appeared on Park Soo-ho's face, and he interrogated about the abnormal and the murderer. And David revealed that, as the world's #1 Lee Sung-woo has done a lot of good, and is recognized as a global hero, so he really wanted to be friends with him. And when the opportunity presented itself to fight each other in the arena, he saw it as an opportunity to talk in a friendly setting. But only during the battle was not at all to that, and the fight itself was quite tough, and at the end, he lost. Recognizing this, David Dame stated that Okita Hero is really strong, but despite the loss, it was the best fight of his life. However, he contemptuously said that evaluation is the privilege of the strong, but not of someone ignorant who doesn't know how the world works. And then he gleamed devilishly with his eyes and promised to show the price of such arrogance. A stunned David Dame could not understand what he was talking, but Okita Hero didn't waste any more time with words and landed several merciless, crushing blows. And that day he felt as if he had seen the eyes of the devil. And then he rolled up his sleeve and showed the many crisscrossing scars from 8 major surgeries on his left arm. This whole story discouraged Park Soo-ho, but was not finished yet. David Dame shared the observation that many of those who challenged Okita Hero died in arena fights. It is enough to analyze the video carefully, and you can understand that he takes the life of his opponents even when he wins by a large margin. Moreover, Okita Hero does not spare even those who have surrendered and are asking for mercy, which clearly shows that he is a soul killer. Park Soo-ho asked why he was doing that, but was told not to get mixed up with Okita Hero. Returning to the news on his smartphone, he flipped through the feed and absent-mindedly wondered what grudge he might have against him to provoke him like that. But then he came across a headline that Suho Guild lands had been attacked, and this was what had made him furious. Giving his phone to David Dame, who was puzzled by this unexpected reaction, he took out his own and called his brother. Rejoicing at his call, Junho's first reaction was to resent why it had taken them so long to get in touch with him. But Park Soo-ho told him to shut up and told him to explain what was going on. As soon as he realized what he was talking about, Junho said that Okita Hero had broken in and told him that if Park Soo-ho didn't come, he would kill them all. And then he added that 2 wolves had died on patrol trying to stop the intruder. This news discouraged Park Soo-ho, and he stared at the screen in disbelief. The most strange thing was that the attack should have set off an alarm, but calling up the system window, he saw the same message about no signal and cursed, realizing that there was no alarm because of this system error. Then there were questions about what the others were doing when the pack members died, and whether they could not leave the hunting ground. Leaning the phone to his ear again, Park Soo-ho shouted into the receiver, asking what they were doing when all this happened. Junho made the excuse that it was the #1 in the world, with outrage at what could be expected of them against such a thing. Trying not to squeeze the phone too tightly, Park Soo-ho only growled through his teeth in impotent rage in response to the request to return as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone and still cursing, he promised himself that as soon as he got back, all the guys would be practicing until they started begging him. A frustrated David Dame distracted him from his rather bloodthirsty thoughts and suggested that he was coming home. Distractedly raising his head, Park Soo-ho focused on the current situation and then nodded to say that he should go immediately. The concerned remarked that despite the incomprehensible fixation, Okita Hero definitely has some sort of purpose, made a questioning eyebrow arched. David Dame then explained that it's weird for a champion to mock someone who hasn't even been officially ranked yet, and there is a high chance of disaster during the fight. But Park Soo-ho brushed off that warning and asked to say goodbye to Toddler and William. And under a confused and concerned look, he turned and stepped back a little to the side. Extending his arm, he habitually tried to use the beast summoning skill to summon a wyvern. Except nothing else happened, and Park Soo-ho froze in the middle of the hall in a ridiculous pose. He shook his hand and tried several more times to summon the wyvern, but for some reason, it wouldn't work. Professor Toddler, who was watching the scene on his monitors, chuckled briefly at what he saw. Sipping the juice from the bag, he grumbled about why David had brought it up since he wanted to keep Park Soo-ho here longer. And looking at the guy's fruitless attempts to use the skill, he commented snidely that, in time, he would surely understand everything. When Park Soo-ho brought up the interface window in front of him, this time he saw a countdown instead of a no signal message. And then the system started working. All the missed notifications came at once. The last one announcing the death of Mumulenji's wolves, and Odin was the one that upset him the most. Looking sadly at the names of his pack members, Park Soo-ho clenched his jaw and made a decision not to let this go unpunished. Without any hesitation, he confidently used the wyvern summoning skill again, and this time, a small portal immediately began to form in the air. And a few seconds later, his black wyvern named Byron began to climb out of it. The appearance of the wyvern instantly horrified most of the guests present at the party. Screams were heard everywhere, and only David Dame was looking at what was happening, with an almost childlike delight in his eyes. But Dr. Toddler was not happy about everything he observed on his monitors, and he met the appearance of the wyvern with a sigh. Looking at the timer numbers, he noted that the rollback of the skill as expected was 23 hours, 28 minutes, and 14 seconds. Taking one of the stones in his hands, he thought that the artificial ore created by combining the memory stone with a takamite could be called a rukamite. It appeared that Park Soo-ho's spatial energy ability was almost the same as that of the higher elves, taking into account the earth, wind, fire, and the as-yet unseen water. And by all accounts, it appeared that since he had touched the Arukamite the day before, his status window hadn't been working properly. That is, after interacting with an Arukamite of this size, all abilities that use spatial energy were disabled for about a day. Then it remained to assume that the awakening and development of human abilities goes in the same direction as the elves from the planet Ara. While Dr. Toddler pondered all the hypotheses and pieced together observations of the Korean, David Dame dialed up the Director of Security for England. He picked up the phone almost immediately, and after listening to the report, he asked if the subordinate was with Park Soo-ho at that moment. David Dame replied that he had left, but reported that all the information he had been able to gather was recorded on the memory stone. Upset that their guest had left earlier than expected, Gilbert Reynolds told them to come to security headquarters as soon as possible, and then dialed Professor Toddler, hoping to clarify from him all the details of the experiment he was interested in. Toth answered the phone almost immediately, greeting the director. Without any preliminary echoes, Gilbert Reynolds immediately asked his opinion on everything that had happened and clarified whether the test had been successful. The scientist confirmed with satisfaction in his voice that everything had gone exactly as expected. The immediate assumption was that if it worked on Park Soo-ho, it would also work on the inhabitants of the planet Ara, and he readily confirmed it, realizing that this was what the director was most looking forward to. The one whistled through his teeth and concluded that it was time to finally teach those arrogant elves a lesson. And objections that the Aruki elves were their close allies who had taught them many new technologies didn't bother him one bit. He was not going to show any discretion in this matter, believing that there was no alliance that would last forever. The professor tried to say something in defense of the elves, but the headmaster reminded him that the Aruki elves could go against them at any moment and told him to hurry up. He emphasized that the crime rate among the awakened was gradually increasing around the world, and cooperation with the Aruki elves, despite all its mutual benefits, could end at any time. And finally summarizing that the time when levels would become equivalent to power would soon be upon us, which meant they needed a way to control the awakened. He hung up the phone. Sighing, Dr. Toddler looked at the stone and thought that Park Soo-ho's physical characteristics averaged 8,000. And while he was wondering if what he had done would be enough to defeat monsters of this level, Park Soo-ho himself was flying through the night sky on a wyvern. All he was interested in at this point was how Okita Hiro even dared to invade his territory and the promise to destroy the intruder. After talking to his brother, Junho went down to his friends who were having tea and told them about the call. They were immediately alarmed. Under a hail of questions about Park Soo-ho's reaction, he stared at the smartphone screen anxiously and then turned it around to the others doomfully. The words that they might be in big trouble alerted everyone, but were not yet understood. Then Junho let the huddled closer friends read his older brother's short message. The threat of a special training session for the delinquent drove all three into indescribable terror. Tearfully clutching his head, Han Dong-soo whimpered in despair, asking what they had to do against the number one in the world. At that moment, the TV on showed a shot of the three of them standing in front of Okita Hiro. As everyone listened to the report, they immediately switched to indignant comments. Han Dong-soo disconsolately remarked that it was a still from his video. Disappointed by the commenters' remarks, the guys grumbled that it was a betrayal. Junho noticed that these comments were from the Hero Guild forum. He was very upset that this time they were the victim, but there was no one on their side. Jang Ja-shik resented why Han Dong-soo uploaded that video in the first place. He justified that he wanted to condemn that Okita Hiro. Frowning and clucking his tongue, the monk admitted that they could not deny that what had happened was a disgrace, for they must always face the danger. To this embarrassing Myung-jin, Han Dong-soo stated that he is definitely not like some to drink all night and get into a fight with civilians and be captured by the bureau. Trying to justify himself, he replied that he was just helping a small business and accidentally met Asuras disguised as human. Junho sighed and concluded that no matter how it was, they wouldn't be safe because his brother was really angry. The others also sighed sadly, and the monk added that everyone had left the guild to wait out this barrage of condemnation. Raising his head, Jang Jae-shik wondered what the bureau had to say to all this. Han Dong-soo flashed the right article and quoted the department's words about being sorry. The others heard this and dropped their jaws and rounded their eyes in indignation. What pissed Jang Jae-shik off the most was that a foreigner infiltrated the country, encroached on the guild's territory, and attacked them, and the bureau just said they were sorry. Next, they were read excerpts from an article about Okita Hiro returning to Japan. It just got to everyone, because instead of arresting the offender, they just let him go. For fear of saying too much, Monk Myung-jin folded his hands in a prayer gesture. Jang Jae-shik even jumped up from his seat, indignantly yelling that he couldn't stand it and had to talk to the bureau about it. But Junho besieged him by reminding him that those would surely tell of the probable problems if done officially, so they should take care of everything themselves. Obediently sitting back down, Jang Jae-shik thoughtfully asked if Okita Hiro was a member of the security agency, but it couldn't be a personal vendetta. And Myung-jin scornfully inserted a remark that the officials who are the most humiliated are the ones who put all the burdens and responsibilities on the citizen. Agreeing with this, Jang Jae-shik jumped up again and resented that although they were victims, there were no articles on their side. In a fit of anger, he asked if this was their country. Still rummaging through his phone, Han Dong-soo found an American article that supported them and advised them to move to a place where they would be protected. The rest agreed that this was indeed the case, and everything happened not because of their weakness, but because of the weakness of the country. But no matter how much they shouted about the need to emigrate, Park Soo-ho was the only one who could resolve the situation, and they had all seen the eyes of Okita Hiro, who had demanded that Park Soo-ho be brought back in 10 days if they didn't want to die by his hand. They then trembled standing in front of him and tried to argue that they themselves could not contact the supervisor. Remembering this, Jang Jae-shik almost cried, thinking that his body was petrified and was unable to take a single step. On the other hand, Han Dong-soo wisely reminded them that if they could fight, they would all die, and how painful it would be for Park Soo-ho. Leaving the topic of outrage, he asked how Gungwoo was, because the younger students were shocked. But to Junho's surprise, his son seemed fine. He was staying in his room more and watching TV, but it was better than wandering around at night. And Gongwoo himself watched the clips and footage of Okita Hiro with admiration time after time, and he remembered how truly amazing he appeared to him. After Han Dong-soo calmed down, he summarized and said that they should wait for Park Soo-ho to return. He would definitely wipe out the intruder. Agreeing with that, Junho figured it out and said that there was something they should do before his brother returned. He decided to take Han Dong-soo as his assistant, who readily nodded. But when they had already gathered to explore the neighborhood, he resented why he should be the one to do it, and disagreed that he had nothing better to do. Jun-ho kept running the metal detector, and said that he was sure that the people from the bureau had buried something tracking before they left. At that moment, his phone rang and he picked it up saying hello. Kim Mi-so called to thank them for their continued cooperation and the opportunity to explore the dungeons. Grinning, Jun-ho reminded her that they had actually signed a contract. After hesitating, the leader Kim Mi-so realized what he was implying and asked him not to blame the government for what happened. Not wanting to enter into a discussion on the topic, Jun-ho said goodbye and hung up the phone. Without explaining anything, he suggested we go to the Beast Farm and check things out there. His certainty that these people had installed listening devices in important places was unshakable. Sighing, Han Dong-soo reluctantly followed, but asked him not to be too hard on department head Kim Mi-soo, who was always looking out for them. He was right, but he was also reminded of the adage that the enemy may be closest. Taking another breath, he recognized that there was nothing wrong with being cautious. The area reserved for Park Soo-ho's tame beasts was quite noisy. Looking around at the view before them, the boys noted that it was getting crowded. Attracted by the noise, they turned their heads and saw a bear and a black rabbit fighting, and they had high hopes that they were just playing and not really fighting. Looking around, Jun-ho worriedly noticed that the family was getting bigger in the absence of the master, but he was still gone. Taking out his phone, Han Dong-soo looked up the latest news and found an article about Park Soo-ho being seen riding a humpback whale in southern China. The ice whirlwind was catching megalodons in the Sea of Japan, which meant he was almost home. Jun-ho realized that they didn't have a whale pond. Han Dong-soo shrugged his shoulders and reminded him that even the lack of a farm didn't prevent them from taming the animals. But he noted that Park Soo-ho had leveled up during the trip, once he managed to freeze the sea to kill sea monsters. Distracted by the unusual sound, Jun-ho turned his head and thoughtfully remarked that he had never seen these beasts before. Han Dong-soo broke away from the news articles and looked in the direction indicated as well. There were two monkeys sitting on the branches of a tree that he had never seen before. Not too sure of his conclusions, he asked again if they were Japanese monkeys. And then they dumbfoundedly looked over to Jun-ho, really hoping that what they both thought of was impossible. Except that contrary to their hopes, the latest news roundup includes headlines that Park Soo-ho has attacked Tokyo. Dumbfounded, they stared disbelievingly at the phone screen and could not get the news into their heads. Park Soo-ho appeared on an enraged wyvern in the middle of Tokyo's skyscraper. The first thing people looked at was the winged reptile and were simply horrified. When the wyvern landed right on a street in the center of town, people finally recognized it and its rider as a dragon knight. Only this time, instead of admiration, they both caused panic, and everyone in the vicinity ran away screaming. Under the video, the headline said that Park Soo-ho attacked Tokyo. A variety of comments ran. The culprit of the violent reaction paid no attention to anyone and angrily shouted at the entire neighborhood for Okita Hiro to come out to him. The shocked Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo watched the live broadcast, and although they were shocked, they recognized that it was quite in his spirit. Everyone watching was also amazed, and although they were surprised that Park Soo-ho had come to take revenge, they recognized that he was brave, and he continued to look around for his enemy and loudly insist that he come out to him. The news released a breaking news report that a dragon knight had suddenly appeared in the center of Tokyo and was looking for Okita Hiro. They reported that according to their data, he had entered the country illegally, but despite the suddenness of his appearance and the standing traffic, there was no heavy damage, and then revealed that an awakened Federation crime task force had arrived on the scene. From the helicopter, the reporters saw that it was First Lieutenant Saseki's team. Indeed, uniformed men emerged from the arriving vehicles, among whom the crowd immediately recognized Lieutenant Saseki. News reports confirmed that under Saseki's leadership, the number 15 team in the world rankings is closing in on the scene. In addition, journalists showed footage of a Type 10 tank battalion heading to the same place, and there's also an unmanned aerial battalion moving in the same direction. Jun-ho and Han Dong-soo, who were still watching the broadcast, were worried that Park Soo-ho was really in trouble now. The operational headquarters of the Japanese Defense Ministry was also closely following the unfolding events. A staff member reported on the readiness of the 1st Tank Battalion. Another reported that a battalion of combat drones was also ready for any action. Another screen showed an image of a wyvern with a scope fixed on it, and the officer in charge reported that the combat satellite had locked onto the target. At the main screens, the Deputy Commander of the Federation of the Awakened and the Minister of Defense were watching everything. Deputy Dago tried to remind Minister Kurosawa that their men were trying to get Park Soo-ho on their side. Saseki had already arrived on the scene, so for now it was just a matter of watching and seeing if the Korean was up to their level. By this point, Saseki, supported by the shouts of the crowd that chanted his name, had approached the wyvern and its rider. He decisively called out to the dragon rider, still shouting Okita Hiro's calls to come out. Park Suho stopped talking and turned questioningly to the person who had called out to him. The stranger informed him that he was arrested for trespassing, social destabilization, fear-mongering, and other violations. Skeptically looking at the insolent man from head to toe, Park Suho, ignoring all the loud statements, clarified whether he was Okita Hiro. The one introduced himself as Seiseki Kazuhiro of the police department and then told him to get down from the wyvern and surrender to justice. Realizing that this was not the one he wanted, Park Suho snorted disdainfully and told him to go away since he was not Okita Hiro. The people in the watching crowd that had gathered around were outraged at this attitude and considered him crazy. Saseki Kazuhiro did not take umbrage, and calling the intruder a rude Korean, grinned unpleasantly, and then used his abilities and bound Park Suho with strands of dark clots. The gawkers victoriously shouted something encouraging to their defender. After glancing at the thing that had swaddled him, Park Suho hummed inarticulately and moved for a moment. Rushing towards him, Saseki Kazuhiro mockingly advised him not to move, lest the vine tighten even more. But he wouldn't even listen, and raised his hands to look at the ugliness that bound him. The local policeman didn't stop threatening even when he jumped, saying that he would now be taken away by force. However, Kazuhiro did not have time to strike Saseki. Instead, he was hit in the jaw with his own fist, and flew off to the other side, while Park Suho was getting rid of the restraints that were binding him and the wyvern. The crowd gave a friendly gasp, and everyone followed the flight of the male figure with glances, and he crashed on the asphalt and rolled around for some distance. Managing to slow down and straighten up on one of Saseki's somersaults, Kazuhiro froze. With a bruise building up on his cheekbone, he pondered in amazement, trying to figure out what had just happened. Park Suho said approvingly, "When your territory is under attack, you must defend it even at the cost of your life." And the last remnants of the weave melted into the air as Saseki Kazuhiro watched in amazement. The crowd behind him recoiled in consternation, no longer trying to hoot. He, on the other hand, wiped his nose and acknowledged that his opponent was as strong as expected of a dragon knight, according to the rumors. He realized that if it wasn't for the dumb buff, his face would have been crushed from such a blow. Park Suho confirmed the remark out loud without too much arrogance and added that if he was aware of it, then let him get lost. Except Saseki Kazuhiro wasn't about to back down and activated the seals again, and rushed to attack, additionally charging and assaulting the policeman. To his displeasure, his opponent didn't even flinch as he continued to sit calmly on the wyvern, and only muttered something about annoyance. Infuriated by this neglect, he put all the fury that rose from within into the attack. But Park Suho managed to put his hand forward and resorted to the air power skill, causing an air vortex. And Saseki Kazuhiro was swept away by a strong stream of air along with his attack. The crowd gasped again. People's jaws dropped as they watched his figure fly again. Minister Kurosawa and Deputy Daigo were also surprised, clearly not expecting anything like this. And the air vortex carried Saseki Kazuhiro over the heads of the people gathered in the crowd without hitting anyone along the way, and fit it neatly into the corner of the first building he came across, and then threw the man a house standing on the opposite side of the street. Deputy Daigo and Defense Minister Kurosawa stared at the screens with round eyes in astonishment. Junho and Han Dong-soo were still on their phones, and were now commenting enthusiastically on Park Suho's action. He stood on Byron's back at full height and shouted furiously again, demanding that Okita Hiro go out himself instead of sending his minions. Watching as the enraged wyvern poured fire onto the pavement, the police officers of Saseki Kazuhiro's team tried to convey that it was their duty to protect the citizens. Overcome with shock, the Minister of Defense appreciated Park Suho's talents and considered him an even better asset than Okita Hiro. Deputy Daigo responded that he had already sent them an invitation, and they planned to reschedule the meeting for when air travel is available again. Park Suho himself continued to demand a meeting with Okita Hiro and threatened to burn everything within a kilometer radius if he was not brought to him. Echoing her master's mood, the wyvern Byron struggled to contain the flames bursting from her mouth. Hearing the threat, the people in the crowd, who had been quite at ease before, suddenly panicked and decided it was time to flee. Staff members monitoring the situation via screens reported that the citizens were in danger, and it was worth getting rid of the Dragon Knight by satellite. But Minister Kurosawa only smirked and rhetorically asked why everyone was so nervous if things were just getting interesting. Then he turned to Deputy Daigo and asked seriously what was planned next. That one glanced back but reported that Lieutenant Masai was getting ready. It was at that moment that the man called out to Park Suho, asking him to stop. He turned around questioningly. In front of him stood another stranger, this time alone and also in a different uniform. Calling up the system window, Park Soo-ho looked at the characteristics of the new actor. He was just a human. Resigned to yet another obstacle, he shoved his hands in his pockets and asked almost calmly who the stranger was. As the man came closer, he introduced himself as Latin Masai from the police department, and then said it would be a good idea to stop. Starting to slowly get angry, Park Soo-ho suggested bringing Okita Hiro immediately and gave 30 minutes to do so. But Latin Masai replied that he couldn't come to the meeting now, and explained in response to a question as to why that Okita Hiro was currently going through a level 7 dungeon. Park Soo-ho frowned and repeated thoughtfully that he had gone hunting, but then decided that it didn't make any difference and demanded to know where. Latin Masai objected that he couldn't meet with Okita Hiro right now, and besides, he would need at least 10 days to get out. With an irritated growl, Park Soo-ho said that he couldn't understand that someone who needed 10 days to clear the dungeon decided to provoke him. His interlocutor, puzzled by this question, tried to remind him that this was a level 7 dungeon, but Park Soo-ho brushed it off and sat back on the wyvern. When he asked if it was 10 days, he promised to return at the end of it. With a nod, Latorn Masai informed him that before he did that, he still had to pay for what he had done today. But Park Soo-ho calmly stated that it was their own fault and payback for previous mistakes, and asked him to tell Okita Hiro that stealing young or eggs while the pack leader was hunting was the act of a petty thief. The lieutenant promised to comply, but he didn't catch a word or a nasty smirk, immediately turning the wyvern around and making it take off. The crowd that remained below was watching the winged silhouette with ambiguous feeling. The staff members watching through the screens as Park Soo-ho rises into the air muttered that they couldn't let him escape, or it would be humiliating. But the Minister of Defense countered that it would be even worse to use the entire strength of their army against one single awakened one. And at his subordinates' attempts, he only smirked thinly and reminded them that the Korean had promised to return and told them to escort him to the borders with a fighter jet. And several airplanes did rise into the air, caught up with the wyvern rider, and began to follow him at some distance. While flying over the city, Park Soo-ho noticed something strange below and looked closely. In one area, a red and black portal shone on all sides, fenced in. Frowning, he looked closer and then guessed it might be a gateway to the planet Kuchon. The whole internet was abuzz with articles with loud headlines about Park Soo-ho challenging Okita Hiro to a fight. Sitting together in front of the TV with bottles of beer, the members of Soo-ho's guild team were celebrating their friend's next successful adventure. They were rewatching a newscast that showed footage of him visiting Tokyo and recounting the main acts of the event. Only then the announcer said that the Japanese government considered such an incident as an attack on Japan and demanded the extradition of Park Soo-ho. And dumbfounded by such a turn of events, the guys stared at the TV without hearing that the Korean ministers had not yet made any statements. The boys looked at each other worriedly as they put the bottles away. Han Dong-soo scratched the back of his head in confusion and said that it looked like there would be a collision. And then he offered to take the chance and move to the United States, because no one would unleash a conflict with them. Jang Jae-shik looked at his friend skeptically and tried to cool his enthusiasm by saying that it would be worth talking about when Park Soo-ho came back. At that moment, they heard some noise outside and turned toward the window, alert. Then they heard Gong Woo shouting and answering in a familiar voice and realized that Park Soo-ho had returned. Before they could grab their heads, they listened in horror as little Gong Woo pledged their party to the TV when asked by his uncle. Almost immediately, the front door swung open and an extremely angry Park Soo-ho appeared in the doorway. The guys, drenched in sweat, tried to look innocent and mouthed greetings, but by doing so, they made Park Soo-ho so angry that his eyes burned with rage. And when in the viscous silence, there was a creeping question about what they were doing, the nerves of the whole team gave up, and they panicked and rushed in the other direction. Enraged by this ridiculous escape as well, Park Soo-ho shouted at the top of his lungs to stand. But the guys didn't find anything smarter than breaking a window and jumping out the nearest window. Meanwhile, the Korean government continued to meet in full session and still could not come to a unified decision. There was a heated debate among the ministers. Some argued that Pa Soo-ho should be expelled immediately, others were unwilling to go along with the Japanese. The foreign minister thought it was because Park Soo-ho had gotten away with it so far that he thought he was someone else. The Minister of National Security objected, arguing that Lee Sung-woo started it all, so why is only Park Soo-ho being condemned? Outraged at the hint of possible Japanese roots, the foreign minister even rose from his seat, threateningly offering to repeat what he had said. His opponent brazenly stated that he was talking to himself. As a result, an ugly altercation ensued. some of the more sane ministers tried to restrain the disputants and suggested that they go outside and have a fight. The conflict was interrupted by the announced appearance of the president by the guard. Toth walked past the hushed ministers to his chair at a separate table and settled there under the attentive gazes. After looking around at everyone present, the first thing he did was to ask if Park Soo-ho and Lee Sung-woo knew each other. The Assistant Secretary of State shook his head and replied that there was no common ground between the two. When asked why everything that led to the current situation happened then, he also shook his head and said that the cause could not be found. The president then recalled that Lee Seon-woo had started the whole thing and asked why someone who betrayed his country would get into a fight with Park Soo-ho. The head of the Awakening Department said that they have two guesses about this in their bureau. The first could be called envy of Park Soo-ho's skyrocketing popularity outside the country. There was a hiss from the audience that such behavior for the #1 in the world was too childish. Addressing the Secretary of Homeland Security, the president clarified whether they could win a conflict with Japan if it came to that. The one said that if they had gone back 10 years, had a bigger budget, and had been preparing all that time, there would have been a chance. Realizing the veiled response, the president then offered to give the Japanese Park Soo-ho. The minister immediately became nervous and hesitantly asked if it was a good idea. Then most of the ministers started talking again, interrupting each other and convincing each other that this was the best solution and care for the welfare of their citizens. When the shouting gradually died down, the head of the bureau was asked to start preparing Park Soo-ho for shipment. He nonchalantly turned to the president again and said that the second assumption seemed more real to them. Raising a questioning eyebrow, the president clarified which second assumption he was referring to, and Baek Yi-soo explained that they have a hypothesis that it's all a plan by the Japanese government for Korea to give up Park Soo-ho. After pondering these words, the president continued the chain of logic and suggested that the threat of conflict was just a trap. To this, the bureau chief said that in the current situation, both countries are exhausted by the constant dungeon breakthroughs, so they just want to get Park Soo-ho. The president wondered if he was so important and powerful because he wasn't even a returnee like Lee Seon-woo, and realizing that he had almost won director Baek Yi-soo, assured that the guy was a little different from the rest of the awakened ones. The reason why many countries are desperate to get Park Soo-ho for themselves is because of the skills that only he possesses. Surprised by such a question, the president clarified what kind of skills the guy has, that everyone becomes so reckless. It turned out that he was on his way to mastering the power of the elements that only the highest elves of the planet Aruka possess. Everyone was struck by the news that there had been a recent increase in the number of arrivals from Aruka, and none of them could use regional magic. Stammering, the Minister of Land, Use, Infrastructure, and Transportation asked if there was an instant harvest under the elemental magic of the higher elves. Shining from how much he had managed to capture Baek Yi-soo's attention, he victoriously concluded that Park Soo-ho could bring them a huge amount of money. When they heard about the money, they immediately changed their minds and demanded that Park Soo-ho be kept in the country, and the president told them to protect him even if there was a conflict. The director no longer interfered in the discussion, and under the order to put Park Soo-ho on the VIP list and ban him from leaving the country, he mentally rubbed his hands together. As soon as the Korean government officially rejected Japan's demand for the extradition of Park Soo-ho, all news portals immediately spread the news. In addition, information has also spread that DGB is planning to build a large granary and related infrastructure on Soo-ho land. After watching the news while they rode in the car on the way back from the meeting, director Baek Yi-soo satisfactorily concluded that it was all about money. To Kim Mi-so's attempt to object, he smugly stated that who else was the one who saved the guy from being deported to Japan? And when I reminded him to talk before the news came out, he waved it off, asking what was the point of turning down something that would save him from jail and give him a lot of money. The confident headmaster told him to convey about Soo-ho Guild's imminent promotion to the 6th level and the need to concentrate on the farmland. He literally dreamed that Korea could then become the world's breadbasket instead of a rookie, and proudly declared that this is what love of country is all about. When Kim Mi-seo said that they had agreed with Max and decided to meet with Park Soo-ho the next day, the director was surprised at the promptness. He can smell money a mile away, and the head of the department will decide. When she resented that she was always cleaning up after him, he told her to just do it right. While the ministerial meeting was going on and the issue of his extradition was being decided, Park Soo-ho himself had driven his boys into the 3rd level Locust dungeon, and he drove them there more than once without giving them much of a break. In his opinion, if they don't want to develop themselves, then he should do it. Leaving the dungeon once again, the Suho Guild team members staggered through the portal one by one, and then without strength, they fell almost immediately near him on the asphalt and lost consciousness from fatigue. The first to get out of the dungeon was Jun Ho, and almost immediately after him came out Han Dong-soo, who had fallen next to each other. Jang Jae-shik came out next and tripped over someone's foot and fell on top of his friends. The monk Myung-jin was the last to fall into the pile. Park Soo-ho, who was waiting for them at the exit, stood quietly by with his hands in his sweater pockets and looked at the subordinates in front of him with disdain. Making sure none of them were thinking of getting up, he took in a lungful of air and yelled for them to get up and go again, as there were still 10 rounds to go. The boys were only moaning and snoring, and none of them even flinched at his loud shout. He looked around at all 4 of them in bewilderment and shook his head disappointedly, but the phone distracted him from taking any other invigorating action. After answering the phone, Park Soo-ho said hello to Suk Cha's grandmother and asked her what happened. She started nagging him that he was making the boys practice even at lunchtime, but he argued that they'd eaten enough while he was gone. After accepting the argument, the grandmother said that she was now with Kim Mi-so and asked to speak to her, and then handed the woman the phone. Kim Mi-seo's supervisor greeted him and said that he was rumored to be in his 3rd day of intensive training in the dungeon. After confirming that it is indeed true, and he has been busy with it since returning to Korea, Park Soo-ho clarified why she was interested, and reminded that Japan's reaction to the conflict with Okita Hiro and their mutual provocations is quite serious and may not end in the best way. But then she hastened to say that they had a good solution for the situation. While listening to what the woman was saying to him, Park Soo-ho thought that he had completely forgotten that the human world had its own laws, and ignoring them sometimes hurt, which meant that the situation would really have to be dealt with. So he offered to meet at his house to discuss the matter. And a while later, all parties to the next negotiation gathered at the Suho Guild's domain. This time, they were again seated at a table in the shade of a huge tree. The first thing Kim Mi-seo did was introduce a man unfamiliar to Park Soo-ho as an SPFC branch manager named Max. The man said hello in return and said he was glad to meet him. When they were comfortably seated at the table, Park Soo-ho immediately asked what SPFC needed from him. Max didn't hesitate to speak immediately and reminded that not long ago, the world champion Okita Hiro challenged him to a fight. Smirking, he even quoted a statement floating around the net as if he wouldn't need a single blow to win. With a perplexed frown, Park Soo-ho turned around and clarified to Kim Mi-seo whether Okita Hiro had really said such a thing. The supervisor hesitated and confirmed, and then asked if he didn't know about it. Park Soo-ho rubbed his cheek and remembered that he had heard something like that, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He was more interested in why he did it. But Max didn't let another word get in, and stated with certainty that beyond a shadow of a doubt, it was all about making money. And then explained that if the fight takes place, you can get literally astronomical amounts of money. And under the incredulous look of the guy, suggested not to waste unnecessary energy on thinking, and just listen and agree. After all, if you do just so, you can catch 2 birds at once. That is, not only to stop the conflict, but also to earn a huge amount of money. In contrast to what he was being told now, Park Soo-ho remembered how David Dame had described Okita Hiro and insisted that he should be avoided at all costs. Except that wasn't what he wanted right now. So he smirked and asked if he could legally eliminate his rival if he agreed. Kim Mi-seo and Max were taken aback by the question and tried to figure out if he was serious for a while. Then Max died down and said that according to SPFC rules, no one would blame anyone for any accident, but nevertheless, they don't encourage eliminating opponents. In an attempt to smooth things over and prevent the shrewd businessman from developing an idea, Kim Mi-seo suggested that she contact him after she talked to Park Soo-ho. He clapped his hands on his knees and agreed, hoping that the right decision would be made. They all walked to the car together, and then Max left Suho Guild's territory. After seeing the SPFC branch manager off with a wave of her hand, Kim Mi-seo looked at the guy next to her and suggested that she didn't agree if she didn't like the idea. And she added that the conflict would be closed anyway, but Park Soo-ho firmly assured her that he really wants to accept the fight. The department head mused thoughtfully that Japan's motive in all of this was crystal clear to either poach or destroy him. But Park Soo-ho didn't care about anyone else's motives. The only thing he was interested in this situation was the whipping that Okita Hiro was asking for, and as long as it's not against the law, he's more than fine with it. Kim Mi-seo then smiled slyly and asked what he thought about donating the proceeds to Japan to get their favor before the fight. And in response from the guy who turned around over his shoulder, she got the same sly smile and an agreeing nod. She said that she would give everything to Max, and they would discuss further organization. And then she started pulling papers out of the envelope she'd brought with her, and said she'd received an official order from the government. Park Soo-ho, who was about to leave, turned around again and asked about the official order. And Kim Mi-seo handed him an envelope and papers, saying that once a year, a general meeting of all guilds is held when the 6th level guilds get together. And when the guy started scrutinizing the documents, she added that she planned to invite him there too. Park Soo-ho was surprised when he reminded them that they were not yet a level 6 guild. But when he looked up from his papers, the leader Kim Mi-seo held out a figurine to him and informed him that their guild had officially been assigned level 6. She congratulated me, and at my perplexed look at the figurine in her hands, explained that it was a certificate issued by the Awakened Authority. She also gave more important news about the transfer of the entire Yejeongbu district to Suho Guild, along with autonomous rights to the territory. Not quite understanding what Park Soo-ho was talking about, he clarified what Yejeongbu's transmission meant, and it was explained to him that after the infrastructure was built and people started settling in, the government was going to hand over all the land to the Suho Guild. When he heard that the new territories would become the 13th district of Seoul, he asked with a blissful expression on his face if that meant he could start acting. A little later, he gathered the rested boys in the house after the raid and outlined the situation to them. Almost immediately, they all began to resent the government's action. But he wasn't going to listen to the arguments because everything had already been decided, and the government was interested in creating a new city. Jun-ho grimaced and asked how he could take the bait so easily since the department could easily use them. To this, Park Soo-ho replied that they could exist in the DMZ status, and it would be easier for them to expand their farm there. After listening to all this, Han Dong-soo whined that it would be 100 times better if they just took the money and emigrated to America. But their leader ignored all the remarks and opened the map. He pointed to the right area and said that Namyangju would remain as the headquarters, and his further words that in time he plans to divide the new neighborhood into sectors excited the guys not on a joke. Jang Jae-shik figured that the leaders would have about the same powers as the mayor, so Park Soo-ho would have the same status as the governor. But when he mentioned that, since he would appoint himself, he was more like the lord in charge of the castle and lands, and this idea directly inspired Dong-soo. Mi Young-jin, who was not involved in the argument, was watching the news and read the one that said Suho's land would help Korea become the world's breadbasket. Except he was worried about whether they would be able to match the agricultural industry of Aruka, which had trade gates all over the world. On the other hand, Aruka products are expensive, and their gates are too few to cover all the planet's needs. Han Dong-soo added the conclusion that they were entering a niche market, and that said that Park Soo-ho would become the lord of a territory, earning incredible sums of money. And from this, it was also concluded that they would all become castle managers who protect this country. He immediately asked if Park Soo-ho had signed the contract and reminded him to keep a copy, so he couldn't tell them anything later. He said no. Park Soo-ho was angry and said that they couldn't even defend their own house. So, what kind of castle managers could they be? He suggested that if they had eaten, they should continue practicing. Immediately after saying that, Han Dong-soo groaned and bent in half, clutching his stomach. Looking at this theater and the lamentations of the others, Park Soo-ho slowly but surely boiled with anger at how worthless they all were. But then Jang Jae-shik glanced at the notification on his phone and jumped up from his seat to report the news that Okita Hiro had come out of the dungeon. This news also made Park Soo-ho squint in contented bliss at the thought that Lee Seong-woo would be finished, but for now, he mentally welcomed him to hell. The internet was indeed abuzz with articles about the return of Okita Hiro's team that had reduced the level 7 dungeon clearing time to 8 days. The articles showed shabby but tough men coming out of the dungeon, and at the same time, they began to stir up a fuss with sarcastic phrases quoting their rivals. And of course, posters for the upcoming fight between Park Soo-ho and Okita Hiro began to appear in large numbers all around. A variety of expert opinions emerged. The former world champion assured that going one-on-one against an awakened one is not like emptying dungeons. The SPFC commentator felt that Park Soo-ho had no such experience, and in the limited space of the arena, Okita Hiro would defeat him. Under the articles and videos, the comments were also gaining momentum, and everyone was discussing the odds of Park Soo-ho winning, and how strong Lee Seong-woo is. And then came the news that W-ranked Park Soo-ho had received the highest fighting bid of 240 billion. This news was just being discussed with delight by the guys who had come out of another training session and were having lunch right next to the portal. Suddenly, Jun-ho noticed something in the tape and asked Han Dong-soo to scroll back a bit to take a closer look. As soon as he complied with the request, they stared at another article that said, Park Soo-ho, had donated all those millions to Japan. Han Dong-soo became furious at this, asking the universe what was wrong with their boss and why give their hard-earned money to another country. The others began to discuss wondering if it was to prevent conflict, but realizing that negative comments would not go away. And then Myung-jin remembered that there was also an amount to be paid to the winner, and it was double the original bet. Park Soo-ho, who had come up behind them, asked them what they were doing, and they looked at each other in shock. They all jumped to their feet at once and started asking why he should give away all the money he had earned by risking his life. But the man ignored all their questions and told them to stop talking if they had eaten and go after him before he flew off to watch the lands in Yeonbu. At the same time, the director of the Department of the Awakened reported to the president that the amount reported was adjusted and not at all what was announced. He added that they also entered into an agreement to donate the winnings to national development funds to stop all rumors. And before ending the call, Baek Yi-soo assured that this is just the beginning and all the cream is waiting for them once the agricultural project in Suho lands comes into effect. Park Soo-ho himself gave new instructions to the team and summoned Biran's wyvern and went to inspect the lands in Ujeongbu given by the government. As he looked around the building, he remembered Kim Mi-so saying that it had been the headquarters of the 3rd Corps, which had been moved to a new location. She suggested expanding the building and renovating it to accommodate about 1,000 people. He flew around all the future lands under his control, scrutinizing and figuring out what could be arranged where, and then went back to the buildings that were decided to be the initial base and set up first. He landed right in front of a crowd of workers and awaiting Kim Mi-so. The workers were barely on the verge of panic, but that didn't stop them from curiously discussing the wyvern and what it was like in reality. After looking around at the welcoming delegation, Park Soo-ho deftly jumped off his beast and sent the wyvern back to the hunting ground. After waiting for her to leave, he walked over to the people, and when asked how everything looked from above, he assured them that it looked pretty good. Looking around, he figured it would be a good idea to plant everything within a 4-kilometer radius of their location. After Chief Kim Mi-so's assurances that as soon as the area was marked she would send everything for approval, he stepped aside, and then used one of his first skills and summoned tree spirits to the delighted exhalations of everyone present. Someone asked shockedly if this was a known marker of territory, and Kim Mi-so confirmed by agreeing for the worker what he didn't dare. And the wave of interest in the upcoming fight was growing online. Blogger Sidekick from the World Martial Arts channel was also interested in the event. He announced that the Battle of the Century, where champion Okita Hiro will be up against new recruit Park Soo-ho, is only 15 days away, and they have prepared a special report. So this morning, Sidekick made an effort and was able to meet Okita Hiro's team in front of the 7th level dungeon in Osaka and talk to him. When asked by a blogger if and how exactly Okita Hiro is preparing for his match against Park Soo-ho, he replied that he doesn't have time to prepare for it. He stated that the number of level 7 dungeons was about to increase dramatically, and humanity simply didn't have time to rest. And articles spread this speech on quotes, informing everyone that Okita Hiro considered that there is no need to prepare for a fight against Park Soo-ho. Once again, the Soo-ho Guild team members, who were having a snack after another sweep, were wistfully trying to remember the last time they had eaten a hot meal. A strange man approached them and asked them if they were the members of Soo-ho's team, who everyone calls a laughingstock. Ignoring their outrage, he introduced himself and asked if he could interview Park Soo-ho. Han Dong-soo, who frowned at the competitor, advised him to go to Ujeongbu, where he was supposed to be planting trees right at that moment. The filmed moment was immediately reflected in another ironic article about Park Soo-ho disappearing from view just because he was planting trees. Realizing that without information, it's hard to understand and take action, Akiko didn't sit idle in Osaka's hotel either. While Okita Hiro and his team went into the 7th level dungeon, she methodically tried to hack into the Awakened Department's base. After another attempt, she looked incredulously at the laptop's monitor screen. It displayed a picture of Park Soo-ho crowning his personnel file in the management database. With no hope of success, Akiko stared in surprise, hardly realizing that she had succeeded. Dozens of folders labeled confidential appeared on the screen, evoking a mood as if a holiday had arrived. Having come to her senses, the girl began to methodically look through all the materials she had found, going into one folder after another. She went through almost every folder, relentlessly clicking her computer mouse in search of information that might shed some light. And in one of the folders, she did find some unusual information that made her stare at the screen in shock. The day of the fight was approaching. The overwhelming majority of experts were anticipating a victory for the reigning world champion. The news also happily reported that Okita Hiro was still the hope of mankind and had reduced the time to clear the 6th level dungeon to 8 days. On the other hand, No less excitement was caused by the footage of the transportation of materials for the start of construction in Yeongbu. In the Yeongbu area of Suho Land, roads have been paved or rehabilitated, and road and warning signs have been put up. The fight was 5 days away, and tickets to the stadium in Tokyo, where it was to take place, were sold out. But even 2 days before the fight, Park Soo-ho did not appear in Japan, remaining on his own territory, which was alarmingly reported by all online publications. All news portals were full of references to the Park Soo-ho's cowardice. But the people of Japan began to gather rallies in support of their champion. The same was relaxing with Akiko at a top hotel in Tokyo over a bottle of wine. Looking at the detached face of her friend and boss, Akiko asked what he was thinking. He said with a dreamy tone in his voice that he would take Park Soo-ho's life if he didn't show up. Placing the unfinished glass on the table, Akiko noted firmly that, in her opinion, it was unlikely to be that easy, and clarified when asked what she was talking about, that she was referring to the taking of Park Soo-ho's life that he had just mentioned, because she checked the secret information of the Korean Awakening Bureau, and according to their records, Park Soo-ho returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. The girl's words swept away Okita Hiro's mask of complacency and made him clench his teeth as he comprehended the fact that he had regressed several times in 1,000 years. But Akiko objected that it was unlikely the guy was using a regression stone like him, and got a fair point that it was impossible to live 1,000 years otherwise. Then she said that, according to the records, Park Soo-ho spent 10 years on another planet where time was twice as fast as on Earth. But if it's possible to spend 500 years regressing on Earth, why wouldn't it be possible to live 1,000 on a planet not time-bound to their planet? And besides, in the girl's opinion, it explained why Okita Hiro had never met Park Soo-ho, even though he had regressed 25 times for 20 years. And to an ironic remark about Akiko's source of eternal youth, she replied that she had learned about a rare item called a dark red divine peach. Okita Hiro stared perplexedly at the girl and confusedly asked if he had heard correctly about the dark red divine peach. But she explained that it occurs once every 1,000 years on one of the planets and disappears after 10 days. And if you eat it, it gives you youth and immortality. Squinting thoughtfully at Okita, Hiro recognized that this guy who had lived for 1,000 years without a regression stone was making him more and more curious. But when he got up and was about to leave, the girl worriedly remarked that she was worried that the guy had lived longer than him. However, the man brushed off her worries, stating that whoever his adversary was, he could not let anyone get in the way of his plan. On the day of the fight, Park Soo-ho didn't even think of changing his plans and was busy growing trees for the garden. It was amazingly interesting to watch a small sapling literally grow into a full-fledged tree before our eyes time after time, and each of these trees immediately began to bear fruit and literally burst with ripe fruit. After looking at the work that had been done, Park Soo-ho hesitantly admitted that this number of apple trees should be enough. Ignoring Han Dong-soo's attempt to remind him that there was no time left, he clapped his hands and decided that the next ones would be pears. Except his level right now was too low, and he couldn't plant as many saplings as he would like, so he told me to buy the right seedlings. Han Dong-soo vowed not to worry about it, but now he should hurry before he was late for the duel. But as soon as he covered his eyes for a second, Park Soo-ho had already materialized his equipment and opened the portal through which his beasts appeared. In the next instant, a huge wyvern abruptly flew out of the portal, scaring the hell out of Han Dong-soo. Sitting on the wyvern, Park Soo-ho warned the guy who was scared to the ground that he would be back soon, and told him to raid a few dungeons. At the threat of not giving any mercy if they got lazy, Han Dong-soo embarrassedly rubbed his neck with an honest look to clarify what he meant by this concept. But Park Soo-ho only threw a warning glance at him and made the wyvern fly at him. Watching their leader fly farther and farther away, Han Dong-soo was surprised to think that he wasn't the least bit worried, even though he was about to fight a world champion. He had no idea that it was possible to plant trees only 3 hours before the start of a fight of such complexity and importance. But when the wyvern and its rider became a dot on the horizon and disappeared from sight, Han Dong-soo took out a remote control from his pocket and summoned his drones. Anyway, he had the material and knew what to use for the previews. At the same time, the stadium in Tokyo was already packed to capacity. People were anticipating an amazing spectacle. The commentators were scratching their tongues, saying that there were only 3 hours left before the start of the match, and the crowd in the filled stadium was in excitement. One of them said that according to his sources, Park Soo-ho had not yet arrived in the country and wondered if he had decided to withdraw from the battle. His partner talked about how it would not be easy for a rookie, and in the event of a no-show, the Korean government would have to admit fault and apologize From a separate glassed-in room, Akiko and Okita Hiro were watching the stadium while having tea and talking about current events. The girl was looking at the reports and reported that according to the latest news, not long ago, Park Soo-ho had expanded his lands to Yeongbuk. Hearing about the Yeongbuk district, Okita Hiro grinned unpleasantly at his thoughts. This news confirmed that just as he thought, Park Soo-ho really did know what would happen in the future. After all, it was in Yeongbuk that Korea's first level 7 dungeon would open, and the combat unit that challenged him was destroyed almost immediately. And then Korea lost half of the awakened S-ranks, and there was no one to stop the monsters from breaking out, and the area itself burned to the ground due to bombing. And then the whole continent was flooded with monsters. South Korea fell, unable to stop the monsters coming south from North Korea. It appeared that the Korean government wanted to try to prevent this tragedy with the help of the arrogant Park Soo-ho. Meanwhile, on the scoreboard hanging in the center of the stadium, the final minutes to the match were counting down. The commentators said that according to the rules, participants must arrive at the arena 1 hour before the fight in order not to be disqualified. But everyone wondered if Park Soo-ho would be able to arrive in the remaining 7 minutes. As soon as this question was asked, a strange noise was heard. The onlookers craned their heads cautiously in search of the source of the sound, and gradually everyone guessed to look up. Many people screamed in horror as they saw a huge monster descending on the stadium. And then someone finally recognized the monster as a wyvern, and the others also guessed that it was a dragon knight that had appeared. Akiko jumped up from her seat and looked at the one about whom she had studied and analyzed so much information. To the commentator's words that, contrary to everyone's expectations, he had arrived in Tokyo, Park Soo-ho landed right in the middle of the stadium. His appearance was watched not only by the spectators in the stands, but also by all those who were glued to the screens. David Dame, in his favorite cafe, jumped to his feet with excitement. Director Baek Yi-soo victoriously raised his fist loudly, prophesying that the world would belong to Park Soo-ho if he won. Supervisor Kim Mi was also listening to the commentator's words about the surprise and spectacle of such an appearance just 5 minutes before the start. Members of the battle groups on vacation were also gathered around a television set in one of the tents and shouted approvingly with an excess of emotion. Just at the words that the Dragon Knight circled in the sky and then landed on the arena, Choi Soo-young entered the tent silently. She stood silently at the entrance with an outwardly indifferent look, not taking her eyes off the TV screen, but clenched her fists and clenched her jaw through her teeth, quietly cursing at the guy. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho deftly jumped off the wyvern onto the pavement of the dueling arena and immediately summoned a portal to send Byron home to the hunting grounds. As soon as the portal appeared, the wyvern obediently turned toward the glowing vortex. The entire time while the tame monster was passing through the portal, Park Soo-ho stood still and calmly looked around. People in the stands, amazed by the unprecedented spectacle, were discussing what they had seen without hiding their delighted whispers. But Park Soo-ho wondered why there were so many people around and where his opponent was. Not wanting to wait for the unknown, he shouted loudly into space, urging Okita Hiro to come out to him. The commentators immediately voiced the obvious fact that he's looking for his opponent who isn't in the arena yet. The spectators in the stands picked up the cry and also began to call out for Okita Hiro, chanting his name louder and louder with each passing second. In a separate room outside the window, Akiko and her boss continued to watch the events unfolding below for a while longer. Then Okita Hiro stood up and, signaling that he was going to the duel, turned around to leave. Unable to sit still, Akiko jumped up next and held him down with both hands on his elbow. Not knowing what to say, she stared confusedly at the man who turned to her. Smiling warmly, he asked her not to worry and assured her that he would win and return safely. The stadium in Tokyo was flooded with spotlights. The crowd chanted the name of their champion. The unperturbed Park Soo-ho stood alone in the arena, under the gazes of thousands of spectators. He looked around questioningly, waiting for the appearance of his opponent, who had challenged him to a duel, but was in no hurry to appear. And in the next instant, a rustle of wind was heard over the arena, and flashes of magic appeared. Feeling the appearance of danger, Park Soo-ho instantly became wary. The commentators, who had a clear view of what was going on from the commentary booth, joyfully proclaimed the arrival of Okita Hiro, and in the next instant, he himself landed in front of his opponent, knocking the Kaiten out of the arena surface. The crowd of spectators in the stands roared jubilantly with thousands of voices. After looking at the person who appeared in front of him, Park Soo-ho indifferently asked if he was Okita Hiro. The one, instead of answering, warned that he would ask a few questions before taking his life. And after a brief pause, the first thing he asked was if Park Soo-ho was a survivor of the apocalypse. But there was nothing but bewilderment and annoyance on his opponent's face when he asked again what it was. With a smirk, Okita Hiro mockingly broached about how bad his opponent's acting was. The one frowned in response, starting to tense up at the nonsense he was hearing. Not responding to this, the number one in the world asked if there was another regression stone, and how many years he could regress with what he had. Park Soo-ho raised his eyebrows, not understanding what this strange man wanted from him, with his strange questions. The commentators, seeing that the opponents were in no hurry to engage in a fight, became agitated and assumed that they were talking about something, but what was not heard. The second commentator suggested that Okita Hiro was giving advice as an older and qualified person, and therefore had some sound advice. His partner liked the idea and called the broadcasting drone down below so they could heed Okita Hiro's advice as well. And several drones did indeed begin to descend lower towards the arena, approaching the figures standing there. Meanwhile, Okita Hiro, already surrounded by flashes of magic, asked if it was fun to go back in time to feel like the world was at his feet. A confused Park Soo-ho pointed at himself and clarified whether he had returned to the past. Never having gotten what he thought was an answer from Okita Hiro, was on the contrary increasingly irritated and called for his swords. And without pause or warning, he sprang swiftly toward his opponent, drawing his swords and saying that he had a way to make him talk. Without showing fear or tension, Park Soo-ho calmly and concentratedly watched him approach, finally realizing what was expected of him. The crowd excitedly clamored here and there, beginning to cheer their idol louder and louder, encouraging him to destroy the enemy. The commentators opened their mouths, but only stated that Okita Hiro attacked. Choi Soo-young froze in front of the TV screen without seeing anyone or anything else around her. Eyes wide open, she scrutinized what was happening out there. Frozen in suspense, and David Dame and his buddies couldn't get a spoonful of their favorite ice cream to their mouths. The entire Suho Guild team clutched onto their phones, and everyone waited apprehensively for what would happen next. Director Baek Yi-soo clutched his hands and almost ducked his nose into it. Even the usually unflappable Kim Mi so didn't take her eyes off the broadcast on her laptop. One Korean cafeteria even had a banner promising free chicken and beer if Park Soo-ho won. The numerous spectators in the stands of the stadium froze in anticipation. Nervously, Akiko jumped up from the couch she was occupying and opened her mouth in excitement. And all these people in the next second were able to watch as the seemingly in control Okita Hiro was hit. Without waiting for him to finish his attack, Park Soo-ho chose the right moment and simply punched his opponent in the jaw with his fist. Okita Hiro flew backwards from the strong blow, letting go of his own swords on the way. After tumbling over his head several times, he eventually landed with a thud on the arena surface, and remained lying in the same place where he had so spectacularly landed a short time ago. The commentators were horrified to voice their observations that Okita Hiro was badly injured and not moving yet. Slowly walking towards the enemy lying in the arena, Park Soo-ho developed his hand as he walked, and wondered how likely it was that his opponent was just a crazy jerk. As he got closer, he told him to get up, just in case he was still alive. The fingers of Okita Hiro, defeated by one blow, scraped convulsively on the floor. Park Soo-ho contemptuously asked how someone with a championship title could be so weak and told him to get up since he hadn't gotten what he deserved yet. Offended by such neglect, Okita Hiro opened his eyes. I immediately tried to get up. I tried to get up on all fours, but then I managed to get up on my feet. The commentators were relieved that their champion had managed to get over himself and stand up. The spectators in the stands shouted encouraging remarks to their hero in different ways. And Okita Hiro himself looked confused and incredulous at the traces of blood left on his hand after he stood up to wipe his nose. As he continued to leisurely step closer, Park Soo-ho shifted his eyebrows and said that everything was going his way and he should learn humility first. Okita Hiro's nerves were frayed. He shouted angrily for him to shut up and ran at his opponent. But this time, it was the same story as a minute earlier. Choosing the right moment, Park Soo-ho delivered a swift fist strike to his jaw. And before he could even finish the thought of not seeing his opponent's fist, Okita Hiro flew back again. Only this time, Park Soo-ho didn't wait for him to fall and give him time to recover. Instead, he decided to use magic and used the air power skill to cause a tornado that immediately picked up the throne man and spun him upside down. Continuous chattering inside the vortex resolutely did not allow those caught in it to concentrate, so the leg kick that followed was also hopelessly missed by Okita Hiro. He fell to the ground again, thrown out of the vortex. The vortex itself dissipated immediately. Park Soo-ho was not going to wait for his opponent to get up and jumped up to strike again. This time, he decided to use the Fire Fairy's skills and summoned a stream of fire, and pointed it straight at Okita Hiro. Everything around him disappeared in a raging flame. The audience covered their mouths in horror and grabbed their heads, worrying how their idol and hero could endure such a thing. In the clouds of fire and smoke, the still frozen figure of Park Soo-ho began to appear. The commentator announced that Okita Hiro had been hit, and the situation was extremely unexpected. He couldn't believe what was happening, even though he saw it with his own eyes. After speaking out, he turned to his fellow commentators, Masura, asking what he thought of the current situation. But he didn't take his eyes off the arena, as if he hadn't heard a word he'd just said. The onlookers couldn't look away either, and gradually began to panic with terror. And in the stadium arena, Park Soo-ho held his opponent's body in the air with one hand and grabbed his throat. The commentator turned his attention to what was going on there and shouted out a suggestion of Okita Hiro's demise. But Park Soo-ho told him not to pretend to be undead, because he knows the man is not dead. What gave him confidence was the system information window reflecting a 25% health status. His opponent's eyelids fluttered, and the man opened his eyes trying to come to his senses. But now it was Park Soo-ho's turn to ask, and he was most interested in why Okita Hiro was looking for him. The one with a smirk underneath the abnormally fast health level recovery stated that he wanted to take the guy's life. Since that still wasn't an understandable explanation, the next question that followed was why he wanted it. And Okita Hiro, continuing to smirk, replied that he deserved to stop living. Frowning at this strange logic, Park Soo-ho patiently clarified why he didn't deserve to live yet. And he got an explanation that because of him, the plan, carefully developed with sweat and blood for 500 years, was ruined. But while he was trying to figure out what the plan was that had taken Okita Hiro so long to work on, he was getting better thanks to the elixir he had taken earlier. And as soon as the recovery reached maximum, he used the magic weaves prepared during the conversation and summoned the breakout monsters. The skill used began to gradually turn him into a monster, and Park Soo-ho watched amazed as he realized that he was seeing a transformation. Except that yelling that the enemy has to save the Earth made me shake it off and irritably state that this asshole is crazy. And the one still in the process of transformation took advantage of the new weave and summoned the god's fury. Not realizing what exactly was going on yet, Park Soo-ho failed to react in time, and appropriately, and he was thrown far back by the blast wave from his opponent's attack and transformation completion. The crowd of spectators in the stadium stands were discouraged by all that they were witnessing before them. Meanwhile, a wave of magical lightning struck not only Park Soo-ho, but also the dome enclosing the arena, and the one meant to protect the people in the spectator seats suddenly spattered with shards of glass, unable to withstand the force of the attack. And following that, the entire arena in the center exploded under the red lightning bolts, continuously striking almost at one point. Defense Minister Kurosawa and Deputy Daigo were also closely watching what was happening in the stadium. With a satisfied smirk, Minister Kurosawa noted that Okita Hiro had taken advantage of the stamina-restoring potion. The Deputy Daigo added with an obscenely sagging jaw that his blast had just blown the entire stadium apart, along with the Korean. And on their screens, as well as before the few surviving spectators, the huge figure of the horned demon, who had previously been Okita Hiro, began to emerge from the clouds of dust. The Defense Minister was pleased to note the transformation after taking the potion. Apparently, Okita Hiro had learned some interesting things on the planet Kuchon. When the huge clouds of dust began to dissipate a little, it became apparent that the stadium and the immediate surroundings had turned into ruin. Many people were lying motionless, injured by glass shards or bruised by concrete slabs. The moans of the injured could be heard from everywhere. Akiko, who was sitting in a seemingly protected room, was also hit. It helped that she didn't get too close to the glass, and there was a couch behind her. And in all this chaos, in the midst of the destruction that had been wrought, a demon slowly moved its paws. A creature completely alien to this world that Okita Hiro had turned into stepped into the middle of the arena. After assessing the scale of what was happening around him, he remembered that it was because the skill used was so powerful that he had to summon the monster's body, and he couldn't imagine that a skill saved for a level 8 boss had to be used on a mere human. Looking at his own hands, he clenched and unclenched his fists, getting used to this body anew. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound to the side, and he looked up to find the source of the noise. First, a human hand in protective gear appeared from behind the concrete slab. A pleasant green glow emanated from it. Park Soo-ho, who was holding his head, appeared from behind a pile of rocks and stone. He groaned and wrinkled his face, rubbing the bruised area. But then he straightened up, looked around, and strode confidently toward the monster, who could be none other than his opponent. The greenish glow enveloped him, and he staggered a little more. But with each step, he became steadier. His thoughts were coming to order, But Okita Hiro's jaw dropped unculturally at what he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes that the boy had survived such a blow. The same did not think to fade, and having found normal stability, he cursed and stated the fact of the possibility of transformation by the enemy. Looking at the Okita guy, Hiro asked what item he was using to be so strong, and what he applied to regress. But Park Soo-ho gloomily looked at the demon and replied that he didn't know what he meant by regression, but he didn't use an item, but a forest blessing skill. The one was finally taken aback and tried to argue with the fact that a normal skill could not replace the elixir. With a smirk, Park Soo-ho nodded and clarified that this was an elixir-level skill that fully restored the consumed life force and mana. That smirk of a seemingly huge, strong, and fearsome demon somehow made him twitch unpleasantly in a bad feeling. Not waiting for these most unpleasant premonitions to be fully realized, he decided to get ahead of them. In addition, infuriated by the condescending smirk, he rushed forward to attack, barking at Park Soo-ho on the way to see if he thought it was fun. He calmly assessed the information he had been given by the system information window, which showed the hybrid's U rank. The next moment, the tail of the monster that was Okita Hiro whistled through the air, and under the charge of destroying the planet, the whipping limbs struck hard. Asking if he could laugh, then the demon brought his fist up, ready to attack again. Park Soo-ho managed to stay on his feet by fending off the tail strike, as well as the several attacks that followed. And then, tired of seemingly incomprehensible accusations and ridiculous questions, Okita Hiro, in the guise of a hybrid monster, prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Except that Park Soo-ho kept smirking, and finally threw in a hurtful remark about how the U rank wasn't that high. And then he stopped defending himself, and finally went on the offensive, striking the monster first. Swinging around for the next one, he voiced the conclusion as if the 500-year plan was ruined because of him, and that meant the planet would be destroyed. Calling up the tornado, he continued to reason out loud that, by this logic, the destruction of the planet was his fault, and therefore, he should die. Holding the monster inside the strong, though small vortex, Park Soo-ho furiously asked if he had come to the right conclusions. Okita Hiro tried to open his mouth and answer something, but it was not immediately possible due to the airflow of tremendous force that was literally being forced down his throat. But in the end, he managed to wriggle out and shouted that since Park Soo-ho had realized everything, he should have stopped living then. While doing so, in his hand that was pulled slightly aside, he summoned some unusual stone from his inventory. It was clearly of magical origin, because almost immediately it shone brightly, wrapped in blue and purple flashes. The finally enraged monster finally managed to create a protective sphere around itself, dispelling the air vortex. At the same time, he was yelling that Park Soo-ho had ruined everything because it took him so much time and effort to reach that level. Once in his childhood, he was with his friends in the theater for a movie that left a lasting impression. Back then, little Lee Sung-woo enthusiastically followed the hero's adventures as he battled monsters and won. The final victory of the mysterious hero over the most vicious monster called Mechatrano was absolute. And then this hero, who saved the whole world, became an example for the boy, with shining eyes of admiration. Except that the world around the hero was not only saved but also quite destroyed, and the hero himself was exhausted. The whole hall then sympathized with the hero, with such difficulty coping with his task. But the hero was not going to stop there, because it was necessary to fix, and that all around was burned to the ground. The tense moment had all the children in the audience cautiously awaiting further developments, and the mysterious hero, realizing that people would forget him, was sure that he was doing the right thing as long as his loved ones and friends could continue to live in this world. Many of the children have already guessed that nothing good awaits the hero, and began to cry. Someone just closed his eyes. The exhausted hero on the screen leaned back against the concrete rubble and activated his soul stone, turning back time. The kids were worried about the hero realizing that if this happened, the mysterious hero would just disappear. But little Lee Seong-woo was marveled at the hero's immense bravery and selflessness. He realized that this act was worth everything, even if the hero himself would be forgotten forever. However, while Okita Hiro was distracted by a memory from his childhood, Park Soo-ho calmly traversed the sphere and kicked him. The huge monster was tossed far to the side under the unquestioned verdict that he was a completely insane asshole. With difficulty, Okita Hiro slowed his movement with a long exhale and tried to regain his breath. Breathing heavily, he lifted his head with an effort and looked at his opponent standing calmly nearby, except for a slight frown. All his thoughts revolved around the fact that he was really strong and could not be defeated even after the transformation. And it's not clear what he is, but what was absolutely clear was the absence of any hint of the possibility of regression. That meant he could start over. Park Soo-ho at this moment, who was attacking the demon again, asked irritably what he was mumbling all the time. He didn't get a response under the hail of blows, only heavy exhalations and moans. Then he spoke up, explaining that he wasn't the cause of the plan's destruction. And then he said that from now on, he would teach me how to be smart. Okita Hiro, who had gone into a deafening defense, smirked quietly and to himself mockingly encouraged him to keep talking and tell him everything the guy knew. In front of his inner gaze, the percentage of copying that the previously summoned copying stone was doing was slowly increasing. There was only a little more to wait, and in the next regression, all of this power would belong to him completely. And he himself will consume the soul of the One, whose existence threatens, in his opinion, to destroy their planet. Besides, he should be the one to save the world. Only Park Suho didn't care about the plans of the mad monster. Anyone who can't adequately assess reality deserves a beating. Therefore, he used the transformation skill and fused with the Ilgam bear in another attack. Strengthened by the power of the tamed awakened bear, the strike was amazingly strong, and the demon, large by human standards, was flung away like something incredibly light. With his nose split open and his teeth partially knocked out, Okita Hiro flew across the stadium in bewilderment. When he hit the wall around the stadium with his carcass, he tore down part of it and fell out into the street. On the other side of the wall, he found himself already human, having lost concentration and shed his transformation. He rolled under the gazes of the people gathered around him, from those who had been hurt and were trying to recover, or who had come to help. Those who were already awake and on their feet recognized him as Okita Hiro, and many immediately murmured indignantly, spitting curses at him. But no one even tried to get closer to the human figure, sprawled on the pavement dressed in shreds of clothing. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Okita Hiro gave a forced sigh of pain and frustration, and in the palm of his left hand, which was thrown aside, were clutched shards of the copying stone that was losing its magic. Above his head, he was surprised to see a huge winged figure against the night sky. After a couple of moments, he managed to focus his vision a little and saw that against the backdrop of the shining moon disk, Park Suho was approaching him on wings. Looking at that picture, all he had the strength to do was think that this guy wasn't human. Meanwhile, Park Suho was gently landing right next to the still-lying, practically motionless Okita Hiro. Taking a couple steps, he squatted down beside the man, carefully placing his wings at his sides. Smiling slightly victoriously, he asked if Okita Hiro now saw the reality of the situation. He tried to tense up, but he couldn't even get up, and only growled through his teeth at the nonsense he was talking. But Park Suho explained that the reason why Okita Hiro couldn't save the world in all that time was because he was simply weak. Widened with anger tearing him from the inside, the defeated man stared at his victor, unable to do anything to him, and his winner ignored the growl to shut up and advised him not to show up in his territory again, or he would indeed take his life. Okita Hiro smiled unpleasantly at the threat and said that soon, 95% of the population, including him, would die during the apocalypse. But Park Suho didn't take it in any way and asked why someone's past should become their future. And under the misunderstanding in his opponent's gaze, he added that there was no future for a guy who was so stuck in the past as Okita Hiro. As if mesmerized, Choi Soo-young watched the entire fight between Park Suho and Okita Hiro on the TV screen. She'd seen his power live and seen the level he'd reached now, even through the prism of the video cameras. But she still didn't understand why. Once when they'd gotten out of the dungeon they'd gotten into together, he'd said they couldn't be together. She was in the hospital for a while after that, and he came to her almost every night, lonely, sad, and pensive. They talked about many things, and when on one such night she asked why they could date, he turned to her from the window and told her she was still too weak. She didn't immediately understand what he meant and was even more discouraged when he explained that if their forces weren't balanced, one of them would suffer losses. The memory of that moment was far from immediately painful. On the contrary, she tried to be strong. But when she saw that photo of Park Suho together with Sang Gue, it really hurt. Turning on her heels, Choi Soo-young walked out of the tent without waiting for the fight to end, and without feeling curious to know the outcome. Once again, all the news portals went crazy, publishing articles one after another. The first thing they talked about was Park Suho's victory. Much has been written about the deaths of more than 48,000 people in the stadium in Tokyo, where the fight took place. They also published an article about donating the entire amount of the winnings from Japan's battle, while naming Park Suho as the unofficial #1 in the world. When the article came out about the victims' families wanting to file a class action lawsuit against Okita Hiro, many wondered if SPFC was as safe. Okita Hiro himself was unconscious in the hospital at the time. In his nightmare, Park Suho appeared as an ugly demon with wings, and he kept telling him not to come on his property, unless he really wanted to lose his life. But when in a nightmare, as if in reality, sounded the phrase that, "For those who live in the past, there is no future," Okita Hiro, with a cry, woke up and sat on the bed. It took him a while to come to his senses and catch his breath, and only then was he able to look around him. Realizing with surprise that he was in a hospital, he wondered how much time had passed. There was no one in the room to ask, and no documents were visible either. But there was a smartphone on the edge of the bedside table. Reaching for Okita's device, Hiro looked at the headlines of recent articles and the comments underneath them. Stopping at the particularly odious comments, either considering him a spy originally or accusing him of hiding powers, he smirked. It was a rather predictable reaction of hypocritical humanity, so Okita Hiro found nothing new for himself. At that moment, Akiko walked into the room with her eyes sadly lowered and thinking about something. But when she saw him sitting on the bed with the phone, she rounded her eyes in surprise. The man gloomily glanced at her, not knowing what to expect from the girl now, after all the events at the stadium. But she acted unexpectedly and jumped up to him and snatched the smartphone out of his hand and held it against her, asking him not to read it. She sadly explained that people were only shocked by his defeat, and their behavior was only due to hurt pride,